Chapter 1. The Most Primitive Instincts by Zay. I beg you, it was all my fault before. Please let me go. A young girl, exquisitely beautiful and clad in a JK uniform, crouches in a corner, trembling with fear. Overwhelmed by terror, her voice quivers. This girl is Liu Yuming, universally recognized as the campus belle of Jinghai University. As the top university in Jinghai City, the number of individuals deemed campus belles is exceedingly scarce. This underscores the exceptional beauty of Liu Yuming. Opposite her stands Bai Zhe, who shows no intention of entering the room. Please do not open the door. They will see us, and I do not wish to die yet. Outside, a cacophony of roars grows increasingly closer. I implore you, do not delay any longer. Shut the door. If they come, we will both perish. Her voice trembles, as if they are some horrific entity. 3 days prior, the sky was filled with numerous meteors. Alarmingly, the astronomical observatory failed to detect these meteors. They seem to have appeared out of thin air. Fortunately, these meteors were relatively small and exploded upon entering the atmosphere. Just when people thought the crisis had subsided, the true devastation was only beginning. In the span of 3 short days, 80 of humanity transformed into zombies. They bite anyone they encounter, driven by an insatiable frenzy. Those bitten soon succumb, becoming one of them. The survivors can only hide in their rooms, afraid to make sound. At this moment, Bai Zhe and Liu Yuming are sheltering in the university library. Not long ago, Bai Zhe had attracted a horde of zombies while fighting them off. In a desperate bid for survival, he dashed through, fortuitously stumbling into this storage room, where he unexpectedly encountered Liu Yuming. Bai Zhe harbors resentment towards her, longing for an apology. Yet, she defiantly claimed that he, like a toad yearning for swan meat, was unworthy. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. He opened the door, intending to lure more zombies inside, confident that he could flee, while Liu Yuming, paralyzed by fear, could not possibly escape. Seeing that she had no intention of apologizing, Bai Zhe prepared to open another door. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, Liu Yuming's mental defenses finally crumbled. Bai Zhe, I apologize for what happened before. Please, shut the door. They are coming. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zhe released his grip, refraining from opening the other door. He then locked the door that was ajar and slowly approached Liu Yuming. Liu Yuming, do you remember how you treated me in the past? Because I accidentally brushed against you, you spread rumors throughout the school that I had harassed you, causing me to be bullied by everyone for years. Even the teachers ignored me. Even so, why do you refuse to let me go? You accuse me of being a peeping Tom and a lecher, which led to me not having a girlfriend throughout my university years. They even avoid me when they see me. Bai Zhe's anger intensified as he wished to slap her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Liu Yuming shook her head vigorously like a rattle, sobbing as she apologized. Bai Zhe watched as this once proud woman finally bowed her head before him. The pent-up grievances over the years were released at this moment, yet it was still far from sufficient. Just then, the zombies outside began to violently pound against the door. The two fell silent, even holding their breaths. After 5 minutes, the zombies, unable to break through the door, gradually dispersed. However, Bai Zhe remained tense. Although they were temporarily safe, if they could not escape the library, he would meet the same fate. The immediate priority was to find food and water. Later, I'll distract the zombies while you go outside to fetch that bag of snacks, Bai Zhe said, peering through a small pane of glass in the door, pointing at a bag of snacks on the library table. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuming shivered. It's too dangerous out there. I can't go. Can't you, as a strong man, find a way to get it yourself? You want me to get myself? Does that mean you don't need the food? Liu Yuming immediately wilted, her stomach audibly rumbling in agreement. Well, fine, but you mustn't run too far. If those zombies come after you, you must save me. Rest assured, I won't let you die easily. But once you obtain the food, you must not lock the door. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill you, Bai Zhe said with a fierce expression, causing Liu Yuming to shiver again. He certainly could not allow Liu Yuming to perish easily, as his anger had yet to be fully unleashed. Such a statement was also to prevent her from hoarding the food after acquiring it. He knew Liu Yuming was a timid woman. Once he said this, she would absolutely not dare to lock the door. Bai Zhe gazed through the glass in the door to assess the situation outside. At that moment, There were over 10 zombies within the library. These zombies were very close to the food. As long as he could lure them away, Lu Yumeng could run out to grab it. After observing for a while, he quickly devised a plan. The entire library could be described as a circular space, surrounded by bookshelves, with tables in the center. As long as he lured the zombies while moving the tables to connect them into a single formation, creating a racetrack shape, it would effectively obstruct the zombies. With this thought in mind, he sprang into action. Baize swiftly opened the door and dashed outside. The zombies, hearing the commotion, roared and rushed toward him. Baize remained calm, first aligning the nearest table. By the time the zombies approached, this row of tables had already formed a continuous barrier. On the other side, Lu Yumeng watched Baize rush out, her heart pounding. At that moment, she noticed the snacks on the table. The body's craving for food dulled her fear of the zombies significantly. Soon, she mustered her courage and ran toward the food. With the zombies drawn away by Baize, she successfully retrieved the food. However, just as she was running back, there was a loud crash. The glass of the library's main door shattered as zombies from outside collided with it. A swarm of zombies surged into the library. Baize, witnessing this scene, inwardly cursed and abandoned his table-moving efforts, sprinting toward the storage room. Soon, both of them returned to the storage room. In the chaos, Lu Yumeng, standing nearby, failed to dodge in time, her lips colliding directly with Baize's face. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Baize's mind. Detected that the host was actively kissed by a girl. System unlocked. This system is the Duozi Duofu system. In order to build a beautiful home and achieve the great revival of humanity, please rescue more people as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Lu Yumeng. As long as the host gains the loyalty of women, they can continuously receive rewards from the system. The specifics of the functions are left for exploration. A beginner's gift package is being distributed. Reward 1. Infinite storage space. Reward 2. Transformable divine weapon. Description: the transformable divine weapon randomly changes into a random weapon every 24 hours, will not be damaged, and firearms have no ammunition restrictions. Reward 3. The Hahuan treasure record. Description: the Hahuan treasure record will document any opposite sex that the host comes into contact with. Through the Hahuan treasure record, one can view the information of the recorded individuals. Baize felt a surge of joy within. The system had appeared, making him undoubtedly the protagonist. At the same time, a series of information appeared on Lu Yumeng. Name: Lu Yumeng. Appearance: 91. Bust: D-cup. Loyalty: 20. Maintenance count: 0. Upon seeing this information, Baize displayed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Lu Yumeng, despite her reputation, was still a virgin. At this moment, Baize began to carefully scrutinize Lu Yumeng before him. She did possess a certain charm. If love required applause to earn rewards, then this woman was undoubtedly the first choice. She had beauty and a figure to match. However, given her attitude towards herself, how could she possibly comply with his desires? Throughout university, Lu Yumeng had spoken ill of him countless times. With so many lies told, she might even believe them herself. Yet, Baize was not the least bit concerned. In this apocalyptic world, strength was the ultimate authority. He was unafraid of her refusal. With that thought, Baize snatched the food from Lu Yumeng's hands. "What are you doing?" Lu Yumeng exclaimed, a hint of anger in her voice. "There isn't much food left. It must be kept by me," Baize asserted confidently. "This is mine. If anyone should keep it, it should be me." Lu Yumeng refused to back down. "Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? If you want to survive, keep your mouth shut," Baize roared. Lu Yumeng's heart trembled. In her impression, Baize was a rather honest person. She never expected him to be so domineering. Fearful of an extreme reaction from Baize, she quickly fell silent. Just then, outside, the zombies heard the commotion and began to violently crash against the door. Without a moment to spare, Baize hurriedly sought out the next reward, the transformable divine weapon. He then discovered a space manifesting in his mind. With a mere thought, its contents appeared before him. At this moment, the transformable divine weapon lay peacefully inside. It resembled a sleek metallic box, exuding a cool aesthetic. With another thought, the transformable divine weapon flew out. Simultaneously, it rapidly transformed. By the time it landed in Bai Zai's palm, it had morphed into a handgun. A handgun! Bai Zai's heart raced with excitement. According to the system's introduction, the transformable divine weapon had no ammunition restrictions, implying that he now possessed a handgun with infinite bullets for the next 24 hours. To verify, he quickly opened the magazine, discovering it was filled to the brim with bullets. He swiftly reinserted the magazine and began to aim at the palm-sized glass of the door. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the glass shattered and the bullet struck a zombie outside. Unfortunately, the shot did not kill the zombie. Instead, the recoil of the handgun caused pain in his palms, an exhilarating reality that only fueled his excitement. What boy hasn't dreamed of owning a gun? If one is lucky, that dream could double. He had no time to revel in the thrill and quickly opened the magazine again, finding it still full. What delight! At the same time, Lu Yameng was startled by the sudden gunfire. She looked at Bai Zai in confusion, and when she saw the handgun in his hand, her pupils constricted. Retreating quickly to the corner of the wall, trembling and pointing at Bai Zai. A gun? How do you have a gun? I'm calling the police. I'm going to report you. Report me? Have you lost your mind? It's the apocalypse. Even if you manage to call the police, no one will come to arrest me. You should worry about yourself. Bai Zai snorted coldly, continuing to shoot at the zombies outside. Having never used a handgun before, his movements were clumsy and his aim poor. He only managed to hit a zombie's shoulder with that shot. Gradually finding his rhythm, he soon fired a third shot. This time, the bullet shattered a zombie's head like a watermelon. Caught off guard, Bai Zai nearly retched. Lu Yameng, however, was less fortunate. She vomited twice, expelling only bitter bile. Bai Zai steadied himself and continued to shoot. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 10 meters, yet even swifter and more accurate within that range. After a series of shots, this novice, who had never touched a gun, managed to hit the target each time. Fortunately, the door was sturdy enough to afford him time to practice. With each gunshot, the zombies outside fell one after another. Soon, there were no more zombies outside the door. Peering through the shattered glass, Bai Zai was met with a gruesome scene that nearly caused him to lose his composure. What a miscalculation. He quickly withdrew his gaze, his mind conjuring images from action films to distract himself, quickly forgetting the horrors outside. It seemed adapting to this apocalyptic environment was imperative. With a sigh, Bai Zai approached the only sofa in the warehouse and plopped down. Lu Yameng, having finished retching, sat on the opposite end of the sofa. Hey, give me some food. I'm starving. Bai Zai glanced at her dismissively, responding nonchalantly. This food could last several days. It cannot be wasted. With that, he retrieved a small bread roll from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. You talk about conserving food, yet you eat it now? Lu Yameng said, her teeth gritting in frustration. I need to kill zombies. My stamina depletes quickly. I can't go without food. He continued, pulling out a bag of milk. This scene made Lu Yuming's eyes gleam with desire, as if she could taste the milk herself. Yet, all she could do was lick her dry lips, unable to do anything else. Bai Zai, I realize my mistakes. I won't speak ill of you again. Please give me some food. Prolonged hunger had made her understand that nothing was worse than an empty stomach. Bai Zai chuckled, you want food? Kneel and beg me. What did you say? Don't push your luck. What if I do? Did you ever think about this day when you spoke ill of me? Lu Yameng was about to explode, but had to swallow her words. Better kneel now, or else there will be nothing left. With that, Bai Zai tossed aside the empty milk bag. Wait. Lu Yuming's pupils constricted, and her expression turned anxious. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. With that, Lu Yameng promptly knelt before him. Chapter 3 Reward Distribution. Seeing Lu Yameng kneeling before him, a smile crept across Bai Zai's lips. All the grievances he had endured over the years were released in that moment. He had fantasized countless scenarios of tormenting Lu Yameng, but nothing was as satisfying as witnessing her kneel before him. If you want food, simply do as I say. I will not hesitate to provide you with food if you perform well. Fine, Lu Yameng said, suppressing her anger. Bai Zai knew she was unwilling, but he was in no hurry. First, turn left 3 times, then right 3 times, he commanded. Lu Yameng, confused, complied with Bai Zai's request. Before long, she completed the task. Bai Zai then retrieved a pack of Wangzai steamed buns from his pocket, opened the packaging, and took one out. Lu Yuming's eager eyes were fixated on the food in his hand. In the next moment, Bai Zhe tossed the bun into the air, sending it flying in a parabolic arc toward Lu Yumeng. As she reached out to catch it, Bai Zhe's command rang out. No hands allowed. Catch it directly with your mouth. Lu Yumeng, taken aback, lowered her hands and focused her gaze, preparing to catch it with her mouth. However, her aim was slightly off. The Wangzai Xiao Mantu grazed her mouth's corner, bouncing lightly before falling to the ground. Instinctively, Lu Yumeng reached down to pick it up. I said no hands. It was only at that moment that she comprehended the implications. With a face full of anger, she glared at Bai Zhe and demanded, "What do you mean?" Bai Zhe chuckled lightly, dismissing her with a wave. "You may retrieve it, but I assure you, you will not receive even a morsel of food from me." Lu Yuming's expression shifted multiple times before she ultimately knelt, supporting herself with her hands and gradually lowering her upper body toward the ground. As her chest neared the floor, she opened her cherry-like lips and delicately retrieved the fallen Wangzai Xiao Mantu. Reluctant to swallow, the flavor spread rapidly within her mouth, and her saliva soon soaked the morsel, causing it to expand. Only when the last vestige of its taste faded did she reluctantly swallow. "I have done as you requested. Could you possibly grant me a little more food?" She gazed at the food in Bai Zhe's hand, repeatedly swallowing in anticipation. Bai Zhe casually extracted another piece from the packaging and tossed it into the air. Lu Yumeng hurriedly positioned herself to catch it, this time successfully grasping the food. "Well done, come here." Lu Yumeng approached Bai Zhe, her expression one of confusion. Bai Zhe extended his hand and gently caressed her slightly greasy hair. At that moment, Lu Yuming's face flushed crimson, a wave of intense humiliation washing over her. Yet, she dared not express her anger, for she realized that by submitting to Bai Zhe, she could obtain sustenance. "Could I have a bit more to eat? I'm truly famished," Lu Yumeng implored, her large, shimmering eyes captivating. "From now on, you shall address me as master. Utter it once for me to hear." Lu Yuming's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom his demand for such a humiliating utterance. "Impossible. Oh, so you no longer desire this food." As he spoke, Bai Zhe brought the morsel closer to his lips, tilting his head back as the food began to roll toward his mouth. Witnessing this, Lu Yumeng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, her stomach protesting once more. Resolving herself, she slowly opened her mouth, whispering in a minuscule voice, "Master." "Very good, take it and eat." Bai Zhe directly offered the snack to her. Lu Yumeng seized it eagerly, tears of joy welling in her eyes. She suddenly found this arrangement somewhat agreeable. Although it was shameful, she would no longer go hungry. The past few days had taught her that nothing was more unbearable than hunger. She even began to develop an infatuation with this feeling of being trained. Bai Zhe sneered and turned his attention away from her, gently pushing on the door, which did not budge. Frowning, he peeked outside, discovering that a horde of zombies had blocked the entrance. Thankfully, there was another door. This door led to the library corridor, from which one could access the cafeteria. He resolved to replenish his food supply at the cafeteria. Bai Zhe opened the door. "Where are you going?" Lu Yumeng asked, her expression one of confusion. "The food is gone. Naturally, I must seek more." "Will you return?" Worry flickered in Lu Yuming's eyes. Bai Zhe smirked. "Perhaps if I find an escape. I may not return. I will accompany you." Lu Yumeng, feeling a sense of urgency, hurried to follow him. Bai Zhe, rather patient now, did not rush to leave. "You wish for me to protect you?" Lu Yumeng nodded. "But why should I protect you? What can you offer me?" Lu Yumeng opened her mouth as if to respond, but hesitated. After a considerable pause, she bashfully replied, "I can obey your commands. I will do whatever you ask." "Whatever I command, you shall do." Bai Zhe's gaze drifted to Lu Yuming's neckline, where her fullness was faintly revealed. Lu Yumeng noticed his gaze and quickly crossed her arms over her chest. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she relaxed her furrowed brow, allowing her hands to fall. "As long as you can protect me, I am willing to do anything." She then raised her hand again, but this time to her shirt's buttons. As she unfastened them one by one, tears streamed down her cheeks. Throughout her 4 years in college, she had dated many boyfriends, but had preserved her final defenses. Determined to remain whole, she had wished to reserve her most precious gift for the one who would walk with her into marriage. Now, That most treasured possession was about to be offered to someone she once despised. She felt a deep sense of resentment. Yet, she had no choice. Survival was paramount. A wave of regret washed over her. If only she had treated Baize differently from the start, perhaps she would not have to pay such a price now. In the midst of her thoughts, Lu Yuming had fully shed her garments, lying on the sofa, ready for him to take. Baize, unreserved, intended to unleash the pent-up frustration of years. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Lu Yuming's loyalty. Rewards are being distributed. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped the room. A structure materialized in Baize's mind. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of joy illuminated his face. Chapter 4. Heading to the cafeteria within his space, a blueprint of a building lay prominently. With a thought, a 3D representation of the structure emerged above the blueprint. It appeared to be an ordinary building, 2 stories high. Yet, to Baize's delight, this was no ordinary edifice. He promptly examined the information on the blueprint. Building name, safe house level. Level 1 specifications. Accommodates 5 individuals upgrade cost. 1,000 points an additional floor is added upon upgrade. Description. When the apocalypse arrives. No place is safer than a safe house. Please locate an open area for construction. Upon reading this description, Baize began to envision himself within the safe house. Watching as people outside raged against the doors. However, before that, he needed to gather some food and leave the school. Fortunately, the school's location was somewhat isolated. Once he escaped, there would be ample open space. He glanced at Lu Yuming, who lay completely bare on the sofa. Stop crying. Weren't you just enjoying yourself? Hurry and put on your clothes. We are leaving. Oh, Lu Yuming softly replied, slowly rising to dress. Baize showed no mercy, even increasing the intensity, causing her to feel swollen in certain areas, making each movement cautious, afraid of causing pain. As she dressed, Lu Yuming's mind replayed the earlier scenes. She could hardly fathom Baize's ferocity. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction washed over her. The thought of following such a man in the future no longer seemed so objectionable, especially during their training sessions. Unbeknownst to her, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Baize remained oblivious to Lu Yuming's transformation. Soon, she limped over to his side. Hurry up, it shouldn't take so long to get dressed. Let us head to the cafeteria before it gets dark. Oh, Lu Yuming responded, a look of grievance on her face as she slowly caught up. Baize quickly opened the storeroom door. The library corridor was devoid of zombies, likely drawn away by the earlier gunfire. Baize swiftly traversed the corridor, arriving at the library's back door in no time. Turning around, he noticed Lu Yuming still struggling to keep pace. Frustrated by her slow movements, he shot her a glare. Lu Yuming felt a jolt of fear, overwhelmed by her sense of injustice. Ignoring her pain, she quickened her pace and soon caught up. Baize finally turned his attention back to the door. At that moment, on the route to the cafeteria, several zombies were meandering about. He discovered that if he ran fast enough, he could reach the cafeteria before the zombies arrived. However, he did not believe that Lu Yuming would be capable of such a feat if he were to shoot and eliminate the dozen or so zombies outside. It would likely attract even more. It seemed that a handgun was not a panacea after all. Alternative strategies were required. At that moment, he noticed a fire axe hanging in the nearby micro-fire station. He hurried over, retrieved the axe, and swung it through the air a couple of times to get a feel for its weight. His expression brightened. The axe was perfectly balanced in both heft and sharpness, undoubtedly sufficient for dispatching zombies. Having prior experience in close combat with the undead, he felt no fear. Grasping the fire axe, he stowed his handgun away and pushed the door open, charging towards the nearest zombie. With a decisive swing, he cleaved through, sending a head rolling to the ground. The sight startled Lu Yuming, prompting a shrill scream from her. The other zombies, drawn by the noise, began to lurch toward them. Baize shot her an annoyed glance before lunging at the approaching horde. The fire axe swung relentlessly, and one by one, the zombies fell. By this point, Baize had dispatched 5 of them, but he was already panting from exertion. There was no time to rest. As more zombies were closing in, he continued to wield the axe with fervor. Meanwhile, Lu Yuming stood by, momentarily a loss as she witnessed Baize's ferocity. He glanced at her, his irritation palpable. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and open the door." "Oh, right," she finally responded, sprinting towards the cafeteria. Baize resumed his assault on the zombies, and soon the last one fell. However, in the distance, more zombies were drawn by the commotion. Baize could not afford to rest. He dashed towards the cafeteria, only to find Lu Yumeng struggling to pull open the heavy door, which remained stubbornly shut. His anxiety spiked. Someone inside had locked it, with the zombies drawing closer. He could think of nothing else. He raised the fire axe and brought it crashing down onto the glass door. The sound of shattering glass echoed as shards cascaded to the floor. "Get inside." Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed through the jagged entrance, ignoring the danger of the shards. Fortunately, neither was injured. Baize scanned the empty cafeteria, noting that only the door to the kitchen was firmly shut. Over there, they sprinted towards the kitchen. But the zombies were gaining ground. If the kitchen door was also locked, they would truly be trapped. With a firm grip on the doorknob, Baize turned it, but did not budge. Their hearts sank. It was indeed locked from within. With the zombies closing in, Baize's expression hardened as he prepared to take desperate measures. Suddenly, Lu Yumeng burst into tears, pounding on the door. "Please, open up. Hurry." Just then, the door swung open. "Lu Yumeng," a slightly agitated male voice called from within. "Wang Tao, let us in." Recognizing the voice, Lu Yumeng's tone shifted with urgency. Wang Tao wasted no time, quickly opening a gap just wide enough for one person to slip through. Lu Yumeng darted inside. As Baize attempted to follow, he was halted by Wang Tao. "Baize, I didn't expect you to still be alive, but unfortunately, you can't come in." Wang Tao prepared to close the door. Baize would not allow that. He kicked the door hard, causing it to rebound and strike Wang Tao squarely on the forehead. Stunned, Wang Tao stumbled backward and fell. Seizing the opportunity, Baize slipped inside and promptly locked the door behind him. In the next moment, the zombies outside began to batter the door violently. The others in the room quickly pushed various objects against it to barricade their escape. Chapter 5. Lu Yumeng's unspoken feelings. Once inside, Baize surveyed the few individuals present. There were 3 people in total: Wang Tao, who lay on the floor, and 2 others, a man named Lu Yang and a woman named Xia Mo. Interestingly, both of these males had previously bullied Baize. They were Lu Yumeng's most ardent admirers and had frequently troubled Baize after she spread rumors about him. Baize was somewhat surprised to see Xia Mo, as she was not from this campus. She was a national goddess from the neighboring school, known for her beauty and numerous talents. Coming from a wealthy family, she had trained in music and dance from a young age, earning several international awards. Baize couldn't help but admire her for a moment. Xia Mo's stunning looks rivaled Lu Yumeng's, but her long, fair legs were particularly captivating, truly the legs of Baize's dreams. Feeling Baize's gaze upon her, Xia Mo became slightly uneasy. At that moment, Wang Tao rose from the ground. Anger etched on his face as he shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Cautious of the fire axe in Baize's hand, he kept his distance. Lu Yang stepped forward protectively in front of Lu Yumeng. "Don't be afraid, Yumeng. We're here. This creep won't harm you." "Yes, we will both protect you," Wang Tao added as he picked up 2 kitchen knives from a nearby counter, emboldened with weapons in hand. "Baisha, I can't believe you're still pursuing Lu Yumeng. If we weren't here, you might have succeeded by now." "Exactly. I didn't expect you to endure for so long, keeping your distance while secretly waiting for a chance to strike." "Don't worry, Yumeng. With us here, he can't hurt you." They chimed in unison. Meanwhile, Lu Yumeng felt a whirlwind of emotions. She could not articulate what she felt for Baize. Fear mingled with an inexplicable attachment. The memories of his gentle touch on her hair and his presence made her heart race with excitement. She could not comprehend these feelings, merely recognizing how comforting they were. "Wang Tao, Lu Yang," she thought to explain, but before she could speak, they interrupted her. "Yumeng, there's no need to thank us. You know our intentions. Even if you don't accept us, we won't let you suffer even the slightest harm. Yes, even if you don't accept us, we won't allow you to be bullied. Rest assured, we will protect you." Baize watched in disbelief. He had seen sycophants before, but never to this extent. Both men were competing for Lu Yumeng's affection. Yet here, they stood united in a singular cause to protect her. It was a spectacle of absurd devotion. While those who pander might occasionally receive some affection in return, These two had persisted in their unrequited devotion despite Lu Yuming's clear rejection. It was utterly ludicrous. What makes you so certain that Lu Yuming doesn't like me? Bai Shi retorted, unyielding. Like you? Everyone knows you harassed Lu Yuming in your freshman year. And when she bravely exposed your despicable actions, you resorted to stalking other girls. Now, the entire school knows you as a perverted voyeur. Exactly. Even the school dogs wouldn't look at you. Bai Zhe paid them no heed, directing his attention to Lu Yuming. Come here. Her heart raced, and she instinctively took a step forward, but Wang Tao and Lu Yong swiftly blocked her path. Yuming, don't listen to him. With us here, he can't hurt you. Yes, we will protect you with our lives. Stopped in her tracks, Lu Yuming looked back at Bai Zhe. Confusion etched on her face. Bai Zhe suddenly became curious. What would the expressions of those two sycophants be when they learned that Lu Yuming had already been with him? It must be quite a spectacle. Thinking of this, a wicked smile crept onto Bai Zhe's lips. Yuming, tell them who I am to you. Lu Yuming's heart trembled once more. Previously, Bai Zhe had ordered her to call him master, but in front of so many people, how could she utter such shameful words? Bai Zhe, are you trying to intimidate Yuming again? Let me tell you, we will never let your scheme succeed today. Just give up on that thought. You shall not lay a finger on Yuming. In the face of their aggressive words, Bai Zhe remained unfazed. He merely continued to gaze at Lu Yuming. Tell them, who am I to you? Bai Zhe's tone grew more insistent. This scene frightened Lu Yuming, causing her body to tremble. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to find a way to express those two words. Yet, if she remained silent, she worried that Bai Zhe might abandon her. The image of Bai Zhe slaying zombies filled her with a sense of security. She could not allow Bai Zhe to forsake her. She wanted to cling to him for life. With this thought, Lu Yuming uttered those two words amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. And Master. Chapter 6. Do you want to know what I did to her? Master? The two were taken aback, their expressions gradually becoming intriguing. Yuming, what are you saying? Did you make a mistake? Yes. Yuming, if he is coercing you, just blink. Lu Yuming's face grew even redder at their questions. She simply wished for the matter to pass quickly. Please don't ask any more. Lu Yuming spoke with a hint of pleading. Yuming, what is going on? Did this guy threaten you? Tell me. Yuming, what are you afraid of? He is just one person. What is there to fear with so many of us? Listening to their words, Lu Yuming could only lower her head in silence to avoid revealing her vulnerable side. However, the more she did so, the more agitated Wang Tao and Lu Yong became. Enough. Finally, Lu Yuming shouted in anger. The two immediately fell silent. They could not comprehend why Lu Yuming had suddenly become so coy. There was clearly someone backing her, yet she still spoke in such a manner. Seeing that they could not extract any information from Lu Yuming, they turned their attention to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, what exactly did you do to her? Bai Shi, do not let me find out that you threatened Yuming, or I will go after you. Bai Zhe sneered. Even if I did threaten her, what did you possibly do to me? If you threatened Yuming, I will kill you. Wang Tao brandished the kitchen knife in his hand, speaking fiercely. Yes, believe it or not, we will kill you. Lu Yong echoed. Bai Zhe adopted a nonchalant demeanor. What a joke. He had a gun on him. How could these two possibly harm him? Do you truly want to know what I did to Lu Yuming? The two thought Bai Zhe was frightened by their threats, their faces brimming with smugness. In their minds, Bai Zhe was a timid person who never retaliated against their bullying. Based on their understanding of Bai Zhe, he certainly lacked the courage to do anything to Lu Yuming. They did not consider a darker possibility. Honestly confess, how did you threaten Yuming? Speak quickly. If you do not want to be beaten, just tell me the truth. Observing their expressions, Bai Zhe could no longer conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. These two had bullied him relentlessly in the past, subjecting him to countless humiliations. He wanted them to experience despair before they met their end. What do you think a man and a woman can do alone in a warehouse? Naturally, they would do what is to be done. You little brat, clarify what you did to Yuming. Wang Tao's pupils contracted sharply. Bai Zhe, are you seeking death? Still refusing to speak? Lu Yong pretended not to understand. Wasn't what I said clear enough? Naturally, it involves matters of procreation. Bai Zhe teased the two. At this, Wang Tao was left speechless. Beside him, Xia Mo shyly turned her head away. How could he speak of such things in front of her? Wang Tao's expression shifted multiple times, from vacant to sorrowful, then perplexed, and finally to fierce. No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. Wang Tao glared fiercely at Bai Zhe, then turned to Lu Yumeng. Yumeng, tell me. What he said isn't true. Lu Yumeng did not respond, but silently walked towards Bai Zhe. This undoubtedly served as an affirmation that Bai Zhe's words were indeed true. He had truly been with Lu Yumeng. For a moment, Wang Tao found it hard to accept this reality, his mind going blank. Meanwhile, Lu Yang seemed unaware of what had transpired. By the time he came to, Lu Yumeng was almost at Bai Zhe's side. Yuqing, what happened to your leg? Why are you limping? At this moment, Lu Yang had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. However, Wang Tao had already discerned that Lu Yumeng was behaving this way due to having undergone something recently. There were no visible injuries or bruises on her leg, which left only one possibility. Bai Zhe's words were indeed true. Fool, Lu Yumeng has been defiled by Bai Zhe. Wang Tao looked at Lu Yang with a look of exasperation. Lu Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation after Wang Tao's reminder, also came to the realization. At this moment, his face was filled with rage, veins bulging. Bai Zhe, how dare you defile the pure Yumeng? I will fight you to the death. With that, Lu Yang charged forward, wielding the kitchen knife. Bai Zhe remained calm, reaching into his pocket and using his mind to summon the gun from thin air. In an instant, a pistol appeared in his hand. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Yang to regain his composure. He quickly halted, warily eyeing Bai Zhe. Do you think I would be afraid if you pulled out a fake gun? Although Lu Yang claimed to be unafraid, his heart raced uncontrollably. You can test whether this gun is real. With that, Bai Zhe disengaged the safety. Just a trick. Don't be afraid of him. He could never acquire a real gun. Don't forget we are in Longhua, and it is illegal to possess firearms here. After hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Yang felt reassured. This was indeed Longhua. Ordinary people could not possess firearms. Realizing this, Lu Yang charged at Bai Zhe again. Bai Zhe, how dare you defile my goddess? Even if the king of heaven himself came, he could not save you today. I swear. Enough noise. Bang. Bai Zhe gently pulled the trigger, and a bullet struck Lu Yang's arm. Blood quickly soaked his clothing. A sharp pain nearly caused him to faint. Lu Yang grimaced in agony. Unable to stand due to the intense pain, he collapsed to the ground, howling in torment. The reactions of the two beside him were vastly different. At this moment, Wang Tao had lost all of his previous ferocity. He could not comprehend how Bai Zhe had a gun. Did he rob the police station? Meanwhile, Xia Mo, resembling a frightened deer, cowered in the corner, afraid to make a sound. Bai Zhe looked at their reactions with a sense of satisfaction. He aimed the gun at Wang Tao, his voice cold as ice. Kneel. Brother Bai, let us talk this over, don't shoot. Without a second thought, Wang Tao dropped to his knees, forcing a smile onto his face. Seeing Wang Tao kneel, Bai Zhe then pointed the gun at Lu Yang. You kneel too. Lu Yang, dragging his injured arm, wore an expression of excruciating pain, having lost all his previous bravado. Though slow, he complied with Bai Zhe's command and knelt. As he looked down at the two kneeling before him, Bai Zhe felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The humiliation he had endured over the years was finally released. Although many others had bullied him, most had turned into zombies by now. Subsequently, Bai Zhe raised the gun's muzzle, and with 2 shots, he ended the lives of both individuals. Chapter 7. Escape from the school. Bai Zhe's heart was remarkably calm. He felt no fear from his first act of killing. On the contrary, he experienced a thrill akin to that of vanquishing an enemy. The scenes of his past torment at their hands flashed vividly through his mind. He vowed that from this day forth, he would allow no one to bully him again, and he would stand tall amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic world. As Bai Zhe fired his second shot, the zombies outside were relentlessly battering the door. The door's condition was dire, seemingly on the verge of collapse. He glanced at Xia Mo, who was cowering in the corner. At that moment, Xia Mo had long since shed her demure demeanor, her face pale with fear. He approached her gently. Do not be anxious. I will not harm you. Xia Mo finally looked up, only to lower her gaze once more in fear upon meeting Bai Zhe's eyes. Seeing her in such a state, Bai Zhe had little time to dwell on it. The zombies would soon break in, and he needed to gather all the food in the vicinity into his space. After instructing Lu Yumeng to look after Xia Mo, Baizé dashed toward the storeroom in the cafeteria designated for vegetables. Upon opening the storeroom door, a bounty of food lay before him, an entire warehouse filled with vegetables and meat. Baizé did not pause to count. He hurriedly began to stuff the items into his space. Cucumber, eggplant, tomato, eggs, chicken, beef, everything commonly found in the market was present. Fortunately, the school cafeteria had consistently provided excellent meals, offering a variety of dishes daily. Thus, the storeroom was well stocked with an assortment of vegetables and meats. In no time, the food accumulated to fill a 10 cubic meter space. This supply would sustain him for years. Next, Baizé turned his attention to the spices. Frequently used in the school, these spices were stored in burlap sacks. Ultimately, Baizé collected 5 sacks of salt, 1 sack of sugar, and dozens of other spices, each in sacks or half sacks. He also gathered several boxes of bottled condiments, including vinegar, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Even the cooking utensils were placed into his space. Now, the entire kitchen was devoid of any remnants. Even the tables and chairs had been removed. Upon seeing that there was nothing left to take, Baizé returned to his original spot. At this moment, Xiaomo had calmed considerably under Lu Yuming's reassurance. Baizé first checked the door, discovering that it had begun to warp and was close to giving way. He quickly turned to Xiaomo. I now present you with 2 choices. Either you leave with me and become my woman, or you perish here with these 2. Xiaomo's pupils constricted in shock. Baizé, I know you're a good person. Can you help me? Baizé, I beg you. You already have Lu Yumeng. You do not need me. Take me with you. I have plenty of money at home, and I can give you as much as you desire. Xiaomo had certainly heard of Baizé's past exploits. As a significant topic of interest at school, how could she not know? In her mind, Baizé was a peeping Tom. Now, having witnessed him kill 2 individuals and armed with a gun, he was undeniably a terrorist. To become Baizé's woman was a fate more unbearable than death. Upon hearing Xiaomo's response, Baizé's expression darkened. Money. Do you believe money holds any value now? Do not think that you can smooth everything over with a few pieces of currency. I tell you, we are in an apocalypse. Try offering a zombie money and see if it spares you. Xiaomo trembled at his words, her beautiful legs quaking uncontrollably. She understood the harsh reality Baizé spoke of. This was indeed an apocalypse, and what use was her wealth now? In times of prosperity, a woman's worth is measured in gold, but in turmoil, it is merely a sack of rice. She grasped this principle, yet she could not resign herself to the fact that such an extraordinary beauty as herself would fall so easily into Baizé's hands, especially one who was a peeping Tom and a murderer. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to her. However, she had no choice now, as the zombies had breached the door, and one had begun to poke its head through. Upon witnessing those grotesque faces, Xiaomo felt a chill run down her spine. She could not bear to imagine becoming such a creature. How hideous would she appear? Would anyone recognize her once her delicate skin turned dark and dry? No, no, no. I refuse to die. I cannot die. I do not want to become a zombie. I do not want to become ugly. Xiaomo suddenly broke into a frenzy. Yet despite her distress, her beauty still eclipsed that of the other girls at school. Observing the stunning beauty before him, Baizé felt his resolve waver, but only enough to offer her one more chance to choose. If she did not make a decision soon, he would unhesitatingly turn and leave. Once more, do you wish to be my woman? Xiaomo shuddered again, her demeanor abruptly shifting to one of calm. Faced with death, perhaps becoming Baizé's woman was not such an unacceptable fate after all. All right, I agree to be your woman. Upon hearing this, Baizé gently embraced her, and at that moment, Xiaomo's information appeared before him. Name, Xiaomo. Attractiveness, 92. Bust, E-cup. Loyalty, 10. Instances of affection, 0. After reading the details, Baizé felt the softness of her delicate body in his arms. Meanwhile, Xiaomo, taken aback by Baizé's sudden embrace, instinctively began to squirm. Her ample bosom brushed against Baizé's chest, igniting a primal urge within him. Had the circumstances been different, he would have acted on those instincts. Reluctantly, he released her, still lingering in the scent of her subtle fragrance. Just then, the zombie had half of its body through the door. Time was of the essence. They needed to leave quickly. With that, The three of them dashed toward the kitchen's exit intended for transporting vegetables. Soon, they emerged into the outside world, finding themselves in the most secluded part of the school, free from zombies. Their only options for escape were to either exit through the main gate, teeming with zombies, or scale the wall. The main gate was swarming with the undead, making it nearly impossible to leave through there. Thus, only the latter option remained. At that moment, the three stood beneath a 2-meter-high wall. As the two women were not adept at climbing, they could only fret below. Baizé had no choice but to allow them to sit on his shoulders one by one and hoist them up. The two women, dressed in relatively revealing attire, took the opportunity to squeeze him as he lifted them, eliciting startled gasps from both. Fortunately, they soon climbed up to the top of the wall. Baizé took a running leap, grasped the wall, and propelled himself upward as well. Then came a descent. The two women hesitated to jump down, so Baizé had to leap first to catch them. After considerable effort, the two finally made their way down. Once outside the school, the trio breathed a sigh of relief. "Follow me." Without pausing for rest, Baizé eagerly led them in a specific direction. Ahead lay a vast expanse of open land behind school. He had decided to establish his safe haven there. Chapter 8. The safest sanctuary. The two women followed Baizé in a frantic dash. At this moment, they could no longer maintain their ladylike composure. Lu Yumeng endured the discomfort of certain areas chafing from the exertion of running. Soon, they reached the open space behind the school. "Master, why have we come here?" Lu Yumeng asked naturally. After the earlier events, Lu Yumeng had grown increasingly fond of Baizé, particularly during the moments when he dispatched Wang Tao and Lu Yang. She felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Furthermore, she no longer resisted addressing Baizé as master, as if it were an entirely natural occurrence. She even longed for Baizé to stroke her hair once more. Upon hearing Lu Yumeng's words, Baizé paused. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Why had she called him master without his prompting? Contemplating this, Baizé accessed Lu Yumeng's information. Name, Lu Yumeng, attractiveness, 91, bust, a pair of D cups, loyalty, 99, maintenance count, 1. Due to experiencing domestic violence from her father since childhood, she developed psychological issues that led her to become enamored with the sensation of being dominated and trained. Baizé was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Yumeng's troubled past, which explained her unusual behavior today. He had previously wondered why she accepted his humiliating treatment. It turned out to be her preference. However, another question arose. Why had this information not appeared during his initial review? Could it be due to insufficient loyalty, or perhaps a lack of close contact? Unable to decipher the reason, Baizé chose to focus on more pressing matters. With a mere thought, architectural blueprints materialized in his hand. He waved his hand, and the blueprints fluttered in the air like a gentle breeze. In the next moment, the entire blueprint instantaneously expanded, transforming into a building. This was the safe house he had envisioned earlier. Simultaneously, two beams of light entered Lu Yumeng and Xiaomo's bodies, and the two, who had been astonished moments before, returned to their normal states as if the house had always existed. Without pausing to marvel at the system's wonders, Baizé hastily entered the metallic safe house before him. Upon opening the door, he was awestruck by the impressive alloy security door, approximately 50 centimeters thick. This door could easily withstand not just bullets, but even cannon fire. The walls were constructed of exceptionally hard metal, measuring a thickness of around 70 to 80 centimeters. The glass was double-layered bulletproof, adorned with protective railings. It would be impossible for anyone to enter through the windows. The entire safe house's security rating was off the charts. Inside, the living room was extravagantly decorated, featuring a row of genuine leather sofas with massage functions against the wall. A massive projector cast images onto the pristine white wall. Adjacent to the living room were a dining room and kitchen, with a grand dining table at the center, adorned with an array of decorative items, though regrettably, there was no food. Baizé then explored the other rooms. The safe house boasted 5 bedrooms, each with its own private bathroom, as well as a recreational room and a gym. After surveying all the rooms, a system notification appeared. You can use points to increase the number of floors. Each increase costs 1,000 points. Points can be acquired by enhancing women's loyalty and offspring. The higher the woman's attractiveness, the more points you receive. As the notification faded, a game-like interface materialized in Zay's mind. Upgrade, unlock, repair, intelligence. Zay quickly selected the first panel. Subsequently, his attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Zay, strength, 10, agility, 12, stamina, 8, charm, 10. Spending 50 points allows for a permanent increase of 1 attribute point. Seeing this prompt, Zay was thrilled. As long as he continued rescuing women, he could ceaselessly enhance his abilities. He then focused on the unlock option, the one that consumed 1,000 points to add a floor, which would accommodate more inhabitants. Next, he examined the repair option. This was straightforward. It was for repairing the safe house. Since the safe house had not been attacked, there was no need for repairs. Finally, he looked at the last option, curious about the purpose of the intelligence feature. Upon opening it, 3 photographs appeared instantaneously. Zay felt a rush of excitement. The women in the photographs were stunning, each rivaling Lu Yumeng and Xia Mo in beauty. However, when Zay attempted to view detailed information about one of the women, he was met with a notification indicating insufficient points. Each view required 10 points. Reluctantly, he could only admire the photos and the basic information provided. The 3 women were identified as a teacher, a student, and a nurse, all with attractiveness ratings above 90, each possessing unique physical attributes. Regrettably, the information did not reveal their locations. It was evident that he needed to acquire points swiftly. With a thought, the information vanished from Zay's mind, proving to be quite convenient. The priority now was to garner points. His gaze inevitably fell upon Xia Mo. As a 92 rated beauty, he wondered how many points she could contribute. Xia Mo felt intimidated under Zay's gaze and quickly averted her eyes, but proved futile. Zay approached her, grasped her hand, and led her toward the bedroom. Xia Mo looked to Lu Yumeng for help, but Lu Yumeng merely smiled, showing no intention of intervening. Thus, Xia Mo was brought into the bedroom. Though reluctant, she had previously promised Zay to be his woman, so she did not resist and cooperated with him in a series of actions. Congratulations, host has gained Xia Mo's loyalty. Loyalty exceeding 50 results in doubled rewards. Congratulations, host has earned 150 points. Zay felt a surge of joy. He hadn't anticipated such unexpected gains. Merely obtaining Xia Mo had granted him 300 points. He quickly donned his clothing, while Xia Mo began to dress as well. Perhaps due to their intimate encounter, she felt less frightened of Zay and even assisted him in adjusting his attire. Taking advantage of the moment, Zay playfully squeezed her curvaceous form. "Don't be silly," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. "What are you afraid of? You made quite a commotion. They must have heard you outside," Zay teased further. Xia Mo's face reddened even more. This was her first experience, and she had initially anticipated it to be a painful ordeal, yet it turned out to be utterly delightful. Soon, both were fully dressed. At that moment, Zay noticed through the window several panicked figures rushing toward the safe house. Focusing intently, he quickly recognized them. There were several athletes from school, individuals who had once bullied him. Their arrival was perfectly timed. A slight smirk appeared on Zay's lips. He then noticed a frail figure trailing behind the athletes. Chapter 9. The teacher, Su Runyan. Soon, he discerned the identity of the frail figure. He was quite familiar with her. It was his teacher, Su Runyan. At 23 years old, she was exceptionally beautiful, and her habit of wearing makeup endeared her to nearly everyone in the school. Her voluptuous figure was enough to make anyone's heart race. She was also the only person who had never looked down on him. Thus, Zay held a fondness for her, even nurturing some romantic feelings. After all, there was merely a 3-year age gap between them, making such sentiments quite natural, especially since many students were enamored with her. However, Su Runyan maintained a safe distance from her students in this regard and had not been rumored to have any affairs. Nevertheless, Zay had no intention of forcing her into anything. As night descended, the 4 figures outside the safe house appeared frantic as they ran. "We finally made it out. I'm utterly exhausted," Liu gasped. "I can't take it anymore. I need to rest. I can barely move." Li Dongdong slumped to the ground, looking despondent. Li Yifei had no choice but to halt as well. He glanced back at Su Runyan, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "You call yourselves athletes? You've barely run any distance, and already you're spent, Li Yifei mocked. Please refrain from making light of the situation. Have you forgotten how long we managed to evade those zombies at school? Li Leiyu expressed his irritation. Indeed, if it weren't for our swift escape, we would not have made it out today, Li Dongdong concurred. All right, I was just joking with you guys, Li Yifei said with a mischievous grin. Glancing behind him before continuing, would you fellows like to seek a little amusement? What sort of amusement? Li Leiyu inquired, puzzled. Li Dongdong quickly leaned in. His curiosity piqued. Li Yifei wore a lewd smile and gestured towards Su Runyun. How about we try our luck with the teacher? The two followed Li Yifei's gaze. That wouldn't be appropriate. After all, she is our teacher. If my mother found out, I would be in serious trouble. Li Leiyu replied, conflicted. While the thought crosses my mind, she is indeed our teacher. Li Dongdong had his reservations despite his interest. What is there to fear? We are living in an apocalypse. Even if we were to harm her, no one would know it was us, Li Yifei scoffed. As he spoke of violence, both boys' expressions shifted uneasily. They glanced at Su Runyun, and their throats grew dry at the sight of her alluring figure. A fire ignited within their hearts. All right, where shall we act? Look over there. When did a building appear behind the school? Li Dongdong pointed towards Bai Zai's safe house. Who cares? We'll rest here tonight. And under the cover of darkness, we can. Having quickly finalized their plans, Su Runyun caught up with them. Su teacher, please take a seat and rest for a moment. Yes, Su teacher, there are no zombies around here. All right, then let us rest here, Su Runyun replied, glancing back and patting her racing heart. This scene ignited an even greater desire within the trio, who longed to possess her immediately. Su teacher, there's a house over there. Why don't we rest there? Perhaps we might even find some food. All right. Su Runyun looked towards the safe house, her face reflecting confusion, but she acquiesced. After resting for a while, the four made their way to the safe house. Bai Zai had been observing their movements from within and slowly descended the stairs upon their arrival. During this time, he had exchanged 300 points for 6 attribute points, all of which he allocated to strength. Subsequently, he noticed some changes in his physique. His previously invisible muscles had become quite pronounced, and he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Objects that once seemed immovable were now easily lifted. Thrilled by these transformations, Bai Zai made his way to the first floor, just as Li Yifei and the others knocked on the door. Hearing the knocking, Bai Zai could hardly contain his eagerness to confront the trio. He intended to repay them 100-fold for all they had done to him in school. Soon, he opened the security door, much to the astonishment of the three outside. Baisha, what are you doing here? Li Yifei asked, but their expressions quickly turned hostile. Bai Zai, this house can't possibly belong to you. Li Leiyu sneered, his arrogance palpable. Hee, starting today, this place is ours. You can vacate. Li Yifei unabashedly revealed his greed. What are you talking about? We are classmates. How can you steal someone else's home? At that moment, Su Runyun stepped forward. Addressing Bai Zai, could you allow us to stay here for a night? If it's yours, of course you can. They cannot. Bai Zai pointed at the trio behind him. Upon hearing this, the three erupted in fury. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Baisha, I'll give you another chance to rephrase that, Li Yifei warned. Don't think we one dare to strike you just because Su teacher is here. Bai Zai remained unmoved, which caused the veins on their foreheads to bulge with anger. They felt insulted. A former victim now dared to confront them with such defiance, which they could not tolerate. Bai Zai's confidence stemmed from having assessed their attributes as he opened the door. Among the three, Li Yifei had the highest strength attribute at 13 points, yet he still fell short by 3 compared to Bai Zai. The other two possessed 11 points each. He speculated that a normal person's strength points should be around 10. As physical education students, they had slightly higher values. With his superior strength and a handgun in hand, Bai Zai felt emboldened to face them. I said, you three are no match for me. Do I need to repeat myself? His tone grew increasingly frigid. Baisha, you'll soon learn why the flowers bloom so red. Li Yifei's face contorted with rage as he rolled up his sleeves, eager to teach Bai Zai a lesson. He lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Bai Zai's abdomen. Bai Zai responded in kind, raising his leg to kick back. Just when they expected Bai Zai to be knocked down by Li Yifei's kick, he unexpectedly stumbled backward, propelled 5 or 6 meters away by Bai Zai's strike. The three were momentarily stunned. Chapter 10. You should comply. They quickly turned to Lia Fei, who lay on the ground, unmoving. After a while, he groaned in pain. Lia Fei, are you all right? Su Runyan rushed to check on him. At that moment, Lia Fei's face was devoid of color, appearing as though he had suffered a severe impact. Bai Zhe had exerted his full strength in that blow, wanting to test just how powerful he had become. Satisfied with the outcome, he mused that with a bit more strength, he could have knocked someone unconscious with a single kick. Seeing Lia Fei's miserable state, Li Lei Yu and Li Dongdong charged at Bai Zhe with fierce expressions. Bai Zhe cautiously observed the two. Although he currently possessed greater strength, he was aware that two fists could not contend with four hands, and he could not find an opportunity for a lethal strike in such a short time. Furthermore, he was reluctant to use his gun, as the sound would attract zombies, surrounding his safe house with danger. Soon, Bai Zhe found an opening. As Li Lei Yu exposed a vulnerability, Bai Zhe swiftly stomped on his calf. Ah! Li Lei Yu cried out in agony, dropping to one knee, his knee sinking into the mud. With only one adversary remaining, the situation became much simpler. Bai Zhe delivered a powerful kick to Li Dongdong's abdomen, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away, rolling on the ground in pain. In mere moments, all three had been subdued by Bai Zhe. Observing their plight only fueled Bai Zhe's hunger for vengeance. The humiliation he had endured over the years was far from over. 3 years prior, these three had violated a young girl barely in her teens. Out of fear, she had fallen to her death from a dilapidated building. Terrified of being discovered, they buried her body and even disfigured her face with a shovel. Having witnessed their heinous act, Bai Zhe had been threatened and intimidated by them for the past 3 years. Slowly, he approached the nearest, Li Lei Yu, gripping his hair tightly. The sharp pain in his scalp elicited a pained wail from him. Bai Zhe, I beg you, spare me. He pleaded with great difficulty. Spare you? Does that phrase not sound familiar? When I begged you to spare me back then, did you ever consider that today might come? Bai Zhe's voice was chilling, as if he were a messenger from the underworld. Li Lei Yu was terrified. He had never seen Bai Zhe like this. He felt that the current Bai Zhe was more fearsome than death itself. Lia Fei and Li Dongdong were not faring any better. The intense pain in their abdomens rendered them incapable of standing, let alone fleeing. I truly understand my wrongs. I beg you to forgive me. Li Lei Yu choked out. Then go repent in hell. With that, Bai Zhe prepared to deliver a kick. Stop. Su Runyan observed the precarious situation and, disregarding the imminent danger, rushed over, exclaiming, You cannot kill him. This is a crime. Bai Zhe halted his actions, staring at Su Runyan with a look of bewilderment. A crime? Have you not witnessed how those three mercilessly took the life of a girl with far more brutal methods? You speak nonsense. The three individuals appeared utterly terrified. Clearly, Su Runyan did not believe Bai Zhe's words. With firm conviction, she asserted, Bai Zhe, I command you in the name of the teacher to release them. Do you truly wish to protect them? Su Runyan nodded resolutely. Bai Zhe let out a cold laugh, his favorable impression of her evaporating. He knew these three would not be compliant. He intended to make Su Runyan realize her mistake. Get out of here, leaving behind a warning. Bai Zhe retreated into the safe house, shutting the security door behind him. The three, feeling a sense of relief, still struggled to stand. With Su Runyan's assistance, they gradually managed to rise. As night fell, and given their injuries, Su Runyan decided to take them to a nearby abandoned house for rest. After a long day and several days without food, their stomachs began to rumble. Coincidentally, the aroma of food wafted from the safe house, making it even more unbearable for the four of them. Thus, they endured the first half of the night with great difficulty. By dawn, the pain in the three had lessened significantly. They began exchanging glances. Observing the drowsy Su Runyan, their desires reignited. Soon, Lia Fei made his move. He stealthily approached Su Runyan and gently lifted her top. A glimpse of her fair skin was instantly revealed to the three. At this sight, their yearning intensified, their bodies responding instinctively. Perhaps sensing a cool breeze against her chest, Su Runyan awoke, her eyes fluttering open to the sight of the three gazing at her with insatiable greed. What are you doing? Her drowsiness vanished, replaced by a chilling fear. Su Laosher, I long to possess you. Your body must be incredibly fragrant. Li Yifei displayed a frenzied expression. Su Laosher, just submit to us, and we will ensure your comfort. Li Leiyu echoed with a similarly lascivious grin. Su Laosher, the three of us can certainly satisfy you. Please do not resist. At this moment, the three positioned themselves to completely block any possible escape routes for Su Runyan. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. In that instant, fear gripped Su Runyan. She could not comprehend how these seemingly obedient students had transformed into this. Su Laosher, if you do not cooperate, it will be quite painful for you. Li Yifei declared as he seized her garment and forcefully tore it away. Su Runyan was left with only a camisole, her delicate shoulders exposed to the three. In that moment, she finally comprehended their intentions. No, I am your teacher. You cannot do this. Thank you for not believing Bai Zhe, but regrettably, I must inform you that everything he said is true. Li Yifei spoke in a slow, sinister tone. At that moment, Su Runyan's mind went blank with shock. She had wrongly accused Bai Zhe. As the three advanced toward her, her heart filled with regret. Why had she not investigated the matter thoroughly? Why had she not heeded Bai Zhe's warning? Li Yifei lunged again, tearing her skirt away, exposing her beautiful legs. Their eyes filled with even greater greed. A single tear escaped Su Runyan's eye. She regretted her choices. Yet, faced with three powerful men, she felt utterly powerless to escape. Slowly, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the nightmare ahead. Bang, bang, bang. As three gunshots rang out, Su Runyan's eyes flew open in terror, witnessing the three collapsing into a pool of blood. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from a distance. It was Bai Zhe. Her voice trembled with anticipation. Chapter 11. Fever. As the figure drew closer, she finally recognized him. It was Bai Zhe. Su Runyan let out a sigh of relief, but soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing her to faint. Bai Zhe had intended to inquire whether he was in the wrong, but upon seeing Su Runyan collapse, he hurried over. Gently touching her forehead, Bai Zhe frowned. It was burning hot. Su Runyan had a high fever. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and headed toward the safe house. Su Runyan's consciousness was hazy, yet she felt herself cradled in a warm, comforting embrace. Soon, a bright light appeared before her eyes. She sensed voices calling her name, two familiar female voices, though she couldn't quite place them. Next, she felt herself being placed on a soft bed. A chill enveloped her, causing her body to tremble. After a while, a pair of large hands removed her only piece of intimate clothing. She wanted to resist, but her body was immobilized. Only her consciousness remained. In no time, those hands began to explore her body, and soon, warmth coursed through her as the chill subsided. She detected the scent of alcohol in the air. Then, those hands gently covered her with a blanket. After hearing the door close, she fell into unconsciousness. Bai Zhe softly closed the door. How is Su Laosher? Lu Yumeng inquired with concern. I don't know. I applied some alcohol to her. Hopefully, her fever will subside by tomorrow. That's good. Lu Yumeng sighed in relief. Then shyly added, Master, I have prepared hot water for you. Shall I assist you with washing up? Observing Lu Yumeng before him, Bai Zhe felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, as if she were a completely different person from the one he found irritating before. All right. With that, Bai Zhe headed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Xia Mo watched everything unfold. She understood that to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, one had to please Bai Zhe, just like Lu Yumeng. Yet, her inherent pride made her resist such a notion vehemently. Having been a princess at home for 18 years, the idea of becoming a servant to a man was utterly unacceptable to her. However, if she could not demonstrate her value, she risked being discarded by Bai Zhe at any moment. This thought was even harder to bear. She was already aware of how secure this place was. Being cast out into the zombie-infested world was absolutely out of the question. Thus, she needed to prove her worth to win Bai Zhe's favor and secure her place in the safe house. But what value could she offer? Her beauty? Yet, there were two other women in the room, both of whom matched her looks. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could sing and dance. She had won numerous awards internationally. Life here would undoubtedly become monotonous, but with her presence, he would never be bored. Xia Mo felt invigorated by this thought. Soon, she changed into her dance attire. the only piece she had on her. She approached the bathroom, her heart racing. Mimicking Lu Yumeng, she asked, "Master, would you like me to perform a dance for you? Come in." Upon hearing this, Xia Mo breathed a sigh of relief and stepped inside. Lacking music, she began singing to herself and danced gracefully. Bai Zhe reclined lazily in the bath, watching the enchanting figure of Xia Mo, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Now, with two stunning school beauties, one bathing him and the other dancing to entertain him. If their classmates from the two prestigious schools were to learn of this, he feared they would drown him in their envy. Yet, even if they knew, what difference would it make? They had all turned into zombies. The thought of zombies made Bai Zhe's brow furrow in contemplation. Because he had just intervened to save Su Ruinyun, the gunfire had attracted a multitude of zombies, leaving the vicinity of his safe house swarming with them. Fortunately, he had gathered a considerable amount of food from the school cafeteria, sufficient to sustain them for a while. However, Su Ruinyun was now running a fever, and if it did not subside by the next day, it could pose a grave danger. In the absence of any medication, a fever could prove fatal. Bai Zhe closed his eyes, choosing to dismiss these troubling thoughts, determined to savor the beautiful moments at hand. Early the next morning, Bai Zhe awoke with the dawn. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a lavish breakfast spread before him, all prepared by Liu Yuming. It must be said that Liu Yuming's culinary skills were exceptional, surpassing even those of professional chefs. After washing up, he enjoyed the meal. Once satisfied, Bai Zhe made his way to Su Ruinyun's room. At that moment, she was still asleep. He reached out to touch her forehead, relieved to find her fever had diminished after the application of alcohol. Just then, Su Ruinyun stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes. "Bai Zhe, thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I might have." Su Ruinyun paused, her stomach growling audibly. In these days of the apocalypse, she had hardly eaten properly. Coupled with the exhaustion from the previous night's ordeal, she felt utterly depleted. If she did not eat soon, she feared she would not last much longer. "Do not speak, just eat." Bai Zhe gently lifted a bowl of millet porridge. "Thank you, I can manage myself," Su Ruinyun protested, attempting to reach for the bowl. But Bai Zhe stopped her. "Open your mouth." He scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to her lips. Despite her reluctance, she complied and swallowed the porridge. It was her first experience of being fed by one of her students. Given her youth and the closeness in age with her students, she had always been cautious to maintain a distance from the male students to avoid any misunderstandings. She feared developing feelings for a student, concerned about the implications for her reputation. At that moment, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and she felt a warm blush spread across her cheeks. What exactly happened between us last night? She struggled to distinguish reality from dreams, but upon awakening, she had realized her clothes were all removed. Fortunately, she felt no discomfort, which brought her a measure of relief. "You had a fever last night, and I applied alcohol to help you," Bai Zhe stated matter-of-factly, offering another spoonful of porridge to her. Hearing this, Su Ruinyun's cheeks reddened further. "Then you must have seen everything. What is there to fear? You will be my woman sooner or later. What difference does it make if I see you now or later?" "Bai Zhe, I am your teacher, and I am older than you," she retorted, burying her face in the covers. Bai Zhe gently lifted the blanket and leaped onto the bed, grasping her wrists with both hands, inching closer to her face. Just as their faces were about to touch, he whispered in her ear, "So what if you are older? Mine is bigger." Chapter 12. Su Ruinyun's heart stirred, Su Ruinyun's pupils dilated. What kind of brazen words were these? Did he mean to? Su Ruinyun dared not continue this line of thought. After all, she was Bai Zhe's teacher, despite their mere 3-year age difference. She could never engage in a relationship that defied ethical standards. "Bai Zhe, we cannot," she protested, struggling against him. Yet she was too weak, and with him holding her wrists, she had no strength to resist. The more she struggled, the more pain radiated from her wrists, and tears began to well in her eyes. Just when she believed she could not escape Bai Zhe's grasp, he suddenly released her. "You are still unwell. You should rest properly," he said before exiting the room without a backward glance. Su Ruinyun watched his retreating figure in a daze. Yet, why did she feel a pang of disappointment within her heart? Memories of the previous night replayed in her mind, just as those 3 fiends were about to violate her. Bai Zhe had appeared like a hero, pulling her back from the brink of despair. Afterward, he had helped her cool down and fed her. She had always enjoyed tales of heroic rescues, and thus, she longed for a boyfriend akin to a hero. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Ruinyan felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. She suddenly found Bai Zhe quite admirable. Though he could be domineering, he was undeniably masculine and possessed a tender side. Compared to those overseas doctoral candidates who pursued her, Bai Zhe was refreshingly straightforward and did not resort to flowery words to win her over. She recalled the sense of safety she had felt while resting in Bai Zhe's embrace, a feeling she had only ever experienced in her father's arms. Perhaps I should attempt to accept him. Meanwhile, after leaving Su Ruinyan's room, Bai Zhe descended to the first floor. Through the window, he observed a throng of zombies relentlessly assaulting the safe house. The walls were smeared with the black blood of the undead. Fortunately, the safe house was secure. They could not breach it. However, this also meant he could not venture outside. If he could not leave, how could he strengthen his family or revive humanity? At that moment, he noticed that the versatile weapon from his spatial storage had reverted to its box form. Remembering that this miraculous weapon transformed into various arms daily, he quickly retrieved it. Soon, a crossbow appeared in his hands. Bai Zhe was filled with excitement at the sight of the crossbow. While firearms possessed great power, they also produced loud noises. A single shot could be heard for miles, attracting even more zombies. However, crossbows were different. Though less powerful, they were quieter, and with infinite ammunition, he could systematically eliminate the zombies. With this thought, he sprang into action. The sooner he cleared out these zombies, the sooner he could venture forth to gather beautiful women. The bulletproof glass of the safe house could not be opened, so he decided to head to the rooftop. Fortunately, the safe house was equipped with an elevator that led directly to the terrace. There was no need to worry about safety on the rooftop, as the mechanisms could only be accessed internally. Attempting to force it open would be a futile effort. It was wiser to consider how to unlock the security door. Thus, safety was assured. Before long, Bai Zhe entered the elevator, which was further secured by identity verification. This meant that only those permitted by Bai Zhe could use it. Selecting the rooftop, the elevator activated, and he ascended. The rooftop was enclosed by a railing, preventing anyone from accidentally falling. As he approached the edge, the zombies below took notice of him, stretching out their hands in an attempt to grasp him. Bai Zhe raised the crossbow, squinting one eye to aim, then pulled the trigger. Instantly, four bolts flew forth, piercing a zombie's skull like a beehive, even protruding from the back of its head. Seeing the crossbow's power, Bai Zhe felt satisfied. At that moment, the advantages of the crossbow became apparent. There was no painful recoil, and it did not produce a loud noise that would attract more zombies. Once a bolt was released, the next one automatically loaded. He merely had to disengage the safety and pull the trigger. It was exceedingly convenient. Thus, throughout the morning, Bai Zhe remained atop the terrace, eliminating zombies. By the time Liu Yumin called him for lunch, half of the zombies had been dispatched. Returning to the safe house, he found a bountiful lunch awaiting him, 4 dishes and a soup, with 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Such a level of sustenance was indeed rare during the apocalypse. Had it been before the cataclysm, they would not have even glanced at these foods. Yet now, the 3 women cherished every morsel, leaving not a scrap to waste. After the meal, Liu Yumin took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Bai Zhe continued to play the role of the master. As he prepared to continue clearing the zombies on the rooftop, Su Ruinyan called out to him. Bai Zhe, wait a moment, I have something to say to you. Bai Zhe turned back, puzzled. What is it? Could you come closer? I want to speak to you privately. Bai Zhe walked directly towards Su Ruinyan. As he approached, her chest began to rise and fall rapidly, and a faint blush adorned her delicate face. Su Ruinyan had never had a boyfriend, nor had she ever been attracted to anyone of the opposite sex. She was uncertain of what true affection felt like. She believed that loving someone should resemble the devotion her mother had for her father, always by his side. Seeing Bai Zhe draw near, she finally mustered her courage and whispered in his ear, I think I have genuinely developed feelings for you. But could you give me a little more time? I am not yet ready to give myself to you. Bai Zhe was taken aback for a few seconds, unable to believe that Su Ruinyan had indeed confessed her feelings. He had prepared himself to let her go. Though he harbored deep affection for her, he would never force her. Especially since Su Runyan had never looked down on him throughout their university years. Despite being consumed with desire, he restrained his impulses and refrained from claiming her. Over the years, many had pursued Su Runyan, all exceptionally talented, yet she had rejected them all, leading him to believe she had high standards. Although he had fantasized about being with her, he knew it was an unattainable dream. Yet today, Su Runyan had openly declared her affection for him. If the boys at school were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. After all, Su Runyan was revered as the goddess among all the male students. However, from this day forward, she belonged solely to Bai Zhe. "It's all right, I will give you time," Bai Zhe replied softly. Su Runyan gently kissed his cheek and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Little Bai Zhe, give your sister 3 more days." With that, she dashed towards her room. Bai Zhe was left in a daze, astonished by this unexpected side of Su Runyan. Was this truly the solemn and serious Su Runyan he knew? It completely overturned his perception of her. Chapter 13. Today you remind us. The days passed with Bai Zhe battling zombies by day and discussing multi-million projects with Lu Yameng and Xiaomo by night. Life had become rather monotonous. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Bai Zhe eliminated all the zombies surrounding the safe house and gathered their corpses for cremation, as the stench was unbearable. He refrained from venturing out in search of rescue targets, as his versatile weaponry had proven somewhat unreliable, offering either short-range or low-power options. Without a clear objective, he remained within the gentle confines of the safe house. On this particular day, Bai Zhe retrieved his versatile weapon early. To his surprise, today's weapon was a long sword, a radiant blade that emitted a crimson glow. He tested the sword against a stone, which was instantly cleaved in 2. Elated by the sword's power, Bai Zhe mused that striking a zombie's head would be as effortless as slicing through a watermelon. As he prepared to meet Su Runyan, he stored away the sword and headed to her room. Instead of knocking, he pushed the door open. Oddly, Su Runyan was not on the bed. He then heard the sound of running water from bathroom. He approached quietly, noticing the door was slightly ajar. Through the sheer fabric, he glimpsed Su Runyan's alluring form. She sat on the edge of the bathtub, delicately cupping water in her hands and letting it cascade down her neck. Bai Zhe felt a dryness in his throat as he beheld her tantalizing silhouette, igniting a rush of blood within him. Unable to resist the allure any longer, he stepped inside. Hearing the noise, Su Runyan was startled, but her concern faded upon recognizing Bai Zhe. "Little Bai Zhe, you finally arrived," she teased, unaware that Bai Zhe was teetering on the edge of losing his reason. After such enticing banter, he began to shed his clothing. At that moment, Su Runyan felt a pang of fear. She quickly stood up, but lost her balance and nearly stumbled. Bai Zhe, quick on his feet, caught her just as he finished undressing, their bare bodies pressing closely together. Afterward, Bai Zhe carried Su Runyan to the bed. She nestled against him like a young girl seeking comfort. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for gaining Su Runyan's loyalty. Loyalty has exceeded 50. Rewards are doubled. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 150 points. Name, Su Runyan. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 92. Bust, F-cup. Loyalty, 100. Maintenance times, 1. Congratulations. Host, Su Runyan's loyalty has reached 100. You will earn 100 points daily." In an instant, Bai Zhe accrued a remarkable 400 points. Before he could revel in his triumph, another system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring offspring. Reward, 100 points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 genetic points. Genetic points can enhance oneself and may be passed to future generations. Please expand your lineage." Bai Zhe was utterly stunned. He had a child, but who was the mother? Given his recent encounter with Su Runyan, it was evidently too soon for that. It must be between Lu Yameng and Xiaomo. However, it was impossible to discern at this moment. He would have to wait and see. Subsequently, Bai Zhe began to examine the genetic points. With a thought, a new option appeared on his control panel, genetic enhancement. He quickly opened it, and a genetic chain materialized in his mind, presenting 3 selectable options. 1. Enhance immunity. No longer susceptible to colds. Costs 50 genetic points. 2. Increase agility, doubling hit rate. Costs 50 genetic points. 3. Genetic modification. Immunity to zombie viruses. Costs 50 genetic points. Upon reviewing the options, Baizé began to deliberate. The first option, while useful, was not life-threatening and could be deferred. The second option would boost his hit rate, undoubtedly accelerating his accumulation of genetic points. But with only 3 women in his life, it was not immediately necessary. His gaze shifted to the third option. Upon reading it, he knew precisely which choice to make, for his greatest fear was contracting the zombie virus. Without further hesitation, he spent 50 genetic points on the third option. Congratulations, host, genetic enhancement successful. Host genetic enhancement. 1. Immunity to zombie viruses. Baizé paused, realizing that genetic enhancement could indeed fail, though he wondered what risks would accompany such failure. He then opened the intelligence section. After several days, the information had changed. Baizé surmised that the vanished individuals had likely turned into zombies. Without dwelling further, he focused intently on the 3 pieces of information before him. The first was a striking nurse, the second a charming young kindergarten teacher, and the third a foot masseuse from a spa. He disregarded the third option and concentrated on the first 2. The nurse had an attractiveness score of 90, while the kindergarten teacher had a score of 85. Baizé decisively spent 10 points to view the nurse's information. The primary focus here is on the nurse's stunning figure, characterized by a tiny waist and a shapely posterior. Her form is accentuated by the nurse's uniform, which highlights a perfect curve. Name: Wang Yushi. Age: 21. Bust: a pair of D cups. Maintenance visits: 0. Location: Rehabilitation Hospital's underground parking lot. The rehabilitation hospital is merely 2 kilometers away from the safe house. Baizé decided to head to the rehabilitation hospital this time. He spent 450 points to exchange for 9 points of strength, bringing his total strength to 25 points. He believed this level was comparable to that of weightlifters. To test his newfound strength, Baizé donned his clothing and gently kissed Su Runyan on the forehead before stepping out of the safe house. He delivered a powerful punch to an approaching zombie, instantly shattering its skull. Satisfied with the outcome, he realized that using his hands to eliminate zombies was somewhat unsanitary. He quickly wiped his hands and returned to the safe house to wash them thoroughly before feeling content. Finally, after leaving 2 days' worth of food for the 3 women, Baizé set off for the rehabilitation hospital. Chapter 14. Using academics to pressure me? A slap in return. The journey was smooth, armed with a lightsaber that effortlessly dispatched the zombies along the way. Additionally, he was now immune to the zombie virus, allowing him to act with less caution. As long as he was not overwhelmed by too many zombies, Baizé would confront them head-on. Before long, the rehabilitation hospital appeared before him, but the first-floor lobby was teeming with zombies, making entry from within nearly impossible. Thus, he opted to enter through the underground parking garage. A week had passed since the apocalypse began, and most city areas were without power. Fortunately, the rehabilitation hospital still had electricity. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to venture into the pitch-black underground garage. Upon entering, a chilling breeze swept through, making Baizé more cautious. He proceeded carefully into the garage, which was divided into 2 levels. Uncertain of his target's exact location, he began searching layer by layer. Due to fluctuating voltage, some light bulbs flickered, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from behind a vehicle. These zombies appeared significantly quicker. Baizé swiftly drew his lightsaber and decapitated it. He breathed a sigh of relief, noticing that zombies moved more rapidly in dim lighting. He remained vigilant, gripping the lightsaber firmly to ensure a prompt reaction to any threats. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in the underground parking lot. After an hour of searching, he finally located his target in a secure passageway. "Are you Wang Yushi?" Baizé inquired. Wang Yushi turned in surprise, her expression wary as she regarded Baizé. "Do you know me?" Despite being clad in a loose nurse's uniform, her perfect figure was evident, particularly her slender waist and alluring posterior. Wang Yushi was unadorned, her natural beauty unmarred, though she bore a hint of fatigue, likely due to a lack of food and insufficient rest in recent days. "Are you here to rescue us?" she asked weakly. At that moment, 5 individuals descended the staircase of the secure passage. Zhe was taken aback upon seeing them, as he recognized them well. The foremost was the vice principal of their school, followed closely by 4 instructional supervisors. These individuals had always looked down on others, particularly the 4 supervisors who spent their days currying favor rather than focusing on education. They had caused Zhe considerable trouble, often blaming him for others' mistakes due to his poor reputation at school, resulting in unjust disciplinary actions against him. The vice principal, rumored to have risen through connections, was rarely seen on campus, yet his presence was always felt due to his ostentatious nature. Zhe recalled that the vice principal had been ill with diarrhea recently and had taken a day off to seek medical attention, never expecting to encounter him here, let alone the 4 supervisors. What a spectacle, visiting the hospital for a stomachache. If you had come a bit later, you'd be fine, Zhe thought, bemused by their sycophantic nature. As the 5 descended the staircase, they spotted Zhe. One of the supervisors exclaimed, Zhe, how did you end up here? Has the government dealt with the zombies outside? Another added with a more hostile tone, Zhe, this is our school principal. You should greet him immediately. Zhe remained unmoved. Zhe, what are you dawdling for? Are you deaf? Don't you wish to graduate? The supervisors' faces twisted in disdain, and Zhe's internal fury began to surface. The persistent rumors at school were partly their responsibility. Had they investigated the rumors promptly, many issues could have been avoided. Thus, the suffering he endured over the past 4 years was inextricably linked to these 4 supervisors. Seeing Zhe's lack of response, their tone became increasingly aggressive. You brat, are you defying us? Ignoring your teachers? If you don't listen to me, you'll never graduate. Come here and apologize. Perhaps we will forgive you and let you graduate. Zhe scoffed at the absurdity of using his academic future as leverage against him at such a moment. He calmly advanced toward the supervisor who had been berating him and delivered a resounding slap across the face. Everyone present froze, particularly the struck supervisor, who felt a void in his mind, stars dancing before his eyes, and his face quickly swelling. Unable to close his mouth due to the swelling, saliva trickled down his chin. After a moment of shock, the others regained their composure. Zhe, how dare you strike a teacher? Your fate is sealed. You will end up in prison. I'll have my lawyer friend sue you. Prepare to spend a lifetime behind bars. Zhe merely chuckled coldly. Do you really think the apocalypse will pass? Even if it does, you won't live to see that day because you will all perish here. A shiver ran through them as they suddenly perceived a hint of fear towards this student. Yet, teachers are teachers. Even in fear, they must maintain their authority. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to silence us permanently? Baisha, I advise you to refrain from such grandiose statements and focus on how to handle your legal troubles. Oof. A student dares to disrespect authority. We don't need the police. We'll teach him a lesson ourselves. As soon as those words were spoken, the supervisors exchanged glances and charged at Zhe. Indeed, failing to correct such a student will only breed societal decay. Let's educate him today to prevent him from becoming a criminal in the future. With that, they advanced toward Zhe, while the vice principal remained silent. Zhe had seen through their intentions, and his expression hardened. He raised his lightsaber, aiming it at the supervisor whose face had swollen grotesquely. Chapter 15. I promise you, I will be your woman. The other 3 deans were momentarily stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The 5 individuals present gazed in horror at the decapitated dean. A murder has occurred. Zhe is killed. Wang Yushi, frightened, covered her eyes and screamed. The vice principal trembled in terror, leaning on his cane, attempting to flee up the stairs. However, in his panic, he stumbled and fell, knocking out his front teeth. The remaining 3 deans dared not approach any closer, their previously domineering demeanor now utterly vanished. After dispatching one, Zhe turned his gaze toward the other 3. Their pupils dilated in fear as they instinctively retreated. Zhe, do not act impulsively. It was the teacher's fault. We apologize. Let's discuss this calmly. Zhe, I was merely joking earlier. I assure you, I will not allow my lawyer to sue you. It was his mistake, not yours. Zhe, I have always considered you a good child. Please do not do anything foolish. Step by step, Zhe advanced toward them, observing the stark transformation in their attitudes after witnessing his lethal act. He could not help but scoff at their cowardice. These individuals bullied the weak and fawned over the strong, flattering those more formidable than themselves. Had he not been victimized by them in the past, he might have believed their words were sincere. Yet now, he trusted not a single word they uttered. Do you truly understand your errors? The three deans, mistaking Bai Zai's inquiry as a sign of persuasion, nodded vigorously in agreement. Then go to hell and repent. With that, Bai Zai swiftly unleashed his light sword. The three met their demise amidst their terrified gazes. Ultimately, only the vice principal remained. Trembling uncontrollably, he struggled to stand without his cane, crawling inch by inch toward the stairs. Suddenly, he felt a grip on his foot. He turned in terror, only to see Bai Zai's grim face, sending shivers down his spine and causing him to involuntarily release a foul liquid from his pants. Bai Zai, I have never bullied you over the years. Please spare me. Let today be forgotten, and I will ensure no one else learns of it. Bai Zai offered no response, instead dragging him downward. The vice principal's face struck the steps repeatedly, soon covered in blood. His glasses shattered, shards embedding into his flesh. The entire stairwell echoed with his agonized cries. Finally, Bai Zai halted, discarding him onto the corpses of the four deans as if he were a dead dog. The vice principal, frantic and disoriented, pleaded incessantly for mercy. Bai Zai, please spare me. I have much money. My granddaughter is beautiful. If you let me go, I will offer her to you. Bai Zai regarded him with a stony expression. Indeed, the vice principal had not bullied him in recent years, but that did not absolve him of guilt. Had he not permitted those rumors to circulate in the school, Bai Zai would not have endured such humiliation. Thus, his sins were unforgivable. Moreover, a person willing to betray their kin for survival had no right to live. With a swift motion, the light sword pierced the vice principal's heart, plunging the underground garage into silence. Wang Yushi witnessed Bai Zai slay the last man, her body trembling in fear. She could not comprehend why this individual was driven to murder, nor how he knew her name. Yet, she recognized his danger. She could not afford to offend him, nor could she oppose any demands he made. Otherwise, she would meet the same grim fate as the others. At that moment, Bai Zai turned his gaze toward Wang Yushi, observing her cowering in a corner, shaking uncontrollably. He sheathed his light sword and approached her slowly, acutely aware of her palpable terror. The closer he drew, the more violently she trembled. Finally, unable to withstand her fear, she shed tears. Please do not kill me. Bai Zai halted 2 meters away and spoke softly. I will not kill you, but you must become my woman. Wang Yushi met his gaze. Very well, I promise. As long as you spare my life, I will comply with your every request. Bai Zai did not expect such compliance. However, it was preferable to linger in danger. Can you walk? Bai Zai inquired. Wang Yushi attempted to stand, but her legs trembled from both fear and hunger, preventing her from rising. Do you have any food? I am quite hungry, Wang Yushi asked timidly. Bai Zai retrieved a bun from his space and handed it to her. Upon seeing the bun, her eyes widened in anticipation. She devoured it ravenously. Bai Zai then produced a bottle of mineral water. In a matter of minutes, Wang Yushi consumed the entire bun and chugged the water. After finishing, she patted her stomach, a satisfied expression gracing her face. At that moment, her fear of Bai Zai diminished. He had provided her sustenance in her time of need. Finish your meal, and then follow me. Wang Yushi stood and trailed behind Bai Zai. Soon, they returned to the safe house. The 3 women inside tensed at the sight of Bai Zai bringing back another woman. The limited space in the safe house weighed heavily on their minds. If they could not coexist within its confines, they faced imminent death. Should Bai Zai continue to introduce new women, they risked being cast out. They needed to present their best selves to earn Bai Zai's favor to ensure their survival. Master, welcome back. I have prepared dinner, Liu Yameng said respectfully. Master, I learned a new dance today. Would you like to see? Xiaomo chimed in cheerfully. She aimed to maintain her most exquisite appearance, believing it essential for retaining Bai Zai's affection. Meanwhile, Su Runyan appeared lost, understanding she could never be Bai Zai's sole woman nor the last. Her role was to refrain from interfering with any of Bai Zai's decisions. Wang Yushi surveyed the 3 women, astonished. Each possessed beauty surpassing her own. She had always been acclaimed as the most beautiful nurse in the hospital. Yet upon seeing these three, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. She pondered why this man, already surrounded by so many women, sought to capture her as well. Could he be a deranged killer? One life taken for another? The chilling memory of Baize's prior murders sent a shiver down her spine. Chapter 16. Wang Yushi's tempting waist. The enchanting blade Wang Yushi began to worry. Nervously, she continued to pinch her fingers. Come in. Why are you still standing at the door? Baize glanced at Wang Yushi, noticing her hesitation. At his words, her breath quickened, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her chest. She wished to flee, yet her feet felt as heavy as lead. In the next moment, Baize pulled her into the room, and as the door locked behind them, her hopes were dashed. Uncertain of her fate, she felt like a marionette, subject to Baize's whims. Wang Yushi, go take a hot shower first. Lu Yameng will show you to your room. Very well, master, I will take her now. Lu Yameng replied with a smile. Come along, Sister Yushi. They swiftly ascended to the second floor. Noticing Baize did not follow, Wang Yushi hurriedly turned to Lu Yameng. Did you all come here against your will? Will he kill us? Lu Yameng still wore a cheerful expression. Upon being questioned by Wang Yushi, she deliberately remarked, the master will not kill us. He will only consume us. Wang Yushi's pupils dilated in shock. Consume us? Then why don't you consider escaping? Lu Yameng replied. Why should we flee? This place is safe, provides food, and we can bathe with clean water. But aren't you afraid of dying? At this moment, Lu Yameng's demeanor shifted slightly. As long as we serve the master well, he will not let us perish. Please be mindful of your status. It is a privilege for you to reside here. Wang Yushi was taken aback by Lu Yameng's abrupt change in attitude. She had merely intended to offer a friendly warning, not anticipating such a response. Wang Yushi chose silence, fearing her words might reach Baize's ears. Soon, she arrived at her room. Upon seeing the lavishly decorated space, her eyes sparkled with longing. She had always dreamt of living in such a house, but her humble background made this wish difficult to fulfill. From now on, this will be your room. Feel free to explore while I prepare hot water for you, Lu Yameng said before heading to the bathroom. Wang Yushi began to survey her surroundings. She first approached the window, only to find that it was sealed shut, rendering any notion of escape utterly impossible. Next, she examined the wardrobe filled with various garments. Despite her determination to leave, her instinct for survival outweighed her momentary comfort. Coexisting with a man-eating monster was simply inconceivable. However, after a thorough inspection, she surrendered her escape plan, realizing that not a single window could be opened. Shortly after, Lu Yameng returned from the bathroom. The water is ready. You may wash now, she announced before exiting the room, leaving Wang Yushi alone. She caught a whiff of her nurse's uniform and noted its unpleasant odor, prompting her to toss it aside. She then proceeded to the bathroom. Meanwhile, downstairs, three individuals were dining, and Lu Yameng recounted her conversation with Wang Yushi verbatim to Baize. He showed no surprise. He had never explained why he brought Wang Yushi here, and it was natural for her to harbor such thoughts. After dinner, Baize made his way directly to Wang Yushi's room. He intended to claim her first blood, indifferent to whether she chose to stay or leave. Upon reaching the door and turning the handle, he discovered it was locked. However, he possessed the privilege to enter any room at will. The door soon swung open, revealing the discarded nurse's uniform on the floor, along with a delicate white lace undergarment. Baize quietly approached the bathroom door, which was ajar. He could clearly see Wang Yushi luxuriating in the bathtub, her hair cascading outside, and her fair legs resting atop the tub's edge. This sight ignited an insatiable desire within him. As he stepped inside, Wang Yushi noticed his presence and instinctively attempted to curl up in the tub, but Baize seized her legs, pulling her towards him. He realized her figure was even more exquisite without the nurse's uniform, a proportion he had only ever seen in animated characters. This revelation heightened his anticipation. No, Wang Yushi grasped the impending reality. Congratulations, host. You have gained over 50 affection points from Wang Yushi, and your rewards are doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 150 points. Following their passionate encounter, Baize carried Wang Yushi to the bed. She lay silently clutching the blanket. Baize understood her apprehension, she feared he would consume her. Yet he had already done so. Gently, he patted her head and whispered in her ear, "Rest assured, I will not devour you." Wang Yushi shivered at his words. And soon Bai Zhe heard her exhale a sigh of relief. "Get some rest. I will return tomorrow," he said, dressing and leaving the room. Wang Yushi felt her cheeks flush, realizing that her first experience had been forcefully taken from her. Yet, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. Bai Zhe approached the window, gazing at the darkened landscape outside. He understood that the city was experiencing widespread power outages. Fortunately, his safe house was equipped with 2 generators, alleviating any concerns about power. However, the illumination might attract unwanted attention. It seemed he would need to exercise caution when venturing outside. Such a tempting target would undoubtedly be coveted by many. Subsequently, he drew the curtains tightly and returned to his own room. Meanwhile, not far from the safe house, a group of burly men observed it intently. "Look, this is the place I mentioned. I have gathered information. There are 4 women inside, each a rare beauty." "So, there's only 1 man and 4 women?" "Absolutely. I have been watching for a day. The man left this morning and returned in the afternoon with another woman, whose waist is so slender I can hardly resist." "Very well. Since we know there are only 5 people, we will act tonight. The man must be eliminated, and the 4 women can be enjoyed by all," one man with a scarred face declared. In the pitch-black night, the group erupted in sinister laughter. Chapter 17. Unable to enter the night enveloped the earth, with the sky devoid of stars and the moon's light absent. The area surrounding the safe house was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached the exterior of the safe house, gesturing among themselves. In no time, they divided into 2 teams. One team followed the scarred man to the security door. One member retrieved a piece of wire from his pocket, inserting it into the lock while pressing his ear against the door, fiddling with it. The other team ventured to the back of the safe house, securing a hook to a rope before tossing it over the second-floor railing. One person tugged it firmly, confirming its stability, and then began to ascend. The lookout below ensured his safety. Soon, he reached the rooftop, scanning for any possible entry points to the safe house. Finding none, he descended via the rope. They quickly regrouped at the security door to meet the scarred man. "How'd it go over there?" the scarred man inquired eagerly. The individual shook his head. "No luck. There's no way in upstairs. Should we try breaking a window?" "All right, but let's keep the noise down. We need to enter quietly." "Understood." The second team began circling the safe house again, soon identifying a window. One member, producing a glass cutter from seemingly nowhere, attempted to slice through the glass. After a prolonged struggle, he found himself unable to breach it. Upon closer inspection, he nearly fainted in disbelief. "This is bulletproof glass. Who in the world has bulletproof glass installed at home?" They were left searching for other windows. However, after a thorough search, they were shocked to discover that every single window was made of bulletproof glass. This realization ignited a wave of concern. They began speculating whether this location might be a secret government base. Yet, considering its proximity to the city, it was unlikely to be an official facility. Most likely, it was the home of an apocalyptic enthusiast. They returned to the security door to report their findings to the scarred man. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's expression darkened. Who would have thought that despite their numbers, they could not even breach a single door? He turned to the locksmith, anxiously asking, "How's it going? How much longer until you can open the door?" The locksmith was drenched in sweat, having encountered more locks in his lifetime than grains of salt he had consumed. He was confident that he had seen every type of lock in existence, boldly claiming that if he was the second-best locksmith in the world, no one could claim the title of the best. This conviction stemmed from his past. Had he not resorted to embezzlement and bribery to steal a significant sum of money from the bank, he would not have languished in prison. It was only during his incarceration that he learned a singular lock existed that only he could unlock, leading to his swift arrest without any investigation. This realization haunted him deeply. Yet today, he faced a lock that even he could not open. Had he not been there for just a brief period before someone surpassed him? The locksmith's frustration grew as he toiled for hours, failing to comprehend the lock's mechanism. "Boss, I cannot unlock this lock." After another futile attempt, he reluctantly reported this to the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man, known as Kai Jun, looked at the locksmith in astonishment. "You can't unlock it either?" The locksmith nodded in affirmation. Kai-Jun pondered for a moment and then cursed, "Damn it, this is a bad omen. Retreat." Soon, they discreetly departed. Kai-Jun, a ruthless individual who had served time for murder, had quickly risen to power within the prison due to his imposing physique. These men were all his subordinates. Though he was sentenced to death, the apocalypse unexpectedly provided him with a chance to escape alongside several fellow inmates. However, they discovered that not only was the prison infested with zombies, but the outside world was also perilous, leaving them with nowhere to go. It was then that they stumbled upon Baize's safe house. After a day of reconnaissance, they decided to act that very night. Little did they expect that despite their numbers, they could not even breach the door. It is important to note that each of these hardened criminals had committed heinous crimes, and it was inconceivable that they lacked any skills. Yet, despite their efforts, they remained empty-handed, which only heightened their wariness of the safe house's owner. Who could construct such a dwelling, if not an extraordinary individual? In other words, what they were dealing with was no ordinary house. It was a fortress. The door boasted state-of-the-art security, while the walls were metallic, and the windows were fortified with bulletproof glass, leaving no vulnerabilities. The next day, Baize awoke early, as was his custom, and gazed out through the glass on the first floor. The scene outside remained unchanged, except today, not a single zombie appeared. He dismissed it as inconsequential. Just as he prepared to have breakfast, he suddenly noticed a scratch on the bulletproof glass. His heart raced. He quickly checked the other windows, discovering that each one bore faint scratches. This indicated that someone had discovered his safe house and attempted to enter. Soon, Baize regained his composure. The fact that they had not succeeded in entering reinforced the security of his safe house. Outsiders could not breach it. Aware of their ill intentions, he decided to toy with them. Thus, Baize feigned ignorance and continued with his daily routine. He stepped outside the safe house to conduct his training. Unbeknownst to him, the group had been watching him for quite some time. His goal was to avoid raising any suspicions. After completing his training, Liu Yumeng called him for lunch, prompting him to return indoors. Throughout the meal, he kept a watchful eye on the outside, but noticed nothing amiss. Before he knew it, the day had passed without any sign of the intruders. For safety's sake, Baize exchanged the 300 points he had obtained from Wang Yushi and the 100 points he earned that day for strength attribute points. Consequently, his strength attribute reached 33 points, a level that surpassed normal human capabilities. He felt no fear of anyone attempting to confront him. As night fell, just when he thought the intruders would not return, he noticed unusual activity outside through the window. Under the moonlight, he spotted an individual crouching on the ground not far from the safe house, their gaze fixed on his abode. Baize quickly turned off the lights to avoid revealing that he had noticed the intruder. He then concealed himself behind the curtains, peering through the bulletproof glass to observe the person's actions. After a while, more figures emerged, seemingly carrying various items. Kai-Jun, accompanied by his subordinates, returned after gathering a substantial amount of gasoline from the roadside vehicles. If they could not break through the security door tonight, they were prepared to resort to violence. Did they make any progress today? Kai-Jun asked, his voice tinged with barely contained rage. Boss, only that man stepped outside, but he didn't leave. He was just exercising at the door, one of his subordinates reported earnestly. You weren't spotted, were you? Kai-Jun questioned, his tone demanding reassurance. Don't worry, boss. I remained perfectly still. They could not have noticed me. Good work. Once we take this house, I'll let you enjoy those lovely ladies first. The subordinate beamed with delight at the prospect. Kai-Jun felt a sense of relief wash over him. After days of evasion, he longed for a place to call home. Yet, the moment he found one, he was unable to enter. Adding to his frustration were the 4 ethereal beauties inside, further intensifying his impatience. As the clock struck midnight, Baize had been observing the intruders, who had shown no signs of action. Just as he began to feel drowsy, he noticed them approaching the safe house, moving stealthily as if trying to avoid detection. Baize surmised that they were somewhat wary of him. After all, such a safe house was not something an ordinary individual could possess. Since they wished to seize his sanctuary, he decided to engage them in a game. With a sense of purpose, Baize retrieved his versatile weapons. At the stroke of midnight, his weapon transformed into a hidden projectile capable of launching a venomous needle, potent enough to incapacitate an elephant in a brief moment. He stealthily descended to the first floor, where some of the intruders had reached the doorstep and were attempting to manipulate the lock. Baizé deduced that they were trying to pry it open. He scoffed. His security door boasted 3 locks, and even if they managed to unlock the first, it would trigger the subsequent 2. The entire door would then be sealed, and unless he deactivated the security system, no one would gain entry. Ignoring them, Baizé quietly took the elevator to the rooftop and leaped outside, deliberately distancing himself to observe the intruders. Soon, he arrived at the location where they had concealed their gasoline. He discovered numerous beer bottles, all filled with gasoline. Quite ruthless, he mused, realizing that if they intended to eliminate him, he could not remain passive. With that thought, he gathered all the gasoline into his space. Meanwhile, those outside continued to struggle with the door. "Boss, this lock is too peculiar. I thought I had it unlocked, but it just won't budge." Kai Jun's face clouded with anger. After waiting for so long, to be told it was unopenable was infuriating. "Fool, you can't handle such a simple task. Prepare to enact the backup plan," Kai Jun ordered, glancing at his remaining subordinates. "You 4, go fetch the gasoline." "Understood, boss," they replied, rushing off. On the other side, Baizé remained vigilant when he noticed 4 individuals approaching. He quickly concealed himself behind a tree. Moments later, the 4 returned to their gasoline stash. "Hey, the gasoline was right here. How could it be gone so quickly?" one exclaimed. "Did you misplace it? Hurry up and search. The boss will be angry if we don't find it." "Right, let's split up and look." Seeing the 4 individuals part ways, Baizé chuckled. He focused on the one closest to him, aimed his weapon, and fired. A dart laden with anesthetic swiftly pierced the man's skin. Without uttering a sound, he collapsed. Baizé's eyes sparkled. The man fainted in less than a second, truly a testament to the potency of the sedative that could even fell an elephant. Subsequently, Baizé stealthily pursued another, employing the same method to incapacitate him. Then came the 3rd and 4th, all without a single soul detecting his presence. Baizé gathered the 4 together as effortlessly as one might clutch chicks. There was no need for bindings. The effects of a drug would likely keep them unconscious for a day and night. After completing his task, Baizé resumed his vigil. Meanwhile, Kai Jun, noticing the absence of the 4 who had yet to return with gasoline, wore an increasingly grim expression. "You lot, go check on them. Why the delay?" The remaining individuals exchanged glances before hastily rushing off to investigate. However, they too vanished without a trace. At that moment, Kai Jun began to ponder. Could they have encountered some danger? His worry deepened as he glared at the man still engaged in unlocking. "Enough of this. Everyone come with me to check." The remaining 6 promptly followed Kai Jun back. Upon arriving at the site where the gasoline was hidden, they were left speechless. Not only were the individuals gone, but the gasoline was also missing. "Boss, do you think they ran off with the gasoline?" Kai Jun's face darkened to an extreme, and he slowly surveyed the surroundings, attempting to find any clues. Yet, nothing surfaced, and the more he searched, the greater his anxiety grew. Kai Jun knew these individuals well. They would not flee, especially since he had treated them decently. Moreover, with zombies lurking everywhere, even if they could run, they would not. Thus, only one possibility remained. They had been ambushed. The absence of bloodstains indicated human involvement, and clearly, the attacker possessed formidable skills. At that moment, one of his companions suddenly collapsed. Rushing over to check, Kai Jun discovered the man had merely been subdued by the drug. Following the trajectory of the dart, he quickly pinpointed a large tree. He exchanged glances with his subordinates, who immediately understood and dispersed, encircling the tree. Baizé, witnessing this scene, realized he had been discovered but remained unperturbed, confident in his 33 points of strength. These few were no match for him. Casually, Baizé stepped into view. Kai Jun's eyes narrowed. At that moment, one of his subordinates, who had been lying in wait all day, pointed at Baizé and exclaimed, "It's him. He is the master of this house. How could we possibly have missed him?" Kai Jun shot the subordinate a glare, his anger boiling over. "Fool, if you're here, who do you expect me to ask?" Chapter 19, The Boxing King. Nothing more. Kai Jun turned his gaze to Baizé, his murderous intent unmistakable. Coupled with the terrifying scar on his face, he appeared exceptionally menacing. Kid, I never expected you to have the guts to show yourself. Be wise and hand over the key. Who knows, I might let you off lightly. Bajziskoft, Hektarov. If I were you, I would kneel down right now. Perhaps I might leave your corpse whole. Kaijun's expression grew increasingly grim. This was the first time he had been so openly provoked. Do you have any idea who you're speaking to? He hissed through clenched teeth. How can someone so young be so deaf? Do I need to repeat myself? You seek death. Kaijun Bilol. His subordinates, quick to read the room, charged at Baize without waiting for orders. Baize immediately fired darts at them. Swiftly, 3 more fell under the influence of the poison. The remaining individuals halted in their tracks, exchanging glances before retreating silently. Fools! Kaijun roared in fury upon witnessing his subordinates' rapid retreat. They exchanged worried looks. Just then, Kaijun suddenly reined in his rage, a smile creeping onto his lips. Do you think I fear you just because you have that toy? With that, Kaijun swiftly drew a handgun from his waist. Baize frowned and quickly hid behind a tree. Bang! Kaijun's shot struck the tree. The sight of Baize hastily fleeing sent Kaijun's subordinates into fits of laughter. Weren't you just so arrogant? Now you're playing the coward. Bang! Kaijun fired again, targeting the tree where Baize was taking cover. Baize was filled with urgency. He had not anticipated that his opponent would possess a firearm. His weapon had limitations in range, making it difficult to hit the target from this distance. Although Kaijun had a gun, he was hesitant to act recklessly. He signaled to his subordinates, who began to taunt Baize. Kid, if you have the guts, come out. Hiding behind that tree is no skill. I thought you were tough, but it seems you're just a coward. Look at your delicate skin. How about letting me have some fun with you? Unmoved by their taunts, Baize understood their intent was to provoke him into a trap. As long as he remained behind the tree, they would have no means to reach him. As Kaijun and his men grew increasingly agitated at Baize's refusal to emerge, Kaijun suddenly adopted a more composed demeanor. How about this, kid? Let us make a gentleman's agreement. We'll forego weapons and settle this with a duel. Hearing this, Baize scoffed. A man like him, ruthless and cunning, would surely not adhere to such an agreement. Baize remained silent. After a moment, Kaijun continued. Since I proposed this, I'll lead by example and empty my magazine. You can check if you don't believe me. Baize observed closely as Kaijun indeed removed all the bullets from his magazine. The magazine is now empty. I trust that demonstrates my sincerity. Seeing his opponent comply, Baize readily agreed. All right. As he spoke, he discarded the darts from his weapon before stowing it away. He understood that the other party was unlikely to be so benevolent. One look at Kaijun's muscular physique revealed him to be a skilled fighter. Yet, Baize was unconcerned, for he possessed 33 points of strength. In Baize's mind, when Kaijun made that statement, he had already marked him as a dead man. Kaijun, witnessing Baize's agreement, wore a smirk of derision. He was once a boxer who had claimed the title of death of the Boxing King after having killed opponents in the championship match. He believed he only needed a single punch to end this kid's life. His subordinates were equally thrilled, whispering excitedly among themselves. This fool actually agreed. Back in the day, our boss didn't know how many arrogant kids he put down. It seems today we'll add another to the list. I can already envision him being knocked out by our boss's fist. Hurry up and finish him. I can't wait to enjoy those beautiful ladies. As Baize pretended to empty the darts, he approached them, keeping a watchful eye on Kaijun to prevent any sudden gunfire. Thankfully, he did not make such a move. Kaijun, evidently overconfident in his abilities, preferred to rely on his fists rather than a firearm, thus refraining from drawing his weapon. Little did he know he would pay for his arrogance with his life. The two stood 2 meters apart, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. In this confrontation, they had already regarded Baize as a dead man, for few could withstand the might of Kaijun's fists, especially in a life-or-death scenario. As Baize closed in on Kaijun, he utilized the system to check his opponent's attributes. Name: Kaijun strength, 25 agility, 8 stamina, 15 charisma, 0. Upon witnessing the formidable strength of his opponent, Baize felt a flicker of surprise. The average person's strength hovers around 10 points. Yet Kai Jun surpassed this by a staggering 2.5 times. This indeed could serve as a trump card, albeit he had chosen the wrong adversary. With a light chuckle, Baize extended his pinky finger towards Kai Jun, true to his impulsive nature. Kai Jun charged forward in a fit of rage. "You seek death," he bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Baize swiftly countered, intercepting the blow with his own fist. He understood that trading injuries was not an option. Thus, they engaged in a contest of sheer strength. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. In that instant, the previously confident Kai Jun's expression contorted with pain, while Baize felt a jolt of discomfort in his fingers. However, in comparison to Kai Jun's plight, his own condition was negligible. For at the very moment their fists met, Baize sensed that Kai Jun's fingers had sustained fractures. Seizing the opportunity, Baize struck with his other hand. Kai Jun, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from his fingers, failed to react in time. Baize's punch landed squarely on Kai Jun's forehead. Kai Jun's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? His words trailed off as he collapsed, lifeless, his eyes remaining wide open. Baize's blow had obliterated Kai Jun's cranial integrity. Externally, he appeared unharmed, yet the internal injuries were catastrophic. Kai Jun's subordinates, who had been poised to cheer, were taken aback to find their leader fallen. Terror etched across their faces. They realized the magnitude of their leader's prowess. He had been unable to withstand even a single blow. The sheer terror of Baize's strength rendered them mute. When Baize turned his gaze upon them, they all knelt, devoid of any spirit to resist. "Please spare us," they pleaded. Baize's eyes glimmered with concealed malice as he addressed them. "You four, slap each other. If anyone holds back, I shall end you." Their faces bore expressions of despair, yet they dared not defy his command. Thus, they positioned themselves on the ground, each taking turns to strike one another. The first participant delivered a resounding slap, lacking any restraint, eliciting a wince from Baize. The recipient cried out in agony before retaliating against the next individual. In this manner, the four engaged in their grim exchange, soon resembling swollen caricatures. Satisfied with their progress, Baize commanded them to gather the unconscious individuals and bind them together. Subsequently, he instructed them to continue their mutual slapping. Before long, the dazed victims awoke, bewildered by the chaotic scene. "What the hell are you doing? You're hitting your own," they shouted, only to be met with the realization that speaking invited a collective response of violence. After half an hour, Baize deemed this futile exercise over. It was time to conclude matters. He unleashed poison darts upon the bound individuals, who cursed him in confusion. Yet soon, their vitriol ceased as Baize doused them with gasoline. In that moment, fear overtook them, and they begged for mercy. Nevertheless, Baize remained unperturbed, continuing his task with deliberate calm. These were heinous criminals, and he held no illusions of gratitude should he spare their lives. Thus, eradicating them was the most prudent choice. With a flicker of flames, their anguished cries filled the air. Thick smoke billowed skyward, reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters. Baize, rummaging through Kai Jun's belongings, discovered a handgun and 5 bullets, which he subsequently stored in his space. As dawn broke, the flames had extinguished, leaving behind only ashes, forever marking the scorched earth. Finally, Baize covered the charred ground with soil, satisfied with his work, and returned to the safety of his hideout. Upon his return, Lu Yumeng had awakened, oblivious to the events that had transpired outside. Upon seeing Baize, she inquired curiously, "Master, did you go out so early?" "There's no need to prepare a meal for me," Baize replied, then retreated to his room for rest, sleeping until midday. Upon waking, he found Lu Yumeng waiting nearby. "Master, you are awake. I have warmed your meal." Feeling a twinge of hunger, Baize partook of the food she prepared while simultaneously accessing the intelligence system in search of his next rescue target. 3 sets of photographs appeared, causing Baize to pause in astonishment. 2 identical faces stared back at him, not a glitch in the system, but rather twins he recognized. These 2 were the academic elites from their school. More importantly, they were also the school's acknowledged beauties. The elder sister, Li Mulian, was the top science student in the province, while her younger sister, Li Mu Shuang, held the title for the humanities. Bai Zhe was astonished to discover that these two sisters were still alive. He quickly expended 20 points to view their information. Name, Li Mulian age, 18 measurements. D-Cup beauty score, 91 location. Jinghai University female dormitory name. Li Mushuang age, 18 measurements. D-Cup beauty score, 91 location. Jinghai University female dormitory, seeing their details. Bai Zhe felt a surge of excitement. It was fortuitous they were trapped in the same location, significantly easing the complexity of their rescue. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern. With at least 2,000 students at Jinghai University, even during the apocalypse, many would have been outside the school during class hours, leaving at least 1,000 potential zombies. He questioned whether he could infiltrate and extract the two safely. Regardless, he resolved to proceed, as the allure of the twins was irresistible, and he was eager to experience the sensation of being attended to by both simultaneously. Resolving his thoughts, Bai Zhe stood, issuing instructions to several women before departing. Following the previous night's events, zombies had begun to gather outside the safety of his hideout once more. Suddenly recalling the weapons from the prior night, he wondered if they would be effective against the undead. Testing a poison dart against a zombie, he was astonished to discover its efficacy, provided he targeted either the neck or the head. This posed no challenge for Bai Zhe. After extensive practice, he could hit a target with unwavering accuracy within 30 meters. Armed with this newfound confidence, Bai Zhe prepared for the impending rescue mission. He stored his weapons before focusing on clearing the surrounding zombies. In short order, he dispatched those lurking outside his sanctuary. Following this, he set off at a brisk pace towards Jinghai University. After 2 hours, he arrived at the university gates, recalling his escape from the library not long ago. However, his feelings towards this place were devoid of sentiment, overshadowed by painful memories. Pushing open the gate, the zombies, alerted by the noise, surged forward. Bai Zhe promptly drew his weapon, targeting their heads with precision. One by one, the undead fell, yet waves of them continued to emerge from within. After a hectic hour, the zombies on campus were finally eradicated. Bai Zhe, unwilling to waste any time, hurriedly made his way to the girls' dormitory, uncertain of the potency of the substances he had used against the zombies. He feared that if any of them awoke as he exited, he would squander even more time. Guided by memory, he swiftly arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, which was locked. However, this posed no challenge for him. With a single punch, the door was severely deformed. A forceful shove later, the door swung open. Inside, the alluring zombie girls approached, drawn by the commotion. Bai Zhe harbored no sympathy and unleashed a fierce assault upon them. He knew that the dormitory of the Li Mulan sisters was located on the 4th floor, and he charged directly towards it. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he was startled by a woman's piercing scream, prompting him to sprint towards the sound. Following the echoes, Bai Zhe traversed through several rooms until he discovered an ajar door from which the noise emanated. Inside, the sounds escalated. Since we are doomed, why not indulge before the end? A man's voice declared. Stay away. Don't come near. A woman's desperate pleas followed. The man's tone turned harsh. For you, I risk being bitten by a zombie. Do you truly have no compassion? The woman's cries intensified. Please, no. I beg you. A loud slap resonated within the room. If it weren't for you insisting I come to rescue you, I wouldn't have been bitten. You promised to be my girlfriend if I saved you. Now that I'm here, can't you grant me this one pleasure before we die? Bai Zhe rushed to the doorway, just as the man was forcefully taking advantage of the situation. A deep bite mark marred the man's neck. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, the woman looked at him with pleading eyes. Relief washed over Bai Zhe as he realized she was not the target he sought. Just as he intended to leave, the man, consumed by primal instincts, turned angrily towards Bai Zhe, shouting, Don't you dare leave. He then glared at the woman with resentment. Who is he? Is he your lover? The woman, visibly tormented, could only shake her head helplessly, casting a desperate glance at Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. He had no intention of intervening, yet the man's audacity to shout at him ignited a flicker of anger within him. The man seemed to recognize Bai Zhe as well, smirking disdainfully. Oh, it's you, Bai Zhe. I didn't expect you to be alive. Tell me, what is your relationship with this wench? Why are you here? I thought you were chasing her for so long because you were interested in her. Are you upset seeing me with her? Haha, what can you do? You're just a pathetic voyeur. Baize's expression darkened at the man's words. He detested being labeled a voyeur, especially by someone who had once bullied him. His anger reached a boiling point as he approached the man slowly. The man, seeing Baize's demeanor, began to panic. What do you want? Baize seized him by the collar. The man struggled, realizing he was utterly immobilized, as if he were embedded in stone. Panic washed over him, and clarity returned. Baize, don't kill me. Do you like her? I can give her to you. The woman wept even more intensely, shocked that the boy she secretly admired would treat her this way. She had hinted at her feelings multiple times, yet he remained oblivious. Now, she was confronted with his true nature. You deserve to die, she screamed hoarsely. Baize, kill him for me. I'll do anything you want. Baize glanced at her with disdain. He recalled that she had played a part in spreading rumors about him. You are not worthy. The woman's pupils constricted, her expression turning to one of resentment as she glared at Baize. Not worthy? You're just a voyeur. How dare you say I'm unworthy? With a swift motion, Baize snapped the man's neck. The woman gasped in horror, rendered speechless. She stared at Baize, unable to fathom that he would actually resort to murder. I was just joking, right? You didn't take me seriously, did you? She forced out a smile, but Baize's expression remained cold. He then grasped her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Remember, today, you cannot afford to associate with me. The woman struggled violently, attempting to speak, but her throat was constricted, rendering her voiceless. Baize dragged her outside, casually opening a dormitory door. The zombies within, alerted by the noise, lunged at them. Baize extended his other hand, seizing a zombie by the neck before releasing the girl. She clutched her throat, collapsing to the ground, coughing violently. Remember to be a good person in your next life. With that, Baize hurled the zombie toward her. She screamed in terror as the zombie lunged forward, biting into her flesh. She cried out again. For 5 long minutes, the echoes of her screams reverberated through the building. Baize, regaining his composure, delivered a fatal kick to the zombie, then began searching for his intended targets room by room. Soon, he discovered the twin sisters, who were hiding in a wardrobe. Upon seeing Baize enter, they immediately swung open the door. Classmate, can you help us escape? The screams outside are terrifying. Is someone being devoured by zombies? Li Mulan queried timidly. Baize, relieved to find the twins unharmed, felt a surge of interest as they resembled each other closely. An opportunity for close observation he had never had before. Of course, but I cannot assist you without something in return. What do you want? We will give you anything we have. Li Mulan hurriedly responded, fearing Baize would refuse to help them. Quite simply, I want you both to become my women. Li Mulan and Li Mushuang were momentarily stunned. After a pause, Li Mushuang pointed at Baize, exclaiming, I remember you now, you're Baize, the one who harassed Lu Yumeng. Baize sighed, realizing that good news seldom spreads while bad news travels far. Are you truly the person they say you are? Li Mulan gasped in shock. Sister, don't believe him. I've heard he is a coward whom everyone bullies. He wouldn't dare face a zombie. He would be the first to run. Li Mushuang stood protectively in front of her sister, glaring at Baize. After hearing Li Mushuang's words, Baize's expression soured. As I said, if you want me to rescue you, you must agree to become my women. Rest assured, I can guarantee your safety and provide you with endless food. Upon hearing the mention of food, the twins began to waver internally. Having endured prolonged hunger, they were utterly depleted. However, the cost seemed exorbitant, becoming Baize's women. Why should they? Your demands are excessive. We are merely asking for some food. The rumors proved to be true. You truly are a lecher. Li Mushi exclaimed in anger. I did not coerce you. Your choices are your own. Baize also felt a twinge of displeasure, having already been called a lecher by 3 individuals today. Li Mushi was about to say something further when she was interrupted by her sister, Li Mulan. Sister, do not say any more. Li Mushi had no choice but to swallow her words, though she shot a glare at Baize. Baize, might we negotiate? I will be your girlfriend, and in return, you will provide for us both, Li Mulan suggested. Sister, what are you saying? How can you agree to him? He is nothing but a fraud. Li Mulan's words were abruptly cut off by her younger sister. Sister, Li Mulan's expression turned anxious. Li Mushi noticed her sister's unusual demeanor and ceased her protests. Baisha, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Could you please reconsider what I previously proposed? Li Mulan spuka earnestly. Sister, we are both exceptional. How many good men are vying to date us? How can you plead for his forgiveness? I do not need you to apologize for me. I shall bear the consequences of my actions. Let us see what he can do. Li Mushi declared, exuding a fearless demeanor. Be silent. At that moment, Li Mulan finally lost her temper, quickly turning to Bai Zhe to explain. Bai Zhe, my sister is simply being reckless. Please do not take her words to heart. It is of no consequence. I'm giving you half an hour to deliberate. Agree to be my woman, and I shall take you away. Refuse, and you will remain here to fend for yourselves. Bai Zhe's patience had worn thin. Li Mulan quickly pulled her sister aside. Can you refrain from being so impulsive? Do you not comprehend our predicament? Li Mulan scolded, but his demands are outrageous, asking us both to be his women. Li Mushi protested, looking dejected. And what of it? Look outside. The streets are teeming with zombies. Without him, do you think we could escape this place? Tears welled in Li Mushi's eyes as she gazed through the window at the wandering zombies, a flicker of fear crossing her face. So, must we truly acquiesce to him? Sister, I understand this decision is difficult, but if we wish to survive, we have no choice but to rely on him. But what gives you the confidence that he can protect us? Just observe his demeanor. He does not appear to be starved, indicating he possesses food. Furthermore, he has managed to arrive here alone, which suggests he possesses the capability to slay zombies, Li Mulan reasoned. Li Mushi suddenly realized the gravity of her earlier impulsiveness. I acknowledge that accepting to be his women simultaneously is a challenging notion, but I will strive to ensure your safety, Li Mulan stated before approaching Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, I consent to being your woman, but I will only agree to be with you for 3 months. After that, if I wish to leave, you must not impede me. Bai Zhe regarded Li Mulan with keen interest, finding her far more astute than Li Mushi. Though the sisters bore a striking resemblance, their personalities diverged greatly. Elder sister Li Mulan was composed and deliberate, always considering the consequences before acting, while younger sister Li Mushi was impulsive and headstrong. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Zhe responded, very well. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's words, a shadow of sadness flickered in Li Mulan's eyes. Then, may I ask you to spare my sister? I will be your girlfriend alone. Please take us both away. She gazed at Bai Zhe with anticipation. Do you believe you possess the standing to negotiate terms with me? Bai Zhe's tone carried a hint of irritation. Li Mulan's heart trembled at that moment. A sudden wave of trepidation surged within her, rendering her unable to counter Bai Zhe's words. Then I shall go and persuade her. She had no doubt regarding Bai Zhe's declaration. If they truly did not acquiesce, her sister would indeed be left to fend for herself. Sister, please agree. As long as we have our lives, we have hope. Under Li Mulan's urging, Li Mushi despondently nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing her sister's consent, Li Mulan let out a sigh of relief. As long as they survived, there remained a chance. She could not bear to see her sister perish in this place. Bai Zhe observed that both sisters had consented, feeling quite satisfied. He then retrieved a bun from his space. Here, eat this. Do not be depleted of energy when it comes time to flee. Both sisters' eyes sparkled at the sight of the bun. Li Mushi rushed over to snatch it, dividing it in two. After inspecting the 2 portions, she handed the larger piece to Li Mulan. However, Li Mulan opted for the smaller one. Li Mushi was unwilling to concede, ultimately tearing a small piece from the larger portion, which satisfied them both. The sisters were evidently famished, devouring the bun in mere moments. Observing them eat, Bai Zhe stepped outside. Follow me. If you are bitten by a zombie, I will not be held accountable. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry. They hurriedly pursued him, fearing they would lag behind. Bai Zhe had previously cleared the zombies on their ascent, and now the dormitory building was only littered with the corpses of the undead. At that moment, the woman they had encountered earlier had fully transformed. Her chest ravaged by the zombies, exposing her ribcage. The sight horrified both sisters, eliciting gasps from them. Bai Zhe sauntered over, and as he passed by a zombie, he delivered a powerful punch that caused its head to burst. The sisters were taken aback. After witnessing Bai Zhe's prowess, they felt a surge of relief. Yet, The thought of having to become his girlfriends once again filled them with indignation. But the path they had chosen was theirs alone. Whom could they blame? Soon, the trio exited the female dormitory. The number of zombies below began to swell. Zay, cautious, retrieved a weapon from his space and shot venomous needles at the approaching zombies. In a short while, several undead lay defeated. The sisters' eyes widened in astonishment. They had initially feared that Zay might abandon them in the face of such a horde, but he effortlessly resolved the situation. It seemed they had underestimated Zay. As he prepared to leave with them, he suddenly recalled that the school's supermarket was merely 500 meters from the female dormitory. Since they were already there, he thought it prudent to gather some snacks to appease the incessant cravings of those at home. Let's take a moment to stop at the supermarket. Upon hearing the word supermarket, the sisters became instantly animated, eagerly following Zay as he dashed toward it. After eliminating the zombies on the way, they opened the supermarket's entrance. The interior was chaotic, with snacks strewn across the floor, clearly indicating that someone had been there before. Zay instructed the sisters to each find a backpack and fill it with food. Finally, Zay concluded by gathering all remaining edible items into a space. The sisters watched in awe at this spectacle. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside. Chapter 23. Terrified a one-punch hero? Boss, I just saw those people enter the supermarket. Damn it. How dare they rob my food supply? They must be tired of living. Upon hearing the noise, Li Mulan and Li Mushy instantly tensed. What do we do? Is Li Hu here? Should we return the food to him? The sisters looked to Zay for guidance. Zay scoffed. What is there to fear? If they had the ability, they would have taken the food already. Since they lack the capacity, whoever secures the food is entitled to it. Soon, a crowd surrounded the supermarket. Zay strolled out nonchalantly. He was all too familiar with the name Li Hu during his university years. He had been the one who relentlessly bullied Zay. Relying on his father's position as mayor, no one dared to confront him at school, especially since he had strong connections with local thugs. He was the quintessential bully in school, and no one dared to provoke him. Last year, someone accidentally struck him while playing basketball. That individual was admitted to the ICU that very night, and it took 7 days of desperate efforts to bring him back to life, only to be left with a lifelong disability. Moreover, due to the machinations of his father, this incident ultimately faded into obscurity. Upon witnessing Zay sauntering out with such audacity, the Li Mulan sisters became increasingly anxious. They were well aware of Li Hu's ruthless nature, and if they fell into his clutches, their fate would likely be far worse than if they remained with Zay. They hastily concealed themselves beneath the shelves. Before long, Zay arrived at the supermarket entrance. The onlookers were taken aback upon recognizing him, as he was none other than their frequent target for bullying. Seeing Zay emerge, they seized the opportunity to mock him. Baisha, I never expected you to still be alive. Why are you alone? Where are your accomplices? Liungria tonta. Who would have thought that the usually timid Zay would still be here today? I wonder what kind of luck you stumbled upon, he added with a mocking laugh. Zay paid no heed to their ridicule, instead surveying each individual present. Unsurprisingly, they were all the same people who had tormented him in the past. Are you deaf? Li Hu, noticing Zay's silence, grew increasingly displeased. He then commanded 2 of his subordinates, you two, go inside and drag out his accomplices. Before long, the 2 returned, escorting the Li sisters. Haha, boss, look who we've caught, they exclaimed, each gripping one of the sisters. Li Hu's eyes widened in surprise. Well, I didn't expect our twin school beauties to be here. It seems I'll have quite the evening, he leered. The Li sisters trembled in fear, instinctively glancing at Zay, hoping for his intervention. Li Hu discerned their thoughts and scoffed. You don't actually believe this waste can save you, do you? Even if the king of heaven himself were here today, he couldn't rescue you. Boss, all the food inside the supermarket is gone. Could it be that they hid it away? One of the lackeys suggested. Gone? Li Hu was momentarily taken aback before turning his gaze to Zay. Where did you hide the food? Zay remained unresponsive, merely fixing Li Hu with a deathly stare. The latter felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. Just wait until I deal with you. Li Hu spat before turning back to the sisters. Where's the food hidden? Li Mulan remained silent, but Li Moshuang, trembling in fear, spoke up. We only took these 2 bags. The rest was taken by Zay. Took it away. Li Hu glared, clearly incredulous. Do you dare to play me for a fool? With that, he struck Li Mu Shuang hard across the face. The slap echoed painfully, and Bai Zhe made no move to stop it. He refused to have his woman betray him, and if she erred, she must accept the consequences. Li Mu Shuang, stung by the blow, began to cry. Li Hu, noticing her tears, turned back to Bai Zhe. Speak up. Where's the food hidden? Bai Zhe continued to ignore him, slowly approaching the sisters. He pushed aside the lackey holding them and shielded them behind him, determined to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the impending conflict. While the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, Bai Zhe always preferred to mitigate risks as much as possible. To Li Hu, this display was a blatant provocation. Not only did Bai Zhe disregard his inquiry, but he also dared to touch the women Li Hu coveted. This behavior was a flagrant insult. Kid, you're asking for death. He snarled. Brothers, take him out. Instantly, Li Hu's lackeys charged forward, brandishing chairs, shovels, and wooden sticks as weapons. The Li sisters, terrified, covered their eyes, unable to bear what was about to unfold. Just as the assailants closed in on Bai Zhe, he sprang into action. With a swift kick, one of them was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall, which shattered under the impact. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, glancing at the fallen figure, who then coughed up blood and perished in an instant. They were merely students, unaccustomed to such brutality. Typically, the individuals they bullied would cower and submit. But now they were witnessing a violent retaliation, and one that could kill with a single blow. Panic ensued, and they froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Yet Bai Zhe would not grant them the luxury of hesitation. He charged at them, wielding his power with precision. A mere fraction of his strength was sufficient to render them incapacitated. One by one, they fell, writhing in agony, leaving only Li Hu standing. Bai Zhe, brimming with confidence, aimed to break bones with each punch, ensuring they would not rise again. He then swiftly turned his attention to Li Hu, determined to settle the pent-up rage of all these years. Li Hu stood dumbfounded. Was this truly the Bai Zhe he once knew? Had he become a veritable superhuman? As Bai Zhe approached, Li Hu's bravado evaporated, replaced by sheer terror, and he turned to flee. Yet he could not escape Bai Zhe's grasp. Before he had gone far, Bai Zhe seized him. Li Hu, overwhelmed by fear, felt his legs weaken and knelt before Bai Zhe. I am sorry, Bai Zhe. Please don't hit me, he pleaded, his face contorted in despair. This act of submission left Bai Zhe momentarily astonished. The once arrogant bully was now a quivering figure, begging for mercy. Bai Zhe, it was all my fault. I deserve this. I'm not human. Please let me go, and I swear I will never trouble you again. A faint smile danced upon Bai Zhe's lips. So, you do fear death after all. Just then, Li Hu suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Bai Zhe in a desperate attempt. Bai Zhe's expression turned icy, and he made no effort to dodge. Instead, he seized Li Hu's attacking hand. Li Hu's pupils dilated in terror as he realized his hand was immobile. In that moment, true fear gripped him. Bai Zhe, I was joking. Please, let me go. His voice trembled as he begged. Bai Zhe remained indifferent, slowly increasing the pressure in his grip. A piercing pain shot through Li Hu's nerves, eliciting a scream of agony. Sweat poured down his forehead, and tears streamed down his face. Bai Zhe, I beg you. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. His features twisted in anguish. How come you didn't think of sparing me when you bullied me? Bai Zhe pressed harder. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as Li Hu's hand was rendered useless. Bai Zhe finally released him, and Li Hu's hands fell limply at his sides. Upon gazing at his ruined hands, he fainted from sheer horror. Bai Zhe then stamped down on Li Hu's knee, and the sound of another bone breaking echoed through the street. Li Hu jolted awake from his stupor, his screams piercing the night. Bai Zhe, please don't kill me. My father is the mayor. He is wealthy. I can give you anything you want. At those words, Bai Zhe chuckled. Liungria. I don't know whether to call you naive or foolish. In this apocalyptic world, do you truly believe your status and wealth hold any value? They are worthless to me. Upon finishing his words, Bai Zhe delivered another kick, shattering Li Hu's remaining leg. Subsequently, he proceeded to stomp on all those lying on the ground. Li Hu and his minions lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Their cries attracted the surrounding zombies. Bai Zhe beckoned to the two sisters behind him. If you don't leave now, are you waiting to feed the zombies? Only then did the two women snap out of their shock. They could hardly fathom that the usually imposing Li, who had been so thoroughly defeated by Bai Zhe. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that they had encountered Bai Zhe. The sisters, feeling somewhat pleased, followed him. Soon, Li Hu and his companions, unable to rise, were devoured by the approaching zombies. Their screams echoed until the group exited the school. On the journey back, Bai Zhe turned to Li Mu Shuang and inquired, "Do you know why I let them strike you?" Li Mu Shuang looked at him, puzzled. "You did it deliberately. Otherwise, do you really think their meager skills could restrain me?" At that moment, Li Mu Shuang's eyes turned red, tears brimming. Li Mu Lan sensed something was amiss. Upon reflection, she began to piece together the situation. "Sister, do you not recognize your mistake?" "Sister, what did I do wrong?" Li Mu Shuang asked, confused. "Why did you claim that Bai Zhe was responsible for the disappearance of food in the supermarket?" It was then that Li Mu Shuang realized the foolishness of her actions. Had she not betrayed Bai Zhe? "I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I was just so frightened," she hurriedly explained. "Enough with the excuses. I do not wish for a repeat of this. Otherwise, it will not be a mere slap next time." A wave of fear washed over Li Mu Shuang. The shock Bai Zhe had imparted was overwhelming. The two sisters followed Bai Zhe back to the safe house, where they were greeted by 4 pairs of eyes upon opening the door. "Master, you have finally returned." Lu Yumeng ran over enthusiastically to help Bai Zhe remove his outerwear. "Master, are you tired today? Let me fetch you a glass of water," Xiaomo said, dutifully heading for the kitchen. "Little Bai Zhe, did you encounter any danger today?" Su Runyun asked with concern. Only Wang Yu she still seemed to struggle with the environment, awkwardly gazing at Bai Zhe, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Su Laosher, you are here too. How wonderful!" the Li sisters exclaimed, filled with excitement upon seeing Su Runyun. Su Runyun appeared slightly taken aback, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. As a teacher, she felt embarrassed at the thought of the sisters discovering her relationship with Bai Zhe. "Li Mulan, Li Mu Shuang. My heavens, you both are here as well. I've heard of your renowned names. You two sisters are truly remarkable, having achieved the top scores in our Jinghai City's literary and scientific examinations. What an extraordinary feat," Xia Mo exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. "Ah, you're the most beautiful school flower from the neighboring school, Xiaomo. What brings you here?" Li Mulan and her sister were astonished. Fortunately, they had encountered their master. Had he not rescued them, they would likely have become those grotesque zombies. "Master?" The sisters looked towards Bai Zhe. "Come inside. Let us serve our master together. From now on, we shall be one family." Xia Mo warmly pulled them into the house. "One family? Are you all Bai Zhe's women?" The sisters were momentarily bewildered. The women in the house were among the most beautiful from their 2 schools, and they had not anticipated being rescued by Bai Zhe. He truly was a man of many charms, they silently mused. However, even with this knowledge, they found themselves powerless. They had already fallen into Bai Zhe's grasp, leaving them with no choice. A hint of bitterness crossed their faces as they turned their gazes toward their teacher. "Su Runyun, Su Laosher, do you also?" Li Mu Shuang did not finish her sentence. Su Runyun merely nodded awkwardly. Admitting such a matter in front of her students was somewhat shameful. Yet, the thought of serving Bai Zhe alongside her students made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She could hardly comprehend how she could accept such a humiliating situation. Li Mulan and Li Mu Shuang exchanged glances, silently agreeing to change the subject. At that moment, Bai Zhe addressed the women. "The snacks they brought back are a reward for you." Upon hearing the word snacks, the women immediately brightened, rushing toward the sisters. In no time, they devoured the treats. The safe house was filled with laughter and joy. Just then, Bai Zhe broke the tranquility. "Li Mulan, come with me to the room." Chapter 28, Li Mulai. Li Mulan instantly felt a pang of anxiety, glancing uncertainly at Su Runyun. As her teacher, she instinctively sought assistance. However, Su Runyun merely nodded, indicating she too had no recourse. Thus, Li Mulan followed Bai Zhe into the room, while behind her, Li Mu Shuang's eyes began to redden. She understood what her sister was about to face, yet felt helpless. Moreover, she too might soon become Bai Zhe's woman. Before long, They arrived in the room. Help me undress. Li Mulan was momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, she approached Bai Zhe, raising her trembling hands to unbutton his shirt one by one. When the last button was undone, a strong and powerful physique was revealed before her eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly turned her head, fearing to make eye contact with Bai Zhe. You need to take off your pants as well. Isn't that inappropriate? Li Mulan et petite had embarrassment. What's inappropriate? You are already my woman. What is there to fear? Li Mulan reluctantly unfastened Bai Zhe's belt, her cheeks now burning to the roots of her ears. Too bashful to look, she closed her eyes. Yet, with her eyes shut, she grew even more flustered. All right, go run the bath for me. Bai Zhe, seeing her state, ceased his teasing. Li Mulan sighed in relief and dashed into the bathroom. As she turned on the faucet, a refreshing stream of water gushed forth. It had been a long time since she last bathed. She had only managed to clean herself with wet wipes. She eagerly scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on her face. The long-lost coolness made her instantly fall in love with this place. She yearned to strip down and luxuriate in a bath, but it was meant for Bai Zhe, and she had to wait, hoping to wash herself once he finished. Soon, Bai Zhe entered the bathroom. Li Mulan glanced over, and her face flushed again. Why did you come in without clothes? She quickly covered her eyes. Do you wear clothes when you bathe? Bai Zhe chuckled at her innocence. Then I'll leave. You can bathe. She turned to flee, but Bai Zhe grabbed her back, and due to the force, she stumbled directly into his embrace. If you leave, who will help me bathe? Fine, I will stay. Li Mulan's face burned with embarrassment. She gently picked up a towel, but at that moment, Bai Zhe suddenly attacked from behind. Li Mulan lay helplessly on the bed, her heart racing. She had never experienced such a delightful feeling. Recalling the previous scenes, her face reddened again. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe was not lost in pleasure. He was joyfully receiving the system's rewards. Congratulations, host, for gaining Li Mulan's favor. With affection exceeding 50, rewards are doubled. Congratulations, host, for earning 1502 points. Observing another 300 points added to his tally. He now had a total of 420 points. He then proceeded to check his space. Today, I picked up some snacks from the supermarket without thoroughly examining them. Upon closer inspection, I realized there were quite a few items. 20 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, 15 boxes of assorted sausages, and 30 boxes of assorted puff snacks. Additionally, there were 2 large freezers filled with cold drinks and beverages. A plethora of small snacks had piled up, nearly forming a small mountain. Next came the daily necessities, with toilet paper and sanitary pads taking up the most space, occupying a full 10 cubic meters. Fortunately, these items would not be in short supply in the safe house, which was particularly lacking in sanitary pads and would be needing them increasingly in the future. After surveying the bounty, Bai Zhe glanced at Li Mulan beside him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of unfulfilled desire and thought of Li Mu Shuang downstairs. Thus, he dressed and went out. Chapter 26. An unexpected guest Bai Zhe stepped outside and called down to Li Mu Shuang, "Come upstairs." Li Mu Shuang, flustered, ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching Bai Zhe's side, she anxiously inquired, "Where's my sister?" "Your sister is asleep. Now, you'll serve me," Bai Zhe replied, striding toward another room. Soon, they arrived at Lu Yumeng's chamber. As soon as he entered, Bai Zhe was taken aback by the items on the table. A small whip, a red candle, and a length of rope. What could these be for? Had Lu Yumeng's peculiar preferences escalated? This thought ignited Bai Zhe's curiosity. He resolved to have an in-depth discussion with Lu Yumeng at a later time. Observing the somewhat dazed Li Mu Shuang, Bai Zhe approached her and began to unfasten her clothing. Li Mu Shuang did not resist, allowing Bai Zhe to act as he pleased. It must be said that the resemblance between the two sisters was uncanny. It was nearly impossible to tell them apart. At that moment, Li Mu Shuang unexpectedly stepped forward, actively assisting Bai Zhe in unbuttoning his attire. It appeared that despite their identical appearances, their personalities were vastly different. Compared to Li Mulan, her younger sister Li Mu Shuang was notably more proactive. Congratulations, host, for gaining Li Mu Shuang's affection. Affection level has increased by over 50. Rewards doubled. Congratulations, host, for earning 1502 points. Another 300 points were credited. Bai Zhe glanced at the entranced Li Mu Shuang beside him, feeling a sense of ennui. He then stood up to dress. Just then, he heard the sudden roar of an engine outside, the sound gradually drawing closer. Peering through the window, he gasped in shock. A tank was slowly approaching the safe house. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. From the looks of it, this was likely the government army. He hurried downstairs, finding the women below in a state of uncertainty. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, they immediately appeared reassured, as if they had found their anchor. "Master, someone is outside," Lu Yuming said with a worried expression. In recent days, they had often heard the distant sounds of machine gun fire and tank bombardments. However, these sounds had gradually faded away over the last couple of days. The sudden appearance of a tank today was unexpected. "You all stay inside. I will go check." Before stepping outside, Bai Zhe converted all 700 points into attribute points. Initially, he intended to increase his strength, but after a moment's hesitation, he allocated all 14 points to agility. With 33 points in strength, he believed it improbable for anyone to match his physical power. However, speed was his weakness. If faced with a multitude of armed opponents, his strength advantage would be rendered useless. Thus, he deemed it necessary to enhance his agility. After adding the 14 points to agility, his agility total reached 28. He tested his newfound speed by sprinting to the second floor. Astonishingly, he traversed the 40-meter distance in less than 2 seconds. Such speed was unimaginable for any sprint champion on Earth. To confirm his abilities, he raced downstairs again, still achieving the feat in under 2 seconds. Bai Zhe felt a surge of exhilaration. With this speed, few beings could hope to catch him. Meanwhile, the women nearby were left in stunned disbelief, watching as Bai Zhe dashed up and then down the stairs. "Is this the speed a human can possess?" exclaimed Lu Yumeng, slightly reproachful. "Why are you pinching me?" "I just wanted to see if I was dreaming," Xiaomo replied, bewildered. Her reaction snapped the others back to reality, and they gazed at Bai Zhe with admiration. Naturally, they took pride in their formidable partner. "Master, you are incredibly fast," Lu Yumeng exclaimed, drawing closer as she caressed Bai Zhe's arm with a sense of pride. Yet, Bai Zhe had entered a state of detachment, showing no reaction. "Master, this is wonderful. You've become even stronger," Xiaomo exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his, snuggling against his chest. Su Runyin wore a joyful expression, though she refrained from making any overt advances. Wang Yuxi, still adjusting after only 2 days, also displayed a smile, indicating her happiness. At that moment, the tank came to a halt at the entrance of the safe house. 3 fully armed soldiers swiftly disembarked. Bai Zhe's expression hardened. "You all, return to your rooms," he instructed before striding towards the entrance. Outside, the 3 armed individuals had already approached the door. "What a sturdy house this is. Let's check inside to see if anyone is home. We can rest here for the night," one soldier suggested, while another proceeded to knock on the door. Just as he rapped on the door, it swung open. Bai Zhe scrutinized the 3 soldiers. Should anything go awry, he would not hesitate to draw his weapon and subdue them. The soldier knocking on the door instinctively extended his hand as Bai Zhe emerged. "Hello, comrade. We are from the 138th unit. Our squad was scattered at the front line, and we managed to escape. Could you kindly allow us to stay here for the night?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe's vigilance immediately heightened. Proper soldiers would salute upon encountering civilians. It was unusual for them to approach with open hands. Moreover, while the words seemed benign, they were riddled with inconsistencies. Regular troops would not be able to reach this location so swiftly, even if they had been scattered. Furthermore, the demeanor and actions of these 3 men did not resemble those of soldiers. At that moment, Bai Zhe noticed that one of them bore visible bite marks on their clothing, with bloodstains present. Clearly, this garment did not belong to him. Additionally, their stances while holding weapons appeared amateurish. All signs pointed to the fact that these 3 individuals were highly suspicious. Bai Zhe maintained his composure while observing them. However, the trio, sensing Bai Zhe's silence, attempted to push their way inside. This only solidified Bai Zhe's suspicions. "Comrade, please don't block the door. Let us in to rest for the night," one urged. "Yes, comrade. We have fought valiantly at the front. Please, grant us this favor." Bai Zhe's lips curled into a slight smirk as he stepped aside. "You 3 have had a hard day. Please, come in." Chapter 27. News from the front to three men, seeing by Zay yield, swaggered into the house. Once inside, they plopped onto the sofa as if it were their own home, rummaging through the bags of snacks for food. Life is good for you, brother. Living in such a large house all alone, with so many provisions. One exclaimed. To be honest, we have already contacted our superiors. Elite forces will be dispatched soon, and it won't be long before all the zombies in Jinghai City are eradicated. We, the three brothers, currently find ourselves without a place to go. In the name of the military, we are officially requisitioning your residence. Once the war concludes, I shall personally recommend you for commendation to my superiors, and you will be generously rewarded by the military. Bai Zhe chuckled lightly, realizing their eagerness to reveal their intentions. However, their acting was so clumsy that had it been more convincing, Bai Zhe might have actually believed them. You three officers have worked hard. Feel free to make yourselves at home. As a citizen of Longhua, how could I allow our soldiers to lack a place to rest? Bai Zhe feigned indifference. The three men burst into laughter upon hearing this. Young man, your awareness is commendable. Rest assured, once the main force arrives, I will promptly commend you to my superiors. The three officers then decided to take a break, while Bai Zhe offered to fetch them some food. Seeing Bai Zhe so cooperative, they relaxed their vigilance and carelessly placed their weapons aside. Sensing the opportune moment, Bai Zhe swiftly drew his weapon. A poison needle shot forth, causing one man to instantly fall into slumber. The other two, startled, hastened to retrieve their weapons. Bai Zhe launched another needle, and one more fell. Now only one remained, who managed to arm himself. With a sinister grin, he gazed at Bai Zhe, but suddenly, shock washed over his face as Bai Zhe darted behind him the moment he grasped the gun. By the time the man turned around, Bai Zhe had vanished from sight, leaving him bewildered. Where's he? Right behind you. With that, Bai Zhe delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending 5 teeth flying. The man immediately lost consciousness from the blow. At this moment, several women from upstairs rushed out in terror. Upon seeing the 3 subdued men, they erupted into cheers. Master, you are amazing. I knew you were the best. Subsequently, Bai Zhe retrieved 3 ropes from his space and bound the 3 men. Only after witnessing their bindings did the women dare descend. Are they really soldiers? Will we get into trouble for this? Lu Yumeng spoke timidly. I doubt they are genuine soldiers. True soldiers would never so casually invade someone else's home, Su Runyan asserted confidently. But they have guns and tanks. Xiaomo still harbored doubts. The women's expressions darkened at this remark. The tanks can't be fake. If they're not real soldiers, how could they have acquired tanks? Bai Zhe interjected. Enough with the baseless speculation. He then shared his suspicions, which eased the women's furrowed brows. This is absurd. They indeed appear increasingly like fakes. How should we deal with them? Perhaps we should incapacitate them? Lu Yumeng suggested innocently. The other women turned to her, giving her a thumbs up. All right, everyone, stop fooling around. I suspect this matter is more intricate than it seems. The tanks are genuine. Their possession implies they must have information about the front lines, Bai Zhe stated calmly. The women suddenly became agitated, having lost contact with the outside world since the apocalypse. They were eager to understand the current plight of humanity. Let's wake them up quickly. Bai Zhe then used a fraction of his strength to slap the 3 men awake. With sharp sounds echoing, the 3 groaned. They lifted their heads, realizing they were bound. Anger surged within them. Damn it! How dare you bind soldiers? You must want to die. One shouted. Let me tell you, we have already called headquarters, and they will send someone soon. You'll be doomed then. Be smart and release us, and perhaps we can forgive you. Bai Zhe, unfazed by their bravado, delivered each a slap, this time with greater force. Their faces swelled grotesquely. Don't waste your breath. Do you think I cannot see through your charade? Bai Zhe retorted angrily. The 3 men were momentarily taken aback, not expecting their ruse to be so easily deciphered. However, they would never admit it. Kid, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you realize the severity of kidnapping a soldier? I advise you to release us quickly, or everyone in this room will be treated as terrorists. Hearing their threats, Bai Zhe sneered once more and continued to strike them. Their faces became perfectly symmetrical from the blows, leaving them dazed. After a considerable time, they regained their senses, only to feel the burning pain on both sides of their faces. Still unwilling to cooperate? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to end your lives right now? Baize warned as they regained consciousness. Realizing Baize's strength, they ceased their bravado. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. Please stop hitting us. Our faces hurt. We only pretended to be soldiers out of necessity to find a place to stay. We admit our mistakes. Please release us. Baize replied, had you said this earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure such punishment. Observing their change in attitude, he pressed further. Now tell me, where did you acquire the tank and these uniforms? The three exchanged glances, stammering and failing to respond. Still looking for trouble? Baize raised his hand once more, preparing to strike. Brother, please don't hit us. I'll tell you. Baize retracted his hand. The man hesitated before beginning to recount. We escaped from the front lines. Upon hearing this, Baize's expression darkened. Indeed, there were issues at the front. Elaborate on what transpired at the front, he demanded, his voice growing colder. Chapter 28. The wealthy and alluring matron man paused before continuing. A few days ago, the government forces commenced a large-scale extermination of zombies. We were rescued from a building by them and placed in a refugee camp. Though called a camp, it was merely a makeshift shelter with minimal defenses. A small contingent of soldiers remained to protect us, while the main force ventured deeper into the city to eliminate zombies. Just last night, the sounds of artillery ceased, and the inhabitants of the camp became anxious. Suddenly, the main force returned, but they had all transformed into zombies. The man's face reflected terror. We were caught off guard as the remaining soldiers began a frantic counterattack. However, there were simply too many zombies, including some particularly terrifying ones that were impervious to gunfire and possessed incredible jumping ability, leaping into the crowd to maul indiscriminately. It was amidst this chaos that we conceived the idea of commandeering the government's tank. By chance, the third member among us is a military enthusiast and knows how to operate a tank. We made a bold decision, seized 3 guns, and eliminated the soldier driving the tank. We then commandeered the vehicle and fled, eventually arriving here. Baize's countenance had grown dark. They had shot the very soldiers who had risked their lives to save them. Such treachery warranted death. Yet, as they finished their tale, Baize refrained from executing them. Seeking further details, what do these zombies that are impervious to bullets look like? His voice had turned icy. The 3 men trembled at his words, quickly replying, those zombies are peculiar, exhibiting various bizarre forms. Some have scales covering their skin, some possess unusually muscular legs, and others have long tongues capable of swallowing a person whole. The women huddled together in fear upon hearing this. Baize was taken aback. He never anticipated that these zombies were evolving, and at such a rapid pace. After posing several inquiries and receiving little in return from the 3 individuals, he unceremoniously cast them out. Regardless of their motives, the act of killing government soldiers warranted their demise. At that moment, a few zombies appeared in the distance, and Baize refrained from engaging them. The 3, upon noticing the approaching zombies, were gripped by fear and fled in haste. Yet, bound as they were, they soon stumbled and fell, left to the mercy of the zombies that descended upon them, gnawing at their flesh. In no time, the trio rose once more, becoming mere shells of their former selves. After dispatching the few zombies, Baize entered the tank to inspect it. Inside, he discovered a pool of dry blood, presumably from the government soldier they had slain. He examined the other components. Although he was unfamiliar with operating a tank, he was adept at driving and assumed the mechanics would be somewhat similar. As he attempted to maneuver the tank, to his surprise, it responded favorably. The tank indeed moved, albeit with a heavier heft than an ordinary vehicle. Yet the distinction was minimal. Subsequently, Baize circled the safe house a few times in the tank before halting to examine the weapon systems. He found 3 shells and over 100 rounds of machine gun ammunition. Elated by this discovery, Baize deemed the haul quite satisfactory. He parked the tank in the garage and returned to his room. Upon learning of the zombie's mutation, an unsettling sensation gripped him, leaving him restless. He understood the urgency of enhancing his strength to ensure his survival. Thus, upon returning to his chamber, he promptly accessed the intelligence system to swiftly gather information on potential allies, particularly appealing women, to bolster his capabilities. As the system activated, details of three women emerged. The first was a professional woman with an attractiveness rating of 83. The second was the previously mentioned youthful teacher, rated at 85. The third was a young matron, rated at 90. Weighing his options, Bizet ultimately opted for the young matron. After expending 10 points, her details materialized. Name, Zhu Yiji. Age, 25. Attractiveness, 90. Bust, D-cup. Maintenance instances, 10. Location, Jiangnanguting, A Block B2 Villa. Jiangnanguting was merely 2 kilometers away. The residents of this area were affluent and successful individuals. However, acquiring a villa here was not as simple as having wealth. One must schedule an appointment 6 months in advance, during which the developers would conduct a thorough character and business assessment. Only those who passed the evaluation could purchase property here, a rule established collectively by the homeowners to avoid unsavory individuals in their vicinity. This illustrated the complexities of residing in such a place. Yet the wealthy continued to vie for entry. Contemplating this, Bizet felt a flicker of curiosity towards Zhu Yiji. He left behind 2 days' worth of provisions to guard against unforeseen delays, issued a few instructions regarding not opening the door for anyone, and then set off. Under the moonlit sky, Bizet sprinted along the road with familiarity. The rustling winds enveloped him, bringing a sense of exhilaration. The zombies by the roadside, alerted by the commotion, turned to see a fleeting shadow dash past, instinctively pursuing, only to lose sight of it moments later. Soon, Bizet arrived at Jiangnanguting. The security measures of the community were stringent, with towering walls and electric fencing. The main gate was firmly shut and seemingly bolted from within, indicating the presence of survivors. After circling the community without discovering an entry point, he returned to the gate and delivered a powerful kick to the iron bars. With his strength, the bars easily bent and distorted. Observing their resilience, Bizet applied another kick, and the entire barrier broke apart, allowing him to slip through. However, as he did so, a zombie clad in a security uniform lunged at him. Bizet wasted no time, delivering a decisive kick to its neck, severing its head. Despite its mouth still moving, attempting to bite at him, Bizet approached and crushed its skull beneath his foot. He surveyed the identical villas around him, momentarily puzzled about which one housed his target. At that moment, he spotted a figure lurking in the distance, glancing around cautiously. Bizet focused intently. The individual was clad in a red, form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves exquisitely. She wore towering heels, and though her gait was careful, it exuded elegance. A black coat draped over her shoulders, leaving her ample décolletage exposed. Bizet swallowed hard. This woman was a stark contrast to those in the safe house and embodied a beguiling allure unique to mature women. Coupled with her luscious crimson lips and delicate features, Bizet was certain this was the target he sought. Just then, a zombie appeared behind Zhu Yiji. Hearing the noise, she turned and let out a terrified scream. Bizet rushed forward, delivering a kick to the zombie just as it was about to grasp her. He reached out to touch Zhu Yiji, prompting an even more frantic reaction from her as she flailed her delicate hands at him. "Ah, don't come near. Don't eat me." Bizet grasped her arms firmly, preventing her from thrashing about. "Look at me. Am I a zombie or a human?" Zhu Yiji widened her eyes in disbelief, studying Bizet closely. After blinking a few times, she finally spoke. "Zombies cannot talk. You are human." Amused by her reaction, Bizet inquired, "Do you have any food?" "I'm quite hungry." Zhu Yiji pouted, patting her flat stomach in a feigned display of distress. "Of course I do, but my food is not easily obtained." Upon hearing Bizet had provisions, her eyes sparkled with interest. "What is the price?" "I have plenty of money." Bizet shook his head. "Not interested in money. Would you prefer gold, jewelry, or perhaps antiques and paintings?" Zhu Yiji's expression turned contemplative. Bizet shook his head once more. "What do you truly desire?" "I have everything. Just tell me quickly, lest I starve." Zhu Yiji's irritation began to surface. "If you agree to be my woman, I can provide you with endless food." Zhu Yiji shot a glare at Bizet. "You want me to be your woman? What a joke. I'm already married. Do you know who my husband is? You'd be terrified. Whatever, whether you agree or not is your choice. Whether I provide you food is mine." Bizet maintained an air of confidence. "You." Zhu Yiji pointed an accusing finger at him. pondering for a moment before declaring, "You're despicable." "What? Am I your darling?" Bai Zhe teased intentionally. "You're shameless. Do you want me to serve you in that way?" You. Unable to counter Bai Zhe's banter, Zhu Yiji turned to leave, but Bai Zhe followed closely behind. "Don't follow me." Yet Bai Zhe remained undeterred. Zhu Yiji quickened her pace, but no matter how fast she tried to go, Bai Zhe maintained a leisurely pursuit. "What do you want?" she shouted in frustration. I said, "Agree to be my woman, and I will provide you food. You can leave now. I will never agree to be your woman." With that, she hastily entered a room and locked the door. Bai Zhe, unperturbed, stood by the window, watching her within. He then retrieved a bag of gummy bear cookies from the space and began to eat them leisurely, deliberately displaying an expression of enjoyment. Upon witnessing Bai Zhe indulging in his snack, Zhu Yiji felt her stomach grumble in response. However, the moment she recalled Bai Zhe's outrageous request, her anger flared. What was her status? She was the wife of a real estate tycoon. How could she possibly compromise her dignity for a mere morsel of food? Countless aristocratic families had once beseeched her for a dinner invitation, and she had always taken her time to consider. How dare this young man present such an outrageous demand to her? It was utterly absurd. In her past, she could have whatever her heart desired. How could he think a bag of gummy bear cookies could entice her? It was laughable. She had encountered far superior delicacies. Would she truly care for such trivialities? In her glory days, she only savored the most tender morsel of foie gras, and as for lobster, she would only feast on those weighing over 10 pounds. As these thoughts spiraled in her mind, her hunger intensified. She cast a resentful glance at Bai Zhe. If it weren't for him teasing her appetite, she wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Yet if this continued, she might actually starve. No, one can endure without food for some time. She would never yield. Was it merely a bag of gummy bear cookies? Who cared? If only a gummy bear cookie would leap into her hands. She watched as Bai Zhe polished off the entire bag, and her heart sank further. Just then, he produced another bag of gummy bear cookies. Zhu Yiji's heart fluttered again. "How infuriating!" she exclaimed. She deliberately shut her eyes, reasoning that if she couldn't see it, she wouldn't be tempted. However, her mind was anything but tranquil. Would he finish all the gummy bears? Would he leave her even a few? No, he dared to make her his woman. She would not submit. But the gummy bear cookies must be delicious, right? Perhaps she could deceive him into thinking she agreed to be his woman? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Zhu Yiji became alarmed. No, how could she entertain such notions? She was already married, but she was so very hungry. Her mind was consumed with images of gummy bear cookies. In her extreme hunger, she even began to hallucinate, envisioning gummy bear cookies lining up to approach her. She reached out in vain, grasping nothing. She abruptly shut her eyes, terrified of wavering in her resolve. Yet, as soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Bai Zhe asking her if she wanted gummy bear cookies surfaced. No matter what, she could not escape. "Enough!" she shouted, then abruptly stood up. Gazing at Bai Zhe outside, still holding the gummy bear cookies, she felt her resolve begin to waver. Perhaps my husband has turned into a zombie. Yes, he must have become one. He cannot return, which means I am no longer a married woman. I am still single. Yes, that must be it. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had already begun to waver, and she was crafting excuses for her infidelity. Indeed, he had once said that if he were to die, I should find another man. Her face was alight with excitement. Without delay, she dashed toward the front door and hurriedly opened it. Upon seeing Bai Zhe outside, her determination solidified. She had to survive. She must survive. Even if it meant staying with this stranger, she had to live on. Nothing was more despairing than hunger. She spoke slowly. "I agree to be your woman." Bai Zhe was not at all surprised by her acquiescence. He understood human nature all too well. People are inherently selfish. When their lives are at stake, past vows mean nothing. Bai Zhe stepped inside and locked the door behind him. Chapter 30. I am yours quick. Give me those gummy bear cookies. Zhu Yiji lunged at Bai Zhe, attempting to snatch the food from his hands. Bai Zhe dodged, and Zhu Yiji missed her target. "Give them to me, give them to me." Her eyes welled with tears. "Did you not swear you would never agree to be my woman? I beg you. I am willing to be your woman. Please, just give me the food. I am so hungry." Zhu Yiji's gaze was fixated on the food in Bai Zhe's hands. Baize realized that if he were to give it to her now, she would surely deny it once she was satiated. Therefore, he could not easily grant her request. Since you are a married woman, it is best to let it go. After all, I do not wish to force anyone. With that, he feigned an intention to leave. Don't go, please don't leave me. Zhuiji clung to Baize from behind, tears streaming down her face. Do you truly wish to be my woman? I do. I do. This time, her tone was devoid of any resistance and filled with anticipation. Baize slowly turned to her, removing her coat. Observing the compliant Zhuiji, he felt a wave of satisfaction. What did wealth matter in the past? No matter how unreachable one was it not true that she now stood before him, engaging in such shameful acts? Baize gently stroked Zhuiji's hair, his hand then moving to her waistband. Congratulations, host, for gaining Zhuiji's favor. Reward points, 150 this time. He received only 150 points. After some time, Zhuiji rose and gazed longingly at the gummy bear cookies in Baize's hands. Satisfied, Baize handed over the food. Zhuiji snatched it eagerly, fearing he might change his mind, and devoured it without regard for her image. Nonetheless, despite her ravenous state, her beauty remained unparalleled. A swan, no matter how far it has fallen, remains a swan. Soon, Zhuiji finished all the food on the table and looked at Baize again. Is there more? I want more. Thus, Baize retrieved more snacks from his space. Zhuiji began eating again, this time more slowly and with greater elegance. Observing her eat, Baize felt a sense of enjoyment. That innate grace was something ordinary people could never hope to emulate. Half an hour later, Zhuiji finished everything on the table. She looked at Baize again, her eyes now filled with disdain. I'm going to my room to sleep. You are not allowed to follow. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Baize chuckled softly, as he had anticipated. However, he was in no rush, for the small amount of food she had consumed would be digested by morning. As the evening wore on, Baize decided to rest in the adjacent room. The house was spacious and carried a faint fragrance. Through the moonlight, he noticed a photograph of a woman on the table. This woman bore some resemblance to Zhuiji, but was undeniably younger and more beautiful. Could this be Zhuiji's sister? He speculated, glancing at the pink sheets and curtains. Baize lay down, the lingering scent of shampoo enveloping him, stirring his thoughts. Soon, he fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a sharp scream shattered the tranquility. Baize jolted awake, deducing that the sound had originated from Zhuiji. However, the noise came from outside. Was she attempting to escape? Baize sneered and quickly sprang into action. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Zhuiji surrounded by several zombies. Baize swiftly intervened, eliminating the threats with ease. Zhuiji patted her chest in relief, joy radiating from her. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Just as she finished speaking, Baize suddenly seized her by the neck. Zhuiji panicked, struggling against his grip. The more she fought, the tighter his hold became, until she could scarcely breathe. Why did you run? Baize inquired. Let go, you're hurting me, Zhuiji protested, still attempting to squirm free. Yet, all her efforts were in vain. If Baize were to exert his full strength, it is likely that Zhuiji's neck would snap instantly. Soon, Baize released his grip. You are nothing but a thief, Zhuiji accused, pointing a finger at Baize. A thief? Have I forced you in any way? Baize retorted with a cold sneer. At that moment, Zhuiji found herself at a loss for words, as Baize truly posed no threat to her. Yet, she was seething with frustration, unable to vent her anger. As a person of stature, she felt humiliated by this insolent boy. If word of this incident were to spread, how could she ever hold her head high again? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she burst into tears. Baize felt no sympathy. In comparison, she was fortunate. Countless lives have been lost due to this catastrophe, and she at least remained unscathed. In this era where food was as precious as gold, her chastity was worth even less than a mere cookie. No matter how glorious her past had been, she was now just an ordinary person. To obtain food, one must inevitably offer something in exchange. After crying for a while, Zhuiji ceased her sobbing, perhaps coming to a realization. She turned to Baize and said, From now on, I will follow you. Can you guarantee that I will have food every day? Baize nodded silently in response. Very well, starting today, I will accompany you. You must not take any other women. You can only love and pamper me. Can you do that? Bai Zhe was taken aback. Initially, he thought Zhu Yiji had come to terms with reality, but it seemed she had not fully grasped the situation. His tone turned increasingly icy. Remember, you do not have the right to negotiate terms with me. If you wish to survive, I can take you away. If you prefer to leave on your own, I will not stop you. With that, Bai Zhe turned and strode back to the villa, leaving Zhu Yiji stunned in the darkness. Her mind echoed with Bai Zhe's final words. Chapter 31. Killing the mutated zombie comes with rewards. The recent events had made her realize that it was impossible for her to survive alone in this world infested with zombies. She needed Bai Zhe's protection and, more importantly, his food. However, he had referred to her as a little bitch, which filled the proud Zhu Yiji with resistance. How could she possibly be subservient to this boy? What was her status? She refused to believe she could not live without him. Resolutely, she began to walk away. But just a few steps out, a zombie appeared before her, instantly draining the color from her face. In that moment, the courage she had mustered vanished entirely. She fled back to the villa. I've thought it over. As long as you can protect me and provide me with food, I am willing to be your little bitch. Zhu Yiji gasped. Bai Zhe paid her no mind, simply rising to return to his room to rest. Zhu Yiji stood bewildered for a moment before silently following him. Once in his room, Bai Zhe lost interest and soon fell asleep. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Bai Zhe was awakened by Zhu Yiji. Just as he was about to express his irritation, he noticed the fear etched on her face. Zhu Yiji pointed outside the window. Following her gesture, Bai Zhe's heart raced. A particularly formidable zombie was wandering about outside. He quickly drew the curtains. But at that moment, the zombie seemed to have heard the noise and abruptly turned its head. Thankfully, Bai Zhe was not spotted, but the zombie's attention was piqued as it began to investigate the window. It gently touched the glass with its rough hands. Suddenly, the zombie erupted in rage, smashing its fist against the glass, shattering it. Zhu Yiji screamed. Bai Zhe cursed under his breath and rushed to open the door, pulling Zhu Yiji along as they fled. The zombie, hearing the commotion, charged toward the window, crashing through the wall as if it were made of mere tofu. Bai Zhe's heart raced. He quickly shut the door and took off running. Faced with such a zombie, remaining indoors would mean certain doom. Only by escaping could he hope to evade it. Thus, Bai Zhe sprinted toward the main entrance, with Zhu Yiji trailing behind him. Once outside of the room, Bai Zhe instructed Zhu Yiji to hide. Her presence would only be a burden. She wisely concealed herself among the bushes at the back of the villa. With a deafening crash, the zombie broke through the security door, showcasing its immense strength. Bai Zhe remained calm. He had observed this type of mutated zombie for some time. While its power was great, its speed was inferior to that of an ordinary zombie. Therefore, Bai Zhe knew he could evade its attacks. He swiftly circled the zombie, which could only turn in place, trying to catch him. Over time, the zombie began to lag behind Bai Zhe's speed. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zhe charged to the zombie's rear and delivered a powerful punch to its neck. To his shock, he realized that most of his force had been absorbed by the zombie's coarse exterior, inflicting only a minor injury. The zombie staggered but quickly turned, revealing a vicious snarl. It let out a roar and lunged at Bai Zhe, evidently enraged by the attack. Bai Zhe continued to rely on his agility to evade the zombie's onslaught. After several close calls, the zombie began to pound its chest in frustration. This sight filled Bai Zhe with an ominous premonition. In his understanding, zombies were devoid of thought and emotion. Yet this one displayed unmistakable anger. Had it evolved to possess emotions? This implied that, in a sense, zombies were also living beings, not merely animated corpses. As Bai Zhe pondered, the zombie charged at him once more. He continued to dodge its attacks. Realizing that he could not rely solely on his strength to defeat this mutated zombie. With this in mind, he deftly evaded the zombie while retrieving the Biandan Shunbing from his space. This time, the weapon was a bronze sword, exceptionally sharp. Bai Zhe swung it through the air, producing a faint sound of slicing. With this weapon in hand, he felt more confident about vanquishing the zombie. After dodging another attack, Bai Zhe swiftly struck the zombie with a bronze sword, leaving a visible gash on its skin. The zombie roared in fury, launching 2 punches at Bai Zhe, who skillfully avoided them. and countered with 2 more sword strikes. Deep wounds appeared once again, inciting the zombie to attack with even greater ferocity. Baize evaded its frenzied blows while searching for an opportunity. At last, when the zombie's fist slammed against the wall, its arm became trapped between the cracks. Seizing the moment without hesitation, Baize exerted all his strength and swung the sword at the zombie's neck. With a chilling sound, a horrific wound appeared. Though the head did not completely sever, nevertheless, it was sufficient. The zombie's body lost control and collapsed, leaving only its head thrashing in defiance. Baize approached slowly, gripping the sword hilt firmly, and plunged it down. The zombie ceased all movement. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the mutated zombie. Reward: 1 gene point. Baize was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that slaying a zombie would yield gene points, which could significantly enhance his strength. Previously, he had spent 50 gene points to gain immunity to the zombie virus. Although defeating zombies only grants a single genetic point, it nonetheless represents a glimmer of hope. Moreover, given the current circumstances, at least 90 of the world population has transformed into zombies. In light of such a vast number, can one still fret over the scarcity of genetic points? Baize felt elated. Although the zombies had begun to mutate, he remained unfazed, especially after personally witnessing the strength of these mutated zombies. Realizing this, Baize hastily summoned Zhuyi, eager to return to the safe house. After a night's rest, coupled with the daily allocation of 100 points and Zhuyi's additional 150 points, he now possessed a total of 260 points. Such progress was painfully slow. He needed to elevate everyone's loyalty to 100, ensuring a daily influx of 700 points without lifting a finger. With this thought, he urged Zhuyi to accompany him. Chapter 32. Let us start with Lu Yumeng. The two swiftly returned to the safe house. Upon seeing the robust structure, Zhuyi's face brightened with joy. Wow, Baize, is this our home? It must be very safe here. Baize chuckled. You must understand this is my house, not yours. From today onwards, you are responsible for the cleanliness of the entire safe house. Should I catch you slacking, you shall not eat for a day. I protest. I refuse to do such dirty work. This has always been done by the Andes. Zhuyi retorted. But her protest fell on deaf ears as Baize entered the safe house. Inside, the women were gathered, engrossed in a film. Upon noticing Baize's return, they eagerly approached him. Master, you must be exhausted. Please, sit down, and let me massage your shoulders, Lu Yumeng said as she stepped forward. Master, I'll fetch you some water for a foot soak, Xia Emo chimed in. Master, what would you like to eat tonight? Yumeng, and I will prepare it. Li Mulan added with a cheerful demeanor, speaking with grace and poise. And Master, is there anything you need me to do? Li Mushuang hesitantly managed to utter. Baize observed the two sisters, surprised by their ability to adapt so quickly, actively seeking to please him. Although Li Mushuang still struggled to articulate her feelings, her willingness to speak indicated her acceptance of him. Little Baize, quickly take off your clothes. I'll wash them for you, Su Runyan said, making a motion to remove Baize's outerwear. This scene left Zhuyi utterly astonished. A room full of stunning women, all attending solely to Baize. What merit did he possess to deserve such attention? Baize interjected. Let me introduce everyone. Zhuyi will be in charge of the house's cleanliness from now on. Please welcome her. The women greeted Zhuyi with enthusiasm, yet she furrowed her brow, reluctant to object. Initially, she believed Baize had never encountered any great beauties. With just a hint of allure or a little charm, he would readily comply. After all, that was what men were typically drawn to. However, to her astonishment, the room was filled with stunning women, all seemingly younger and more beautiful than herself. This was utterly absurd, and to make matters worse, all these lovely women were vying for Baize's favor. How had she managed to fit in here? Reflecting on her past, she realized she was now relegated to the role of a mere cleaning lady. This thought filled her with dread, though she dared not show it, as she still relied on Baize for her survival. She forced a smile, saying, Hello everyone, I am Zhuyi. I hope to get along well with you all. At that moment, Li Mulan suddenly looked at her in astonishment. You are Zhuyi, the Zhuyi who ranks 10th on the rich immortal list. Zhuiji forced a wry smile and nodded. My goodness, I admire you. At such a young age, your worth is in the billions. Zhuiji could only offer a resigned smile. Once, being recognized had been a source of pride, but now she felt her face flush with embarrassment. From a former wealthy individual to a mere cleaner, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Hastily, she grabbed Bai Zai's outerwear, exclaiming, I will go wash the clothes. She then left in a flurry, her speed astonishing. After Zhu Yiji departed, the others began to cater to Bai Zai's needs. Some massaged his shoulders, others kneaded his legs. Some prepared foot baths, while others fed him snacks. Life was quite delightful. Bai Zai closed his eyes in contemplation, devising his next plan. The immediate priority was to elevate their loyalty levels as much as possible. However, increasing loyalty depended on an individual's personality and his own actions. It was not an easy task to cater to their preferences and swiftly boost their loyalty. As Bai Zai pondered over the women in his mind, he suddenly felt at a loss. Currently, only Su Runyan had achieved a loyalty level of 100, while the others ranged between 50 and 90. Lu Yumeng had the highest loyalty at 90 points. It seemed he would have to begin with Lu Yumeng. Suddenly, he recalled the small whip candles and ropes he had seen in Lu Yumeng's room the previous day, and peculiar thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Yumeng, I will sleep in your room tonight, he declared. Lu Yumeng's expression turned to one of shock, followed by a blush. Yes, master. After dinner, the women retreated to their rooms to rest. Zhu Yiji was tidying up the leftover food on the table. I will return to my room to prepare, she said, and Lu Yumeng hurried back to her room as well. Bai Zai checked the time and promptly followed Lu Yumeng. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Yumeng seemingly hiding something. Oh, master, why did you come in so quickly? I'm not ready yet. She frantically closed the drawer, turning her back to the table. Bai Zai discerned her unease and approached her directly, opening the drawer. Inside lay an array of peculiar items. Lu Yumeng's face flushed a deep crimson. Bai Zai chuckled. What is there to be embarrassed about? Rest assured, I won't disclose this to anyone. It will remain our secret. Lu Yumeng visibly relaxed. Bai Zai then began to sift through the drawer, selecting a few items. The small whip, a lighter, candles, rope, and a ball gag. He looked at Lu Yumeng, who stood there with a mix of excitement and bashfulness. Recognizing her expression, Bai Zai knew his assumptions were correct. Let us try these out today, he said, observing Lu Yumeng's reaction. She neither rejected nor consented. Bai Zai's lips curled into a smile as he picked up the rope and began to bind her. Lu Yumeng complied readily. Before long, she was securely tied. Master, I am ready, she said shyly, turning her head away, yet trying to present herself enticingly. Seeing her in such a submissive pose ignited Bai Zai's enthusiasm, and he began to indulge himself. As Bai Zai's actions unfolded, Lu Yumeng's expression gradually shifted to one of ecstasy, emitting soft moans. Finally, a system notification chimed in. Lu Yumeng's loyalty has reached 100 daily points granted. 100, Chapter 33. Genetic enhancement begins with a strong kidney. Bai Zai felt a surge of joy. Lu Yumeng's loyalty had indeed increased to 100. This meant he would now receive an additional 200 points daily, coupled with the previous 100 points. He now had a total of 360 points. Seeing that Lu Yumeng was nearing her limits, Bai Zai put away the tools. Lu Yumeng appeared slightly reluctant to end their session. She embraced Bai Zai, her fragrance wafting softly towards him, and whispered in his ear, Master, you were amazing just now. I want more. That will do for today. We shall continue when we have time, Bai Zai replied, observing her exhausted demeanor, unable to continue further. They would rest for the night. The following day, Bai Zai prepared to examine intelligence reports in search of today's target. Just then, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an offspring. Reward, 50 genetic points. Upon hearing this, Bai Zai immediately felt invigorated. He glanced at Lu Yumeng, who lay naked on the bed. Could it be her? After all, he had just been intimate with her the previous night, and considering the rapid pace of the tadpoles, a single night should suffice to breach the defenses. Currently, Bai Zai had 2 offspring, yet he remained oblivious to which 2 were conceived. This left him rather troubled. Lacking any means of detection, he could only wait patiently. However, Lu Yumeng was a strong contender. The identity of the other remained uncertain. Gazing at the acquired genetic points, Bai Zhe was eager to augment his strength. He swiftly opened the genetic enhancement option, and three choices materialized before him. Option 1. Enhance immunity, no longer troubled by colds. Cost, 50 genetic points. Option 2. Increase vitality, doubling hit rate. Cost, 50 genetic points. Option 3. Enhance kidney function, no longer a 5-second man. Cost, 50 genetic points. The first two options had appeared previously, and after careful consideration, Bai Zhe had opted not to select them. The third option was a first-time offering. To be frank, upon seeing this choice, he felt a wave of disdain. How could someone as robust and in the prime of life as Bai Zhe be reduced to a mere 5-second man? Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he had been working excessively hard lately and felt somewhat fatigued. Moreover, his system was one of fertility and fortune. Although he was still quite strong, he could not guarantee his continued vigor. Given his need for high-intensity performance, he decided it prudent to enhance this genetic trait first. After all, it was better to widen the canal than to conserve resources. This way, he would not have to worry about a day when his rivers might run dry. Thus, he expended 50 genetic points, selecting the third option. Congratulations, host, genetic enhancement successful. Kidney function strengthened, enabling you to fight until dawn. As soon as the enhancement was completed, Bai Zhe felt a remarkable change in his body. He suddenly felt extraordinarily light and brimming with energy. Such is the benefit of having healthy kidneys. In high spirits, he resolved to venture out today in search of a lovely companion for an all-night conversation. At that moment, Bai Zhe recalled the faint fragrance lingering in the bed where he had slept the previous night. The lingering scent of hair indicated that the room had recently been occupied. This person was likely the individual in the photograph. With this thought, he quickly rose. At that time, Zhu Yiji was sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Bai Zhe approached and gently patted her on the rear. Zhu Yiji, still unaccustomed to her comfortable surroundings, startled awake upon his touch. Once she realized she was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Bai Zhe with surprise. Bai Zhe did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Do you have a sister?" "How do you know?" Zhu Yiji inquired, puzzled. "I saw a photograph in the room next door yesterday. She looks just like you." Zhu Yiji suddenly understood. "Indeed, I have a sister, but she left before the apocalypse and has been missing ever since." A hint of sadness flashed across her face. Receiving this answer, Bai Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. If he could not locate her sister, he would have to seek targets through intelligence reports. Perhaps unwilling to give up, Bai Zhe casually asked, "Where did she go before the apocalypse?" "I heard it was for a class reunion, apparently at Pinshange," Zhu Yiji recalled. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment. Pinshange was the most famous restaurant in Jinghai City. It was said that the minimum expenditure there was 500,000. Rumor had it that dining there required meeting a table fee, which served as a minimum consumption threshold. Only by ordering enough to meet this price could one dine at the table. Those who could afford to eat there were regarded as esteemed individuals. However, now that the apocalypse had arrived, no matter how prosperous it once was, it was merely an ordinary building. Pinshangu was located approximately 10 kilometers from the safe house. With zombies now rampant, the journey to rescue anyone would be fraught with difficulties. Furthermore, Zhu Yiji's sister's fate remained uncertain. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon that pursuit. With this in mind, Bai Zhe opened the intelligence system, which once again presented 3 photographs. The first 2 were rather ordinary, with appearances just above 80. The third individual captured Bai Zhe's attention. She was stunningly beautiful, boasting a score of 93 in appearance. He promptly prepared to view her details. At that moment, Bai Zhe noticed that accessing this person's information required a consumption of 20 points, 10 points more than the others. Did this individual possess some extraordinary qualities? Regardless, he was not lacking in those 10 points. Thus, he decided to examine the information. Name, Sun Jiai age, 20 bust, D-cup appearance, 93 maintenance count, 0 location, private room on the 2nd floor of Pinshange. Upon reading this information, Bai Zhe's heart raced with excitement. By sheer happenstance, he had stumbled upon intelligence regarding Pinshange. It was indeed true that sometimes, when one contemplates giving up, opportunities unexpectedly arise. Nevertheless, Bai Zhe was determined to go, not only for Zhuiji's sister, but also for the enchanting Sun Jiai, whose attractiveness was rated an impressive 93. Following a single night, Bai Zai's points increased by an additional 200, and after deducting the 20 points he had just used, he now possessed a total of 540 points. He converted all 500 points into strength value, and then checked his attributes. Name: Bai Zai Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Stamina, 8 Charm, 10 Host Genetic Enhancements, 1. Immunity to zombie viruses, 2. Enhanced kidney function. Upon reviewing these attributes, Bai Zai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With an increase of 10 points in strength, he was confident that if he encountered a mutated zombie again, he could dispatch it with a single blow. Simultaneously, he realized a crucial truth. The consumption of intelligence points correlates with distance. The greater the distance, the more points required. After ensuring he had 5 days' worth of food, Bai Zai set out for Pin Shangge. Chapter 34. An encounter with the Qinglong gang. Traveling along the road, Bai Zai encountered a plethora of abandoned cars scattered about. Some vehicles contained zombies, their skin shriveled from prolonged starvation, resembling elderly men in their 70s or 80s. In contrast, the zombies outside retained more of their former appearances. It appeared that even zombies would slowly perish without sustenance. The 10-kilometer journey was neither too far nor too close. If he moved at full speed, he would require only half an hour. However, due to the numerous challenges along the way, he had to proceed with caution, significantly slowing his pace. At that moment, he noticed a multitude of zombie corpses ahead. Bai Zai speculated that survivors might be nearby, prompting him to exercise even greater caution. Compared to zombies, humans are far more terrifying. When order collapses, human desires can become boundless. The law of the jungle prevails. The weak succumb to the strong, and survival of the fittest is the natural order. When the apocalypse strikes, this law applies equally to humanity. After walking a bit further, he spotted a group of survivors ahead who were observing him from a distance. Bai Zai wished to avoid unnecessary conflict and thus quicken his pace. However, these individuals began to follow him, just as he was about to teach them a lesson. A group of young men armed with sticks and knives materialized in front of him. At that moment, the group that had been trailing him quickly closed in, clearly intent on devouring him alive. Bai Zai remained motionless, uncertain of the intentions of these individuals, believing that a passive observation would serve him better. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed in black, wearing sunglasses and slicking back his hair with pomade, emerged from the crowd. "Are you alone, brother?" Bai Zai nodded. The man scrutinized Bai Zai from head to toe and continued, "You don't appear to have escaped. You must possess some provisions." Bai Zai's guard was instantly raised. In the apocalypse, individuals would do anything for food, even resorting to murder without hesitation. Observing Bai Zai's wariness, the man chuckled, "No need to be alarmed, brother. We of the Qinglong gang do not engage in such barbarity. However, if you find yourself without a place to go, we welcome you to join us." Bai Zai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name of the gang. He was well aware of the Qinglong gang. Prior to the apocalypse, it was the most formidable criminal organization in Jinghai City, known for its discretion and adherence to a code of conduct that allowed it to endure. He had not anticipated encountering the Qinglong gang here. "Apologies, but I'm not interested," Bai Zai replied coolly. The man's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his smile. "Ah, then do you require anything? We have cigarettes, alcohol, and medical supplies, all available for exchange if you can offer sufficient food." Bai Zai shook his head once more. The man smiled again and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Zilong. Feel free to seek me out if you need anything in the future." Bai Zai was taken aback. "You are from Changshan?" Zhao Zilong's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to his congenial demeanor. "I am not that Zhao Zilong." "All right, I will remember you. If I require assistance, I shall seek you out," Bai Zai stated before preparing to depart. The young men behind Zhao Zilong glared at Bai Zai, showing no intention of allowing him to leave. "Stand aside," Zhao Zilong commanded, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. The crowd parted, creating a path. Without hesitation, Bai Zai strode through the throng. At that moment, Zhao Zilong turned, his gaze reflecting contemplation and confusion. "Boss, why let this kid go? He just disrespected you. Why not take action?" "Yes, boss, give the order. Let's deal with him." A group of young men expressed their indignation. Zhao Zilong raised his hand, silencing them, and declared resolutely, "This individual is not ordinary. Even I find him somewhat inscrutable. He dares to traverse this zombie-infested area alone, and his demeanor and attire do not suggest he is merely a survivor of the apocalypse. Such a person either possesses genuine skill or is backed by a powerful faction. Remember, if you encounter him again, do not engage in conflict." "Understood, boss," they replied. "You are all brothers whom I have nurtured. I wish for none of you to come to harm. With the apocalypse upon us, it is our time to thrive. From this day forth, we must expand our ranks and welcome all survivors. I foresee this zombie catastrophe lasting a considerable duration. We must act preemptively to secure our place in the future competition." Years later, when people heard the name of the Qinglong gang, they would shudder in fear. Of course, that is a tale for another time. After Bai Zhe departed, he proceeded cautiously, only relaxing when he realized he was not being pursued. He was now 5 kilometers away from Pinshanga. Just then, 2 mutated zombies appeared ahead, one exceptionally strong and the other with remarkably developed leg muscles. These mutated zombies took notice of Bai Zhe. The one with powerful legs lunged at him with astonishing speed, akin to that of a small automobile. Bai Zhe, wary of the threat, swiftly dodged. Despite the zombie's rapidity, its lack of agility rendered it predictable. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Bai Zhe countered after a successful evasion, dispatching the zombie with ease. The remaining one was manageable, and Bai Zhe utilized his speed advantage to eliminate it as well, earning 2 genetic points. He pressed onward, encountering 3 more mutated zombies along the way. These 3 bore peculiar characteristics. One sported sharp claws, another had scales resembling fish skin, and the final one possessed 2 heads. After an intense battle, Bai Zhe discerned that the mutations of these zombies exhibited no pattern, each transformation appearing entirely random. Moreover, their strength varied significantly. For instance, the fish-scaled zombie was weaker than its non-mutated counterparts, standing inert and seemingly dehydrated. In contrast, the one with sharp claws was formidable, capable of shredding a car with a single swipe. The 2-headed zombie was particularly amusing, as it began quarreling with itself before Bai Zhe even engaged. Unsurprisingly, Bai Zhe successfully dispatched all 3 mutated zombies. This experience led him to realize that the mutations were akin to an exploration into various possibilities, though it remained uncertain how far these mutations would progress. He collected 3 additional genetic points and, glancing at his total of 6, continued on his journey. The subsequent path was uneventful until he reached the vicinity of Pinshanga, where he was struck with awe at the sight before him. Outside, layers upon layers of zombies crowded around, including some formidable mutated ones. The sheer number of zombies suggested that clearing them alone would take him 3 days and nights at the very least. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, he recalled Zhao Zilong's words. Had he not mentioned being available for assistance? Resolving to seek help, Bai Zhe retraced his steps to the location where he had previously encountered the Qinglong gang. Upon his return, he found individuals still lingering in the area. Quickly, he summoned one of them, who recognized Bai Zhe from their earlier meeting and, having received the boss's directive, wisely refrained from antagonizing him. "Is there something you need? Where's your boss? I wish to discuss a matter with him." The young man hesitated briefly before responding, "Please wait here." He then made his way down an alley. 10 minutes later, he returned with Zhao Zilong in tow. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, Zhao Zilong's face brightened with a smile. "Brother, back so soon. Is there something you need my assistance with?" Bai Zhe wasted no time and asked directly, "How much food would be required to clear the zombies?" "That depends on their number. If they're mutated zombies, we'll need to negotiate separately. You only need to worry about the ordinary ones. Leave the mutated ones to us." Bai Zhe's tone remained unperturbed. This statement caused a slight change in Zhao Zilong's expression, though he quickly regained his composure. Bai Zhe noted that the other party had refrained from causing trouble for him, likely due to their inability to see through his true capabilities. With this remark, Zhao Zilong's demeanor shifted to one of increased caution. "Might I inquire your name, brother?" "Bai Zhe." "Brother Bai, are you looking to hire us to assist in clearing the zombies? I am curious as to the number of ordinary zombies you face." "Around 10,000. and I require your assistance to clear them within half a day. 10,000. Zhao Zilong's expression turned serious. Observing his reaction, Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. Is it not feasible for you to take on this task? Of course not. Such a request is entirely within our capabilities, Mr. Bai. However, I must confer with my brothers. Please bear with me for a moment. Zhao Zilong's expression reverted to his previous congenial demeanor. Watching Zhao Zilong depart, Bai Zhe reflected on his character, concluding that he was far more complex than he appeared. Regardless of the circumstances, he maintained his composure, adeptly adjusting to unforeseen challenges and strategizing accordingly. Such a person, without a modicum of skill, could never command such a large group. After much contemplation, Bai Zhe resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would not oppose this individual. Of course, should these people exhibit any lack of foresight, he remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong's expression grew serious upon his departure. This singular transaction was undoubtedly the largest since the onset of the apocalypse, and it bore significant implications for the future of the Qinglong gang. Caution was imperative. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Zhao Zilong returned to the Qinglong gang's base, where a dozen individuals awaited. He announced to all the brothers that a business opportunity had arisen. The group dispersed to contact their respective subordinates, and soon the small courtyard was teeming with people. Zhao Zilong then disclosed the details of the transaction with Bai Zhe. The crowd was taken aback. They had not expected their first order in the apocalypse to be of such magnitude. However, with high rewards came equally high risks. The prospect of dealing with 10,000 zombies could very well spell disaster for them. Boss, our Qinglong gang has barely over 200 brothers. We are in a critical growth phase and cannot afford this deal. Indeed, boss, if we proceed, we might lose half our brothers, and it will only exacerbate our situation. The crowd voiced their apprehensions, wholly skeptical of the undertaking. Everyone, listen to me. As Zhao Zilong spoke, the room fell silent, underscoring his esteemed position. We must undertake this business and execute it flawlessly. Consider how much food we have left. We might not even manage to gather today's meals. If we continue to collect food bit by bit, it could take ages. What we need most is time. Once we secure food, we can boldly venture into larger supermarkets and food factories. This deal is crucial for our current predicament. Furthermore, we need only eliminate the ordinary zombies. With your skills, the casualties should be minimal. Most importantly, this individual possesses immeasurable strength, whether it be the mysterious forces behind him or his own prowess. We must cultivate a good relationship with him. After Zhao Zilong's declaration, there was no further dissent among the group. They were focused solely on the present, lacking the foresight to consider long-term implications, unlike Zhao Zilong, who had to contemplate future developments. Boss, we all trust your judgment. Boss, give us the orders on how to engage in this battle. Zhao Zilong looked at his brothers with a grateful smile. Do not rush. While we are eager to accept this order, the other party has yet to agree to our price. Await my good news. With that, Zhao Zilong turned to leave. Soon, he found himself before Bai Zhe, feigning a troubled expression. Mr. Bai, I have successfully persuaded my subordinates, but we have encountered a pricing issue. My brothers are requesting 10 tons of food. Would this price be acceptable to you? No problem. Bai Zhe replied without hesitation. Zhao Zilong was momentarily taken aback. Having anticipated Bai Zhe would negotiate downwards, he had intended to secure the deal for 5 tons. This unexpected agreement nearly left him speechless. After 10 seconds of shock, he quickly donned a smile. Mr. Bai, according to our industry standards, you are required to pay half as a deposit. Too troublesome. I can provide all 10 tons of food up front. Bai Zhe, confident in his position, was unafraid of any potential deceit. For him, 10 tons of food was inconsequential. The last batch he acquired from the cafeteria amounted to nearly 30 tons, and with his spatial abilities, acquiring food was a trivial matter. In stark contrast, Zhao Zilong felt a surge of unease upon realizing Bai Zhe was willing to provide 10 tons of food in advance. He understood that he was dealing with an extraordinarily formidable individual. 10 tons of food, offered without a moment's hesitation. Such a person could not possibly be ordinary. Zhao Zilong silently vowed never to offend Bai Zhe, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 36. Employing the Qinglong gang, Zhao Zilong's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and he spoke with increased deference. "Mr. Bai, may I ask if the food will be delivered by your men, or should we collect it ourselves?" Zhao Zilong was now certain that an extraordinary force backed Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe pondered briefly and replied, "In half an hour. Meet me in the vacant lot behind Jinghai University. That will serve as my temporary base." Bai Zhe was untroubled by them, knowing the location of his safe house. With its formidable defenses, he was confident in capturing them before they could breach the door. "Understood, Mr. Bai. We will arrive in half an hour." After this exchange, Bai should depart it. He chose the half-hour time frame deliberately, wishing to keep his spatial abilities a secret, his most significant advantage, which he preferred not to disclose to outsiders. He understood the inherent greed of humanity and the dangers of possessing something valuable, wishing to avoid constant scrutiny. Subsequently, Bai Zhe returned to his safe house and retrieved the 10 tons of food from his space, placing it at the entrance. True to his word, Zhao Zilong arrived half an hour later, accompanied by his men. Initially cautious, they soon realized the area was spacious and devoid of ambushes, allowing them to approach with ease. Upon sighting the 10 tons of food, they were as excited as one might be upon encountering a beautiful woman. Simultaneously, Bai Zhe emerged from the house, accompanied by his alluring companions, who piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. The crowd was momentarily stunned, having never encountered such stunning women, each resembling a celestial being. Zhao Zilong was equally taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Observing his subordinates' inappropriate gazes, he cleared his throat to remind them. Yet, the captivated men remained oblivious to their leader's admonition. He awkwardly addressed Bai Zhe, "Mr. Bai, I apologize, my brothers lack worldly experience. Please do not take offense." Bai Zhe shrugged off the remark, acknowledging the beauty of his companions as an undeniable fact that would captivate anyone. As the women noticed the attention they were receiving, they giggled and retreated inside. The men snapped back to reality, a hint of regret lingering on their faces as they recognized how rude their earlier behavior had been. Staring unabashedly at another's companions was undoubtedly inappropriate. Concurrently, they grew increasingly convinced of their leader's assertions. This man was indeed formidable, capable of providing 10 tons of food without hesitation. Furthermore, he possessed a robust safe house and was surrounded by such enchanting women. After a few more exchanges, Zhao Zilong instructed his subordinates to begin transporting the food. They prepared several tricycles, loading the provisions before swiftly returning to their base. Once the food was secured, they followed Bai Zhe to Pinshangge. Upon encountering a horde of zombies, Zhao Zilong and his men exhibited no signs of panic. Showcasing their experience in dealing with the undead, Zhao Zilong quickly assessed the terrain and issued a series of commands, with his subordinates executing them in an orderly manner. Some utilized cars on the street to create barriers, while others cleared surrounding zombies to prevent interference with their operations. Subsequently, the remaining individuals arrived at an open space and eradicated all the zombies present. This illustrates the remarkable command skills of Zhao Zilong, as well as his ability to adapt to changing circumstances. He is capable of making the most advantageous choices in any environment. Although this method seems straightforward, it is a feat that most individuals would find challenging to devise in such a short time. Bai Zhe observed and began to comprehend Zhao Zilong's strategy, to clear an area and then use vehicles to create a pathway for the zombies. The zombies would traverse this tunnel in succession, while individuals on both sides would engage in eliminating them. By the time the zombies reached the open space, only a few would remain, easily dispatched by the survivors. At this moment, Zhao Zilong spoke. "Mr. Bai, my team is ready. However, this plan only addresses ordinary zombies. What you propose for the mutated ones?" Bai Zhe understood that Zhao Zilong was testing his capabilities. "There is no need for you to inquire further. I have my own methods," he replied. Zhao Zilong ceased to speak further and awaited the preparations of his subordinates. Bai Zhe moved to the forefront of the obstacles. Soon, someone would attract the zombies, who would pour through the narrow passage like sand through a funnel. The onlookers were astonished to see Bai Zhe advance to the front, anticipating that he would draw a weapon to combat the mutated zombies. Yet he approached unarmed. "Mr. Bai, do not come so close. These mutated zombies are extremely perilous. Caution one. Indeed, Mr. Bai, if you are unprepared, do not be reckless. If necessary, we can devise alternative strategies," another urged. "Mr. Bai, please retreat. You are our employer. Your safety is paramount." Concern rippled through the ranks. At this moment, doubts emerged regarding Bai Zhe's experience with zombies, who was unaware of the formidable nature of mutated zombies. His nonchalant approach, devoid of weaponry, baffled them. "Fear not. You may focus on your tasks," Bai Zhe replied calmly. His subordinates, unsure of how to respond, turned their gazes towards their leader. Zhao Zilong furrowed his brow, unable to fathom Bai Zhe's intentions. However, upon observing Bai Zhe's confident demeanor, he felt reassured. Moreover, having received his commission, the potential demise of the employer bore no consequence for him. This was an opportunity to gauge Bai Zhe's true abilities. After coming to this realization, Zhao Zilong commanded, "Since Mr. Bai has spoken, prepare to act." Soon after, several subordinates stealthily leaped outside the obstacles, using themselves as bait to lure the zombies. Upon sighting them, the zombies charged forward like ravenous vampires. Once their objective was met, the individuals quickly concealed themselves behind the obstacles, continuing to entice the zombies. Lacking intelligence, the zombies charged blindly, and soon the foremost ones surged into the narrow passage. Those sheltered behind the obstacles sprang into action, seizing the opportunity to deliver lethal blows to the zombies. At that moment, a mutated zombie squeezed through. This creature possessed immense strength, nearly overturning a vehicle. Everyone's attention shifted to Bai Zhe, eager to see if he could vanquish this formidable adversary. Chapter 37. The courtesy of the Qinglong gang. Bai Zhe remained motionless. If he failed to neutralize this mutated zombie, all would have to retreat, for the obstacles offered no real protection against such a foe. Tension mounted as all eyes were fixed on Bai Zhe. However, the next instant, disbelief washed over the crowd. As the mutated zombie lunged at Bai Zhe, he effortlessly obliterated its head with a single punch. The mutated zombie collapsed lifelessly. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood agape, momentarily forgetting their actions. They could hardly comprehend the magnitude of Bai Zhe's strength. From a distance, Zhao Zilong's pupils contracted sharply. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none anticipated such a straightforward and brutal conclusion to the confrontation. Bai Zhe exhibited no trace of fear. To him, the terrifying mutated zombie resembled nothing more than an ant. How formidable must his strength be? Realizing this, Zhao Zilong resolved never to oppose Bai Zhe and to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, perhaps gaining access to the forces that lay behind him. Just as their astonishment lingered, several more mutated zombies pressed toward the entrance of the passage. Bai Zhe stood atop a vehicle, delivering swift kicks that sent the heads of the mutated zombies flying like footballs. His movements flowed seamlessly. Satisfied with his own power, Bai Zhe cast a glance back at the onlookers. Noticing their astonished expressions, he smiled subtly. His deliberate display of strength was intended to instill awe. With a secure hideout, provisions, and an abundance of beautiful women, it was impossible not to attract interest. Thus, Bai Zhe sought to quell any impulsive thoughts before they could take root. Should they contemplate any designs upon him, they would need to consider whether they possessed the requisite strength. Observing that the crowd remained ensnared in astonishment, Bai Zhe knew his objective had been achieved. "What are you all standing around for?" Bai Zhe intoned, slowly breaking the silence. If it did not prompt them, the zombies would soon breach the obstacles. Only then did the group snap back to reality, hastily dispatching the zombies before them. Bai Zhe then turned his attention to the horde. His focus was solely on the mutated zombies. For every mutated zombie that crossed his path, he eliminated one. Only ordinary zombies could traverse the passage, many of whom would perish midway. A scant few would reach the open space at the end, where even more individuals awaited them. Observing the increasing number of zombies falling within the passage, Bai Zhe felt a sense of calm. Their eradication was merely a matter of time. Upon defeating the final mutated zombie, Bai Zhe had dispatched a total of 13, accumulating 19 genetic points. With nothing pressing to attend to, he watched as his companions eliminated ordinary zombies. They exhibited a high degree of professionalism, capable of achieving kills with precision. Such prowess indicated that they had undoubtedly claimed numerous zombie lives, showcasing the potential of the Qinglong gang. At that moment, Zhao Zilong approached Bai Zai's side. "Mr. Bai, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. Without our assistance, you might have single-handedly vanquished all these zombies. How about we return 5 tons of food as a gesture of friendship?" Seeing the overture of goodwill, Bai Zai replied with a smile, "No need. Should I require your assistance again, I trust you will offer me a discount." Bai Zai understood that he would likely seek their help in the future, so it was wiser to fish for a larger catch rather than reclaim a portion of food. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai's future dealings will be at half price," Zhao Zilong assured him. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, their initial wariness dissipating. To an outsider, it would seem as though they were long-lost friends. Yet, only they understood the true nature of their intentions. "Brother Bai, since I am 10 years your senior, allow me to call you Bai Laudi," Zhao Zilong suggested. "Brother Zhao, that is only fitting," Bai Zai replied with a chuckle. "It seems Brother Bai is also a straightforward person, since we are both forthright. May I inquire about the forces behind you?" Bai Zai had anticipated this question. From a moment he showcased his strength, he intended to convey his prowess. Little did he expect Zhao Zilong to assume he had a powerful backing. Nonetheless, this turn of events spared him considerable trouble. Regardless of what issues may arise in the future, he could always invoke this non-existent power. As he pondered this, Bai Zai feigned difficulty and said, "Zhao Dage, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but we have our protocols and cannot disclose matters to outsiders." Zhao Zilong immediately displayed a knowing expression. "Ha! I see now. My apologies for being presumptuous. In that case, it is best not to disrupt the established rules." During their conversation, Zhao Zilong's subordinates had nearly cleared the area of zombies. "Is there anything else you require of me, Bai Laudi?" Zhao Zilong inquired, pleased with the successful completion of their task. "There is nothing more," Bai Zai replied softly. "Then I shall take my brothers and depart. Should you need my assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at our previous location." With that, Zhao Zilong led his men away. Bai Zai made no immediate move, but waited until they had distanced themselves before heading toward Pinzhangge. Upon reaching the entrance, he gently pushed the door open. Instantly, dozens of zombies clad in high-end suits and evening gowns surged forward. These zombies, once of notable status before the apocalypse, were now reduced to mere ordinary zombies. This aspect of the virus served as a reminder of its impartiality. It did not discriminate based on past identities or positions. Bai Zai swiftly sprang into action. With his magical weapon in hand, and with Zhao Zilong and his crew gone, he saw no need to rely on physical prowess to dispatch the zombies. Armed with his dual swords, he cut through the zombies as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. In just a minute, nearly 100 zombies in the Grand Hall lay defeated. Following this, Bai Zai began searching through each room. It must be said that the venue was exceptionally vast. The silver private rooms on the first floor alone contained hundreds of chambers, with a minimum expenditure of 500,000. The gold rooms on the second floor were slightly larger, offering 50 rooms at a minimum cost of 1 million. The diamond suites on the third floor were the most spacious, comprising only 20 rooms, each requiring a minimum of 2 million. As for the supreme suites on the fourth floor, it was rumored that only 3 existed, typically kept under lock and key. Had Bai Zai been the person he once was, he might never have had the opportunity to dine here. Yet, for the elite, this was merely another meal. While for ordinary individuals, it represented a lifetime of savings. How ironic. Some are born to privilege while others are destined to toil. Why is this so? Bai Zai suddenly felt that this catastrophe was fortuitous, leveling the playing field for all. Just as Bai Zai was lost in thought, a shriek from the third floor snapped him back to attention. Chapter 38. Do not display your arrogance before me. The voice belonged to a woman. Bai Zai hurriedly ascended the staircase and soon reached the third floor. At the end of the corridor, a woman was cornered by a zombie, her situation perilous. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Zai dashed forward. With his speed, he could reach her in mere seconds. The zombie had already grasped the woman's body, and she struggled desperately. pressing her hands against its throat. Yet, her strength was insufficient against the relentless advance of the undead. Just as the zombie was about to bite her, Bizet plunged his sword through its skull. The now lifeless zombie collapsed to the ground, allowing the woman to push it away. Trembling in fear, she stared at the fallen creature. Bizet took a moment to assess her. She was strikingly beautiful, with willow-like brows, alluring eyes, a delicate nose, and a mouth resembling cherry blossoms. Dressed in a purple princess gown, her legs were bare, and the dress was held up precariously by her bust and hips, leaving her shoulders exposed, revealing a creamy décolletage. Such attire seemed to serve no purpose other than to accentuate her figure. Noticing Bizet's gaze lingering on her, she quickly raised her hand to shield herself. "Do you have no manners, staring a girl?" She glared at him indignantly. Bizet remained unfazed, simply inquiring, "What is your name? Why should that concern you?" She retorted with a fiery temperament. Sensing her defiance, Bizet resolved to investigate further. He reached out towards her, but she reacted swiftly, slapping his hand away. Instantly, information about her materialized before him. He decided against further physical contact. Name: Sun Jai. Age: 20. Bust: D. Appearance: 93. Maintenance frequency: 0. Loyalty: 0. You are Sun Jai, Bizet remarked softly after reading her details. "How do you know?" she asked, bewildered. "I can help you escape." "Really?" Joy illuminated her face, and she continued, "Did my father send you to rescue me?" Bizet shook his head. A flicker of doubt crossed Sun Jiai's features. "I do not represent anyone but myself, and my assistance comes with conditions." "What conditions?" "I have plenty of money," she said, her tone dripping with disdain. Bizet smirked at her response, mocking her arrogance. "At this juncture, I care not for your wealth. Even if you offer me everything, it will be of no interest to me." "What do you want then?" Sun Jiai's anger flared. "It is quite simple. I desire you to be my woman." Upon hearing those words, her eyes widened in shock. "You must be dreaming." Her complexion soured. "Suit yourself. Let us see how long you can maintain that stubbornness." Bizet's expression turned playful. Sun Jai, unwilling to engage any further, turned on her heel and entered a diamond suite. Bizet approached and peered inside. A table laden with dishes awaited, though the food was nearly depleted. He surmised that these remnants were left from before the apocalypse. And given that over a week had passed since then, the meals were likely spoiled. Sun Jai must have relied on these meager provisions to survive. After a while, she began to sift through the leftover food on the table, her expression revealing just how unpalatable the remnants were. Bizet understood that persuading her to relent would not be an easy endeavor. Thus, he commenced his search through the rooms on the third floor, hoping to locate Zhu Yiji's sister. Most of the private rooms on this floor were unoccupied, which contributed to Sun Jiai's continued survival. After thoroughly inspecting the third floor, he discovered 5 rooms containing zombies. Finding them unable to escape, he could not be bothered to dispose of them. However, he still had not uncovered the whereabouts of Zhu Yiji's sister. Reluctantly, he decided to focus on Sun Jai first. Returning to the entrance of her suite, he found Sun Jai reclining on the sofa, resting. Bizet pushed the door, only to find it locked from the inside. He chose not to resort to force. He wanted Sun Jai to open the door herself. Searching through his spatial inventory, he retrieved a pack of chips, opening the package outside the door as he began to snack. Hearing the noise, Sun Jai arose to investigate. Upon seeing Bizet at the entrance, her brows furrowed. However, when she spotted the food in his hands, her expression transformed with interest. She watched intently as he savored the chips, struggling with her emotions. Before long, she stood up and walked directly to the door. As she opened it, Bizet smiled. "Have you come to your senses so soon?" he asked. "Can you give me some of that food? I can trade with you." Sun Jai focused intently on the chips. "Trade?" Baisha replied, intrigued. "Yes." As she spoke, she gently removed the earrings from her ears and extended her hand towards Bizet, continuing, "These earrings are worth 2 million. I will trade them for the chips you have." Sun Jai was confident that if she proposed a sufficiently enticing offer, he would not refuse. However, Bizet looked at Sun Jai's ostentatious demeanor with displeasure. "I'm afraid this is worthless to me," he replied, continuing to munch on his chips. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiai displayed a look of astonishment. Are you mistaken? These earrings are quite valuable. Do you not recognize their worth? At this moment, Baizé pointed to the zombie he had previously slain and remarked, it had plenty of jewelry on it, most of which is undoubtedly far more valuable than yours. Sun Jiai furrowed her brow and glanced at the zombie, noticing a gemstone as large as a pebble adorning it. She was momentarily dumbfounded as a realization dawned upon her. In this apocalyptic era, money had lost its significance. At that moment, panic enveloped her. She could endure hunger and confinement, but the thought of becoming destitute was unbearable. She had grown accustomed to a life of opulence, where everything was provided for her. The sudden disappearance of such a lifestyle was something she could not fathom accepting. You are lying. These items would still hold value abroad. Sun Jiai persisted, unwilling to concede. Baizé shook his head, stating, this disaster is global. Items like these are now merely attractive stones, nothing more. I refuse to believe you. You just want to deceive me into becoming your woman, don't you? Sun Jiai cried. Baizé abruptly grasped her wrist, his tone icy as he said, do not flaunt your airs before me. Chapter 39. Zhu Yaxin is even more capable than her sister. Baizé's sudden action startled Sun Jiai, rendering her speechless with fear. Noticing her silence, he released her. If you desire food, then become my woman, or you shall succumb to starvation here. With that, Baizé casually found an empty booth and settled on the sofa to rest, unconcerned about whether Sun Jiai would refuse. Sun Jiai stood frozen for a moment before stepping into Baizé's booth. Let us negotiate, shall we? You give me a bag of food, and I will allow you a kiss, she suggested, gazing at him with eager anticipation. What do you think? Baizé regarded her with a curious interest. Sun Jiai's face suddenly fell into despair, her expression quickly shifting to one of struggle. Then can I at least show you? She proposed, puffing out her impressive chest. Baizé glanced at her alluring figure and swallowed hard, surprised at her adaptability. Yet, merely a glance was insufficient, and he shook his head. What do you want then? Sun Jiai retorted, her anger flaring. I have already stated, become my woman, and I can offer you endless food and a safe haven. Dream on. Just letting you see is my limit. You had better give me the food, or my father will surely not spare you. Sun Jiai clenched her teeth, her face filled with fury. Fine, I shall await his arrival and see if he will rescue you, his daughter. With that, Baizé strode out, opening all the doors to the booths infested with zombies before descending the stairs. Upon witnessing this, Sun Jiai's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly locked the door. For reasons unknown, as she observed Baizé descending, a wave of regret washed over her. Yet she lacked the resolve to act, merely watching him vanish from sight. As she hid behind the sofa, fearful that the zombies would detect her, the eerie growls from outside heightened her anxiety. She pressed her hands against her ears, attempting to block out the sounds, but despite her efforts, they penetrated her defenses. Meanwhile, Baizé ascended to the second floor, intent on searching for Zhu Yiji's sister. The second floor was designated for premium booths, where the standards were lower, resulting in a crowd filling nearly every room. At that moment, numerous zombies roamed the corridor, all rushing towards Baizé upon spotting him. He unsheathed his dual swords and swiftly dispatched the approaching zombies. In less than 10 minutes, the entire corridor was cleared of the undead. He then proceeded to search each booth one by one, but to no avail, there were no survivors. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly heard a series of knocks. The sound emanated from a ceiling. Baizé focused on the direction and used his sword to cut a section of the ceiling, revealing a ventilation duct. There was a rhythmic knocking from within. Listening intently, he discerned a pattern. 3 short knocks, 3 long, followed by 3 short again. Baizé had previously read about Morse code, recognizing the distress signal. Now certain that someone was inside, he climbed into the duct. Indeed, he soon discovered an opening in a booth, with a stool positioned below it, high enough for someone to climb. Without hesitation, he opened the door, eliminated the zombie inside, and leaped into the ventilation duct. The space was cramped, but his body was agile enough to navigate through. After moving a short distance, he spotted a silhouette ahead. The woman wore a form-fitting dress, and from his vantage point, he could see everything. Her condition appeared dire as she had ceased knocking. He called out, but there was no response. leading Bai Zhe to suspect she had fainted from hunger. He quickened his pace, reaching her side and gently tapping her leg, yet there was still no reaction. Bai Zhe frowned. If she were unconscious, it would complicate matters. Moving through the duct was already challenging, let alone carrying someone. A sudden idea struck him. He would first make a mark on the duct's metal surface and then retreat. Following the path, he swiftly returned to the marked spot. He then procured a table and drew out his dual swords. With their razor-sharp edges, he quickly cut a large opening in the metal. Soon, he created an aperture large enough for a person to pass through. Leaning in, Bai Zhe reached in and pulled the woman out. Upon seeing her face, he confirmed she was indeed Zhu Yiji's sister. He quickly checked her pulse and breathing, relieved to find she was alive. Rushing to his spatial storage, he retrieved a can of milk. Knowing she could not drink on her own, he inserted a straw and placed it in her mouth, gently squeezing the milk into her. After a while, her eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing Bai Zhe feeding her, she abruptly sat up, nearly fainting from weakness. Do not rush. Wait until you finish the milk before getting up, Bai Zhe instructed, placing the milk in her hands. The woman eagerly accepted it, gulping it down. What is your name? Bai Zhe asked, noticing her condition improving. My name is Zhu Yaxin. Thank you for saving me. Since Bai Zhe had touched her, her information was stored in the He Huan Bao Lu. Name, Zhu Yaxin. Age, 20 bust, D cup appearance, 95 maintenance count. One upon reviewing her information, Bai Zhe's expression sobered. How unfortunate to have been taken by someone else. He lamented. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. It is just perfect for the two sisters to clean together. Bai Zhe, with an icy tone, remarked, if you wish to survive, you must obey my commands. Zhu Yaxin's delicate body trembled slightly as she nodded in response. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my woman. You will do as I say. Noticing Zhu Yaxin's agreeable demeanor, Bai Zhe's tone softened somewhat. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yaxin was momentarily taken aback. However, she dare not retort, for she understood that without reliance on this man, she would be left with no path but to doom. Thus, she nodded in acquiescence, agreeing to Bai Zhe's proclamation. Observing her swift compliance, Bai Zhe's mood improved significantly. Come here, I have something for you, he teased. Zhu Yaxin hesitated for a moment before approaching him. She then commenced a series of actions that left Bai Zhe astounded, as he had not anticipated her skillfulness. She certainly surpassed her sister in this regard. Delightful. Chapter 40. The Cop's Congratulations Host on Gaining Zhu Yaxin's Favor. Reward Points. 150. Bai Zhe gazed at Zhu Yaxin, whose allure was undeniable. He nearly lost his composure. From his space, he retrieved a bag of crispy noodles, knowing her body needed nourishment. From now on, you will address me as master, understood? Upon seeing the noodles, Zhu Yaxin's eyes sparkled. She was on the brink of starvation and cared little for anything else. As long as she could survive, she was willing to comply with whatever demands he made. Moreover, the man before her was rather handsome, so she did not feel entirely wronged. With this thought, she eagerly accepted the crispy noodles. Thank you, master, she said, tearing open the packaging and devouring the contents with great care, cautious not to spill any crumbs. Follow me, Bai Zhe commanded as he ascended to the third floor, and Zhu Yaxin followed closely behind. However, upon reaching the third floor, she was met with the sight of dozens of zombies wandering in the corridor. Terrified, she immediately hid behind Bai Zhe. Do not fear, he reassured her as he approached the zombies, wielding his sword with precision. The zombies fell before him as easily as chopping vegetables. Zhu Yaxin stood in shock, witnessing how effortlessly this man dispatched the seemingly terrifying creatures. Her heart raced with excitement as she felt fortunate to have encountered him. Simultaneously, she resolved to cling to him. In no time, over 30 zombies lay slain. Master, you are incredible, Zhu Yaxin exclaimed in admiration after Bai Zhe eliminated the last zombie. Come with me. Bai Zhe remained unfazed by her praise, while Zhu Yaxin felt a pang of disappointment. After all, she was renowned as the belle of the prestigious school, and her family was quite affluent, with her sister ranking 10th on the list of the wealthiest. This status had garnered her much attention at school, with countless wealthy suitors vying for her affection. If anyone else received her commendation, The envy from male classmates would be immense. Yet here stood a man who treated her with such indifference. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt a wave of melancholy. In the past, her tears would have drawn countless sympathizers. As she pondered this, her heart sank further. Baize had already moved on. She had no choice but to stifle her tears and hasten to catch up. Soon, the two arrived at the private room where Sun Jiai was hiding. Upon seeing Baize, Sun Jiai rushed to open the door. "I promise to be your woman. Please take me away from here. I cannot bear to live in fear any longer." Sun Jiai's expression was frantic, her voice tinged with desperation. When she noticed Zhu Yaxin behind Baize, her eyes widened in surprise. "Zhu Yaxin," she exclaimed. "Sun Jiai, you are here too." Zhu Yaxin returned her astonishment. Sun Jiai then turned to Baize and asked, "What is the relationship between you two?" Zhu Yaxin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but quietly replied, "He is my master." "What?" Sun Jiai's eyes widened in disbelief. She was well aware of Zhu Yaxin's family background and the deep ties her family had with Zhu Yiji. How could Zhu Yaxin have fallen so low as to acknowledge Baize as her master? The thought filled her with despair. "I will ask you one last time. Will you become my woman?" Baize observed her despair but felt no guilt. Making her his woman was, in fact, a means of saving her life. Should others find her, her fate would be even more tragic. In the apocalypse, women, especially beautiful ones, face dire circumstances. Sun Jiai trembled, suddenly hesitating before Baize's question. If she agreed, she too would have to call him master like Zhu Yaxin. Yet the thought of the alternative filled her with dread as she recalled the relentless pounding of zombies against the door and the hunger that forced her to consume rotting food. Compared to these horrors, becoming Baize's woman seemed a far more palatable option. "I agree," she finally declared. "Excellent," Baize said with a slight smile. He then retrieved some food from his space for the two of them. Upon seeing the food, Sun Jiai lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, shoving it into her mouth, revealing her extreme hunger. Soon, both women were satiated. Baize glanced at the sky and decided to escort them back to the safe house. "Stay close to me, and do not let the zombies harm you. Otherwise, I cannot save you. Do you hear me?" He deliberately intensified his tone to instill caution in them. The truth was, both women were already terrified of the zombies, and even as Baize urged them, they dared not stray. They nodded vigorously. With that, Baize led the two beautiful women downstairs. The ground floor was littered with the corpses of zombies, leaving both women in shock. However, as they looked at Baize, an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped them. The two women walked closely behind Baize, clutching his clothing as if it would provide them with protection. Baize did not mind their grasp. On their way back, Baize chose a different path, one that was less traveled, avoiding any sight of Zhao Zilong's group. This route led them through a secluded area behind the school, a vast grove. At this moment, the two women were somewhat bewildered, having heard that the school's grove was a place for couples to engage in intimate activities. Did he intend for them to be involved in such affairs? With this thought, both women tensed up. Yet, even if Baize truly sought that, they had no means of resistance, having already agreed to become his women. Thus, they walked on, continually reassuring themselves to accept this reality. Baize, focused on returning to the safe house, remained oblivious to the intense internal struggle the two women were undergoing. Suddenly, 5 men appeared in the grove ahead. "Halt!" The leader, wielding a large machete, drawled lazily. "Hey, 2 stunning ladies, looks like we have some fun in store today." A lecherous man displayed a repulsive grin. "I hope these two can entertain us for a few days and not perish too soon." The group spoke without restraint, completely disregarding the 3 of them. Upon hearing their words, Sun Jiai and Zhu Yaxin shuddered. Chapter 41. Then go to hell and repent, ha. Do not be afraid. As long as you two serve us well, we guarantee you will live a few more days. The 2 women clung to Baize's arm in terror. This scene clearly displeased the men opposite them. "Humph. The matter at hand has ceased to concern you, so do be wise and depart quickly. I recall now, you are Baize from our school. The infamous voyeur. I never imagined you would have such luck with the ladies, but from this day forth, they shall have nothing to do with you." At that moment, a young man emerged from behind and immediately recognized Baize. What is happening? Others turned to look at the speaker. "Boss, This guy is from our school, and his reputation is far from good. He has to tread carefully and has often been bullied by us. He is nothing but a coward, and one of them recounted by Zay's past misfortunes, leading to even greater disdain for him. Ha ha! Can you believe there are such pathetic individuals in this world? This fellow is somewhat amusing. Ha ha, boss. Let's keep him around to serve us. This suggestion was met with approval. It would certainly be entertaining to have him watch us with these two women. The laughter echoed as Zay observed these individuals with a profound sense of calm. He felt neither anger nor rage, for he did not waste his emotions on insignificant beings. Meanwhile, the two beautiful women beside him were like ants on a hot pan, their hearts racing with fear at the words being spoken. Master, what should we do? Perhaps we should flee, Zhu Yashin implored, grasping Zay's arm. Yes, master. There are too many of them. We should run. Sun Jia clutched his other arm. Run. Do you think you can escape? Their words did not go unnoticed. The leader's expression turned cold as he instructed his lackeys, surround them. Let us see who can run. The group of lackeys had long been eyeing the two beauties, eager to get down to business. They rushed forward, encircling the three. Armed with machetes, stained with blood, it was evident they had committed murder before. After all, the blood of the undead is black, while human blood is red. Such a distinction is easy to make. Zay remained motionless, his gaze fixated on the one who had recognized him. The man felt an unsettling chill run down his spine under Zay's unwavering stare. He could not fathom why he felt fear towards someone he deemed a mere softy. It felt as if Zay were provoking him. How dare you, a coward, challenge me? With that, he charged at Zay, wielding his machete. I'll kill you. As he approached, he swung down with all his might, envisioning the scene of Zay begging for mercy on his knees. But in the next moment, confusion washed over his face. His hand was firmly grasped by Zay, unable to move an inch. Let go. You voyeur, release me. He struggled fiercely, but it felt as if his hand were embedded in stone. As he uttered those words, Zay tightened his grip. A sickening crack echoed through the air as bones shattered. The man reacted as if electrocuted, a wave of excruciating pain radiating from his wrist. The agonizing pain forced him to his knees. The sudden turn of events alarmed the others, who no longer appeared composed. Kid, what have you done to him? The leader barked. The others aimed their weapons at Zay, who continued to gaze at the kneeling man. Speak, who is the voyeur now? His voice dripped with menace. The man trembled all over. I am the voyeur. I am a lecher. He stammered, his voice quivering. In response, Zay delivered a swift kick, snapping the man's neck instantly. He flew backward, convulsing on the ground until blood gushed from his mouth. The sight horrified the others. The leader, infuriated that his subordinate had been attacked, knew he had to avenge him or risk losing his standing. Thus, he commanded, kill him. The others raised their weapons, charging at Zay. At that moment, Zay drew forth a two-handed sword. Their weapons shattered like toys before the blade. Terror filled their eyes as they gazed at Zay. In that instant, thoughts of escape surged within them. However, Zay would not grant them such mercy. He moved with astonishing speed, catching them off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, they felt a wetness at their throats. When they reached up to touch, their hands came away slick with blood. They looked at one another in horror, only to discover deep, gaping wounds on their necks, blood gushing forth. In that moment, they comprehended their fate. They cast helpless glances at their leader, their lips parted to cry for help, but all that escaped was a torrent of blood. They staggered, but after a few faltering steps, darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. The sudden chaos startled the leader. In mere moments, all his subordinates lay dead. It dawned on him that he had crossed paths with an entity not to be trifled with. Brother, I was blind to your might, having slain so many. Could you spare me? The man pleaded. Zay ignored him, steadily advancing. The man retreated step by step, desperation creeping into his voice. Brother, I truly repent. I shall never dare again. Please, spare my life. Panic-stricken, he fell to his knees, bowing his head in hopes Zay would show him mercy. Then go to hell and repent. Zay's foot struck out, caving in the man's chest, sending him hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. Zay retained every word spoken against him, and he would not let a single one escape unpunished. The man lay still, devoid of life. The entire incident unfolded in an instant, leaving the two women, who had previously been terrified, in a state of astonished disbelief. They stood with mouths agape, as if frozen in time. Baize returned to their side, pinching their perky rears, bringing them back to reality. Unfazed by his actions, they gazed at him with admiration. "Master, how incredible you are! Master, we are so fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we would have suffered at their hands. Let's go." With that, Baize resumed his journey. The two women willingly followed, hopping joyfully alongside him. Yet, after a short distance, a scene unfolded that tightened their brows. Chapter 42. Changes after genetic enhancement. Ah, are those corpses? Sun Jiai gasped, quickly covering her eyes as if she had witnessed something dreadful. Is she dead? Zhu Yaxin, trembling with fear, hid behind Baize, unable to look in that direction. Baize pressed forward, and not far ahead, a naked woman lay sprawled on the ground. Her body was mutilated, one leg seemingly severed completely. A belt was tightly bound around the base of her thigh, likely an attempt to slow the blood loss. As Baize approached, the one-legged woman suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of despair within them. She was still alive. "Kill me," she implored in a faint whisper. "Please, stop torturing me." Sun Jiai and Zhu Yaxin rushed over upon hearing her voice. Perhaps due to their shared gender, they were no longer afraid and knelt beside her, offering comfort. "Hold on, the villains are dead. Do not fear, we will not harm you." They exchanged pleading glances with Baize. "Master, please save her. Master, you are so powerful. Surely you can rescue her, right?" Faced with their earnest inquiries, Baize could only shake his head. There are no medicines here, no medical equipment. Her best option now is release. A flicker of despair crossed the faces of the two women as they contemplated the woman's plight, reflecting on their own vulnerability. Without Baize, it is likely that the two of them would have been unable to escape such a fate. Such is the cruelty of the apocalypse. "You two step aside. She is in too much pain now, and I shall accompany her on her final journey." The two women understood that this was the best choice for her. Thus, they rose and moved to the side. The woman on the ground, upon hearing Baize's words, no longer bore the expression of fear on her face. On the contrary, she managed to force a faint smile. With great difficulty, she uttered, "Thank you. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to alleviate your suffering." Upon finishing her statement, Baize delivered a powerful punch to the woman's temple. In an instant, her mind was shattered, yet her exterior remained unscathed. A hint of a smile lingered on her face as she departed this world in such a manner. "Let's go." Having completed this, Baize spoke calmly. The two women emerged from behind the trees, approached the woman, and covered her body with leaves before hastening to catch up with Baize. After approximately 30 minutes, the trio exited the small grove. The remainder of their journey was smooth, and they soon returned to the safe house. As they entered, the women inside greeted Baize at the door. The two women were momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many beautiful ladies. At that moment, a woman holding a mop rushed forth from the crowd. "Ye Xin, you are alive. How wonderful." Zhu Xin looked at the woman, her face a mixture of astonishment and then elation. "Sister, you are here too. This is fantastic." The two sisters embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Their reunion brought joy to the other women, yet each bore a hint of worry for their own families. However, that sentiment was fleeting as they quickly cast it aside. At least they were alive, and they must continue to live for their loved ones. Subsequently, they began to eagerly attend to Baize. This scene left Sun Jia at the entrance utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Baize would have so many women, each one so obedient. A sense of crisis washed over her. Just then, Baize turned his gaze toward her. "You should go wash up upstairs." Sun Jia was taken aback, her face lighting up with surprise. It had been ages since she had bathed. Lu Yumeng then led her upstairs. After being attended to by the women for half an hour, Baize felt it was time to ascend as well. At this moment, Sun Jia was soaking in the bathtub. Having gone days without a wash, she was reluctant to leave the warm and comforting water. She meticulously cleaned every inch of her skin, making herself even more enchanting than before. At that moment, Baize opened the door and sauntered in unhurriedly. Sun Jia was startled and quickly covered her vital areas with her hands. How'd you get in here? She shyly lowered her head. A mere pretense. Bai Zhe chuckled softly, and before she could dry off, he scooped her out of the bathtub. Sun Jia offered no resistance, curling up in his arms. After the events of the day, she realized that it was better to accept and enjoy than to resist and be cast out. She had heard that intimacy between men and women could be quite pleasurable. She had reached an age where romantic fantasies had danced in her mind countless times. Although Bai Zhe was not the object of her affection, she could learn to cherish him gradually. A mere adjustment of steps was inconsequential. Lost in thought, Bai Zhe carried her to the bed. He gently placed her on the mattress. Following the recent genetic enhancement, his desires had intensified. Sun Jia glanced up timidly. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over her. Master, I am scared, she murmured. Do not worry. Bai Zhe reassured her softly before proceeding. Congratulations, host, for gaining Sun Jiayi's favor. Favorability has increased by over 50. Rewards are doubled. Gained 1502 points. Bai Zhe paid no heed to the system notification echoing in his mind. Time passed, and eventually, Sun Jia lay exhausted on the bed. Gazing at her exquisite form, Bai Zhe felt another surge of desire. With a wry smile, he realized that the genetic enhancement was not without its drawbacks. He covered Sun Jia with a blanket and calmed his mind to check his points. He currently had 470 points. However, the number of people in the safe house was steadily increasing, totaling 10. Even if he allowed Zhu Yijie and her sister to sleep in the living room, he could only bring back 2 more individuals. Upgrading the safe house required 1,000 points. Clearly, enhancing the safe house had become a pressing matter. Bai Zhe resolved to refrain from venturing outside for the next few days and focus on boosting the loyalty of these women. Lost in contemplation, he embraced Sun Jia and drifted into slumber. Chapter 43. Xiaimo. The following morning, Sun Jia nestled against Bai Zhe like an ordinary kitten. After the tribulations of the previous day, she was evidently worn out. Bai Zhe carefully tucked her in, then tiptoed outside. At this moment, Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan had already prepared breakfast. The meal was modest, consisting of hand-grabbed pancakes and milk. Master, you are awake. Just then, Xiaimo emerged from the bathroom and spotted Bai Zhe. Let us have breakfast together, Bai Zhe suggested casually. To his surprise, upon hearing the word food, Xiaimo immediately dashed back into the bathroom. Soon, Bai Zhe heard her retching. He frowned and entered the bathroom, gently patting her back. Are you unwell? It's nothing. I'm not sure what's wrong, but I've been feeling nauseous these past few days. Xiaimo waved her hand dismissively before rinsing her mouth. Nauseous? Bai Zhe was taken aback. Could it be that Xiaimo was the one who was pregnant? Reflecting on past events, he increasingly felt this was plausible. With that in mind, Bai Zhe examined Xiaomo's information. Name, Xiaomo Beauty, 92 bust, E-cup loyalty, 99 maintenance count. 1 introduction, coming from a privileged family. She studied music and dance from a young age, exhibiting sufficient talent to win 2nd place in an international dance competition at the age of 18. Due to her parents' constant busyness, she longed for their companionship to celebrate a birthday. Upon reading this introduction, Bai Zhe had a sudden inspiration. If he celebrated a birthday for Xiaomo, would her loyalty increase? Yet, he did not know her actual birthday, even if he discovered it. Who knew how long it would take until her birthday came around? He could not afford to wait. Thus, an ingenious idea formed in his mind. Since it was the apocalypse, why not celebrate a birthday for everyone? This way, it would not seem out of place and would also fulfill a small wish of Xiaomo's. Bai Zhe promptly left, recalling a cake shop near the school. He needed some tools for cake making. After all, a birthday celebration would be incomplete without a cake. Soon, he arrived at the cake shop. The cakes on display had long since rotted. He hurried to the kitchen, where he found all the necessary tools and ingredients for cake making. Bai Zhe swiftly collected everything useful and stored it in his space. With the desired items secured, he returned to the safe house. Now that he had the tools and materials, he needed someone to make the cake. Among the women, only Lu Yumeng and Su Runyun possessed culinary skills. Therefore, Bai Zhe sought out the 2 of them first. Master, you want to make a cake? Lu Yumeng asked, astonished. This is my specialty. Leave it to me. Su Runyun replied with a bright smile. Su Laosher, you can make cakes? Teach me. Lu Yumeng exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course, it's actually quite simple. The two women began to bustle about, ready to create their culinary masterpiece. Baizé observed for a while and realized that the efforts were indeed commendable, alleviating his concerns. He began to peruse the profiles of others, only to find that apart from basic information, there were no further introductions. It appeared that loyalty would only display once it reached 99. The loyalty of the other women was gradually increasing, and it was reasonable to expect that they too would soon attain a loyalty score of 99. During this period, Baizé ventured out once more, forcibly taking over a pharmacy and stashing its contents into his space. By the time he returned, evening had fallen. Lu Yameng and Su Runyan had completed their cake, along with a dozen delicious dishes. Upon seeing the table laden with food, the women expressed their astonishment. Wow, is today a special occasion? So many delicious dishes. Xiaomo was the first to rush out, her senses captivated by the aroma. It smells divine. This is the first time since the apocalypse that we have such a feast. Wang Yushi, beaming with joy, swayed her hips and took a seat at the table. The Li Milan's sisters were equally thrilled, unable to take their eyes off the spread. Only Sun Jiai seemed somewhat reserved, yet her eyes betrayed her longing for such delectable dishes after a long absence. The Zhu sisters, Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin, remained seated away from the table, as Baizé had instructed that they were not permitted to dine with the others. They grumbled quietly, but dared not voice their complaints openly. Baizé cast a glance at them and said, "Today is an exception. You two may join us for dinner." The sisters were instantly elated and hurried to take their seats. "Master, what is the occasion today? Why such a lavish spread?" Xiaomo suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, as if harboring a secret. "You will find out shortly," Baizé teased, then turned to Lu Yameng and Su Runyan, saying, "You may begin." The two women exchanged knowing smiles and entered the kitchen together. Before long, they emerged carrying a magnificent birthday cake. Upon witnessing the cake, the women were momentarily speechless, instantly transported back to the days before the apocalypse. Baizé observed each of them, noting that Xiaomo's reaction was markedly different from the rest. While others displayed excitement and surprise, Xiaomo exhibited a deep sense of emotion and disbelief. "This is a special birthday celebration prepared just for us." As the master wished to celebrate together, Lu Yameng announced joyfully. The others looked at Baizé with gratitude, while tears glimmered in Xiaomo's eyes. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Baizé quickly declared, "From this day forth, we are family. I promise to never let you down." His brief words instantly enlivened the atmosphere, and the women began chattering animatedly. At this moment, Baizé noticed Xiaomo gazing intently at the cake. Sensing her thoughts, he approached her. "Is something troubling you?" he whispered in her ear. Xiaomo snapped back to reality. "Master, how did you know today is my birthday?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Baizé was taken aback, realizing he had stumbled upon this revelation by chance. "Each of you is dear to me, and I will care for you all. Today is your birthday. Do you have a wish?" he replied, his voice unrestrained, ensuring all present heard him. The realization that today a spotlight was on Xiaomo drew envious gazes from the others. Overcome with emotion, Xiaomo began to cry. Since childhood, she had yearned for a family celebration of her birthday, and now, Baizé had made that dream a reality. She gently closed her eyes and made a wish. "Congratulations. Host, Xiaomo's loyalty has reached 100. You will receive 100 points daily." Baizé felt a surge of joy and gently asked her, "What did you wish for?" "That's a secret." Xiaomo playfully stuck out her tongue. "Oh, come on, don't keep secrets from me," Baizé teased, giving her a gentle pinch on the nose. All right, I'll tell you. My wish is for our children to grow up happily," she shared, glancing around at the attentive faces. The room fell silent in surprise. "Xiaomo, are you expecting?" Su Runyan asked in disbelief. "I'm not sure yet. It has been several days since my last cycle, and I've been feeling quite unwell," Xiaomo replied. The other women immediately crowded around her, showering her with concern. At that moment, Baizé produced a pregnancy test he had acquired from the pharmacy and handed it out. "Take one if you suspect you might be pregnant." The women shyly accepted a few. "I need to use the restroom," Lu Yameng said, her demeanor noticeably changing as she took a test. I'll check too, Xia Mo added, rushing to another restroom. Half an hour later, both women emerged excitedly, holding tests displaying 2 lines. The room erupted in cheers. Initially, they had thought only Xia Mo was expecting, but now they realized Lu Yumeng was as well. The others refrained from testing, having just had their menstrual cycles. All right, let's eat, Bai Zhe announced, prompting everyone to finally sit down at the table. The women were exceptionally attentive to Xia Mo and Lu Yumeng, serving them food. Xia Montak, feeling nauseated by greasy dishes, was offered lighter fare, while Lu Yumeng savored her meal heartily. Following this event, Bai Zhe recognized that it was time to stockpile baby formula. His first thought was to raid a large supermarket where daily necessities abounded. Once the safe house was upgraded, this task would need to be prioritized, as he would also require additional food. After all, food was a valuable commodity. After the meal, Bai Zhe set out to scout the situation for tomorrow's expedition. The nearest supermarket was approximately 5 kilometers away, situated in a densely populated area. He sprinted, evading most ordinary zombies, and soon arrived near the supermarket. The once bustling street was now overrun with the undead. Gaining entry to the store seemed impossible. At that moment, he noticed a group of individuals in the distance clearing out zombies. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a few familiar faces among them, troublemakers from near his school who had aided Li Hu in bullying him. Bai Zhe's expression darkened instantly, memories flooding back. This group had enabled Li Hu's arrogance, and they deserved no mercy. Brushing aside his thoughts, he observed their actions. It appeared they too were targeting the supermarket. Judging by their pace, they would likely clear the area by the end of the day. Time was of the essence. Bai Zhe swiftly retrieved his versatile weaponry. Equipping himself with claws reminiscent of Wolverine, sharp hooks at their ends capable of piercing zombie skulls with ease. Suddenly inspired, Bai Zhe dashed to the back of the commercial street, where zombies were densely packed. However, he wouldn't need to engage them in battle. He approached a wall and forcefully struck it with his claws, embedding them deeply. Testing their grip, he found they clung to the wall like a claw. This would allow him to scale the wall and enter the supermarket without confronting the zombies directly. He envisioned the fury of that group when they arrived only to find the store utterly devoid of supplies. With this thought in mind, he hastened his movements, gradually ascending the wall. As he reached approximately 2 meters above the ground, he ceased his ascent. At this height, the zombies could no longer pose a threat to him. All he needed to do was to move horizontally towards a shopping mall, a distance of at least 500 meters. He remained vigilant, acutely aware that if he were to fall, he would be besieged by countless zombies. He proceeded cautiously, prioritizing safety over speed with each step he took. Finally, after 2 hours, he successfully entered the second floor of the mall. At that moment, the mall was teeming with zombies, either former customers or staff members. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, the zombies lunged towards him. No longer hesitating, Bai Zhe retaliated fiercely against the horde. Within a span of several minutes, he had decimated the majority of the zombies on that level. The mall comprised 4 floors. The first floor housed a supermarket, the most populated area with zombies, while the second floor contained jewelry and precious metals, where the presence of zombies was comparatively sparse. The third floor was dedicated to clothing, while the fourth floor catered to maternity and bedding products, which had a greater number of zombies than the second floor. Without a second thought, Bai Zhe began to collect everything in sight into his spatial storage, and within half an hour, the entire second floor lay barren. After gathering his spoils, he swiftly ascended to the third floor, spending half an hour eliminating the remaining zombies and then methodically stowing away all the men's and women's clothing. His spatial storage was gradually filling up. Next came the fourth floor, where he employed the same strategy to clear out the zombies and collect all available items. Bai Zhe paused momentarily, gazing through the glass of the mall at the outside world. At that moment, he noticed a group of thugs approaching the entrance of the mall. If all went as expected, they would clear out the remaining zombies in about 2 hours. Bai Zhe did not squander any more time and made his way to the first floor. With the onset of the apocalypse, a throng of people surged towards the first floor, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies that could only be described as terrifying. Bai Zhe refrained from acting rashly, noting that the main entrance was ajar. As the crowd outside drew nearer, the zombies at the entrance began to react to the commotion and ran out. This development provided him with a sense of ease. He resolved to wait patiently. Sure enough, as the noise escalated, an increasing number of zombies rushed outside, and the mall's interior appeared to have halved in zombie count. However, this was still insufficient. He needed to wait for even more zombies to exit. After another half hour, the people outside had reached the mall entrance, and the zombies on the first floor were now fully aware of the sounds, frantically rushing outside. Bizet observed that the moment had arrived and cautiously descended the stairs, swiftly collecting the product from the first floor into his spatial storage. Each time he passed a counter, the items atop it vanished in an instant. In less than 10 minutes, the entire first floor was cleared. Bizet glanced outside and realized that the intruders were about to enter. He hurriedly ascended to the upper levels and climbed out of the window, employing his earlier method to escape from the mall's vicinity. The last zombie fell. Haha, finally done. All the items in this mall are ours. Damn it, so many brothers have fallen, but we have conquered them all. They could hardly contain their excitement as they surged into the mall. However, upon witnessing the barren expanse within, they were left dumbfounded. The mall was utterly empty. Chapter 45. 10,000 critical hits. The onlookers stared vacantly at the desolate mall, initially expecting to reap a bounty of food, only to be met with the grim reality of having lost dozens of lives for an empty venue. This revelation shattered their morale. What the hell? Who the hell cleared out the mall? If they had known this would be the outcome, they would never have come, resulting in the needless loss of so many brothers. Damn it, who did this? If I find out, I'll make him pay. Everyone, split up and search for any leftover supplies, Sang Biao, the leader of the group, quickly instructed. Sang Biao had adopted this nickname due to his fondness for gangster films. The group snapped back to reality and began to disperse. However, after searching the area, they found nothing but a sea of zombie corpses. Boss, these zombies were just killed. That group must have cleared out not long ago. Indeed, boss, with so many items gone, their numbers must be considerable. Could it be the Qinglong gang? Sang Biao's pupils constricted sharply, and a sense of dread washed over him. In his mind, the Qinglong gang represented the true underworld, and he had once aspired to join their ranks, but was unable to due to insufficient qualifications. Clenching his fists, he thought, if that's the case, we can only accept our fate. Boss, look outside, there is someone. A subordinate suddenly pointed out the window. The group quickly turned to look. When Sang Biao recognized the figure, his expression hardened with malice. That person must be connected to the supplies. Capture him. Boss, could he be from the Qinglong gang? A timid subordinate asked. Damn it, you fool. He is just a student who gets bullied every day. How could he be associated with the Qinglong gang? The entire group rushed out, but by the time they emerged, Bizet had already vanished from sight. Boss, that kid seems to be fleeing towards the school. Should we search that direction? Sang Biao, now enraged after losing a significant amount of supplies, kicked the subordinate and cursed. Then hurry up. The group hastened towards Jinghai University. Soon, they arrived at the campus, but it was overrun with zombies, making it impossible for anyone to hide within. Damn it. We'll search every inch of the ground to find that kid. Spread out around Jinghai University, and whoever finds his whereabouts will be rewarded with a woman. Yes. Upon hearing the word woman, excitement surged through the ranks. In the post-apocalyptic world, women had become a coveted resource. Their base had only a handful of women, hardly enough to go around. If they could obtain a woman through this endeavor, it would be a life of revelry. Upon returning to the safe house, Bizet noted that it was now 6 in the evening. He selected some jewelry and skincare product from his spatial storage as gifts for the women. When they saw the items Bizet presented, they cheered and rushed towards him, each leaving a loving kiss mark on his face before eagerly choosing their favorite items. Before long, the women had all selected their preferred gifts, including the sisters Zhuiji, who joyfully acquired their desired items. Bizet observed that their loyalty had increased to some degree upon receiving these gifts, indicating that presenting gifts was indeed a shortcut to earning favor. After dinner, Bizet embraced his beloved teacher, Su Runyan, and retreated to his room for some intimate time. Unbeknownst to them, a group of individuals lay in wait outside the safe house. Sang Biao gazed longingly at the safe house from a distance. Through the window, he beheld numerous beautiful women, a sight so rare even before the apocalypse that he had scarcely encountered such a gathering especially not in the aftermath. The sheer number of stunning women, including even the two cleaning, left him restless with desire. Boss, why don't we just storm in? It's been ages since the brothers have had any fun. Yeah, boss, with so many women right before our eyes, it's a feast just waiting to be devoured. At that moment, Sang Biao was completely overwhelmed by lust, only wishing to seize these women and indulge in their company. Brothers, charge. Just make sure not to harm them. With their leader's command ringing in their ears, the group surged forward, shouting vulgarities. Inside the safe house, the few occupants heard the commotion. Peering through the window, they became anxious upon spotting the throng outside. Oh no, I must inform the master. Lu Yima dashed up to the second floor, having just spoken. The other women were not idle either. They inspected the security door and, upon confirming that it was securely locked, drew the curtains. Then, they hurried back to their respective rooms. On the second floor, Lu Yuma anxiously made her way to Bai Zai's room, disregarding the embarrassing sounds emanating from within. She knocked on the door and exclaimed, "Master, there are numerous people outside, and it seems they intend to make a move on our residence." Her outcry instantly dampened the atmosphere. Bai Zai rose and approached the window to glance outside, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips upon realizing that they had arrived so swiftly. No matter, let them create a ruckus. Carry on with your activities. They cannot breach our defenses. With that, Bai Zai returned to his bed. Hearing his voice, Lu Yuma felt considerably more at ease. Since her master had declared that everything was fine, it surely must be so. She relayed this reassurance to the others. Initially fearful, they observed that no matter their attempts, the intruders could not penetrate the doors or windows. This realization emboldened them, and they followed Bai Zai's lead, returning to their previous activities. As a result, they gathered on the living room sofa, clad in light attire, indulging in snacks while watching television, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Meanwhile, the group of intruders, including Sang Biao, who had initially been brimming with excitement, felt a surge of frustration upon discovering the house's formidable defenses. The sight of so many beautiful women, tantalizingly out of reach, coupled with their dismissive attitude towards the intruders, ignited their ire. The fact that another group had already claimed the shopping mall only intensified their fury. Despite their anger, they were left impotent, merely spectators to the alluring scene within. At that moment, Sang Biao spotted a familiar figure descending the stairs, cradling a beautiful woman. To his astonishment, all the women rushed towards him, showering him with affection. Sang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of humiliation crashing over him. Was he not merely a victim of constant bullying? How could someone like him possess such allure? In that instant, Sang Biao felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Chapter 46, Upgrading the Safe House, Unlocking the Basement Level. Sang Biao was thoroughly enraged. He relentlessly pounded on the bulletproof glass, leaving only faint marks behind, unable to make any significant impact. Bai Zai observed Sang Biao's frantic attempts with a sly smile, relishing in his torment. If Sang Biao desired these women, Bai Zai would deny him that pleasure, forcing him to witness the intimate moments shared between himself and the women. This was merely the beginning. After affectionately engaging with each beauty, Bai Zai raised his voice deliberately. "Today, I brought everything from the mall. If there's anything you desire, just let me know." The women instantly perked up, understanding Bai Zai's intentions and eagerly participating. Sang Biao was momentarily taken aback. After battling hordes of zombies, he had not anticipated that Bai Zai would be the one to empty them all. A sense of suffocating frustration washed over him. He had toiled endlessly only to benefit another, and that person was someone he had never regarded highly. He was consumed with the desire to eliminate Bai Zai to alleviate his resentment. Yet, he was powerless against those inside the house. Despite having numerous subordinates, they could not even breach the front door. It felt as though he were striking a fist against cotton, utterly futile. His subordinates shared in the frustration. They had risked their lives for the supplies within the mall, only to see them snatched away. This was intolerable. If you have the capability, come out and fight us. Hiding in there is not a show of strength. Come down and face your death. Release those women and remove your hands. I will kill you. Yet, no matter their shouts, Bai Zai remained unfazed. He continued to engage in increasingly outrageous actions, igniting their fury. In their minds, the women inside had long been their personal property, and now Baize was indulging in such intimate actions with what they considered theirs. This pushed their anger to the brink. Each of them brandished their weapons, violently assaulting the safe house. Observing their escalating madness, Baize continued to provoke. It is rather dull here. With so many of you watching, we cannot truly converse. Why not join me in my room for an all-night discussion? With that, he led the women upstairs. The chaos outside intensified further. Up the stairs for what? What kind of intimate discussion? Various images flashed through their minds. Open the door. You scoundrel. Do not touch them. Come down here. They screamed in rage, vowing to flay him alive and toss him into a cesspit, ensuring he would stink for eternity. Silence. Sang Biao's face darkened as he surveyed his surroundings and shouted, "Think of a way to get in, even if we must dig to the ground." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he commanded, "Yes, all of you dig." I refuse to believe the ground is as solid as this. His subordinates, filled with renewed determination, understood that if they got inside, they could eliminate Baize. They hastily gathered an array of tools and began digging at the wall's foundation. Baize peered out the window, scoffing at their futile efforts. If it were that simple to gain entry, his safe house would be utterly worthless. Even the underground was fortified with solid metal. He drew the curtains and ignored them. With only a few minutes left until midnight, he anticipated the reward of 300 points, which would allow him to upgrade the safe house. As the clock struck midnight, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host has acquired 300 points." Upon seeing the points credited, Baize promptly initiated the upgrade of the safe house. Upgrading safe house, consuming 1,000 points. Please choose the upgrade direction. Option 1. Increase 1 level upwards. Unlocking the nursery with 5 rooms. Option 2. Increase 1 level downwards. Unlocking the armory with 5 rooms. Baize felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated the option to choose between upward and downward. He examined the distinct advantages of each direction. Adding a level upwards would unlock a nursery, which, at present, was only relevant to Lu Yuma and Xia Mo, both of whom were pregnant and would not give birth for another 10 months, making this option less urgent. Conversely, the armory held considerable utility for Baize. With so many people assaulting the house, possessing weapons would enable him to take the offensive. His versatile weaponry, transforming into various arms, offered him a myriad of possibilities, far more appealing than a fixed arsenal. Having reached this conclusion, Baize decisively chose to increase the level downwards. Safe house upgrade complete. Initial armory equipment. Crossbow. Exchanging a crossbow requires the expenditure of 100 points. Each bolt costs 1 point. Other weapons can also be unlocked by consuming points. Baize hastily accessed the armory options. At this moment, the armory contained only a crossbow and 100 bolts, likely a complimentary offering. The cheapest unlock option was a handgun, requiring 1,000 points. Each handgun would also cost 1,000 points to acquire. More powerful firearms lay beyond, but their unlocking requirements increased exponentially. Baize currently lacked sufficient points to consider those options. Exiting the system panel, Baize reclined contentedly on his bed. They wish to dig? Let them dig. Thus, Baize closed his eyes and fell asleep. At that moment, Sang Biao supervised his subordinates as they began to dig a pit. They dug for an entire hour, reaching nearly 1 meter in depth. "Boss, something is off. Why is there still a metallic wall after digging so deep?" "Enough of your nonsense. It indicates that the foundation is deep. Keep digging. If we don't break through today, no one gets to sleep," Sang Biao roared, glaring at the young subordinate. The latter could only continue digging. "You lot, go fetch some baskets to carry the soil." 3 hours later, they had excavated a pit 3 meters deep, yet still encountered a metallic wall. Sang Biao's face turned ashen with fury. "Whose foundation is laid this deep? Keep digging. Even if we have to tunnel through the blue star, we must break through." Sang Biao's subordinates were disheartened. They had failed to procure supplies from the marketplace and were now enduring unbearable hunger. Coupled with the intense battles against zombies during the day and digging for hours at night, even rotating shifts became unbearable for them. However, Sang Biao had spoken, and they dared not disobey. They steeled themselves and continued to dig. As dawn broke, they had managed to dig a 5-meter deep pit. At that moment, one young subordinate struck the ground with his spade and finally found no metallic wall beneath. He paused, then erupted with joy. "Boss, we've finally broken through." Sang Biao instantly awoke, leaping into the pit to investigate. To his delight, it was indeed true. Overjoyed, Sang Biao exclaimed, "Well done, my lad. Once we get in, you shall be the second to enjoy it." The praised subordinate beamed with happiness and redoubled his efforts. However, after continuing to dig for a while, he discovered that the house was entirely encased in metal. Had all their efforts been in vain? Chapter 47. Sang Biao becomes anxious and seeks refuge with the Qinglong gang upon receiving this news. Sang Biao's expression darkened to an extreme. "Stop digging," he commanded with a wave of his hand. The other subordinates, relieved, clambered out with difficulty. "Damn it, I underestimated this kid." Sang Biao glanced at his subordinates and continued, "Let's withdraw for now and think of another way." Only then did they leave in a disheveled state. Baizé awoke to find that no one was outside. Upon seeing the 5-meter deep pit, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed this group had not been idle throughout the night. He checked the system panel and discovered he could spend 10 points to restore it to its original state. Thus, he promptly repaired it. Such a large pit outside would mar the aesthetic. After consuming the points, the ground indeed returned to its previous appearance. Satisfied, Baizé descended the stairs. He first visited the basement. In addition to 5 rooms, there was an armory secured with a vault door. Only Baizé or those authorized could enter, preventing many unforeseen incidents. Upon entering the armory, he found only a crossbow and a bundle of arrows. He had already seen these items on the system panel. Exiting the armory, Baizé returned to the first floor. At that moment, several women had awakened and were curiously peering down from the staircase. When they saw Baizé emerge, they all sighed in relief. "Master, how is it that after one night, there is an additional basement?" The women looked at Baizé with curiosity, awaiting his explanation. Baizé was at a loss for how to explain. He couldn't just say he had a system. So, he offered a vague response. The women did not press further. Since moving in, they had sensed that this place was extraordinary, so they were not overly surprised. Even if another floor appeared above them one day, they would not find it strange. The group enjoyed breakfast together. During mealtime, Baizé arranged for the Zhuiji sisters to reside on the underground floor. Although the sisters looked somewhat aggrieved, they said nothing more. After all, they understood that since they had given their furs to someone else, it was already quite fortunate that Baizé allowed them to stay here. The entire morning passed without incident. In the afternoon, Sang Biao returned with his men. This time, they had somehow procured some explosives. Baizé furrowed his brow, not out of concern for the safety of the shelter, but rather puzzled as to how they had obtained explosives. He recalled that before the apocalypse, there had been a hazardous building that required demolition. These explosives must have been sourced from there. Sang Biao marched towards the shelter with an air of arrogance, his subordinates brimming with renewed vigor. "Boss, I never expected that even the heavens would assist us this time. Who could have thought we would acquire explosives originally meant for demolition?" Sang Biao smirked with a hint of malice. "Boss, with so many explosives, won't they blow them all to bits? It would be such a pity if so many beauties were destroyed." One of the subordinates expressed worry. "A bunch of fools. Haven't we already dug the pits? As long as we set the detonation point in the pit, the people above cannot be harmed," Sang Biao replied, looking at the subordinate as if he were an idiot. The boss is right. This time, they won't escape. Boss is mighty. Let them dance for us naked later. Damn it, watching them dance last night made my heart itch." Sang Biao dismissed the flattery, turning to another subordinate and asked, "By the way, do you remember what that kid's name was?" "Boss, I think it was something like Bai." A young subordinate pondered for a moment. "It doesn't seem matter what his name is. After today, he will be a dead man." With the explosives in hand, Sang Biao's mood improved significantly. Soon, they arrived outside the shelter, but when they saw the site where they had dug the pit, they were all dumbfounded. "Where's the pit? Damn it, who filled in the pit we worked so hard to dig?" "Boss, it must have been that kid who filled in while we were gone." Sang Biao's face darkened again. He had grown to loathe Baizé. He then said grimly, "Damn it, since he seeks death, let us grant him that. Set the explosives. Boss, this might also endanger the beauties inside." Sang Biao turned to the young subordinate and shot him a glare. Damn it. If they die, then let it be. Understood. The subordinates hurriedly placed explosives at the main entrance and the bulletproof glass. As long as they breached either of those 2 points, their objective would be achieved. In no time, the explosives were set. They pulled the fuses far away, and everyone retreated. The last person lit the fuse, which instantly sparked and quickly approached the shelter. Inside the shelter, the women were filled with worry. They were unsure whether the shelter would withstand the assault, and they all looked to Bai Zhe for help. You all go back to your rooms, Bai Zhe calmly instructed. He was also uncertain whether the explosives would harm those inside. It was better to be safe. As the fuse drew closer, Bai Zhe felt a twinge of anxiety. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the explosives detonated. The clouds of dust obscured Sang Biao and his men's view. They all craned their necks, eagerly watching the shelter, their pent-up frustrations finally set free. Aren't you refusing to come out? Well then, we'll blast you out. Sang Biao reveled in his triumph. As the dust settled, the outline of the shelter slowly became visible. Sang Biao and his men watched intently. Suddenly, their expressions turned blank, followed by sheer ferocity. The shelter remained intact despite the explosion, with even the bulletproof glass undamaged. This was utterly absurd. The emotions they had just expressed came crashing down once more. They were genuinely frustrated. Even with explosives, how could they not break through? Just then, an arrow flew through the air, striking one of the men in the chest. The group instantly became alert. Boss, he is on the roof. They saw Bai Zhe standing atop the roof with a crossbow in hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew out in succession. With every shot, a victim is struck, but the unfortunate soul does not succumb instantly. Instead, they writhe on the ground in agony. Boss, he wields a weapon. We must flee. Fool! What do you mean run? He's already out. Everyone charge forward. I will kill him. Sang Biao's expression fluctuated between pallor and fury. The underlings gritted their teeth and surged towards the safe house. Yet along the way, more and more of them fell to the arrows. These individuals could hardly withstand such dread, uncertain if the next arrow would be aimed at them. My goodness, this is horrifying, run. Eventually, the atmosphere of panic spread rapidly after one individual turned to flee. Fear gripped them all, each worried that they might be the next to perish. Thus, the number of those escaping swelled. Sang Biao watched the retreating figures, his anger boiling as he stomped his feet. Fools! A bunch of useless eaters. Soon, they reached a place of safety. Boss, this guy is too sinister. Even dynamite couldn't kill him. Indeed, boss, what shall we do next? At that moment, Sang Biao's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. Since we cannot eliminate him, let us inform the Qinglong gang. Surely, they will send someone more formidable to deal with him. Perhaps we might even join the Qinglong gang ourselves. Boss, your wisdom is unparalleled. Oomph. Enough of your prattle. Have you recalled his name yet? Boss, I remember now. His name is Bai Zhe. Bai Shi. I swear I shall not rest until you are dead. Sang Biao spat those words through clenched teeth. Chapter 48, Zhao Bangzhu. Have you mistaken person? Once Sang Biao and his group departed, the women hiding in the room rushed out, surrounding Bai Zhe with cheers. Master, we drove the bad guys away. Lu Yameng winked playfully. Ha, Master is the most formidable. He is the best in the world. No, the universe. Xiaomo puffed out her chest proudly. Little Bai Zhe, I'm so proud of you. Su Runyan gently kissed Bai Zhe on the cheek, and then shyly stepped aside. The sisters Li Mulan embraced Bai Zhe, their joy palpable. Sisters Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin secretly delighted in the victory, while only Sun Jia wore a worried expression. Master, do you think they will return? If they come again, it will be their demise. Bai Zhe glanced at the crowd and continued. All right, everyone, go back to your tasks. At the Qinglong gang's base, boss, we have successfully taken control of the armory. Excellent. From this day forward, our Qinglong gang shall truly rise. Zhao Zilong stood up, brimming with excitement. Boss, over the past few days, we've taken in over 1,000 people. Our food supplies may not last much longer. Inform the brothers. After we transport the arms back, we will seize several food factories outside the city. Following the previous incident, the Qinglong gang had procured 10 tons of food from Bai Zhe. This bounty granted them a much-needed respite, allowing for rapid development in such a short span. The total membership of the Qinglong gang swiftly expanded to 1,300, all rescued from various neighborhoods. With sufficient manpower, they set their sights on a military base 30 kilometers away and successfully captured it, acquiring a wealth of military weaponry. The entire Qinglong gang basked in jubilation. At that moment, a junior member entered. "Boss, there are some people outside wanting to join the Qinglong gang. They claim to possess important intelligence." Zhao Zilong furrowed his brow and ordered, "Bring them in." Soon, Sang Biao and dozens of his subordinates were presented before him. Upon seeing Zhao Zilong, Sang Biao immediately bowed and approached. "Zhao Bangzhu, do you remember me? We have met before." Zhao Zilong scrutinized the disreputable figure before him, but could not recall any prior encounter. "I'm sorry, I have no recollection." Sang Biao raised his hand to offer a handshake, but upon hearing the response, he awkwardly withdrew it. "No worries, Salvangsu. You can call me Sang Biao from now on." Zhao Zilong was evidently uninterested in this individual. His willingness to meet stemmed solely from the mention of vital information. "Speak. What is your purpose in seeking me?" Zhao Zilong cut to the chase, not wishing to waste time. "I wish to bring my brothers to join the Qinglong gang. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to share a piece of intelligence with you, Zhao Bangzhu." "Oh, then tell me, if this information proves valuable, I might consider accepting you." Zhao Zilong maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's smile widened. He leaned closer to Zhao Zilong, whispering, "Zhao Bangzhu, I have discovered an absolutely secure refuge filled with stunning beauties." Zhao Zilong's smile gradually faded as this brought Bai Zhe to mind. "Where is it?" Zhao Zilong's expression shifted. Sang Biao, oblivious to the change, continued boastfully, "It's in a vacant lot behind Jinghai University. I don't know when it was built, but today, my brothers and I couldn't blow it up with explosives." Zhao Zilong's pupils constricted sharply. He had witnessed Bai Zhe's formidable strength firsthand and had instructed his subordinates to avoid offending him. He could not fathom how these reckless individuals dared to attack Bai Zhe's residence. However, how had they survived to arrive here? Did Bai Zhe allow it intentionally? With that thought, Zhao Zilong quickly inquired, "Did you have any confrontations?" "Yes, after he bombed his house, he shot at us with crossbow arrows, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen of my brothers." "Zhao Bangzhu, you must avenge them. This Bai Zhe is truly despicable. He monopolizes so many beauties. These beauties should belong to you, Zhao Bangzhu." Sang Biao continued, flattering Zhao Zilong. However, Zhao Zilong was not swayed by his flattery. At that moment, he was preoccupied with pondering Bai Zhe's intentions in letting these people leave. Did he know they were coming to join me? Was he testing my resolve? Or did he simply lack the power to eliminate them? After much contemplation, Zhao Zilong could not discern Bai Zhe's motives. Yet, he remained steadfast in one belief. Bai Zhe's strength was unfathomable, and one must never offend him unless absolutely necessary. With that in mind, he devised a plan. He intended to accompany this group to find Bai Zhe, thereby probing his intentions. If Bai Zhe sought to kill them, he would merely lend a helping hand, strengthening their relationship in the process. If he aimed to test Zhao Zilong's stance, he too could seize the opportunity to express his own. In either case, it would be to his advantage. Zhao Zilong looked at Sang Biao again, a hint of sympathy in his gaze, though this emotion was fleeting. "Very well, lead me there. If what you say is true, I will agree to your request." "Zhao Bangzhu, thank you so much. You can rest assured. I will serve you with utmost dedication from now on." Sang Biao exclaimed with elation. "Enough, let us move quickly," Zhao Zilong urged, eager to avoid any further idle chatter. Sang Biao, understanding the cue, promptly led the way. Before long, they arrived outside the safe house. This time, Sang Biao felt emboldened as he approached the window and shouted inside, "Bai Zhe, you little brat, get out here now. Maybe I will spare your life." Bai Zhe furrowed his brow, peering through the window. Upon spotting Zhao Zilong, he was momentarily taken aback. What brought Zhao Zilong here? Did he have designs on him as well? Bai Zhe's expression hardened. Today, anyone who dared to have ill intentions towards him would pay a heavy price. Bai Zhe slowly stepped out, casting a cold gaze upon the group. Seeing him emerge, Sang Biao smirked triumphantly. Boy, do you know who stands behind me? He is the leader of the Qinglong gang. Hasten to prostrate yourselves 100 times. Bai Zhe cast a frigid glance at Zhao Zilong and remarked, Zhao Gangzhu, may you be in good health. Zhao Zilong stepped forward a few paces, his tone marked by utmost respect. Mr. Bai, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Sang Biao was utterly bewildered. Why was the esteemed leader of the Qinglong gang showing such deference to this youth? Gangzhu, have you mistaken him for someone else? He is merely a student often subjected to bullying. Chapter 49. The Dual Torment of Mind and Body. Zhao Zilong. Is this person your subordinate? Bai Zhe's voice remained icy. Impudent. How dare you utter the name of Gangzhu? Sang Biao's heart leaped with joy upon witnessing Bai Zhe's audacity in addressing Zhao Zilong. In a bid to demonstrate his loyalty, Sang Biao bellowed. Slap! Zhao Zilong whirled around, delivering a sharp slap while glaring at Sang Biao with murderous intent. Sang Biao was taken aback. Kneel and apologize to Mr. Bai. Zhao Zilong commanded fiercely. Instantly, Sang Biao dropped to his knees, his subordinates hastily following suit. At that moment, Sang Biao felt a chill creep down his spine. The slap had cleared his mind. He had initially thought Zhao Zilong had erred in his judgment, but the respect Zhao Zilong showed by addressing Bai Zhe as Mr. suggested that Bai Zhe's status eclipsed even that of Zhao Zilong. How could a mere student be entangled with the underworld? Sang Biao was engulfed in confusion. Regardless, the reality loomed before him. Even disbelief would not alter the facts. The recollection of his prior misdeeds against Bai Zhe sent tremors through him. Mr. Bai, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare my life. Sang Biao trembled as he bowed deeply. His subordinates, pale and fearful, quickly joined in begging for Bai Zhe's forgiveness. Bai Zhe paid them no heed and turned to Zhao Zilong. Mr. Bai, these individuals initially sought to join our Qinglong gang, but upon hearing of their disrespect towards you, I brought them to you for judgment. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's face turned pale with terror, continuing to bow and plead, Mr. Bai, I truly recognize my errors. I shall never dare again. I implore you, spare me. His subordinates echoed his pleas. Spare you? Did you not proclaim your intent to kill me and defile my women before me yesterday? Bai Zhe replied with a cold laugh. Mr. Bai, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Sang Biao's complexion changed drastically, and he continued to bow fervently, each bow striking the ground with force until his forehead became bloodied. Do you remember how you treated me in the past? Bai Zhe approached and kicked Sang Biao, sending him tumbling 4 to 5 meters away. Memories of blocking Bai Zhe at the school gates flashed through Sang Biao's mind. He had formed a connection with Li Hu, received some benefits, and sought to teach Bai Zhe a lesson. They had dragged Bai Zhe to a secluded grove after school, and he recalled personally delivering 3 kicks to Bai Zhe. He had thought Bai Zhe was merely an ordinary university student. Had he known of Bai Zhe's ties to the Qinglong gang, he would not have dared even with 10 lives. Sang Biao now regretted his actions intensely, wishing he could dismember Li Hu. Little did he know, Li Hu had already met a gruesome end at Bai Zhe's hands. Sang Biao scrambled to his knees before Bai Zhe, beseeching, Mr. Bai, I will no longer dare to appear before you. Please grant me a chance at life. To spare you is possible, but you must withstand 3 kicks from me, as you once did to me. If you can endure without dying, our grievances shall be forgiven. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao was elated. 3 kicks? He had just endured one from Bai Zhe, albeit with considerable force. Yet he believed he could withstand 2 more. Thank you, Mr. Bai. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Bai Zhe smirked slightly. With his current strength, not just 3 kicks, even one could send Sang Biao to his demise. He had merely restrained his power. He had no intention of allowing Sang Biao an easy death. He intended to make Sang Biao suffer in agony. All of you receive 3 kicks, and our grievances shall be settled. Bai Zhe addressed Sang Biao's subordinates. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your mercy, they expressed, feeling a sense of relief, oblivious to the forthcoming terror that awaited them. Step forward. Bai Zhe beckoned Sang Biao with a gesture. Sang Biao quickly crawled up, kneeling before Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe wasted no time. He unleashed his first kick with 50% of his strength, targeting Sang Biao's left knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. Sang Biao's face turned crimson as he fought to suppress a cry, nearly losing consciousness from the excruciating pain. 2 more kicks. Bai Zhe taunted. A shiver coursed through Sang Biao as regret washed over him. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. Attempting to move his injured left leg, he was horrified to discover he could not. It felt as if his left leg had detached from his thigh, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Just then, Bai Zhe delivered another kick, this time to his right knee. Another bone-cracking sound resonated. Sang Biao could no longer hold back, releasing a cry of anguish. His subordinates felt a tightening in their chests, particularly those closest to him. Was this what a human could endure? After the second kick, Sang Biao's vision darkened, and he fainted. "You two lift him up," Bai Zhe commanded, pointing at 2 of the kneeling individuals. They gulped nervously and approached, hoisting Sang Biao up. However, as they did, Sang Biao's legs twisted at an unnatural angle. His legs are broken," someone exclaimed, sending waves of panic through Sang Biao's subordinates. They realized that Bai Zhe did not intend to spare them, but rather to torment them until death. In a panic, they rose to flee, only to find guns aimed at them. "Anyone who dares to run will be shot." Zhao Zilong's voice pierced through, plunging them into despair. "Do not rush. There is still a third kick. You will all have your turn." Bai Zhe's words extinguished any flicker of hope within them. With a swift motion, Bai Zhe unleashed the third kick, again delivering it with 50% of his strength, striking Sang Biao's chest. Lifted by the 2, Sang Biao was sent hurtling through the air, spewing a mixture of blood and innards. He regained consciousness due to the excruciating pain. Bai Zhe had calculated his strength precisely, ensuring the force would rupture his organs but not lead to instant death. He intended for Sang Biao to languish in agony, slowly approaching death. True to form, upon landing, Sang Biao's body began to convulse. The pain elicited continuous cries from his mouth, with intermittent bouts of blood and flesh spewing forth. This scene heightened the tension among the others, with some succumbing to unconsciousness from the psychological strain. Yet, Bai Zhe would not permit them such an escape. Even if they fainted, he would rouse them, forcing them to witness the punishment of their peers. He intended for them to endure immense psychological and physical torment, ultimately awaiting their demise. Next, the voice, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, cast the group into utter despair. Chapter 50. A stunningly beautiful woman who would dare face Bai Zhe's 3 kicks? That would be akin to courting death. Eyes darting, they avoided meeting Bai Zhe's gaze. "You." Bai Zhe pointed casually at one individual. "No, I do not want it." The man exhibited a look of sheer terror. At that moment, under Zhao Zilong's direction, 2 individuals approached him and dragged him before Bai Zhe. The man was already terrified, and his pants were suddenly damp. "No, please, let me go. I do not wish to die." The man continued to struggle, and then Bai Zhe delivered a swift kick. The man's knees shattered instantly, eliciting a haunting scream of agony. Bai Zhe followed up with 2 more kicks, hastening the process as many others were waiting in line. This subordinate ultimately met the same fate as Sang Biao. The 2 individuals positioned this subordinate beside Sang Biao, laying them neatly in line. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zhe had incapacitated over a dozen individuals. One by one, they were arranged together. Among the remaining, several succumbed to the psychological pressure and completely lost their sanity. Even so, Bai Zhe showed them no mercy. This was all of their own making. If not for Bai Zhe's strength, he would have likely fared worse than these individuals. In this apocalyptic world, not a shred of compassion could be afforded. With Zhao Zilong's cooperation, soon, Sang Biao and his subordinates, totaling 48 individuals, lay sprawled out. For them, even death had become a distant luxury. The wails and screams never ceased. Their greatest regret at this moment was crossing Bai Zhe. They would continue to endure such suffering until their blood ran dry. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong wore a heavy expression. Even he felt a tinge of fear. He was grateful he had not offended Bai Zhe. Otherwise, he too might have met this same fate. Observing Bai Zhe handle these individuals, Zhao Zilong approached him. "Mr. Bai, since the matter is resolved, I am preparing to take my leave." "Brother Zhao, are you really leaving so soon?" I had intended to invite you to my home. Bai Shi remarked. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Zilong felt an overwhelming discomfort, devoid of any sense of security. No, no, I have matters to attend to. I shall visit another day. Zhao Zilong hastily declined, fearing Bai Zhe would persist in his invitation. Being in the presence of such a person felt like sitting on needles. If that is the case, I shall not keep you any longer. Please have your men dispose of these individuals far away, lest their screams frighten my women. Zhao Zilong quickly instructed his subordinates to carry Sang Biao and the others away. Watching the crowd depart, Bai Zhe finally returned to the room. The women inside were huddled, terrified. Upon seeing Bai Zhe return, they hurriedly surrounded him. Master, that was truly terrifying. Their screams were spine-chilling. Lu Yumeng exclaimed, her chest still heaving with anxiety. Fortunately, Master is formidable and drove the bad people away, Xiaomo added, her lovely legs trembling slightly. I was so scared. Wang Yushi pouted, peeking out the window with her curvaceous figure. Although the women were somewhat flustered, each of their movements was captivating, stimulating the release of hormones. Bai Zhe embraced several of them, his hands wandering unceremoniously over their bodies. Gradually, the women transitioned from fear to shyness. Checking the time, Bai Zhe noted that it was still early. With Sang Biao and his companions dealt with, it was time to venture out in search of new beauties. Thus, Bai Zhe activated the intelligence system to select potential targets for rescue. 3 young women caught his eye. The first was a bank clerk, possessing a mere score of 85 in looks and an A-cup bust. Bai Zhe dismissed her outright. Such superficial qualities held no allure for him now. Next, he considered the second target, a cosplay enthusiast with a score of 89. She appeared to have an adorably charming presence and a generous figure, a commendable choice indeed. Finally, he turned his gaze to the third option. Upon seeing her photograph, he was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of delight. She was a stunning policewoman, boasting a remarkable score of 96 in beauty. Her image radiated an extraordinary allure, reminiscent of the celebrity Li Yitong, perhaps even surpassing her in beauty. Even in her natural state, she eclipsed many stars and influencers by a considerable margin. The sight of her in uniform further accentuated her striking presence. Bai Zhe found himself lost in thought, having never before encountered a policewoman. Of course, he would approach law enforcement with respect for their autonomy, never resorting to coercion. That was his principle. Resolving to learn more, he promptly expended 20 points to access the policewoman's information. Name, Li Jinmei. Age, 23. Appearance, 96 bust. D-cup maintenance count, 0. Location, Unicom Tower. The Unicom Tower serves as the headquarters for Unicom in Jinghai City. Standing nearly 100 stories tall, a true landmark. Little did he expect that Li Jinmei was concealed within. This location teemed with people, not easily accessible even if it was not in the city center. He needed a foolproof plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he were to arrive in a tank, it would undoubtedly simplify matters. With that thought, Bai Zhe made his way to the garage and drove the tank out. After bidding farewell to the women, he set off towards his target location. Inside the Unicom Tower, a young woman in uniform gazed anxiously at the outside world, filled with flesh-eating zombies. She had been trapped there for over a week, along with numerous refugees she had rescued. Our food supplies are dwindling. If we do not find a way to escape, we will starve to death here. A magnetic male voice emerged from behind her. I understand. I will devise a plan to lead everyone to safety, Li Jinmei replied, her solemn expression softening. Very well. The man prepared to leave, but suddenly, a group of over 10 men rushed in, their expressions foreboding. Officer Li, we have been trapped here for over a week. When will we escape? Li Jinmei furrowed her brow and turned to face them. The men unabashedly scrutinized her, their eyes brimming with greed. Sun Dazhuang, I will find a way to lead everyone out. Please cooperate with my efforts. Li Jinmei glared at him fiercely, her tone icy. Sun Dazhuang was unperturbed, a sly grin spreading across his face. Let us look forward to Officer Li leading his common folk to safety. With that, he instructed his companions. Let us go. Do not disturb Officer Li. Watching them depart, Li Jinmei exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 51. If you wish to rescue him, then kneel and plead with me. What should we do? It seems they can no longer wait. We still need more time, Li Jinmei remarked gravely. But our food is running out. Li Jinmei's brow furrowed as she contemplated for a long while before finally stating, from today onward, everyone will receive only one meal per day. The man's expression shifted, but that will only make them more resentful. I cannot afford to think about that now. I must ensure everyone survives, Li Jinmei insisted. The man sighed and turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Jinmei recalled something and called out, Li Ming, wait. Li Ming turned around, puzzled by her urgency. I should speak with him personally. Sister, please listen to me. Those people are not worth your effort to save, Li Ming urged earnestly. Enough. I am a police officer. I cannot abandon them in times like this, Li Jinmei replied resolutely. Sigh. Understanding her stubbornness, Li Ming fell silent. He was Li Jinmei's younger brother, a regular employee at the Unicom Tower. When the apocalypse erupted, Li Jinmei braved countless dangers to rescue him and some of the other staff. However, they too were now surrounded by zombies outside. Initially, everyone obeyed Li Jinmei, but as days turned into weeks, Li Jinmei was still unable to lead them to safety. Gradually, discontent began to brew among the group, particularly from Sun Dezhuang, a manager among the employees of Liantong Building. His stature far surpassed that of Li Jinmei, especially given her status as a woman. Slowly, Sun Dezhuang began to test the limits of her authority. Initially, it was merely verbal provocation, but soon it escalated to actions. He openly challenged her authority with a group of loyal followers. Were it not for the gun in her possession, she might have already lost control of the situation. As the two stepped outside, they encountered dozens of individuals, both men and women, who were primarily employees of the same establishment. Li Jinmei scanned the crowd, but did not find Sun Dezhuang and his followers, and she let out a sigh of relief. She quickly approached the gathered individuals and cleared her throat. Confusion spread among them as they turned to face her. Everyone, our food supply is dwindling. In order to sustain ourselves longer, I have decided to reduce our rations from 2 meals a day to 1. The once quiet hall erupted into chaos. What? You want to cut our food supply? How can we fight off the zombies like this? Exactly. Why should we accept a reduction in rations when you promise to lead us out? Are you planning to pocket our rations and leave us behind? The harsh words pierced Li Jinmei's heart deeply. She had anticipated their discontent, but never imagined they would speak so cruelly. Enough. My sister is trying to help everyone survive a few more days. Don't be so ungrateful. Li Ming, unable to bear their remarks, shouted in response. The crowd, hearing his words, lowered their heads, feeling guilty. Ultimately, Li Jinmei's intentions were to ensure their survival. But at that moment, Sun Dezhuang appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Is that truly the case? Did you not promise to lead us away from here? Why has there been no action for several days? Could it be that you lack the capability? His face twisted into a sinister grin. If you can't do it, just say so, and we can make other plans. Sun Dezhuang, I warn you to cease your provocations. Li Jinmei, fuming with anger, pointed an accusatory finger at him. Oh, my dear Officer Li, I am merely questioning your ability to lead us to safety. Why such a strong reaction? Could it be that what they say is true, that you intend to flee with our rations? Stunned and momentarily at a loss for words, Li Jinmei struggled to respond to his taunts. The crowd, already wavering, began to engage in fervent discussion. Could it really be true? I don't believe Officer Li is that kind of person. What do you know? She has talked of escape for days, but has never taken action. Indeed, she is cutting our food supply again. She must be planning to abandon us. How outrageous. I can't believe she appears so beautiful, yet has such a cruel heart. Silence. If not for my sister, you would all be dead by now. Do not forget who saved you. Li Ming, infuriated by the crowd's remarks, yelled. What gave you the right to speak? It's true that your sister saved us, but can you claim she has no selfish motives? Exactly, regardless of her past actions. Is she truly that noble? She fears we might turn into zombies and pose a threat to her. Listening to their words, a single tear rolled down Li Jinmei's cheek. These were the very individuals she had fought to protect. In just a few days, merely due to her decision to reduce their rations, they were casting aspersions upon her character. Be quiet, Li Ming shouted angrily, rushing towards one particularly vocal individual, ready to teach him a lesson. Hey, you little brat, who do you think you are? The man was no pushover. He dodged Li Ming's punch and retaliated with a kick that landed squarely on him. "Stop!" Li Jinmei cried out, seeing her brother get hurt. "Officer Li, is this how you conduct your investigations? Your brother struck first, and this gentleman was merely defending himself," Sun Dazhuang remarked as he approached the man who had retaliated. Encouraged by Sun Dazhuang's defense, the man grew more confident. "Yes, I was just defending myself. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I will be the one on the ground." At this moment, one of Sun Dazhuang's followers stealthily mingled into the crowd. "I think we can no longer rely on the police. Let us follow Manager Sunday. He is the only one who can lead us to safety." "Yes, that is a good suggestion. I support it. I suspected that woman for a long time. Thank goodness for Manager Sun, or we'd be doomed." The crowd erupted into a fervent outcry against Li Jinmei. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with despair. These were the very people she had aimed to protect, and now they were vilifying her. Doubts began to creep into her heart. Was it right to save them? She gazed down at her police uniform, realizing that as long as she wore it, the safety of the people must remain paramount. In her moment of hesitation, Sun Dazhuang kicked Li Ming again. His anguished cry jolted her back to reality. As she witnessed Sun Dazhuang assaulting her brother, her pupils dilated in shock. Swiftly, she drew her gun and aimed it at him. However, Sun Dazhuang chuckled coldly and pulled Li Ming in front of him as a shield. "Go ahead and shoot. With so many of us, how many can you kill?" The crowd rallied behind Sun Dazhuang, glaring menacingly at Li Jinmei. "Release my brother," she demanded, her brow furrowed with concern. Sun Dazhuang flashed a wicked grin. "I might let him go, but only if you strip and beg me." Li Jinmei felt a flicker of panic. She knew Sun Dazhuang coveted her body, but she never anticipated he would voice such a demand in front of everyone. Looking at the onlookers, she was taken aback by their eager gazes. The lascivious scrutiny made her feel utterly repulsed. "You have 1 minute to decide. If you refuse, I will kill him right before your eyes." Sun Dazhuang, seemingly aware of her vulnerabilities, showed no signs of concern that she might refuse. Panic surged through Li Jinmei as she glanced at her brother, who was in visible agony, struggling against Sun Dazhuang's grip. "Let him go," she cried. "I said, if you want him to live, strip and kneel before me." "Hey, Officer Li, surely you don't wish for your brother to meet an untimely demise. Better to heed Manager Sun's words." A glint of greed flickered in the eyes of one man in the crowd. Li Jinmei looked at him, feeling a profound sense of despair. She could not fathom what she had done to deserve this, why everyone had turned against her. All she wished for was their survival. Was that truly a crime? These past days, she had been observing the situation outside, noting that the zombies were slowly moving away. In a few days, the number of zombies would decrease significantly, increasing their chances of escape. Why could they not comprehend her intentions? She was utterly baffled. "You have 30 seconds left." Sun Dazhuang's voice shattered her thoughts. Her brows knitted tightly. "Don't listen to them, sister. They will never let us go." Li Ming cried out. Suddenly, Sun Dazhuang's expression grew cold as he twisted Li Ming's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a tortured scream from him. "Don't hurt him." Li Jinmei's heart raced with turmoil. "Then hurry and strip." "All right, I will." Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes trembled as her mind went blank. Li Jinmei extended her hand slowly towards the topmost button of her garment. With a gentle tug, the neckline of her attire was undone, revealing her snow-white neck to the gaze of the onlookers. Pausing for a moment, 2 lines of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her hand then moved towards the second button, which was unfastened with deliberate slowness. A throng of eyes were fixated, unwilling to miss a second of the unfolding spectacle. They urged her on, their vulgar expressions betraying their forgotten gratitude for her previous rescue. Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes gradually closed, her hand now inching towards the third button. As the summer heat enveloped her, the third button was released, causing her proud bosom to beckon forth, even though a bra provided some modest concealment. Nevertheless, the deep cleft between her mountains was strikingly prominent, and the lace-trimmed undergarment offered mere glimpses of the allure beneath. This spectacle ignited further fascination and frenzy among the crowd, akin to ravenous wolves salivating at the sight. Continuing her descent, the fourth button was undone, exposing her flawless abdomen to the throng. Her stomach, devoid of any excess flesh, displayed a pronounced abdominal line. Among the spectators, those who once harbored a sense of morality now scrutinized her shamelessly. At last, Li Jinmei fully unfastened her garment, slowly shedding it, revealing her upper body to the masses. "Let my brother go," she cried, for he was her only family, and she could not bear to lose him. Sun Dazhuang wore an insidious grin, his gaze fixated on her trousers. "Continue undressing." Li Jinmei felt desolate. She had no means to wager her brother's life. Thus, her hand crept towards her pants. Under the lascivious stares, she unfastened her trousers. They slid down gradually, revealing her pink cartoon-pattern underwear, followed by her slender, straight legs. The sound of gulping became increasingly frequent. Soon, Li Jinmei stood before them in a beach outfit, casting a fierce glare at Sun Dazhuang. "Let my brother go," she demanded. "You haven't finished undressing yet," he taunted. "Do you wish for your brother to perish?" Sun Dazhuang continued to threaten her. "Indeed. Hurry up," another voice chimed in. "You're taking too long, woman. Why is it so difficult to remove your clothing?" "Damn it, I'm reacting. Don't falter now." Li Jinmei had hoped these people would regain their senses, but their words revealed their transformation into demons. Her eyes dimmed, realizing the peril her actions had placed her brother in. Regret washed over her. She should have fled with Li Ming and disregarded these individuals. But it was too late for such lamentations. Li Ming struggled on the ground, and in a sudden burst of defiance, he bit down hard on Sun Dazhuang's hand, tearing flesh and causing a scream of agony to escape. "Sister, don't heed them. Quickly leave." Sun Dazhuang, furious, kicked Li Ming in the back of the head, silencing him instantly. "Li Ming." Li Jinmei cried out in worry, but he remained unresponsive. Sun Dazhuang seized Li Ming, glaring menacingly at Li Jinmei. "I will give you one last chance. If you don't want him to die, then hurry up and undress." Tears had already soaked Li Jinmei's face. Her heart was consumed by thoughts of her brother. "Fine, just don't harm him. I will comply." Her hand slowly moved towards her back, drawing the crowd's attention. They were ravenous to glimpse what lay beneath, their expressions twisted with an unsettling eagerness. In that moment, the distortion of humanity was starkly revealed. When order crumbles, the insatiable greed of mankind is magnified, free from the constraints of law. Li Jinmei recognized this too late. Her fingers unfastened the clasp at her back, and with it, the straps fell away. The crowd erupted into frenzied excitement, as they had never witnessed such beauty before, now on the verge of undressing publicly. She tried to shield her bosom with her arms, her inner turmoil raging. Ultimately, she summoned her courage, for nothing was more precious than her brother's life. Not even her own purity. In this world, he was her sole kin. Her hand trembled as it slowly released its grip. "Do not let go." At that moment, a man's voice broke through from behind her. Chapter 53. Killing him would be too merciful. Li Jinmei turned in astonishment to see a handsome man standing behind her. A stranger who did not seem to belong to this place. Could he be an outsider? Her heart raced with anticipation. The newcomer was Bai Zhe, who had been observing the scene for some time, letting the depravity of humanity unfold before him. He was not surprised by their actions, having witnessed similar horrors in the post-apocalyptic world. This outcome, however, had its advantages. Li Jinmei's nature would compel her to care for others, potentially becoming a burden. With the chaos that had erupted, it was likely she would abandon these people. Bai Zhe approached her, gently fastening her bra's hook. Their proximity allowed the scent of her skin to waft towards him, and he could hear her breaths grow heavy with anxiety. For a moment, he found himself entranced. Li Jinmei was taken aback by his sudden act, but upon sensing his benign intentions, she refrained from resisting, knowing her undergarment would otherwise slip. She had never been this close to a man before, and her heart raced, her cheeks flushing. Bai Zhe's movements were cautious as he fastened her bra. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her smooth back, causing her to shudder. Sensing the tension, he quickly secured the clasp and stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance. "Who the hell are you? And don't ruin my fun," Sun Dazhuang barked, pointing an accusing finger at Bai Zhe. "Yeah, if you want to watch, come on over. Don't spoil our enjoyment." The crowd began to murmur their confusion. Who is this guy? We've never seen him before. Questions arose, and eyes turned toward Bai Zhe with newfound interest. Could he be capable of leading us out of here? Sun Dazhuang, unwilling to relinquish his newfound power, dismissed the crowd's growing curiosity. Everyone calmed down. There are too many zombies outside. He possibly have come alone. He has probably been hiding in a corner all along, with nearly 100 floors here. Who knows how many others are lurking? Exactly. Kid, get lost. Don't obstruct our view of this beauty. The crowd echoed, losing patience as they directed their ire at Bai Zhe. Yet, he remained steadfast, refusing to budge. He gazed at the crowd and spoke. Is this how you treat your savior? Bai Zhe's words detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting the fury of those present. They were well aware that Li Jinmei had saved them, yet they chose to overlook or even intentionally forget this fact for their own selfish interests. They were not ignorant. They merely feigned ignorance. Thus, Bai Zhe's remarks were akin to a slap in their faces. You little brat, do you even know what you're saying? Where did this fool come from? Are you seeking death? I suggest we toss him out to feed the zombies. Yes, throw him out to feed the zombies. Bai Zhe scoffed disdainfully. With you lot? The crowd erupted in rage, hurling insults as they surged toward Bai Zhe, although they felt a pang of guilt toward Li Jinmei. Bai Zhe's words dispelled any reservations they might have had. As they charged, Bai Zhe did not flee. Instead, he met them head-on. Taken aback, the crowd became even more frenzied, believing they had encountered a madman. In an instant, they clashed. They swung their fists at Bai Zhe, but just as their blows were about to land, he bizarrely deflected their attacks. A sharp pain shot through their hands, and in terror, they looked down to find their palms shattered. Their hands dangled, swaying limply with every movement of their bodies. Cries of anguish filled the air as they staggered backward. Their gazes toward Bai Zhe, now filled with dread. Sun Dezhuang, who had anticipated a spectacle, was utterly shocked to witness his men so swiftly defeated, with each one left with broken hands. Such power could not possibly be that of an ordinary person. Even he felt his heart race, a wave of fear washing over him. Swallowing hard, he feigned calmness and said, My friend, we have offended you. Please, spare us. Bai Zhe pointed at Li Ming on the ground and declared, I want this person. Of course, Sun Dazhuang replied with a false smile, instructing two of his lackeys to bring Li Ming to Bai Zhe. Meanwhile, Li Jinmei had managed to put on some clothes and rushed over to check on her brother as he was brought to Bai Zhe. Li Ming, how are you? But regardless of her frantic calls, Li Ming did not respond. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over her. She slowly extended a trembling finger toward his nostrils. When she felt no breath, she sat down heavily, her eyes vacant, disbelief etched on her face. No, it can't be. Observing her reaction, Bai Zhe began to piece together the grim truth. He knelt beside her and felt Li Ming's carotid artery. There were no signs of life. Li Jinmei sat frozen, tears streaming down her face. She had failed to protect her brother. Memories of their past flashed through her mind. In that moment, a singular thought consumed her, vengeance for her brother. She sprang to her feet, raising her hand to fire. Bai Zhe seized her wrist, yanking it upward, causing the bullet to ricochet off the ceiling. Li Jinmei looked at Bai Zhe in confusion. Are you trying to stop me? Sun Dazhuang, now thoroughly terrified, realized he had lost his leverage over Li Jinmei with her brother's death. Officer Li, please don't act impulsively. Remember, you are a police officer. You cannot kill me. He hastily retreated into the crowd. Li Jinmei continued to glare at Bai Zhe, her eyes alight with murderous intent. Bai Zhe, sensing the misunderstanding, released her wrist and said, killing him would be too merciful. Li Jinmei was taken aback, not grasping Bai Zhe's intent. In the next instant, Bai Zhe moved with blinding speed, seizing Sun Dazhuang from the crowd and presenting him before Li Jinmei. The onlookers recoiled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. Li Jinmei was equally stunned, her expression one of astonishment. Kneel. Bai should commended sternly. Sun Dazhuang, thoroughly cowed, collapsed to his knees. Witnessing his compliance, Bai Zhe turned to Li Jinmei, asking how she wished for him to die. Li Jinmei hesitated, her mind racing. If she could only conceive of one way, a single shot to end the life of the man who had killed her brother. I don't know, she sighed. Since you don't know, I shall decide for you. Sun Dazhuang trembled. Please don't kill me, he begged, bowing repeatedly. Bai Zhe, unfazed, seized his wrist and twisted it violently. There was a sickening crack as Sun Dazhuang's wrist contorted at an unnatural angle. Bai Zhe repeated the action with the other wrist. Sun Dazhuang's mouth fell open in a scream, his cries echoing throughout the hall, tears and snot mingling as they streamed into his mouth. Li Jinmei gasped, covering her mouth in shock at Bai Zhe's ruthless actions. Yet, she felt no remorse. She believed Bai Zhe's actions were justified. She was astonished by her own thoughts. A police officer contemplating such brutality. Shaking her head, she found only a sense of exhilaration at avenging her brother. Meanwhile, the crowd that had once mocked Li Jinmei now resembled ants on a hot stove, terrified of suffering the same fate as Sun Dazhuang. They huddled in corners, silent and fearful. Bai Zhe did not cease his actions. A broken hand is no matter. There are still feet. He grasped Sun Dazhuang's foot, twisting it with a terrifying force. Sun Dazhuang screamed again. Officer Li, please make him stop. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Li Jinmei remained silent, her heart hardened by the desire for vengeance despite a flicker of compassion. Bai Zhe, with a cold smile, grasped Sun Dazhuang's other foot. Sun Dazhuang's face contorted grotesquely. His eyes widened in horror, muttering incoherently. Bai Zhe twisted again, and Sun Dazhuang howled anew, his cries mingling with eerie laughter. In moments, he began to laugh hysterically, then weep uncontrollably, his mental state evidently shattered. Observing his madness, Bai Zhe clicked his tongue in disappointment. Finally, he delivered a kick to Sun Dazhuang's groin. There was a sickening crunch, and Sun Dazhuang clutched himself, alternating between laughter and tears. Now a broken man, his sanity irreparably damaged, he had no hope of survival. Bai Zhe turned his gaze toward the remaining onlookers, who trembled in fear. Don't kill me. I was wrong. It was my lust that led me astray. I am not human. I also know I was wrong. I should not have treated Officer Li this way. I am not human. I deserve to die. Hero, spare me. Officer Li, spare me. It was all Sun Dazhuang's doing. We were merely misled by him. The crowd began to plead, each claiming innocence, deflecting blame onto Sun Dazhuang. Bai Zhe scoffed, clearly unconvinced by their words. He had witnessed how they treated Li Jinmei. They could not possibly be innocent. Yet, he did not rush to act but turned to Li Jinmei. After all, his goal was to win her favor. How do you wish to deal with them? Li Jinmei's eyes flickered, uncertain as she gazed at Bai Zhe, then glanced at the crowd. Her face bore a hint of bewilderment. Although her anger was undeniable, she was, after all, a police officer. The one responsible for her brother's demise was Sun Dazhuang, who had received his due punishment. While these individuals had wronged her, their actions were ultimately instigated by Sun Dazhuang. If she were to take their lives, her conscience would be heavily burdened. Yet, had it not been for Bai Zhe's intervention, how would these people have treated her? Li Jinmei's heart was in turmoil, torn between the desire to exact vengeance and the moral obligation imposed by her education and profession, which forbade her from committing heinous acts. However, could their misdeeds truly be forgiven? Setting aside her profession, she found it impossible to absolve them of their vile actions. Yet, clad in her police uniform, she had to endure whatever grievances she faced. Such was the duty and responsibility that came with the uniform. Conflicting thoughts raced through her mind, none prevailing over the other, leaving her expression contorted in anguish as her sense of duty clashed with her resentment. Suddenly, she found tranquility. In an instant, clarity washed over her. She could neither betray her uniform nor herself. Slowly, she removed her police attire and forcefully cast it toward the group. I will not kill you, for I hold my profession in high regard, but I loathe you. Should our paths cross again, I shall ensure your demise. She cast a lingering glance at her uniform, a single tear glistening on her cheek. If I continue to wear it, I shall forever remain bound by its rules. The police cannot eradicate humanity's greed. Thus, I shall shed it and become an unshackled force of retribution. Baze, listening to her declaration, felt a stirring within. This world was no longer constrained by rules. To survive, one must not be soft-hearted. As for the individuals before them, Baze had already devised a plan. He would honor Li Jinmei's decision not to kill them, but that did not imply they would be granted a reprieve. Approaching her, he draped his own garment over her shoulders. Li Jinmei expressed her gratitude with a fleeting glance before adjusting her attire. Baze regarded her gently and softly said, "Leave these individuals to me." Li Jinmei looked at him and nodded solemnly. Baze offered a slight smile, captivated by her exquisite beauty, and, almost instinctively, brushed his fingers through her hair before turning his gaze toward the group. Li Jinmei, momentarily stunned, lifted her gaze to Baze's profile, a flush of color rising to her cheeks. "You are fortunate. I can escort you away and arrange for your accommodations." The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing this, showering Baze with fervent gratitude. He smirked, for his intentions were far from benevolent. He merely sought to punish them in a different manner. "Come with me," Baze instructed, and Li Jinmei nodded, her head bowed in shyness. He then lifted Li Ming's lifeless body, for as Li Jinmei's brother, he deserved a proper burial. Chapter 55. Li Jinmei agreed. Baze turned his attention back to the group, his demeanor growing stern. "Those who wish to live, follow me." The crowd hesitated, astonished that Baze was willing to lead them away. Instantly, they perked up. Those who had previously suffered at his hands now wore expressions of eagerness. "A good Samaritan. There are still good people in this world. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I will surely repay you when I prosper. You are our benefactor. We acknowledge our past wrongs and vow never to repeat them." The group was effusive in their flattery and promises. Listening to their words, Baze scoffed. He had no faith in their sincerity and had no intention of rescuing them. Carrying Li Ming's body, they made their way outside. Due to the overwhelming presence of zombies, Baze decided to bury Li Ming in the underground garage. Li Jinmei had no objections. Upon arriving at the garage, Baze retrieved the versatile weapon, which today happened to be a grenade. He threw it, and a massive crater was instantly created. This spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence, their gazes now filled with fervent admiration. Who else but someone extraordinary could wield a grenade? They speculated that Baze was likely affiliated with the military. Li Jinmei was equally astonished. Her curiosity about Baze's true identity piqued. Baze placed Li Ming's body into the deep pit and instructed the others to bury it. They eagerly participated, using their hands to cover the body, even as their fingers became raw, without a single complaint. At last, Li Ming was laid to rest. Tears streamed down Li Jinmei's face. Baze turned to the group, his voice firm. "Li Ming's death is on your heads. All of you kneel and pay your respects." Their expressions shifted, and though reluctant, they heeded Baze's command and knelt before Li Ming's grave. Once this was accomplished, Baze prepared to lead them away. Initially, he had arrived in a tank, but he soon realized that the rumbling sound would attract more zombies, prompting him to abandon it. To his surprise, he managed to store the tank in his space, alleviating concerns about the group discovering it. As they approached the entrance to the underground parking lot, Baze recalled entering through this very point, having eliminated all nearby zombies. The sight of the fallen zombies left the crowd agape. "Stop gawking, let's move," Baze urged softly. The group snapped back to reality and hurried to follow him. Along the way, Baze refrained from tossing grenades, as he lacked a backpack, and continuous throwing would raise suspicion. Instead, he wielded a watermelon knife found by the roadside to clear their path. With his strength, dispatching the ordinary zombies was effortless. He also encountered some mutated zombies, which he dealt with easily. Finally, upon reaching the safe zone, Baze's gene points had accumulated to 50. Upon returning to the safe house, he would be able to level up. Without pausing, he led the group to the Qinglong gang. Zhao Zilong, aware of Baze's arrival, personally came to greet him. Upon learning that Baze intended for the group to stay, Zhao Zilong readily agreed. "Since it is Mr. Bai's arrangement, I will fully support it." "Yes, please take good care of them and ensure they do not perish," Baze urged in a lowered tone. Zhao Zilong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Baze's intent. Responding in a similar tone, he assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Bai, I will take good care of them." With that affirmation, Baze departed with Li Jinmei. The group they brought relaxed instantly, each expressing their relief. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong and his subordinates began to whip the group with leather straps. As he lashed out, he instructed his men, "Brothers, Mr. Bai said to take good care of them. We must ensure they do not die." "Understood, boss." The sound of the whip cracking echoed, accompanied by the chorus of their anguished cries. In that moment, they comprehended Bei's true motives for bringing them along. But who could they blame? Brothers, don't injure them too severely. We still need them at work. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, they were filled with regret, lamenting their foolishness in committing such wrongs. Yet, it was far too late. Each day ahead would involve enduring the lash and endless toil. Zhao Zilong, pleased, would whip them a few times out of joy, and even more when displeased. For them, only death serves as a release. However, even if they wished to perish, they could not. For Baizé had commanded that they must not be allowed to die. Baizé departed with Li Jinmei. After they had walked a short distance, Li Jinmei suddenly halted. "Speak. Why do you help me?" Her expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Along our journey, we have encountered countless zombie corpses. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who has slain them. Moreover, the traces of a tank are evident along this route, yet they have mysteriously vanished. I have reason to suspect that you drove the tank and employed some means to conceal it. We are at least 5 kilometers from the Liantong building, and aside from rescuing me, you have done nothing else. What is your true intention?" After hearing Li Jinmei's deductions, Baizé could not help but admire her. Truly, she was a police officer, possessing remarkable skills in investigation and reasoning. "Li Jinmei, my purpose is quite simple. It is you." Li Jinmei's pupils constricted in disbelief as she uttered, "How do you know my name? Wait, is it because of me?" She was momentarily taken aback, and then her expression gradually darkened. Men are all the same. At this moment, Baizé saw no reason to conceal the truth. He replied, "Indeed, it is you. I desire you to be my woman. Of course, this is not coercion, and you may choose to refuse." Upon hearing Baizé's words, Li Jinmei's demeanor softened somewhat. At least he would not force her. She reflected on past events. Had Baizé not appeared, she could scarcely imagine what might have transpired. After experiencing so much, she had come to understand a great deal. This world was no longer what it once was. Humanity's survival had become exceedingly arduous, especially for women. They faced not only the peril of zombies, but also the threat of unscrupulous men. Yet, this man before her did not inspire the same distaste. Li Jinmei remained silent for a moment, gazing at Baizé as she earnestly declared, "I accept your proposal." Chapter 56. Li Jinmei hiding in the bathtub now. It was Baizé's turn to be taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Jinmei would agree so readily. He had even prepared himself for her to leave. Baizé glanced at Li Jinmei's profile. Name, Li Jinmei. Age, 23. Appearance, 96. Bust, D-cup. Loyalty, 66. To his surprise, this incident had caused her loyalty to rise to 66. No wonder she was so quick to agree. Baizé approached Li Jinmei and took her delicate hand, saying, "Let us go. I shall take you home." Upon hearing this, Li Jinmei's face flushed crimson. "You have yet to tell me your name," she shyly inquired, her gaze lowered. "Baizé," he replied. The two engaged in extensive conversation, and Baizé shared the situation regarding the safe house, including details about his other women. Baizé could sense that Li Jinmei's mood had suddenly become heavy. However, this was unavoidable, as such matters could not remain concealed. After a considerable time, Li Jinmei finally spoke, "I understand. I will get along well with them." Hearing this, Baizé breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly checked Li Jinmei's loyalty once more. As expected, her loyalty had dropped to 20. Baisha smiled wryly. As long as she remained, loyalty could gradually be restored. Before long, the two arrived at the safe house. Baizé opened the door, and the women inside greeted them with enthusiastic cheers. "Welcome home, big sister. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. I want to sleep in the same room as her. Don't anyone fight me for it." The fervor of the women made Li Jinmei feel somewhat uneasy. She had yet to acclimate to the notion of sharing a husband with a group of women, and thus felt a degree of hostility towards them. Baizé noticed her discomfort and quickly intervened. "All right, everyone, let us not block the doorway. Come inside, and I will introduce you." Soon, the group of women retreated into the living room, gathering on the sofa to await Baizé's introduction. Baizé introduced Li Jinmei to them. "Wow, this beautiful sister is a police officer. How cool. With Sister Li Jinmei here, we feel much safer." However, when they learned that Li Jinmei had just lost her younger brother, their expressions turned somber. "Sister, do not be sad. We will be your little sister from now on. Yes, we shall be family. Li Jinmei gazed at the roomful of women, sensing their goodwill, and her initial aversion began to dissipate. Thank you all. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, this was the first time Li Jinmei felt the warmth reminiscent of the world that once was. Sister, there is no need for such formality. We are family now, and we must care for one another. Observing the harmonious interaction among the women, Bai Zhe felt a sense of relief. As night fell, Li Jinmei completely integrated with the others. Bai Zhe turned his attention to the gene enhancement system. 1. Enhance immunity. No longer troubled by colds. Cost 50 gene points. 2. Increase vitality. Hit rate doubled. Cost 50 gene points. 3. Alter retinal structure to enable the host to see clearly both day and night. Cost 100 gene points. Failure rate increases by 10. Bai Zhe was already familiar with the first two options. However, he was taken aback by the third option's requirement of 100 gene points, along with the risk of failure. Thus, he could only choose between the first two options. The first option was clearly inferior to the second. With 10 women now residing in the safe house, it was time to enhance his hit rate. This would also expedite the acquisition of gene points. Weighing the options, Bai Zhe promptly selected the second. Gene enhancement successful. Vitality increased, hit rate doubled. After the enhancement, Lu Yameng and the others soon brought out the meal. Hurry and finish eating. I'm ready to procreate. He glanced at Li Jinmei, yearning for a deeper connection with her that night, yet uncertain of her willingness. He found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the others finished their meals in succession and ushered Li Jinmei into Bai Zhe's room. Under their attentive care, Li Jinmei was soon arranged to enter the bathroom. Meanwhile, the others quickly signaled Bai Zhe. He soon understood their intentions. They were creating an opportunity for him. Thus, Bai Zhe hurriedly returned to his room. At that moment, only Li Jinmei and Lu Yameng remained in the bathroom. Sister Xiaomei, the water temperature is just right. You should step into the bubbles. It feels wonderful. Li Jinmei had not bathed in a long while, and the sight of the water filled her with joy. All right, I will take it from here. You need not trouble yourself. It is no trouble at all. Just wait. I shall come and help you wash your back. Lu Yameng said before darting out of the room. As soon as she exited, she whispered to Bai Zhe, Master, you should go in and help Sister Xiaomei wash her back. With that, Lu Yameng flashed him a quirky smile before hastily exiting the room. Now, only Li Jinmei and Bai Zhe remained. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Zhe was just outside the bathroom. She soaked in the tub, gently caressing the water's surface, creating ripples. Li Jinmei's mood was evidently delightful as she hummed a lovely tune. It must be said that her voice was quite enchanting, possessing a unique beauty all her own. Observing Li Jinmei's exquisite silhouette, Bai Zhe felt a stirring within him. He slowly stepped into the bathroom. The steam enveloped the space, and Li Jinmei's fair skin was particularly captivating. Bai Zhe picked up a towel and gently began to wipe her back. The smooth, delicate sensation further stimulated Bai Zhe. Xiaomeng, where did you learn such techniques? It feels so delightful. Li Jinmei desa. Bai Zhe remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Noticing the lack of conversation, Li Jinmei turned her head, only to discover that it was Bai Zhe, not Lu Yameng, who was assisting her with her back. She exclaimed in shock. What are you afraid of? It's not someone else, Bai Zhe chuckled. In that moment, Li Jinmei realized she was unclothed and that everything was visible. She hurriedly covered her proud bosom. How did you get in here? Quickly leave. Her heart raced anxiously. What is there to fear? Isn't it normal for a husband to help his wife bathe? Bai Zhe continued to rub her back. Hearing this, Li Jinmei's face flushed even more, and her confidence began to wane. That was too sudden. I wasn't prepared. Bai Zhe chuckled lightly. No worries. Take your time. I'll wait. How would you do this? At least give me a moment. Li Jinmei's face grew increasingly warm, her voice barely above a whisper. It was her first time speaking so closely to a male, especially one who was helping her with her back. This proximity only heightened her embarrassment. Her heartbeat quickened, loud enough for both to hear. Thump, thump. With each heartbeat, her chest subtly rose and fell. Bai Zhe noticed her accelerated heartbeat, sensing it was the perfect moment to deepen their bond. He leaned closer to her face, asking, how much time do you need? A minute? Or two? My patience is limited. Li Jinmei wanted to evade, but the angle of her position in the bathtub restricted her movements. Unless she climbed out, she would be fully exposed to Baize's gaze. Reluctantly, she watched him draw nearer. Baize paused next to her ear, warm breath brushing against her face, causing her cheeks to redden further and her breathing to quicken. Baize, please leave. I beg you. Fearing that he might take further liberties, she spoke hastily. Yet Baize was undeterred, slowly reaching out. In an instant, she became flustered. Baize no, but he was already lost in the moment, and the more she resisted, the more he was drawn to her. Thus, he pressed his lips against hers. Li Jinmei let out a soft moan. Outside, Lu Yumeng cautiously pushed the door open. Peeking in, hearing Li Jinmei's soft sounds, she stifled a giggle and stealthily entered the room, turning on a Bluetooth speaker that played a song, Wang Fei. As the music filled the air, Lu Yumeng quietly exited the room. The atmosphere in the bathroom remained undisturbed by this interruption. In fact, it only intensified the passion between the two. The clinking of wine glasses, lips stained as if with blood, an unusual beauty, an unforgivable sin. Who loyally follows? I best a Mirgard. You are so beautiful, even in silence. I wish to isolate the world with a pile of stones. My princess, I shall claim your beauty. The song surged with fervor. The two within the bathroom were no exception. As the climax of the song approached, they fully merged together. Congratulations to the host for gaining Li Jinmei's affection, exceeding a 50-point increase, doubling the reward. Congratulations to the host for earning 5,002 points. Baize was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a significant accumulation of points. It seemed that after surpassing a beauty rating of 95, the rewards would also rise considerably. With the music concealing them, Li Jinmei no longer held back. The night was too beautiful, and there were always those who stayed awake with darkened eyes. The song resonated throughout the night, and neither of them slept. Baize, too, felt a hint of fatigue, let alone Li Jinmei. He rose to turn off the music and slowly made his way to the window. Outside, dawn was breaking, a hint of light appearing in the sky. Baize climbed into bed, embracing Li Jinmei as they gradually fell asleep. They slept soundly until midday the next day. Congratulations to the host for acquiring offspring, earning 50 genetic points. Baize awoke instantly, surprised at the noticeable effects of the genetic enhancement, marking a successful outcome after just one attempt. He sat up, stretching, feeling all weariness dissipate. He gently caressed Li Jinmei's hair. She turned her head to glare at him, as if scolding him. All right, let us get up and eat. Last night was exhausting. Li Jinmei slowly rose, though her movements indicated her fatigue. It's all your fault. You nearly caused my demise, she complained. Baize awkwardly scratched his head, not wishing for such outcomes either. After all, who knew his genes were so potent? At that moment, he noticed that lunch had somehow appeared on the table. It must have been Lu Yumeng who brought it for them, having not disturbed their slumber. Without further thought, Baize rose and picked up a bowl of porridge, still warm. He brought it to Li Jinmei, carefully blowing on it before offering it to her lips. Seeing his earnestness, much of Li Jinmei's resentment dissipated. She chuckled softly. All right, I can manage on my own. Unaccustomed to being fed, she took the bowl from him. Soon, they finished their meal. After eating, Li Jinmei returned to bed. Feeling bored, Baize decided to check his attributes. Name, Baize strength, 43 agility, 28 stamina, 8 charm, 10 host genetic enhancements, 1 immunity to zombie virus, 2 enhanced kidney function, 3 increased tadpole activity. Now, his strength was considerable and agility was sufficient. He focused on stamina and charm. With 1,300 points, he could exchange for 26 attribute points. Thus, he allocated 13 points to each. Name, Baize strength, 43 agility, 28 stamina, 21 charm, 23 host genetic enhancements, 1 immunity to zombie virus, 2 enhanced kidney function, 3 increased tadpole activity. With the increase in stamina, he felt a boost in physical strength. He pinched his arm to test, feeling minimal discomfort. Then he approached the mirror, noticing the difference after enhancing his charm. He appeared significantly more handsome, exuding an indescribable aura. Though he couldn't pinpoint the change, he knew that a stroll outside would reveal it to the women around him. Thus, Baize dressed, and descended the stairs. Upon entering the living room, he found several women previously engaged in lively conversation, now frozen in awe as they beheld him. Their snacks hung suspended in midair. It was as if they had encountered something extraordinary. After a moment, Liu Yumeng excitedly exclaimed, "Master, why do you seem different today?" "Different how?" Bai Zhe replied with a smile. The women gazed at him with increasing admiration, feeling that their master appeared more handsome than ever. Liu Yumeng blushed as she said this. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Bai Zhe. Seeing their reaction, Bai Zhe felt elated. With this, it was certain that these women would be utterly captivated by him. With that thought, a broad smile spread across Bai Zhe's face. He has already begun to envision a scene where a group of women surrounds him, pleading for the enhancement of their relationship. Bai Zhe once again returned to the room. Li Jinmei still lay sleeping on the bed. Bai Zhe sat on the edge of the bed and activated the intelligence system. 3 photographs of women appeared. The first was a cashier whose attractiveness was only rated at 85, the lowest he had encountered in the intelligence data. Bai Zhe speculated that only women with an attractiveness rating above 85 would be cataloged by the system. Thus, he disregarded the first. The second was a bank employee, rated at 87, possessing a pleasing appearance, though her height did not appear to exceed 1.5 meters. Bai Zhe shook his head and turned his attention to the third. The third woman aligned perfectly with Bai Zhe's preferences, her ponytail exuding a lively charm, and her attractiveness rated at an impressive 91. Consequently, Bai Zhe willingly spent 20 points to access her information. Name, Zhou Siyu. Age, 21. Bust, D-cup. Attractiveness, 91. Maintenance count, 1. Location, Qinglong Gang headquarters. Qinglong Gang. Bai Zhe never anticipated she would be affiliated with the Qinglong Gang. This revelation suggested that matters would not be easily resolved, as he had some connections with the gang. However, the other 2 women were unremarkable, prompting him to decide to visit the Qinglong Gang in hopes of retrieving her. With this thought in mind, Bai Zhe exited the room and made his way to the core area of the Qinglong Gang. From a distance, he observed numerous members of the gang positioned around various buildings. He had not ventured into the core region the previous day, merely engaging in superficial conversations at the periphery. To his astonishment, the Qinglong Gang had undergone a remarkable transformation, now formidable and well-armed. The members donned camouflage uniforms, fully equipped from head to toe. At that moment, a man approached Bai Zhe, brandishing an M4A1. This individual evidently recognized Bai Zhe, and upon reaching him, respectfully stated, "Mr. Bai, our leader is resting at the headquarters. Please follow me." Bai Zhe complied and followed the man. He had only visited the headquarters once before, and now it had relocated to a new building, an 8-story office structure. Armed guards remained stationed at the entrance. The interior was impeccably clean, and to Bai Zhe's surprise, there was a functioning generator. Upon entering the elevator, the accompanying guard pressed the button for the 8th floor before exiting the elevator. As the doors closed, the elevator began its ascent. Soon, Bai Zhe arrived at the 8th floor. Upon the doors opening, another armed guard politely directed him to Zhao Zilong's room. Knocking on the door, the guard announced, "Leader, Mr. Bai is here." Shortly after, hurried footsteps were heard from within. Zhao Zilong swiftly opened the door, wearing a broad smile as he greeted Bai Zhe. "Mr. Bai, I never expected you to come. Please come in." Bai Zhe chuckled. "I must say, Zhao, your progress has been astonishing. I barely recognized you." "Ha, Mr. Bai, let's skip the formalities. It's all thanks to that 10 tons of food you provided. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today." As they spoke, Zhao Zilong offered Bai Zhe a cup of tea. Listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Bai Zhe felt increasingly convinced of his exceptional capabilities. Merely relying on that 10 tons of food to achieve such growth within a short period was far from an easy feat, Mr. Bai. "May I inquire what brings you here this time?" Zhao Zilong asked, taking a sip of his tea. Bai Zhe, not one for beating around the bush, replied directly, "I am looking for a woman." "What woman?" "Zhou Siyu." Zhao Zilong summoned a nearby guard, instructing him, "Find out if we have a woman named Zhou Siyu here." "Yes." The guard promptly left. Zhao Zilong, with a cheerful demeanor, poured more tea for Bai Zhe. "Haha, may I ask what your connection to this woman is?" Bai Zhe fabricated a casual lie. "She is a friend of my wife. I heard she resides nearby. so I thought I might get lucky and find her. I see. Mr. Bai, rest assured, as long as she is here, I will certainly help you locate her. Moments later, the same guard returned and whispered something to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. All right, I understand. He turned to Bai Zhe and continued, Mr. Bai, I regret to inform you that the woman you seek has been detained by us. I will have her released immediately. How many women do you have detained here? Bai Zhe's interest was piqued at Zhao Zilong's words. If there were many, he could take a look and perhaps encounter some attractive women. About 100 or so. Why? Mr. Bai, are you interested in these women? Zhao Zilong flashed a knowing smile. He understood that Bai Zhe had many women, and thus when Bai Zhe inquired, he instinctively assumed Bai Zhe's desires were insatiable. Realizing this, he sought to cater to Bai Zhe's interests to strengthen their relationship. With this in mind, he spoke before Bai Zhe could respond. Mr. Bai, why not take a look for yourself? If any catch your eye, do let me know. Bai Shi, keen on the opportunity, readily agreed. At that moment, a guard entered and whispered something to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong's expression grew tense once again. Bai Zhe noted that it took Zhao Zilong quite a while to regain his composure. It seemed the Qinglong gang was facing some considerable trouble. Zhao Zilong looked at Bai Zhe, a hint of remorse on his face as he said, Mr. Bai, I sincerely apologize, but I had intended to accompany you. However, something urgent has come up. Allow me to send one of my subordinates with you. No problem, Zhao. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. With that, Zhao Zilong hurriedly departed. Bai Zhe followed the guard toward the area where the women were detained. Chapter 59. Seizing a person soon, they arrived at a 4-story building. The place was heavily guarded, with armed personnel stationed around the perimeter. Standing at the entrance, it was dark inside, evidently lacking a generator. Mr. Bai, the person you're looking for is inside. The guard gestured for him to enter. Bai Zhe followed him inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a corridor reminiscent of a long school hallway. The interior was eerily quiet, with occasional footsteps echoing. Mr. Bai, the women here are essentially our merchandise. Those who come here are buyers seeking women. The guard explained hurriedly. You engage in human trafficking? Bai Zhe expressed his surprise. To be honest, we engage in all sorts of business. As long as the price is right, we would even take on the task of exterminating all the zombies in the city. Bai Zhe chuckled softly. While they could not realistically eliminate all the zombies, it made clear that the Qinglong gang's operations were extensive. Initially, he had exchanged 10 tons of food for their assistance in clearing out zombies. The two continued onward until they reached a room. Through the glass door, Bai Zhe could see 4 women confined within. The room was small, barely 20 square meters, containing 2 bunk beds. Surveying the women, he found their appearances quite average, prompting him to move on to the next room. This room also held 4 women, but again, their looks failed to impress Bai Zhe. In quick succession, he checked a dozen or so rooms, none of which housed women that met his standards. It was not that the women were unattractive. They had simply been selected by the Qinglong gang, representing a rather elite group. Bai Zhe had become accustomed to the enchanting beauties that graced his home, rendering any woman of lesser charm unworthy of his gaze. Observing Bai Zhe's continual scrutiny followed by disapproving shakes of his head, a nearby guard, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Bai, is there no one here to your satisfaction? Losing patience, Bai Zhe resolved to seek out Zhou Xiao directly. He addressed the guard. Where is Zhou Xiao being held? Please, follow me, Mr. Bai, the guard replied. Consequently, Bai Zhe ceased to pay any further attention to the surrounding rooms and followed the guard ahead. As they walked, the guard detailed Zhou Xiao's circumstances. Mr. Bai, Zhou Xiao was sold to us by her husband for 100 jin of rice. That man is truly despicable. Even before the apocalypse, he was a drug addict, squandering the family's wealth and often resorting to domestic violence. When Zhou Xiao was sold, she bore numerous injuries. After the world fell apart, he sold his wife for survival, likely trading the rice for drugs. You still deal in drugs? Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. Not at all. The guard replied hastily. Our leader has made it clear that while we can engage in any business, drug trafficking is strictly forbidden. Listening to the guard's words, Bai Zhe gained a clearer understanding of Zhao Zilong, summarizing that he possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit scarce. His involvement in human trafficking indicated that he was far from virtuous. Soon, the guard halted before a door. Mr. Bai, this is where Zhou Siyao is kept. Peering into the room, Bai Zhe was immediately captivated by the woman within, her figure strikingly alluring. She donned a white shirt that was somewhat sheer, revealing her undergarments beneath. Zhou Siyao's physique was undeniably impressive, her silhouette subtly discernible through the fabric, her slender waist and fair skin evoking desire in any man who beheld her. Open the door. The guard swiftly produced a key and unlocked it. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Siyao turned anxiously towards them, curling up on the bed, seemingly fearful. Hey, mister, Bai has taken a liking to you. Get up. The guard commanded sternly. Zhou Siyao trembled in fright, her body quaking uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, Bai Zhe consoled, noting that perhaps the gentleness in his voice subdued her shivers slightly. Her eyes were filled with a pleading expression, as if silently imploring for rescue. Fear not. Come with me, Bai Zhe extended his hand toward her. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Siyao tentatively extended her hand from the covers, inching closer to Bai Zhe. Just as her fingers were about to touch his, a man burst through the door. Huh, this chick is a looker. She's mine. He strode forward, intending to seize Zhou Siyao. Bai Zhe's brow furrowed as he stepped forward, swiftly grasping Zhou Siyao's hand and pulling her behind him. The man, taken aback by Bai Zhe's sudden intervention, scowled darkly. You little punk, daring to steal a woman I've claimed. You must be tired of living. With that, the man brandished a handgun from his waist. The guard who had escorted Bai Zhe quickly positioned himself between them, addressing the man, Mr. Wang. This is the Qinglong gang. Please adhere to our rules. Surprisingly, the man named Wang showed no fear and only escalated his aggression. Damn it, don't lecture me on rules. I am the rule. Do you know who I am? Get Zhao Zilong here now. At that moment, the corridor erupted with the sound of hurried footsteps, and soon a dozen men, dressed casually yet exuding menace, stormed in. What is going on, boss? They directed their attention towards Mr. Wang. Grab that woman. Just then, Zhao Zilong entered with his entourage. Mr. Wang, your actions here might not comply with the rules, he remarked. Zhao, what do you mean by this? Zhao Zilong smiled. Mr. Wang, this woman was first noticed by Mr. Bai. Your actions may not be appropriate. I don't care who noticed her first. If I want her, she's mine. Wang retorted. So you're disregarding my face. Zhao Zilong's tone sharpened. Seeing Zhao Zilong's sudden seriousness, Wang's bravado faltered. Zhao, I truly desire this woman. Please do me a favor and let me have her. I'll pay double. Zhao Zilong, noting Wang's change in demeanor, resumed his polite facade. Mr. Wang, it's not that I refuse to give you face. But if anyone can break the rules, who would dare to do business with me in the future? You understand the principle, do you not? Then you're refusing to give me face. Wang's expression darkened. Zhao Zilong maintained his smile. Mr. Wang, I, Zhao Zilong, conduct business based on integrity and rules. Since this woman was first claimed by Mr. Bai, she rightfully belongs to him. If you're determined to force the issue, I will not shy away. At this declaration, the armed guards readied their weapons, prepared for confrontation. All right, Wang repeated thrice, glaring furiously at Bai Zhe. You just wait. With that, he stormed out, accompanied by his men. The chapter concluded with the onlookers watching Wang's departure. Zhao Zilong turned to Bai Zhe, his expression apologetic. Mr. Bai, I sincerely apologize. That man is Wang Shanquan, a former drug dealer, ruthless in nature. His current power rivals mine. You must be cautious of his retaliation. Bai Zhe observed Wang's retreating figure, a glimmer of deadly intent in his eyes. No worries. I'm curious to see what he intends to do. Turning towards Zhou Siyao, Bai Zhe noted her lowered head, a picture of fright. Witnessing her state stirred a profound protective instinct within him. How much food does this woman require? He inquired. If you wish to acquire her, I can let her go for half price, 500 kilograms of grain. Bai Zhe gasped. A woman traded for 100 jin of rice was now being sold for 500 kilograms. This arrangement was pre-established. Any deal with Bai Zhe would be halved. If sold to another, it would amount to a ton of grain, an outrageous profit. It was no wonder Zhao Zilong had risen so rapidly. Bai Zhe's curiosity piqued regarding Zhao Zilong's undertakings. No problem. I will arrange for my men to come and collect it. For Bai Zhe, 500 kilograms was a trivial matter. He had previously cleared out an entire mall, amassing 200 tons of food. After this, he continued, I am still unaware of the full scope of your business ventures. In the future, I will seek you out for any related needs. Zhao Zilong chuckled. I apologize for not introducing everything sooner. Following our last encounter, we have expanded into numerous ventures. We can assist clients in assaulting a building, with fees determined by the number of zombies and mutated creatures. We also offer escort services for clients and their relatives to specified locations, alongside arms trafficking, human trading, intelligence, and assassination, among others. We are continuously broadening our business. Should you require anything, feel free to approach us. You also deal in intelligence. Can you acquire information on Wang Shanquan? Bai Zhe inquired, somewhat astonished. Of course. If you need it, I can procure a report right away. Zhao Zilong commanded a subordinate to fetch it. Mr. Bai, I offer this information as an apology for the earlier incident. Bai Zhe did not refuse. Although he was not in need of food, he seized the opportunity to gain some advantage. Before long, a young subordinate returned, holding an envelope which he respectfully presented to Zhao Zilong. After receiving it, Zhao Zilong handed it over to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe promptly extracted the paper inside to peruse its contents. Wang Shanquan, aged 54, previously prospered through drug trafficking, later establishing the drug cartel known as Xiao Yaotang. He has smuggled a considerable quantity of firearms into the country, with his strength estimated to be extremely dangerous. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Wang Shanquan swiftly organized the remaining members of his organization, continuing to manufacture drugs in exchange for survival supplies from other factions. He rose to prominence in a short period, with an estimated membership between 1,000 and 1,500, with an accuracy of 80. There were additional introductions, including information about the key members of his faction. After absorbing this information, Bai Zhe regarded Zhao Zilong with newfound respect. In a situation where information was scarce post-apocalypse, gathering such data was indeed a remarkable feat. Armed with this knowledge, Bai Zhe could now prepare in advance. With Zhou Siyao in his possession, Bai Zhe prepared to depart. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zilong, he exited the Qing Long Gang's headquarters with Zhou Siyao. Meanwhile, a shadow stealthily trailed behind them. Within the Qing Long Gang's headquarters, Wang Shanquan had not yet left. Instead, he was selecting several attractive women. His mood significantly improved. However, the thought of Bai Zhe taking the woman he had his eye on ignited a surge of anger within him. Just then, he spotted Zhao Zilong and marched over, brimming with indignation. Zhao Laodi, you're quite lacking in courtesy, he exclaimed, leveling accusations as he approached. Zhao Zilong chuckled coldly, then greeted him with a smile. Vang Loyi, sincerely apologis. You must understand, if I were to make an exception and hand that woman over to you, how could I continue my business? I still want to give Zhao Laodi face. By the way, what is that kid's background? Is there any intelligence for sale? Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's inquiry, Bang Shanquan's dameno suftanat considerably. Of course, but his information comes at a steep price. Are you certain you wish to buy? How much could a mere boy be worth? Bang Shanquan's kufa. Zhao Zilong suppressed a laugh and replied with a serious tone, in that case, fetch me Bai Zhe's information. A guard quickly dashed away, returning shortly with a locked box which he handed to Zhao Zilong. Wang Shanquan frowned upon seeing this. What kind of nonsense is this? It's just information. Why conceal it so securely? Zhao Zilong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Vang Lo Yi, are you sure you want to purchase this intelligence? This unexpected seriousness made Wang Shanquan's heart race, but he still dismissed Bai Zhe as insignificant, questioning the value of the information. Stop wasting time. Just tell me how much food you need. Zhao Zilong extended a single finger. 100 jin of grain? That's manageable, Wang Shanquan replied. Zhao Zilong shook his head. 1,000 jin? That's also fine, just hand it over. Once again, Zhao Zilong shook his head. This time, Wang Shanquan's irritation was palpable. How much, for heaven's sake? Be straightforward. Zhao Zilong revealed a warm smile and gently stated 100 tons. 100 tons. Wang Shanquan's eyes widened in shock, as if he had been struck. 100 tons of food could sustain their base for 5 years. This brat was demanding an outrageous sum for mere information. Wang Shanquan's expression darkened considerably. He could not believe that such a young man possessed such capability, warranting such a price. He suspected Zhao Zilong was deliberately trying to deceive him. Wang Dege, where is this coming from? I, Zhao Zilong. Conduct business with integrity. The price is what it is. You are my loyal customer. How could I possibly deceive you? After hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Wan San Guan Gan Met Dao. He did not genuinely believe Zhao Zilong would trick him, yet the price was exorbitantly high. If the information truly held such value, it would imply a significant identity. Realizing this, Wang Shanquan became cautious. If his suspicions were correct, this intelligence was crucial to acquire, especially after their previous conflict. Failing to clarify this matter would leave him restless. With a heavy heart, he declared, I will purchase this information. Chapter 61. Brother, come catch me. A hint of amusement flickered in Zhao Zilong's eyes. He had anticipated Wang Shanquan would capitulate. He understood Wang Shanquan was a man plagued by suspicion, lacking shrewdness, a typical newly wealthy individual who, had it not been for the apocalypse, might have long been imprisoned. In truth, he had marked up the price, but the more he did so, the more Wang Shanquan would be driven by suspicion. If he had offered a standard price, it would have been less likely to sell. Quickly return and bring me 100 tons of supplies, Wang Shanquan urged. Zhao Zilong noted the other man's anxious demeanor, realizing this was his chance to exploit him. Wang Lao Gu, no need to rush. Just yesterday, I acquired a batch of superior Long Jing tea. Let's enjoy some together. Wang Shanquan wiped the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief, smiling awkwardly. Very well. At this moment, Zhao Zilong held the upper hand, and Wang Shanquan no longer exuded his previous arrogance. They soon arrived at the tea room. Zhao Zilong remained composed and leisurely brewed tea, while Wang Shanquan fidgeted restlessly, glancing out the window and making multiple trips to the restroom within the span of half an hour. Patience, Wang Lao Gu, Zhao Zilong said, handing him another cup of tea. Wang Shanquan, entirely devoid of the mood to savor tea, gulped it down hastily. Finally, after another half hour, the sound of roaring engines echoed outside. Hundreds of military trucks slowly approached, laden with 100 tons of food. Observing the supplies from the trucks, which consisted mainly of lightweight puff snacks, Wang Shanquan's demeanor transformed. His earlier tension dissipated, and he exclaimed, Ha! Zhao Lao Di, my supplies have arrived. Quickly hand over the information. Zhao Zilong maintained his trademark smile. What is the rush, Wang Dege? I just received a batch of exquisite women. I hear one is a top influencer. Would you like to take a look? Wang Shanquan's face lit up with a lewd expression. Why didn't you mention such delightful news earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with the tea. Zhao Lao Di, lead the way. Zhao Zilong chuckled inwardly, thinking, with your pathetic self, how long can you hold out? I 1 tea delay. Will you patiently wait for me to finish collecting supplies? By the time you review the information, all that food will be stored in my warehouse, and by then, it would be too late for you to backtrack. Zhao Zilong signaled to his subordinate. The young man hurriedly exited and instructed others to begin unloading the cargo. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong leisurely led Wang Shanquan outside. Before long, they reached a building. Wang Lao Gu, the female influencer, is inside. Wang Shanquan's lecherous expression intensified, his eyes narrowing to slits, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. He, Tangzu, Zhao Laozi. With that, he pushed the door open. Zhao Zilong immediately wiped the smile from his face, his expression darkening. He then closed the door behind him. The room was dimly lit, yet the graceful silhouette of a woman on the bed was visible. As Wang Shanquan gazed at the woman, who was playfully posing in alluring ways, his excitement surged. The influencer glanced over, stifling a giggle. Brother, you're so naughty. Her voice was sweet and enchanting, melting the heart of anyone who heard it. Sister, big brother is here. Wang Shanquan's eyes fixated on the influencer as he slowly approached the bed. The female internet celebrity gradually rose to her feet, gracefully tossing a garment that landed upon Wang Shanquan's face. He gently lifted the clothing, inhaling the fragrant aroma it carried. My sister smells delightful. he exclaimed before lunging toward the internet celebrity. With a melodious laugh akin to silver bells, she nimbly evaded his grasp. Come and catch me, brother. Wang Shanquan, missing his target, fell onto the bed but remained undeterred, beaming even brighter. You little rascal, just wait until I deal with you, he declared, pursuing her once more. The chase ensued, with her fleeing and him in hot pursuit. After a brief chase, he ultimately caught her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. His face brushing against her, inhaling her intoxicating scent, inciting peals of laughter from her. Brother, you're making me ticklish. If I catch you, there will be consequences, she teased shyly. You will find out soon enough, Wang Shanquan replied, feeling a surge of pride as his hands wandered over her form, gradually unfastening her garment. In mere moments, her upper body was exposed, and entranced by her beauty, he yearned to remove the remainder of her clothing. However, she halted his advances. Brother, let us try something different today, shall we? Of course, I shall follow your lead, he said, completely captivated. She took his hand, leading him to the edge of the bed, instructing him to recline. She then positioned herself in a large shape, with ropes tied to the corners of the bed. Slowly, she bound his hands and feet, and he continued to smile broadly, teasing, so, my sister enjoys this, does she? You must take good care of me later. Oh, don't worry, brother. I will take excellent care of you, she assured him, her playful demeanor evident. Soon, his limbs were securely tied, and she began to remove his clothing as well. Standing on the bed, she began to dance, which left Wang Shanquan spellbound. Then, she sat atop him, gently caressing every inch of his skin. After a playful tease, she stood again, placing her hands on her waistband, instantly capturing his full attention. Remove it quickly, he urged as she began to shed her clothing, his excitement mounting. Just as the crucial moment approached, she paused deliberately, teasing him further. Good sister, I can hardly wait, he implored. Finally, he beheld what he desired, but his expression froze in disbelief. What is this? How can this be? Wang Shanquan gasped in shock. What are you? Brother, I am your sister, she replied. Do not come near me. Release me. Brother, I will take good care of you, she said, disregarding his struggles, asserting her dominance. He cried out in despair, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Afterward, Wang Shanquan curled up on the bed, weeping like a child, feeling utterly helpless. He suddenly recalled Zhao Zilong, the one who had deceived him into this predicament. Zhao Zilong, he seethed through gritted teeth. At that moment, the transformed individual had dressed and reverted to the stunning internet celebrity. Zhao Zilong entered the room, asking, Brother Wang, did you enjoy yourself? This question felt like another dagger to Wang Shanquan's wounds. Zhao Zilong, you dare to betray me. Brother Wang, how could you say that? Are you dissatisfied with my lovely companion? Zhao Zilong feigned innocence. How dare you? Wang Shanquan shouted, increasingly agitated. Zhao Zilong displayed a bewildered expression. Brother Wang, if you're unhappy, just say so. This girl is new, and I intended to train her well. Wang Shanquan felt as though his punches were landing on cotton. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, he sighed deeply. He realized that if Zhao Zilong truly believed this, it meant he was unaware of the individual's true nature. No, I cannot let anyone know I was with a transgender. This matter must remain a secret at all costs. Wang Shanquan suppressed his anger and said, Zhao Zilong, I am quite satisfied with this internet celebrity. Name your price. I will buy her. Zhao Zilong struggled to suppress a chuckle, maintaining a facade of reluctance. Brother Wang, that seems rather unreasonable. I have my sights set on her for profits. I had planned to nurture her. Wang Shanquan nearly spat blood in frustration. If you keep her, more people will discover my shame. This was absolutely unacceptable. Zhao Zilong, I genuinely desire this woman. Just name your price. Wang Shanquan pressed, containing his fury. If Brother Wang truly desires her, I must reluctantly part with her. How about 10 tons of food? What? You would sell a woman for 10 tons. Brother Wang, there are plenty of women in the world. Why this one? How about I find some others that are equally lovely and less costly? No, I want this one. He interrupted hastily. This was no jest. He was not seeking merely a woman. He was at a loss for words. Finally, with gritted teeth, he relented. 10 tons it is. I will arrange for the transport now. Outside, 100 vehicles had already unloaded their cargo, and Zhao Zilong's subordinates were diligently transferring supplies into the warehouse. The vehicles departed in an orderly fashion. Zhao Zilong, the supplies have been delivered. It's time for the information you promised. Zhao Zilong smiled, saying, I will fetch it right away. He instructed a subordinate to retrieve a box containing the information about Bai Zai. Soon, the subordinate returned with the box, and Zhao Zilong unlocked it to reveal a letter and several photographs. Upon seeing the images, Wang Shanquan's eyes lit up. The women were exceptionally beautiful. Compared to them, his own women seemed plain. Zhao Zilong, who are these women? He inquired, puzzled. These are all Bai Zai's women. They belong to him. Wang Shanquan felt a twinge of jealousy. How could so many stunning women belong to him? He hastily opened the envelope. Name, Bai Zai, age, 2021. He is a student at Jinghai University, often bullied by classmates, and was once slandered by the campus belle, Lu Yuma. After the apocalypse, Bai Zai rose to power, surrounded by beautiful women, and previously engaged in a transaction of 10 tons of food with us. The transaction involved clearing zombies from outside the Pinzhang Pavilion. During this operation, Bai Zai displayed remarkable strength, able to kill mutated zombies with a single punch. Afterward, we conducted covert observations and discovered Bai Zai had taken 2 women from the Pinzhang Pavilion. It is speculated that he enjoys rescuing women, especially beautiful ones. Bai Zai's base is located in the vacant land behind Jinghai University. Reliable sources indicate that his base remained unscathed during a recent explosion. It is speculated that Bai Zai is backed by a formidable force. The reliability of this information is 99. After reading the content, Wang Shanquan's expression darkened. This information seemed implausible, yet it claimed a 99 reliability. Are they truly taking me for a fool? He thought angrily, tossing the letter to the ground. Zhao Zilong, are you mocking me? Who possesses the strength to slay a mutated zombie with a mere punch? I could fire a gun and still not guarantee a kill. You assert that one can achieve such a feat with a single blow. And what are the force behind this? Why is it not documented? With such scant information, you dare to demand 100 tons of food from me. Have you lost your mind? Brother Wang, I have provided you with the information. If you choose not to believe it, I am at a loss. Zhao Zilong's words were forceful as well. I don't care, I want a refund. I regret to inform you that in the Qinglong gang, we do not entertain refunds. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a group of armed guards burst in, swiftly surrounding Wang Shanquan and several of his subordinates. Wang Shanquan's expression darkened further. He understood he had fallen victim to a silent loss today. Very well, I concede. Today's affair shall be remembered by me, Wang Shanquan. Brothers, let us depart. With that, Wang Shanquan prepared to leave. However, the guard showed no intention of parting ways. Wang Shanquan turned to Zhao Zilong and questioned, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Zilong replied with a smile, apologies, Brother Wang, but your 10 tons of food have yet to arrive. Have you forgotten your woman is still with me? He emphasized the word woman. Wang Shanquan's pupils constricted sharply. In that moment, he realized that he had fallen into Zhao Zilong's trap. Very well, I acknowledge my defeat today. You shall regret this. Since the facade has been torn away, Zhao Zilong saw no need to maintain pretense. Wang Shanquan, let me offer you one last piece of advice. Do not offend Mr. Bai, or you shall live to regret it. Wang Shanquan narrowed his eyes. He did not perceive this as a warning, but rather as an insult. Soon, 10 military trucks re-entered the Qinglong gang base, and 10 tons of food were swiftly unloaded. Now may I leave? And what of that wretched woman? Of course, you are welcome to return any time. At this point, the armed guards lowered their weapons and cleared a path. The internet celebrity, however, was brought forth as a corpse. Wang Shanquan's subordinate hoisted the lifeless body, and with indignation, Wang Shanquan departed. Chapter 63. Fan Jian? Indeed, quite despicable. Upon exiting the Qinglong gang's base, Wang Shanquan vented his fury. Damn it. One day, I will annihilate the Qinglong gang and that brat. Boss, I have already dispatched someone to follow that kid. A clever subordinate quickly interjected. Wang Shanquan's expression softened slightly. Oomph. I shall see what this brat is made of. Boss, do you require me to bring people to eliminate him? Wang Shanquan contemplated for a moment and replied, "Do not involve our people. Zhao Zilong is exceedingly cautious, and his intelligence is not to be taken lightly. Let's first find an outsider to test his background." With that, a hint of pain flickered across Wang Shanquan's face. "Very well." Meanwhile, Baizé escorted Zhou Xiao away. Throughout the journey, Zhou Xiao followed closely behind Baizé, displaying a palpable fear. To ease her trepidation, Baizé initiated a conversation. "I hear you were sold to the Qinglong gang by your husband?" Zhou Xiao responded softly, her vigilance still evident. "Were all of your injuries inflicted by him?" Zhou Xiao remained cautious, tugging at her sleeve to conceal her wounds. "Rest assured, no one will harm you again, nor will you be sold off." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao's eyes widened with surprise, her gaze now tinged with excitement. "Is that true?" "Certainly. From now on, you shall be my woman. As long as you behave, your needs will be well met." Zhou Xiao was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that being with this handsome man might indeed be a favorable choice. As she pondered this, a blush crept onto her cheeks. The two continued walking when Baizé's keen senses detected someone rapidly pursuing from behind. His demeanor instantly turned cold as he turned to look back, spotting a group of men wielding machetes racing towards them. Zhou Xiao glanced back as well, and upon seeing the fearsome figures, her face drained of color. In that instant, she spotted a figure among the crowd that instilled dread within her. She hurriedly sought refuge behind Baizé. Baizé noticed the shift in Zhou Xiao's expression. Her initial fear had escalated to panic only upon seeing a particular individual. Could it be the scoundrel who sold Zhou Xiao? As this realization struck him, Baizé's expression darkened further. He then drew forth the versatile divine weapon, which took the form of a staff reminiscent of Sun Wukong's Rui Jingubang. At this moment, the pursuers had closed in on them, encircling the pair. "Xiao Yao, do not hesitate." A gaunt man with dark circles under his eyes and a pallid complexion impatiently beckoned. Zhou Xiao's slender frame trembled as she took a tentative step forward. "Do not go." Baizé firmly grasped her wrist. "You insolent brat! How dare you touch my woman?" The man bellowed. Baizé disregarded him, instead addressing Zhou Xiao. "Is this the scoundrel?" Zhou Xiao nodded in pain. "You little brat, who the hell do you think you are calling a scoundrel? My name is Fan Jian. Be sensible and let her go, or I shall end you." Upon hearing the man's name, Baizé could not suppress a laugh. Truly despicable. "You are courting death." Fan Jian fumed, stamping his feet in anger. He turned his fury towards Zhou Xiao, directing all his rage at her. "You filthy wretch, why don't you come over here?" Zhou Xiao, terrified, instinctively moved toward him. Baizé once again obstructed her path. "I know you are a good person, but they are too numerous. If I do not go with him, he will kill us both." Zhou Xiao pleaded desperately, her eyes filled with despair. She was unaware of Baizé's true capabilities. In her perception, Fan Jian and his gang were formidable figures. The thought of them attacking Baizé alone filled her with dread, leading her to utter such words. "Oof. Insolent brat, did you hear her? This is a matter between us. Be wise and release her." Fan Jian boasted. Over the past year, Fan Jian had become increasingly embroiled in drug use, leaving him devoid of such desires. Daily, he gazed upon the beautiful woman, yet could not indulge, which bred resentment within him. Consequently, he often resorted to domestic violence against Zhou Xiao to satisfy his twisted needs. Today, his craving for drugs had surfaced, yet he lacked food to barter for them. Thus, he turned his sights on Zhou Xiao. After selling her to the Qinglong gang, he intended to procure drugs with the food. However, while doing so, he encountered a senior member of the Xiang Yutang. From what he gathered, this individual was the right-hand man of Wang Shanquan, the leader of Xiang Yutang. Such an entity was far beyond his status as a mere lowly thug. Yet today, that very person sought him out for assistance, promising that should he succeed, all future drugs would be provided free of charge. With such a tempting proposition, he eagerly agreed. Was a mere murder. Even in an apocalyptic world, he would dare to undertake it. He gathered a group of people to eliminate Baizé. However, he never anticipated encountering Zhou Xiao once more. Initially, he felt a pang of regret for having sold her. although he could no longer indulge. Having her nearby was still a sight for sore eyes. Just as he lamented this, fate brought Zhou Xiao back into his life. He felt immensely fortunate, not only regaining Zhou Xiao, but also securing an endless supply of drugs. With the backing of the Xiang Yutang, he envisioned reaching new heights in life. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Fan Jian could not suppress his maniacal laughter. Ha ha, brat, today I'm feeling generous. I will allow you to choose a swift death. Speak, how would you prefer to die? Zhou Xiao was the first to exhibit panic. She hurriedly implored Fan Jian. I will go with you. Spare him. Upon hearing these words, Fan Jian's smile gradually vanished, and his resentment towards Bai Zhe intensified. How could any man tolerate his wife pleading for another man? How dare she speak here? You wish to save him? Then I shall take pleasure in torturing him to death before your very eyes. Fan Jian's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. In contrast, Bai Zhe remained unfazed. Zhou Xiao was perplexed by the man's calm demeanor, yet she felt that she had brought him misfortune. With an apologetic gaze, she looked at Bai Zhe and thought, I am so sorry for putting you in this situation. Observing the woman before him, Bai Zhe was at a loss for words. He gently stroked Zhou Xiao's head and reassured her, Fear not. Such feeble beings cannot harm me. His voice resonated throughout the vicinity. Fan Jian's face darkened further. Damn it. Kill him. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of malevolence. In an instant, they brandished their blades, charging towards Bai Zhe. Chapter 64. The Psychological Shadow of Wang Shangquan. Zhou Xiao gasped in terror at the sight and quickly covered her eyes. Oh no! Thud! In a mere moment, a cacophony of agonized cries erupted. Zhou Xiao was taken aback. That did not sound like Bai Zhe. Tentatively, she moved her hand away and slowly opened her eyes. The sight before her caused her pupils to constrict, her mouth agape in disbelief. 7 or 8 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony as if enduring immense suffering. She couldn't help but glance at Bai Zhe, who remained as unperturbed as ever. Was this all his doing? Suddenly, Zhou Xiao felt as though she had opened the door to a new world, realizing something astonishing. He is so powerful. No wonder he dared to say those things. At that moment, joy illuminated her face, banishing all her fears. Hiding behind Bai Zhe, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. In that instant, she fell deeply in love with him. Conversely, Fan Jian was in stark contrast, utterly astounded by how ineffectual the men he had summoned were. Despite their combined efforts, they were vanquished by Bai Zhe. How could none of them even graze him? This was absurd. At that moment, he grasped the extent of Bai Zhe's prowess. This task was far from simple. Useless. You worthless fools. Fan Jian erupted in fury. Just then, Bai Zhe turned his gaze upon him, fixing him with a menacing glare. Whatever Fan Jian had intended to say was swallowed back in fear. That look sent a chill coursing through him. He could not articulate the terror he felt, only sensing that Bai Zhe could easily take his life with little effort. At that moment, true fear gripped Fan Jian's heart. He was merely a small-time thug, and when his life was threatened, all he could think of was escape. The allure of unending narcotics and Zhou Xiao vanished from his mind. What could be more valuable than his life? Without waiting for Bai Zhe's next move, he turned and fled. Bai Zhe pursued him swiftly, catching up to the faltering Fan Jian within mere steps. Bai Zhe delivered a swift kick, sending Fan Jian soaring through the air, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Bai Zhe exerted only a fraction of his strength, ensuring he would not kill him. Yet Fan Jian lay motionless on the ground, utterly dazed. Approaching him, Bai Zhe noted the pallor of Fan Jian's face. He had lost consciousness. Bai Zhe shook his head, suspecting that prolonged drug use had severely drained Fan Jian's body. Even if Bai Zhe spared him, he likely would not survive for long. Thus, Bai Zhe turned his attention to the others. They remained sprawled on the ground, their bodies trembling in fear upon his arrival. Bai Zhe's strikes had been carefully controlled. Each blow had inflicted just enough damage to cause a few fractures, which explained their inability to rise. He confronted them, and they trembled in terror. Who sent you here? Bai Zhe demanded sharply. They quaked in response. Big brother, It was Fan Jian who commanded us to do this. Please spare us. Yes, big brother. Fan Jian promised us drugs if we killed you. At first, we were skeptical, but he produced a bounty of narcotics to entice us. We were momentarily blinded by greed. Please, big brother, grant us mercy. Listening to their identical pleas, Bai Zhe understood they were indeed unaware of the greater scheme. He glanced at Fan Jian, pondering, was he so desperate for drugs that he sold his wife? How could he procure narcotics to distribute to others? Could it be that Xiao Yao Tang was orchestrating this? Realizing this, Bai Zhe's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Wang Shanquan's retaliation would arrive so swiftly. Just as he departed from the Qinglong gang, they dispatched ineffectual pawns to test him. A smirk played on Bai Zhe's lips. If they wished to play, he would indulge them. Observing the incapacitated individuals, he recognized them as mere pawns, devoid of value, but they could serve to relay false information back. With this thought, Bai Zhe deliberately broke their legs, ensuring they would pay a price for their actions, while feigning weakness. Soon, their cries of agony echoed once more as Bai Zhe pretended to expend great effort in breaking their limbs. Depart. The moment they heard him, relief washed over their faces, and they expressed their gratitude for being spared, limping away to retrieve Fan Jian and escort him from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao gazed at Bai Zhe with admiration. A man so striking and formidable was hard to resist. Since being with Fan Jian, her life had been a series of unfortunate days, often marred by domestic abuse, which had gradually eroded her confidence and instilled fear within her. Her life had been shrouded in darkness. Yet now, Bai Zhe shone like a beacon, illuminating her heart. At the Xiaotang headquarters, Wang Shanquan seethed, "I will kill you, Zhao Zilong. Wretched woman, hurry up. If you do not satisfy me today, I will end your life." Presently, a beautiful young woman knelt before Wang Shanquan, trembling as she fumbled with her task. Yet, no matter her efforts, he remained indifferent. Desperate, tears streamed down her face. Wang Shanquan's heart sank further. He usually reacted to her presence, but today, he felt nothing. With a resounding slap, he vented his fury, bellowing, "Get out!" The woman, relieved, covered her face and fled. "Find me a doctor," Wang Shanquan shouted to his subordinate at the door. The young man, having never witnessed such wrath from his boss, hurried off to find a physician. Before long, a male doctor entered. After a thorough examination, the doctor's expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he paused and addressed Wang Shanquan. "Boss, it appears that your impotence is a result of shock. Given the current medical conditions, recovery is unlikely." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanquan's heart felt like lead. He lamented his choice to pursue a woman within the Qinglong gang. Just as he was about to commence, he discovered that her endowments surpassed his own, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Subsequently, the events further inflicted psychological trauma upon him, to the extent that whenever he contemplated engaging in such actions, the image of that person would flood his mind. Chapter 65. The Thoughts of Various Forces. "Get out! All of you get out!" Wang Shanquan raged furiously at the people in the room, causing them to flee in fear. He then proceeded to smash objects within the room, venting the fury that boiled within him. After a short while, Wang Shanquan, panting heavily, came to a halt. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Unhappily, he declared, "Come in." Upon seeing the visitor, his mood lightened somewhat. "Lu Shuo, what brings you here?" "Boss, the individuals you instructed have returned," Lu Shuo replied respectfully. "Oh, what was the outcome?" Wang Shanquan immediately perked up. They failed to kill that Bai Zhe, and all of them suffered multiple fractures. Upon hearing this, the anger that had just begun to subside within Wang Shanquan reignited. "Useless. All of you are useless. Where are they? Bring them to me. I wish to interrogate them personally." "Yes." Lu Shuo turned and exited, shortly returning with Fan Jian and the others. By this time, Fan Jian had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Wang Shanquan's grim visage, he immediately knelt, trembling uncontrollably. "Hall Master." The others, upon hearing Fan Jian's address, hastily knelt as well. For such a figure, they could only gaze up in awe. "Tell me, what are your thoughts on Bai Zhe's capabilities?" Wang Shanquan suppressed his anger, masking his emotions. "Hall Master, that fellow possesses commendable skills. We were unable to subdue him even when attacking together. Fan Jian promptly recounted the words he had previously shared with Lu Shua. What weapon was he using, and what were your impressions of his strength? Wang Shanchuan's expression darkened slightly. Hall Master, he wielded a stick, and each of us bore multiple fractures. We were entirely defenseless against his assault, suggesting he is quite formidable, Fan Jian stated, a hint of fear in his voice. Not only did we fail to complete the task, but we were also severely beaten. I fear the consequences will be dire, Fan Jian thought to himself. Then why did you all return alive? Wang Shanquan continued his inquiry. Fan Jian and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. They were unsure how to respond. Should they claim they were fortunate, or suggest that Bai Zhe had deliberately spared their lives? The crux was that he had been unconscious at the time, unaware of anything. Just then, another individual hastily spoke up. Hall Master, at that moment, we all thought we were doomed, so we merely protected our vital areas. During the encounter, I sensed he was slightly out of breath, as if fatigued. After a while, he simply told us to leave. Fatigued. So, it was because he was exhausted that he allowed you to escape. This revelation astonished Wang Shanquan. The others nodded in agreement. Did you ascertain who instructed you to act against him? They quickly shook their heads, responding, No, we only learned of it recently. Only Fan Jian was aware, and he was already unconscious at the time. Upon hearing their responses, a smile crept onto Wang Shanchuan's lips. Well done. You may go and claim your reward. Remember, this matter must remain a secret from others, or you shall know the consequences. Fan Jian, feeling a spark of hope, realized that despite failing the task, there was still a reward to be had. He quickly assured, Rest assured, Hall Master, this matter will remain solely between us. The others echoed their agreement. Wang Shanquan waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Follow me to receive your reward. At that moment, Lu Shua spoke sternly. Fan Jian and the others hastily rose from the ground, following Lu Shua outside. Once outside, Fan Jian eagerly inquired, Deputy Hall Master Lu, what is our reward? Lu Shua, wearing a mischievous smile, replied, You will find out shortly. Soon, they arrive at a building with Lu Shua gesturing, Your reward awaits inside. Go in and collect it. Thank you, Deputy Hall Master, Fan Jian and the others said, rushing inside. Once they had all entered, Lu Shua locked the door behind them. In a short while, screams echoed from within, followed by the sounds of zombies growling and gnawing. Soon, all voices ceased, leaving only the relentless chewing of the undead. Only the dead can keep secrets, Lu Shua sneered, turning to leave. Returning to Wang Shanchuan's chamber, he reported, Boss, everything has been taken care of. What are your thoughts on Bai Zhe? Wang Shanquan swirled his goblet, taking a gentle sip of the red wine within. Lu Shua appeared contemplative, stating, I have examined the injuries of these individuals. Each bears numerous marks from being struck by a stick, and the fractures resulted from repeated blows. This suggests that his strength may not be as exaggerated as reported. If he possesses the power to crush a mutated zombie skull with a single punch, how could he have inflicted so many blows without killing them? Unless what? Wang Shanchuan's expression sharpened with urgency. Unless he was deliberately showcasing his strength for our benefit. Lu Shua concluded. Deliberately? Why would he do that? Wang Shanquan questioned, puzzled. That is something I cannot comprehend either. If he is indeed downplaying his abilities to deceive us, and if the intelligence provided by Zhao Zilong is accurate, then he is likely attempting to lower our guard, allowing the forces behind him to take action against us. What if the intelligence is false? Wang Shanchuan's agitation was palpable. He was clearly unwilling to let Bai Zhe slip through his fingers. Boss, consider the events of today. From Bai Zhe stealing the woman you coveted to Zhao Zilong selling you information. Lu Shua suddenly paused, noticing Wang Shanchuan's grim demeanor, and quickly continued, Do you not perceive this as a trap set by Zhao Zilong? Wang Shanchuan's expression shifted, his eyes filled with resentment. Boss, our only objective now is to verify the authenticity of the intelligence. Once we ascertain it is false, we can immediately eliminate that brat, Lu Shua asserted with conviction. But how do we verify it? Wang Shanquan inquired, perplexed. That is simple. We need to determine whether the two of them are colluding to deceive us. Very well. Proceed with that plan. Arrange for surveillance on both the Qinglong gang and Bai Zhe. I must know whether they are colluding. Understood. Lu Shua affirmed before departing. Qinglong Gang. Ha ha ha, boss. The Xiaoyao Hall has suffered a significant loss this time. I imagine Wang Shanquan is currently weeping in his bed. Ha ha ha, Zhao Zilong mused. Let us allocate 10 tons of these resources to Bai Zhe, as we are selling him information. We must not allow misunderstandings to arise. Rest assured, boss. I will handle it immediately. Chapter 66. The Underlying Currents. Soon, 10 large trucks laden with supplies departed from the Qinglong Gang headquarters. In the shadows, figures documented every detail. As the trucks slowly made their exit, some of these figures discreetly followed. The trucks eventually halted outside Bai Zhe's safe house. At that moment, a beautiful woman stepped down from the first truck. She tossed her flowing hair, cascading like a waterfall. Approaching the safe house, she gently pressed the doorbell. Bai Zhe had already noticed the 10 trucks. Upon seeing the woman, he recognized who they were. The woman's name was Li Xiao, a trusted subordinate of Zhao Zilong. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also highly skilled. However, her unwavering loyalty to Zhao Zilong led Bai Zhe to exclude her from his plans. Bai Zhe gently opened the door, emerging with a pleasant smile. Ms. Li Xiao, Iprazuma, here to deliver supplies? You have misunderstood, Mr. Bai. Our leader has stated that the costs associated with that woman will be waived, and furthermore, we shall bestow upon you 10 tons of supplies. Li Xiao displayed a professional smile. At that moment, Bai Zhe felt a twinge of surprise, unable to comprehend the reason behind her words. Supplies for me? What is this about? Subsequently, Li Xiao recounted Zhao Zilong's instructions, revealing the entire truth about selling information regarding Bai Zhe without any concealment. Initially, Bai Zhe felt a flicker of anger, but upon learning that his information had fetched 100 tons of supplies, he was suddenly filled with satisfaction. He could vividly envision the pained expression on Wang Shanquan's face upon losing such a substantial amount. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Li Xiao produced a video of Wang Shanquan being humiliated. Upon seeing it, Bai Zhe burst into laughter, especially at the sight of the beautiful woman overshadowing Wang Shanquan. It was utterly hilarious, almost worthy of being included in a film curriculum. Very well, I shall accept all of this. Please convey to Zhao Zilong that I bear him no grudge regarding this matter. Li Xiao sighed with relief, and then instructed her subordinates to begin unloading the supplies. Once all the goods were secured within the safe house, Li Xiao took her leave. As the trucks departed, several figures hastily followed suit from a distance. Bai Zhe glanced in their direction, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since enhancing his attributes, his perceptive abilities had significantly improved, and he had long sensed the presence of those tracking him. He refrained from eliminating them, not wanting to raise alarm. He preferred either to eliminate them swiftly or to wait patiently for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Upon returning to the safe house, Bai Zhe stowed away the supplies into his space. At that moment, the women in the room emerged. They had overheard his conversation with Li Xiao and regarded Bai Zhe with solemn expressions. Give me a gun. I will protect everyone alongside you. Li Jinmei declared with unwavering determination. Master, is Wang Shanquan very powerful? Could he pose a threat to you? Lu Yameng inquired anxiously. Master, we will face this together. Xia Montak affirmed resolutely. Little Bai Zhe, regardless of who he is, I absolutely will not allow him to harm my family, Su Runyan said, clenching her small fist with fierce resolve. Bai Zhe looked at the group of women, a warm current flowing through his heart. Rest assured, as long as you are here, no one can harm you. However, Bai Zhe reconsidered, realizing that these women should possess the ability to protect themselves. It was fortuitous that Li Jinmei could teach them how to handle firearms. With Li Jinmei's loyalty now at 80, he deemed her trustworthy. Thus, he granted her access to the safe house and the armory. Li Jinmei, from today onward, you are responsible for teaching everyone how to use firearms. There is an armory on the underground level, and you may enter freely. Ensure the task is completed. Li Jinmei's face brightened at his words. Bai Zhe had always operated alone, aided by his versatile weaponry, and thus had not amassed a significant arsenal. Presently, he possessed only 2 handguns and 32 rounds of ammunition, a negligible amount. Fortunately, the system had provided him with a crossbow and 100 bolts. Bai Zhe led Li Jinmei to the armory. Given the current scarcity of weapons and ammunition, please utilize this crossbow to instruct them in marksmanship. Li Jinmei nudda, playfully handling the crossbow before aiming at the target on the wall. The bolt struck the bullseye with precision. This crossbow is of excellent quality. Li Jinmei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Bai Zhe. I'm glad you like it, Bai Zhe replied with a smile. He planned to exchange for additional crossbows and bolts, enabling his women to assist him. I shall go teach them how to use the crossbow, Li Jinmei said before dashing out of the armory. Bai Zhe followed closely behind. A group of women gathered around Li Jinmei, eagerly bombarding her with questions as they actively engaged in their learning. Meanwhile, those tasked with monitoring the safe house and the Qinglong gang returned to the Xiangyu Hall. At that moment, Wang Shanquan's expression darkened ominously. He slammed his hand on the table, sending a teacup tumbling to the ground. The occupants of the room trembled, too fearful to even breathe. Damn it, they have indeed conspired together. Hall Master, now that the matter is clear, Bai Zhe poses no threat. We should consider how to deal with the Qinglong gang, Lu Shua suggested calmly. Even if he is not a threat, I will still kill him. Anyone who dares to take my woman must die. Lu Shua took a sip of tea from his cup, then continued leisurely. Previously, several small factions sought to ally with us for protection. What use are those insignificant forces? Forming alliances with them would only waste our resources. Wang Shanquan wore a disdainful expression. Hall Master, circumstances have changed. Those small factions are struggling for survival. If we spread the word that Bai Zhe has offended us, those factions seeking alliances will certainly take action against him, allowing us to focus entirely on dealing with the Qinglong gang. At that point, whether or not we ally with them will be at your discretion. Wang Shanquan paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha, you have a point. The Qinglong gang is even more despicable, having swindled me of so many supplies. This grudge must be avenged. Once those fellows take care of Bai Zhe, we will devise a plan to eliminate Zhao Zilong, that bastard. Subsequently, Lu Shua arranged for people to circulate between various factions, spreading the animosities between Bai Zhe and Xiangyu Hall. In no time, Bai Zhe's name became well known among many. Chapter 67. Chao Chengxiang truly is my mentor. Night fell. Bai Zhe lay in bed early, aware that the forthcoming period would not be tranquil. Thus, he sought to enhance his strength during this time. The bathroom door slowly creaked open, revealing a graceful figure wrapped in a towel, who quickly emerged. This was Zhou Siyu, the woman he had brought back to the safe house today. She stood before Bai Zhe, timidly lowering her head and remaining silent. Bai Zhe observed Zhou Siyu after her bath. She appeared even more alluring, albeit adorned with numerous bruises. Some marks were faint, while others were fresh, indicating that Zhou Siyu had been subjected to prolonged domestic violence. Come here, Bai Zhe said softly. Zhou Siyu hurriedly took a couple of steps closer to him. Bai Zhe took her hand, examining her injuries. Bear with it. It might hurt a bit. He picked up the ointment he had prepared by the bedside and gently applied it to her wounded arm. When Bai Zhe's fingers brushed against her wounds, she flinched, a low whimper escaping her lips due to the pain. Hearing her sound, Bai Zhe's heart ached. He adjusted his touch, striving to alleviate her suffering. Soon, he had applied the ointment to all visible injuries. All right, now remove the towel. I will help you with the other injuries. Do I have to apply more? Zhou Siyu shyly inquired, lowering her head. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. You are mine now. Well, if you say so. Zhou Siyu gently tugged at the towel, letting the pristine fabric slip from her body and fall to the floor. In an instant, a more enchanting figure presented itself to Bai Zhe's eyes, yet her body bore even more scars. Bai Zhe's heart ached even further. Come here and lie down. Zhou Siyu obediently lay on the bed. Bai Zhe sat beside her, evenly spreading the ointment across her skin. She was visibly tense, her body rigid. Bai Zhe made sure to apply the ointment slowly, allowing her to relax. However, despite his gentleness, certain areas still caused her pain. Each touch made Zhou Siyu's delicate frame tremble. He applied the ointment, gently caressing her wounds. Bai Zhe let out a helpless sigh, knowing he had to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao stifled her pain, refusing to utter a sound. Baizé continued to apply the ointment, evenly spreading it over the injuries. Soon, the wounds on her upper body were completely treated. All that remained was to apply the ointment to the scar on her thigh. As Baizé paused momentarily, Zhou Xiao opened her eyes. At that instant, she abruptly sat up and wrapped her arms around Baizé's neck. Her heavy breaths echoed in his ears, and his heart raced like a boiling kettle. Baizé instinctively embraced her, but his rough movements inadvertently brushed against her wounds. However, he had little regard for that at the moment. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhou Xiao's affection. Reward points, 150. Afterward, Baizé went to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water, and the two began to wash up. It was then that Baizé realized that a mature woman held a certain allure. He had once harbored an infatuation with virgins. How foolish. At this moment, he finally understood the pleasures of Chao the Chancellor. Truly, he was a worthy mentor. After freshening up, Baizé applied the ointment on Zhou Xiao once more. This time, she was much more compliant, afraid to make any strange sounds that might provoke Baizé's passion again. Before long, the ointment was completely applied, and Baizé gently covered her with a light blanket. Zhou Xiao clung to Baizé's arm as she lay down, revealing her profound sense of insecurity. Thus, Baizé stayed by her side, softly comforting her. Time passed, and Zhou Xiao let out a soft sigh, signaling that she had finally fallen asleep. Baisha, feeling wide awake, gently moved her hand away and quietly tiptoed to the door, turning off the lights as he exited the room. He then turned around and entered the adjacent room. At that moment, Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin looked at Baizé in astonishment. The two sisters had just been playfully teasing each other under the covers, completely unprepared for Baizé's sudden entrance. Their faces flushed crimson. "What is wrong with you?" Baisha inquired. Nothing, they replied tightly, wrapping themselves more securely in the blanket, their tension palpable. However, their nervousness only piqued Baizé's curiosity further. Seizing the opportunity while they were unprepared, he swiftly lifted the blanket. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Baizé was momentarily taken aback. "What are you two doing?" Baizé's interest was instantly piqued. "Ah, we haven't done anything," they exclaimed in unison. "Right, my sister and I have truly done nothing at all," they hastily clarified. But their insistence only made Baizé more skeptical. "Really?" he pressed. The two sisters nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded. "Very well then." As Baizé pretended to look elsewhere, the sisters sighed in relief. Yet, just as they relaxed, Baizé swiftly moved behind them, discovering each sister hiding a piece of lingerie. They gasped, quickly attempting to conceal the garments beneath themselves. "Show me," Baisha insisted, feigning anger. Reluctantly, the two girls retrieved the items. Baizé examined Zhu Yaxin's piece first, a pink outfit made of sheer fabric, practically indistinguishable from wearing nothing at all. It was clearly a piece of intimate attire. Baizé grinned mischievously at Zhu Yaxin, who, feeling shy, buried her head beneath the blanket. Next, Baizé turned his attention to Zhu Yiji's ensemble, which was even more extravagant, offering nearly complete transparency. As he envisioned the two of them adorned in these outfits, he commanded, "You two put these on for me." He extended the garments toward them. The sisters exchanged awkward glances before retreating beneath the covers. Only after Baizé urged them did they reluctantly accept the clothes. After a bit of fussing beneath the blankets, the sisters emerged, albeit hesitantly. Baizé helped them lift the covers, granting them the courage to stand. Upon seeing them, Baizé found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Their figures were already exceptional, and with the garments accentuating their forms, they showcased their finest attributes. Baizé surveyed them and then embraced both sisters. Their breaths quickened, and their flushed cheeks resembled the allure of freshly applied rouge. Baizé then instructed them to lie on the bed. An hour later, even Baizé began to feel fatigued, prompting him to return to his own room for rest. The following morning, he awoke to a notification from the system. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring offspring. Reward points, 50. Congratulations to the host for acquiring offspring. Reward points, 50. He had gained 2 children, bringing his total to 150 points. Time for gene enhancement. Baizé eagerly accessed the gene enhancement system. 1. Enhance immunity eliminating susceptibility to colds, cost 50 gene points. 2. Alter retinal structure, allowing the host to see clearly both day and night, cost 100 gene points with a 10 failure rate. 3. Modify gene sequence to evolve offensive capabilities, enabling the host to shoot hard bone needles from the palms, cost 150 gene points with a 20 failure rate. The three options stirred excitement within by Zay. Each option varied in cost and potential benefit, with higher costs indicating greater advantages, albeit with increased failure risks. After careful consideration, he chose the second option, as he was uncertain whether the third would alter his palm structure. Moreover, he did not lack for weaponry. He could easily exchange points for weapons if needed. Ultimately, the second option was what he required most. Being able to see clearly at night would place him at a distinct advantage in any environment. As the options faded, his gene points flowed into his eyes, initiating the transformation. Shortly thereafter, Baizé noticed the world around him becoming increasingly vivid. It was daytime, and his vision had improved dramatically. He could see clearly at distances he previously could not. After surveying his surroundings, he realized he could discern everything within a kilometer. He then darted to the basement, switched off all the lights, and was thrilled to discover he could still see everything distinctly, as if it were day. The only difference was that while shadows were visible during the day, they vanished at night. Baizé smiled in satisfaction before turning the lights back on. Next, he checked the gene enhancement system, which had refreshed with a new option. 3. Enhance skin resilience, preventing the host from suffering from skin ailments. Cost 50 gene points. This option, like the first, pertained to disease immunity and required 50 points. Currently, he had no need for it, so he chose to forego any selections, conserving his points for more beneficial options. For the next 2 days, Baizé remained within the safe house, observing Li Jinmei, instructing the other women in shooting during the day, and engaging in philosophical discussions with them at night. Life was quite pleasant. During this time, his points accumulated to 1070, and he successfully impregnated the twin sisters Li Mulan and Li Mushuan. His gene points also grew to 150. On the evening of the third day, while everyone was dining, a group of uninvited guests appeared outside the safe house. Chapter 69, Punishing an Example. Bang! The sound of banging on the door resonated outside. The women's hearts sank as they simultaneously glanced out the window. "Break the door down, hurry!" One of the intruders shouted. "Damn it, they're eating inside. I've been starving all day. Hurry up and break down the door. I want a hearty meal." Amidst the multitude of beauties, I felt a surge of confidence. A group of individuals relentlessly pounded against the security door, yet it remained utterly unscathed. Baizé approached the window, dining leisurely while observing the commotion outside. "Damn, how sturdy is this door?" he mused. "Let us see about the window." The group then gathered around the window, only to be momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Baizé seated there, enjoying his meal with an air of confidence. Their shock quickly morphed into fierce determination, ignited by the sight of Baizé feasting while they endured hunger outside, accompanied by so many enchanting women. "You little brat, I'll make sure to end you once I get in. Just wait until I feast." One of them exclaimed, rallying the others. "Let us give it our all. Once we're in, everything inside is ours." One man swung an axe at the bulletproof glass. Bang! The axe struck the glass. But the tremendous recoil sent him staggering back several steps, the axe slipping from his grasp and landing squarely on his foot, causing him to howl in pain. The others looked on in disbelief as the glass remained unblemished. "What the hell? This is bulletproof glass. Damn it, let us smash the walls. I refuse to believe this house is made of iron." A few others retrieved tools and began to hammer against the wall, only to discover, to their horror, that it was indeed made of a remarkably hard metal, leaving no mark upon impact. "What the hell? Let us just go home and sleep." At this moment, the group outside wore grim expressions. "Big brother, we can't get in." One lamented. "Fine, let us just wait here. I refuse to believe they won T come out." Thus, they all sat around the safe house. Baizé observed them for a while, noting the absence of firearms, before setting down his chopsticks. He then opened a security door and stepped outside. As Baizé emerged, the group immediately surrounded him. "You little brat, so you decided to surrender? It's too late now. Were you teasing us with your meal back there? I want to see you eat dirt." Someone shouted, "Hurry up and bring those beauties out for us." Upon hearing this, the leader of the group slapped the speaker. "Fool! Those women are for the Tang Zhu, head of the gang. Are you looking to die?" The man quickly covered his face, laughing nervously. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow, realizing that the leader they spoke of was most likely Wang Shanquan of the Xiaoyao Tang. Indeed, these individuals were sent by Wang Shanquan. "Are you people for Wang Shanquan?" Bai Shi inquired. The leader was momentarily taken aback before grinning smugly. "Kid, I didn't think you knew the Tang Zhu's name. Let me tell you, once I take you out, I'll be joining the Xiaoyao Tang." Bai Zhe's frown deepened. It seemed the Xiaoyao Tang had opted not to act directly, but instead dispatch cannon fodder. Were they wary of him? As Bai Zhe reflected on the events of the previous day, clarity washed over him. Although Wang Shanquan harbored animosity towards him, his resentment for the Qinglong gang was surely greater, especially after they had swindled him out of 110 tons of supplies and made him a target of mockery. Wang Shanquan must be fuming over Zhao Zilong's actions, especially since Zhao Zilong had recently sent him 10 tons of supplies. Wang Shanquan would undoubtedly dismiss the information he received. Thus, the situation seemed to align perfectly. However, this was not the outcome Bai Zhe desired. Such insignificant factions were as numerous as the stars. It appeared that only ruthless measures would suffice. Otherwise, he would face incessant harassment from these petty forces. The man beside him, seeing Bai Zhe lost in thought, mistakenly believed him to be frightened. "Kid, if you kneel before me now, I might spare your life," he boasted. A subordinate chimed in, "Big brother, let him eat dirt. I can't stand his face." "Yes, let him regurgitate what he just ate and then eat dirt." The leader sneered. Bai Zhe regarded these men coldly before slowly responding, "You might just survive if you prostrate yourselves and eat dirt while barking like dogs." "What did you say?" The group erupted in rage. "Brothers, let us kill him." The leader's expression darkened. Instantly, armed with axes, shovels, and knives, they charged at Bai Zhe. He remained motionless, hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. When they drew near enough, he swiftly executed a sequence reminiscent of a scene from Stephen Chow's Kung Fu, stepping on their feet with incredible speed. In an instant, several of them were left writhing in agony, clutching their feet. The abrupt turn of events left the remaining members stunned. Was this truly martial arts? In the next moment, Bai Zhe was before the leader, who felt a jolt of fear wash over him. Bai Zhe grinned, and before the leader could react, he delivered a punch to his face, using only a fraction of his strength. Nonetheless, the impact crushed the man's nose, leaving him dazed and on the ground, his mind blank. Within mere seconds, more than half of the group had been incapacitated. The remaining members were now thoroughly terrified, unable to comprehend how Bai Zhe had so swiftly defeated their comrades. They rushed to help their leader, fearfully glancing at Bai Zhe. The leader, now trembling, stammered, "Who exactly are you?" Bai Zhe pressed forward, and they retreated in fear. "To survive, reflect on what I just said." His voice was icy. Just then, one individual turned to flee, but Bai Zhe swiftly pursued, severing his head with a single strike. The sudden brutality plunged the remaining members into despair. Unable to fight back or escape, they were left with no options. Thud! At that moment, the leader knelt down, prompting the others to follow suit. "Big brother, I was blind. Please spare our lives." They pleaded. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Bai Zhe barked again. The group trembled, recalling his earlier words. "I'll eat. I'll eat." At this point, their faces were all contorted in despair. "Big brother, do we really have to eat?" one of them asked. The leader, incensed, delivered a hefty slap to the questioner's face. "Damn it, weren't you the first to suggest brother Bai, eat dirt?" The subordinate was stunned, unable to retaliate, as the others glared at him with disdain. Feeling an ominous premonition, the subordinate asked, "What are you all planning to do?" "Damn it, let us get him," someone shouted, and the crowd surged toward the subordinate. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to eat dirt. Let us see how you like my punches. Let us kill him. He's the reason we're in this mess." They descended upon him with fists and kicks, quickly reducing him to a bruised mess. "Stop. If you keep hitting him, you'll kill him," he begged repeatedly. Seemingly exhausted, the group gradually ceased their assault. Bai Zhe observed the scene and quickly interjected, "Now, Let us make sure he gets a proper dose. The others rolled up their sleeves, resuming their brutal beating. In no time, the subordinate was left in a state of utter humiliation, soiled and defeated. The others, repulsed by the stench, recoiled, pinching their noses. Even from a distance, Baizé caught a whiff and hurriedly covered his nose. Stop dawdling. This is your chance. Hurry up and eat. One bite each, and if you spit out, you eat double. With that, Baizé hastily sealed his breaths. This group of individuals wore expressions of sheer disgust, their faces tinged with green, as if they were ready to slaughter the culprit on the spot. What on earth had they consumed to emit such a foul stench? Was this a deliberate act? The air was thick with an overwhelming odor, and the sight before them was unbearable. At that moment, they exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Baizé pointed directly at their leader, demanding, "You are the head of this group, are you not? If so, you should lead by example." The man's complexion was worse than that of a grieving widower, yet he found himself unable to retort, compelled to slowly approach the fallen comrade. In a moment of utter despair, he pulled down the trousers, unleashing a noxious odor that filled the air, revealing unspeakable filth. Several onlookers immediately began to retch, while Baizé distanced himself, fearful of witnessing anything that might induce discomfort. Seeing the man squatting there in silence, Baizé was about to urge him on when the man suddenly scooped up a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. The sounds of gagging resumed in rapid succession. Fortunately, Baizé had his back turned and did not witness the grotesque scene in detail. Next, Baizé continued to issue orders. The man finally stood up in apparent relief, licking his lips as he turned away. Disgust welled up within Baizé. Was this man truly a talent? Another individual soon followed suit, but as soon as the foul substance touched his tongue, he expelled it, the remnants landing squarely atop the pile. The others were filled with despair. Had they truly reached such a level of degradation? Everyone began to retch in unison, unable to endure any longer. Baizé relinquished the arduous task of oversight to the group's leader, who, as their good elder brother, would surely not show favoritism and would attend to everyone's needs. Thus, Baizé retreated to a safe house, and after some time, the nausea finally subsided. An hour later, the man called out to Baizé, "We've all finished. Can we leave now?" Baizé hastily dispatched them, unwilling to cast another glance their way. It was a grave miscalculation, and he silently vowed never to engage in such a repugnant endeavor again. Upon receiving confirmation, the group collectively exhaled, relieved to have escaped with their lives. As they departed, they resolved to keep the day's event a secret, especially the incident involving excrement. The individual who had contributed to their plight was swiftly dispatched by their hands. As the night wore on, another group stealthily approached the safe house. Baizé, endowed with night vision, observed the figures slinking through the darkness, their movements appearing rather comical. He could hardly be bothered to engage with them, opting instead to retrieve his crossbow and ascend to the rooftop, where he took aim and fired. The bolt struck one man directly between the eyes, silencing him before he could utter sound. This individual was the last in the line. The others continued onward, oblivious to the demise that had befallen their companion. Baizé continued his marksmanship, each shot finding its mark, until the group was reduced to 3 as they drew within 10 meters of the safe house. Remarkably, none of them realized that their ranks had been thinned. "Brothers, be cautious. We should aim to capture the occupants alive. I've heard the women within are exceptionally beautiful. Even if we cannot have them, we can at least touch them." One of them chuckled eagerly, but only silence answered back, interrupted only by the sounds of insects and birds. Sensing something was amiss, the 3 turned to look behind them, only to find no trace of their comrades. They were utterly bewildered. What was happening here? No one could provide an answer. "Brother, this place feels strange. Perhaps we should turn back," one suggested, his voice trembling. "Yes, brother, I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched," another stammered, glancing around in terror. The leader's heart raced. He had never encountered such an eerie situation. There were no zombies, yet his subordinates had vanished. "Let us retreat. They must have fallen behind." He feigned calmness. "Right, let us go back and look for them." The other 2 hurriedly turned to flee, but one stumbled over a corpse, which sent him into panic. Upon seeing the lifeless eyes staring back at him, he cried out, a ghost. Mother, save me, and fled in a frenzy. The remaining two, though shaken, were slightly braver, recognizing the deceased as one of their own. They exchanged horrified glances, an icy chill coursing through their veins. The unknown terror was the most frightening of all. They had no idea when the attack had occurred. They swallowed hard and fled the scene. After the three had escaped, Baizé returned to his quarters for rest. It was impossible to keep vigil all night. As the night passed uneventfully, news of the events began to spread among other factions. Whispers of hauntings, a corpse collector, and even tales of a gateway to hell circulated among them. However, those were stories for another time. At that moment, a new group was making its way toward the safe house, led by a strikingly beautiful woman. Chapter 71. Delivery at your doorstep. The woman was exquisitely made up, her beauty enchanting. She wore a revealing outfit, a white camisole that accentuated her alluring waist, partially concealed by a sheer garment that added an air of mystery to her already captivating figure. She donned a short skirt that, with each step, tantalizingly hinted at more. As she sashayed, her expression betrayed her displeasure. At that moment, a man approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her and planting a tender kiss on her cheek. "Come now, dear, do not be upset. Once our plan succeeds, I shall reward you handsomely," he cooed gently. "Being Dai, you are truly something. You dare risk your own wife. If anything happens to me, you shall regret it," she replied, tears welling in her eyes. "But we have already made our preparations. Baizé is nothing but a lecher. With your beauty, he will surely fall at your feet. When the time is right, you simply need to open the door for us, and he will be nothing more than a fish in a barrel," he reassured her. Reluctantly, she agreed. Soon, they spotted the safe house and concealed themselves. The woman then swayed her hips and approached the entrance with a seductive gait. Before long, she stood outside the door, adopting a panicked expression. "Is anyone there? Please help me." Upon hearing the knocking, Baizé stepped outside to investigate. Finding only the woman, he opened the door. She collapsed into his arms, catching him off guard. Baizé was momentarily stunned. Was she truly throwing herself into his embrace? As he made contact with her body, her information appeared in the He Huan Bao Lu. Name: Wang Yao Yao. Age: 23. Bust: E cup. Attractiveness: 90. Maintenance attempts: 1. Loyalty: 80. Baizé was taken aback. He had never seen her before, and her loyalty was remarkably low. Instinctively, he became wary. At that moment, Wang Yao Yao began to regain consciousness. "Em sorry. May I come in to rest?" She feigned weakness, her body swaying as she pressed against Baizé's arm. He immediately became alert. A singular thought raced through his mind: a beauty trap. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of others. A sly smile crept onto his face. Given the circumstances, he decided to play along, for this security door could only be opened by him and those he designated. "Gumin, it has been a while since you've eaten, hasn't it?" Baizé supported Wang Yao Yao as they entered the room, casually shutting the door behind them. The moment the door closed, Wang Yao Yao trembled slightly, clearly feeling anxious. After a pause, she sweetly spoke. "I haven't eaten yet. Do you have any food here?" "Anything will do. Actually, we just finished eating. If you don't mind, you can have some." Baizé gestured toward the table. Wang Yao Yao's expression immediately soured. How could he expect her to eat leftovers? She had never been treated in such a manner. Ever since she had been with Pang Dehai, she had enjoyed 3 meals a day without compromise, each meal accompanied by pickled vegetables and occasionally some canned meat. Although her life could not compare to that before the apocalypse, she was among the few who could still enjoy such luxuries after the world had changed. However, to accomplish her mission, Wang Yao Yao decided to endure it. She resolved to eat sparingly, just enough to deceive Baizé, and once the task was complete, she could enjoy more buns and pickled vegetables. With that thought, she put on a grateful smile. "Thank you so much. There's no need to thank me. It would only go to waste if you didn't eat," Baizé replied deliberately. Wang Yao Yao's smile stiffened. Inside, she was already on the verge of losing her composure, yet she had to gain the other's trust. Thus, she forced down her anger and said, "It's fine. Having something to eat is already quite good." "That's great, as long as you don't mind. Go ahead and eat before it cools down," Baizé said, pulling her along. Since an opportunity had presented itself, He wouldn't let it slip by. Wang Yaoyao did not resist and allowed Bai Zhe to hold her hand, playing with it in his palm. Observing Bai Zhe's demeanor, she internally scoffed. Indeed, all men were the same. No matter their status, they eventually bowed down to her charm. With a melodic laugh, Wang Yaoyao teased, "How could you be so forward right after meeting someone?" She paused mid-sentence, covering her mouth with a soft giggle. "What do you mean?" Bai Zhe pressed curiously. "Stop it." Wang Yaoyao turned her head away, yet she didn't retract her hand, presenting a flirtatious stance. Bai Zhe, catching onto her ploy, decided not to dampen the mood. He couldn't help but notice how incredibly soft her hand felt, making it hard for him to let go. With her turning away and not rejecting his advances, Bai Zhe's gaze began to wander over her figure. "You're quite the rascal, sneaking glances when I'm not paying attention," she said, lowering her head like a bashful young bride. "How could anyone resist this?" Bai Zhe quickly took her hand and urged, "You should eat. It will be cold soon." He guided her toward the dining area, and she followed without protest, swaying her hips. Bai Zhe couldn't help but admire her figure, suppressing a surge of impulse. He recognized her allure, realizing she was not to be underestimated. With just a few words and gestures, she had stirred feelings he thought he had under control, even after encountering many beautiful women. Soon, they arrived at the dining table. Wang Yaoyao was taken aback by the array of dishes before her, momentarily forgetting to sway. "Is this what you usually eat?" she asked incredulously. Bai Zhe surmised she must not have had such meals in quite some time. Before he could say anything, she quickly took a seat and began to devour the food. "Take your time, don't choke," Bai Zhe cautioned as he observed her eagerness. "Why are you crying, beautiful? What are you doing? Don't take off your pants." "Oh, I see. Loosening them so you can eat more." "Don't rush. There's more for dinner." In no time, the leftovers were completely consumed by Wang Yaoyao. Once finished, she picked up a napkin and resumed her demure demeanor, folding the napkin and gently wiping her mouth. "I apologize for my manners. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time," she said, placing her hands on her lap and batting her large eyes at Bai Zhe. "It's no problem. What are your plans now?" Bai Zhe asked, continuing to play with her hand and probing for more information. Wang Yaoyao's face fell, and her eyes glistened with tears. Bai Zhe couldn't help but admire her acting skills. Her tears flowed easily, far superior to those who could only recite lines. "I don't know where to go. My family was infected by zombies, and I barely escaped the city. If it weren't for you, I might not be here," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bai Zhe embraced Wang Yaoyao, allowing her to rest against his chest. Feeling her soft form, he spoke soothingly. "Don't worry. If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay here?" "Can I?" she asked, clearly astonished. "Of course. You are so beautiful and charming. I wouldn't want you to leave," he replied. Wang Yaoyao, overwhelmed, planted a kiss on his cheek before shyly turning away. "I'm sorry, I got too excited." "It's all right. I'm quite excited too." Suddenly, she felt something brush against her. "What was that?" she exclaimed, jumping up. "Nothing to worry about. It's just my flashlight," Bai Zhe said, pulling it out to show her. "Thank goodness. That's a relief," she sighed, patting her chest. However, her mind was preoccupied with another thought. This man seemed to be easily manipulated, and soon she could let Pang Dehai and the others come in. Yet, the more she looked at him, the more handsome he appeared. If only she could have a moment with him. No, what am I thinking?" Wang Yaoyao shook her head, glancing out the window, her brows furrowing. Bai Zhe, suppressing his excitement, stood up and asked, "I still don't know your name." "Just call me Yaoyao," she responded in a soft voice. "Yaoyao, you must not have bathed in a while. I have hot water. Would you like to take a bath?" Wang Yaoyao was taken aback. "You have hot water?" "Of course. Do you want it?" Yes, of course," she eagerly replied. Beauty is a woman's nature, especially for those as lovely as her. The need for cleanliness seemed to be an obsession. Bai Ze's other women found great joy in bathing. "Then follow me," he said, leading her upstairs. Before long, they arrived at Bai Ze's room. Wang Yaoyao shyly lowered her head, glancing around at the furnishings. "Why did you bring me to your room?" "To help you relax, of course," Bai Ze replied, guiding her to the bathroom. "You can wash here. The hot water is right over there." "And what about you?" she instinctively asked, but upon realizing her words, she quickly covered her mouth. "I'll be outside. Unless you want me to help you wash. Bai Shatisht. At his words, Wang Yaoyao felt her cheeks flush. She hurriedly pushed him out and locked the door. After taking a deep breath, she touched her slightly warm cheeks, puzzled. She had come to seduce Bai Zhe, yet now she felt as though she was the one being seduced. In her mind, she began to reminisce about the handsome visage of Bai Zhe. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yaoyao felt a warmth enveloping her entire being. She hurriedly released the water, splashed her face, and only then did the sensation dissipate. As the water flowed forth, the bathtub gradually filled. However, during this time, Wang Yaoyao remained in a daze, Bai Zhe's face persistently appearing in her thoughts. Mechanically, she shed her clothing and immersed herself in the comforting warmth of the bathwater. In that moment, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. Was this not the life she had longed for? A comfortable living environment, delectable food, and a handsome man by her side. Yet since she had aligned herself with Pang Dehai, had there been a single day that was not fraught with turmoil and escape? Would she truly experienced such a soothing existence? Gradually, Wang Yaoyao began to draw comparisons between Bai Zhe and Pang Dehai. In terms of appearance, he could not rival Bai Zhe. In terms of safety, nowhere could compare to this haven. In terms of comfort, since the apocalypse, she had never relaxed in a warm bath as she did today. What then was left to compare? At this moment, Wang Yaoyao began to harbor disdain for Pang Dehai. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Bai Zhe was perplexed. He observed Wang Yaoyao's loyalty metric shift from -80 to -40 in an instant, only to revert to 0 immediately before surging to 40. As time progressed, her affection level steadily increased, ultimately resting at 80. Bai Zhe could not fathom what had transpired in those mere seconds to transform a loyalty score of -80 into that of an ardent admirer. Yet, such matters were trivial. What mattered was that Wang Yaoyao was now entirely devoted to him. He was also able to glean her intentions from her own lips. With this thought, Bai Zhe felt elated. Before long, Wang Yaoyao emerged, wrapped in a towel. Although her bare face fell slightly short of the other women in the safe house, she still met his standards. Bai Zhe, seated upon the bed, gazed appreciatively at the alluring beauty before him. Upon noticing Bai Zhe awaiting her, a flicker of joy illuminated Wang Yaoyao's face. She swayed her hips towards him and boldly sat upon his lap, her arms encircling his neck. With a sultry glance, she inquired, "So, how you plan to take care of me? From now on, be my woman," Bai Zhe replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her. Wang Yaoyao felt a tingling sensation at his touch, bursting into a fit of laughter. "Oh, dear brother, I shall be yours from now on. You must treat me well." Chapter 73. Losing the lady in her life, Bai Zhe could not help but feel a surge of pride, playfully pinching Wang Yaoyao. "Ah!" she exclaimed, then adopted a flirtatious demeanor. "How naughty! Why are you being so hands-on?" Bai Zhe, emboldened, continued his playful antics. "Ah!" Wang Yaoyao gasped again, instinctively attempting to escape from his grasp. Yet, Bai Zhe held her waist firmly, preventing her from breaking free. Before long, Wang Yaoyao surrendered completely. "Brother." Her voice grew more enchanting and intoxicating. At that moment, Bai Zhe suddenly halted, his tone turning frigid. "Do you have anything to say to me?" This brought Wang Yaoyao, lost in ecstasy, back to reality in an instant. She released her hold, stammering, What do you mean?" Her heart raced. She understood precisely what Bai Zhe was insinuating. Yet she wished he would never uncover the truth, for she feared that revealing the reality would lead to her expulsion from his place. "I shall grant you one more chance. Reveal your purpose for coming here." Wang Yaoyao was taken aback, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt as if Bai Zhe had transformed into a different person, yet deep down, she believed he ought to be this way. "I will tell you everything. Please don't cast me away. Do not let me leave you." Subsequently, Wang Yaoyao divulged all, including her entanglement with Pang Dehai. Upon hearing her account, Bai Zhe's doubts dissipated entirely. He could not help but feel disdain for Pang Dehai, who had allowed his woman to seduce him. Ultimately, Pang Dehai would pay the price for his foolishness, losing not only his woman, but also his life. "From now on, you shall obey my commands." Wang Yaoyao nodded fervently. "All right, you will say this," Bai Zhe whispered in her ear. Upon hearing his words, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Okay, I will heed your words, Wang Yaoyao replied obediently. You call me beautifully just now, continue. Husband, Bai Zhe led her to the window, drawing the curtains to leave a narrow opening. Outside the safe house, Pang Dehai anxiously awaited with his subordinates. At that moment, he was in disarray, feeling an unsettling turmoil within him. He glanced at the time. There was still some time before their agreed meeting. Yet, he could hardly bear the weight. The thought of his beloved Wang Yaoyao being in that house drove him to the brink of madness. Finally, unable to withstand the torment, he approached the safe house with his men. The door remained closed, indicating that Wang Yaoyao had not succeeded. This only heightened Pang Dehai's anxiety. Husband. Just then, Pang Dehai heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned to locate the source. Upon seeing it, his pupils dilated in shock. It was his woman. No, no. Pang Dehai screamed in despair, unable to accept this reality. What? He exclaimed incredulously, his eyes now bloodshot. He wanted to confront Wang Yaoyao, demanding to know why she had betrayed him. No, you must have been coerced. It's my fault for allowing you to take such risks. Yaoyao, I'm coming to save you. With a roar, Pang Dehai began to frantically pound on the door. No matter how he tried, the door would not budge. Driven to madness, Pang Dehai found the once sweet sounds of her voice now painfully jarring. After a considerable time, Wang Yaoyao shifted her voluptuous form, her hands draped on Bai Zhe. Husband, let's go down and humiliate him. At this moment, Wang Yaoyao had wholly fallen for Bai Zhe, harboring immense disdain for Pang Dehai. All right. Bai Zhe straightened Wang Yaoyao's robe and dressed himself before lifting her to the lower floor. By then, Pang Dehai had ceased his assault, sitting despondently on the ground. Bai Zhe opened the door, startling Pang Dehai into alertness. He glared fiercely at Bai Zhe. Kid, return my woman. Your woman? Does she appear to agree? Pang Dehai quickly turned to Wang Yaoyao, speaking gently. Yaoyao, come out. I'm here to rescue you. Wang Yaoyao did not spare him a glance. In her eyes, there was only Bai Zhe. I have but one man, and that is Bai Zhe. I must thank you for allowing me to seduce him. Otherwise, I would never have encountered my true soulmate. Wang Yaoyao nestled against Bai Zhe, swaying her body alluringly. Hearing this, Pang Dehai froze once more. No, this cannot be. I refuse to believe it. This pretty boy must have bewitched you. Come with me. With that, Pang Dehai attempted to charge in, but Bai Zhe delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling backward. At that moment, Wang Yaoyao finally regarded him directly, her tone icy. Pang Dehai, the past is behind us. I am now Bai Zhe's woman. If you persist, I shall have my man end your life. A heart-wrenching revelation struck Pang Dehai. He had irretrievably lost her. Regret flooded him, lamenting the choices he had made. Just then, in a fit of rage, Pang Dehai coughed up blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bai Zhe cast a cold glance at Pang Dehai. From the moment he decided to confront him, his fate was sealed. Such a person's demise was hardly regrettable. However, his death would merely serve to benefit him. The subordinates Pang Dehai had brought with him, upon witnessing the situation, scattered like frightened birds. Bai Zhe made no effort to stop them. He required these individuals to disseminate news of the events here, thereby deterring others from harboring ill intentions towards him. Subsequently, Bai Zhe wrapped his arm around Wang Yaoyao's slender waist and returned to the room. Chapter 74, Gene Sequence. Hallucinogenic factor that night. The outside of the safe house was peaceful, while the interior was ablaze with passion. Bai Zhe spent the night indulging Wang Yaoyao, and feeling somewhat insatiable, continued to pursue Su Runyan. Upon awakening in the morning, two joyous announcements arrived. Congratulations to the host for acquiring offspring. Reward: 50 gene points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring offspring. Reward: 50 gene points. With the previous accumulation, he now had a total of 250 gene points. Last night, Bai Zhe had only engaged with Wang Yaoyao and Su Runyan, thus the confirmation was swift. The points increased by 300 daily, in addition to the 150 contributed by Wang Yaoyao. Now he possessed 1820 points. Bai Zhe glanced at Su Runyan beside him and rose to the bathroom. He quickly activated the gene enhancement system, and instantaneously, 3 options materialized. 1. Enhance immunity, no longer troubled by colds. Cost: 50 gene points. 2. Alter gene arrangement to evolve offensive capabilities, allowing sharp bone needles to be projected from the palms. Cost: 150 gene points with a 20 failure rate. 3. Modified gene sequence, enabling the host to grow a tail, significantly enhancing balance and coordination. Cost: 100 gene points with a 10 failure rate. Bizet had perused the first two options previously. The third was newly refreshed. However, upon reading its details, a wave of bitterness washed over him. This was utterly impractical. If he grew a tail, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a monster. With this thought, Bizet decisively disregarded the third option. Yet, he was not particularly inclined towards the first two either. Thus, he opted for the least expensive choice and awaited the emergence of more favorable options. Just as he prepared to select, he noticed a refresh option concealed in the corner of the system panel. Bizet hastily looked at it. Each refresh costs 10 gene points and requires a 10-minute wait. After some contemplation, he concluded that rather than choosing immunity from colds, it would be more beneficial to refresh all three options. Thus, Bizet proceeded to select refresh. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and the three options reappeared. The first option was to strengthen genes, granting immunity to all allergies, costing 50 gene points. The second was to alter the number of chromosomes, resulting in a change of the host gender, costing 50 gene points. The third was to strengthen genes, granting immunity to common toxins, costing 50 gene points. These common toxins included non-lethal threats such as caterpillars, bees, and scorpions. After examining the three options, Bizet felt they were all rather useless. Throughout his life, he had never suffered from allergies. Moreover, with his current defensive capabilities, these minor creatures posed no threat to him. As for changing gender, that was even more absurd. He was designed for progeny within a system that favored abundance. Consequently, Bizet continued to refresh. This time, the first two options appeared trivial, but just as he anticipated yet another refresh, he suddenly froze. His gaze fixated on the third option. Instantly, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Increase the quantity of gene sequences, evolving offensive capabilities, introducing a hallucinogenic factor. The body will store a hallucinogenic substance that, when needed, can be rapidly released, affecting a 10-meter radius. The hallucinogenic aura is colorless and odorless, non-lethal, and can be recovered from by breathing fresh air for a short time. Cost: 200 gene points with a 30 failure rate. Upon reading this description, Bizet felt a surge of exhilaration. What did this mean? With this ability, he could ensnare enemies within a 10-meter radius in a hallucination without their awareness. With this thought, Bizet quickly selected enhancement. 200 gene points surged into his body, fusing, splitting, arranging, and integrating rapidly. Soon, a complete gene sequence emerged, signifying Bizet's successful acquisition of this power. In his mind, he swiftly grasped the method of usage. It felt as natural as walking or raising a hand. With 20 points remaining, Bizet closed the gene enhancement panel. After several refreshes, he noted that the current gene point costs range from 50 to 200. It was likely that options with even higher costs would emerge, with increased expenditure correlating to greater risk and benefit. The more trivial 50 gene point options presented no risk of failure, but were also the most frequently refreshed. Conversely, options consuming higher gene points appeared less often. Bizet then opened the points panel. Presently, he could use points to enhance his body, further augmenting his strength. He could also opt to spend 1,000 points to unlock a new weapon or exchange points for arms to ensure the safety of the women, who had been diligently honing their shooting skills. However, with the safe house in place, there was no need for them to take risks. Their training in marksmanship was merely precautionary. Reflecting on this, Bizet glanced at the weapons cache. At present, he could unlock a silenced pistol along with matching ammunition. Upon unlocking, he would receive one pistol and an additional 100 rounds of ammunition at no charge. Currently, Bizet's primary scarcity was bullets. Unlocking the firearm would also enable him to acquire ammunition. With the looming threat of the Xian Yao Tang, Bizet urgently required both firearms and ammunition. With this in mind, he expended 1,000 points to unlock the pistol. Simultaneously, the weapons cache now contained an extra pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. He now possessed 2 pistols, both of which were operable. For the time being, he required no additional firearms, so Baizé exchanged for 500 rounds of ammunition. Ultimately, he retained 320 points, content to stow away the system panel. At that moment, he suddenly felt the transforming divine weapon stir with a peculiar energy. Baizé was unaware of the cause and quickly examined it, but found no discernible change. Hence, he proceeded to retrieve the transforming divine weapon. To his surprise, this time it did not transform into another weapon, but emerged in the form of a box. Baizé was astonished. This was the first occurrence of such an event. As he inspected it, the information regarding the transforming divine weapon appeared in his mind. Baizé was filled with excitement. Chapter 75, The Alliance of the Three Great Powers, the transforming divine weapon had become controllable. The reason lay in the unlocking of the pistol. Now, the transforming divine weapon possessed 2 modes. One was to randomly transform into a weapon, while the other allowed for the specified transformation into a weapon from the cache. This was an unexpected delight. With this, he effectively had a pistol with infinite ammunition, without the fear of damage. However, the transforming divine weapon could still only change into 1 weapon per day, with the next transformation permitted only after midnight. Nevertheless, this minor flaw is quite acceptable. Baizé returned the magical weapon to its spatial storage and then descended to dine with the ladies. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days went by. During this period, Baizé focused on a singular endeavor, ensuring that all 5 women remaining in the safe house became pregnant. For 3 consecutive days, no one dared to challenge him. His objective had been achieved. Unbeknownst to Baizé, those who had escaped had transformed him into a figure of monstrous legend, deterring others from pursuing their ambitions against him. This news, of course, reached Wang Shanquan's ears. At this moment, Wang Shanquan sat in the tea room, his expression dark and his demeanor stern. He glared at the messenger relaying this information and hurled his teacup across the room. Damn it! Useless fools! A bunch of incompetents! The subordinates immediately fell to their knees in fear. Recently, Wang Shanquan's temper had grown increasingly volatile, leaving his subordinates terrified. A moment's lapse could lead to brutal punishment. At that moment, Deputy Hall Master Lu Shua slowly entered. He surveyed the situation and gestured for the kneeling subordinates to exit. They hurriedly departed, visibly relieved. Hall Master, what has caused you such ire? Humph. This bunch of imbeciles can't even kill a single person. You must be referring to Baizé. I've heard some rumors as well, but they seem far-fetched and should not be taken seriously. However, a fly does not buzz around an egg without cracks. If he has survived the onslaught of so many, it indicates that not all these rumors are unfounded. Hall Master, I have an idea to eliminate this threat once and for all. Wang Shanquan's eyes lit up with interest as he turned to Lu Shua. Speak quickly. What brilliant plan do you have? Currently, we are fully engaged in combating the Qinglong gang and cannot spare manpower to deal with Baizé. However, we can hire some minor factions to lure the zombies out of the city and surround his impenetrable abode. At that point, Baizé will be like a cornered beast. No matter how strong he is, without external supplies, he will have only one path, death. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wang Shanquan's mood instantly brightened, dispelling his earlier displeasure. Lu Shua, have you located the doctor I requested? Yes, I have found an expert in this field. He is currently waiting in the living room. I came to report this. Excellent. Bring him to me at once. Wang Shanquan could hardly contain his anticipation. I will fetch him immediately. With that, Lu Shua exited. During this time, Wang Shanquan had consulted numerous doctors, yet none could remedy his condition. After extensive inquiries, he sourced this expert from another faction, expending considerable resources to secure his presence. Before long, Lu Shua returned with a graying, somewhat balding expert in tow. Expert Mu, this is our Hall Master. I invite you to examine him. In the post-apocalyptic world, doctors have become the most coveted profession, and many factions exerted tremendous effort to acquire one. Thus, even the Xiaoyao Hall treated him with respect. Hall, Master Wang, please remove your trousers. I need to conduct an examination. Lu Shua wisely exited the room and closed the door. Wang Shanquan proceeded to remove his trousers. After a thorough examination, Expert Mu spoke. Hall Master Wang, there is no physical issue. Do you find yourself recalling unpleasant memories during intimate moments? Upon hearing this, Wang Shanquan immediately pulled up his trousers and stood. Divine Doctor, you are absolutely correct. I suggest you consult a psychologist. Your affliction lies not in your body, but in your mind. With that, Expert Mu began packing his medical instruments. Allow me to escort you out. After the doctor departed, Lu Shuo re-entered. Lu Shuo arranged for a citywide search for a psychologist immediately. Understood. Lu Shuo paused before continuing. Hallmaster, we have reached an agreement with the Brown Bear Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang to jointly attack the Qinglong Gang. In 3 days, our 3 factions will launch a simultaneous offensive. Ha ha ha, excellent. Now that the 3 strongest factions in Jinghai have united, I wonder how Zhao Zilong will survive. And do not forget about that little brat named Bai Zhe. Proceed with the plan as you suggested. I shall take care of it right away. With that, Lu Shuo turned to leave. After his departure, he began making arrangements. A few hours later, he located a human settlement of 200 individuals. This settlement had run out of food, and upon hearing that Xiaoyao Hall was hiring, they immediately agreed to the dangerous task of attracting zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, they accepted the job. Subsequently, these individuals dispersed to commence their mission. Inside the safe house, Bai Zhe was engaged in light-hearted banter with a roomful of beautiful women, eliciting continuous laughter. Since the women had become pregnant, their desires seemed to have intensified. During the day, Bai Zhe found himself obliged to attend to their needs. Fortunately, as they had just conceived, there was no need for excessive caution. In a few months, when their bellies grew, even if their desires remained strong, Bai Zhe would have to resolutely decline. As their conversation unfolded, the daylight gradually faded. What was that noise outside? Lu Yumeng curiously approached the window, but the darkness obscured her view. I don't know. It seems to be getting closer, Su Runyan said, her brow furrowing with concern. At that moment, only Bai Zhe perceived the situation outside. It was an endless sea of zombies. In front of the horde, over 100 individuals were luring the zombies forward, each carrying a white plastic bucket. Soon, these individuals arrived outside the safe house. Brothers, this is the spot. Pour out. In an instant, the group opened their plastic buckets and began pouring the contents onto the walls of the safe house. Immediately, a pungent, metallic scent of blood permeated the air, driving the insatiable horde of zombies into a frenzy. Many of the zombies' eyes turned blood red, and their speed increased exponentially. Chapter 76. The Safe House Surrounded. Haha. This is exhilarating. I've heard there is a formidable person inside. I wonder if he will make it out alive. I've also heard there are many beautiful women inside. If I could have my way with even 1 or 2, it would be worth it to die afterwards. Alas, we are not fortunate enough to enjoy that. We are merely providing a service to these zombies. Haha, if zombies understood such pleasures, the beauties inside would be overwhelmed. Cut out. I think you are the one who longs for such things. Hurry up and get to work. Soon, all the blood had been splashed against the walls. At this point, Bai Zhe's expression darkened considerably. The other women were equally furious, their chests heaving with indignation. Return to your rooms. The women retreated, leaving only Li Jin behind. These people are despicable. I shall go kill them. With that, Li Jin drew her pistol. Bai Zhe grasped her arm. They aren't worthy of your intervention. Wait for me in the room. With that, Bai Zhe took the elevator to the rooftop. Outside, the assailants had completed dumping all the blood. The leading man, his face covered in pockmarks, declared, "Brothers, withdraw." However, just as he uttered this command, a wave of dizziness washed over him. In that fleeting moment, before his consciousness faded, he caught sight of a grim-faced man standing atop the roof. His heart sank, and he realized that all of his comrades had fallen silent, one by one collapsing to the ground. He attempted to call out to them, yet his mind grew heavier, his awareness increasingly clouded. Ultimately, darkness enveloped him, and he fell to the ground. This was the result of Bai Zhe employing his hallucinogenic abilities. He had not anticipated that within mere seconds, all of these individuals would succumb to unconsciousness. Bai Zhe glanced into the distance. At that moment, a multitude of zombies loomed perilously close. Coupled with the blood that had been spilled, it was evident that there was no possibility of diverting the undead horde. He cast an angry glance at the group of individuals sprawled on the ground. Truly, When one refuses the paths to heaven, they inadvertently find themselves in hell. If you seek death, then I shall grant you a swift passage to it. With that, Baizé ceased to release the hallucinogenic agents. As soon as he halted, those individuals inhaling fresh air began to regain consciousness. Indeed, after a brief interval, several began to open their eyes. The scarred man also awoke, his head swimming in confusion, unable to recall his whereabouts or purpose. A gentle breeze caressed his face, accompanied by the sharp stench of blood invading his nostrils. Suddenly, clarity returned and memories surged forth. He recalled his mission. He had accepted employment from the Xiaoyao Tang to lure a horde of zombies to surround Baizé's residence. Zombies! A chill coursed through the scarred man's heart. He bolted upright. Upon spotting the zombies less than 10 meters away, his mind erupted in panic. How had he fallen asleep? At that moment, he could think of nothing else but to shout a warning to his companions before scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Others gradually regained their senses, and upon seeing the zombies so near, they cried out in terror. They hastily rose, attempting to escape. However, some, slower to react, were already overwhelmed by the zombies, their flesh torn apart in brutal bites. Blood gushed forth. The scent of fresh blood drove the zombies into a frenzy. Most continued to pursue the fleeing individuals, their speed increasing. Occasionally, someone would be caught and brought down, only to be bitten and devoured. Many who had just been overthrown found themselves surrounded by zombies. As they descended upon their prey, those unfortunate souls endured immense agony in an instant. At that moment, the scarred man, now at the forefront of the flight, felt a profound sense of regret. Yet it was too late. Just then, a mutated zombie unleashed an elongated tongue, stretching an astonishing 10 meters. The scarred man was ensnared and dragged back with alarming speed. He struggled desperately, but the tongue possessed an overwhelming strength, rendering him powerless to escape. Ultimately, he was brought close to the zombie, which inserted a straw-like appendage into his skull. Through this conduit, a sight of red and white matter being siphoned away could be discerned. His body convulsed violently, and his facial features twisted in excruciating pain. Soon, his form began to rapidly wither until only a mere husk remained, which the mutated zombie discarded like refuse. Such scenes of cruelty unfolded everywhere. This bloody massacre persisted for a full half-hour before finally subsiding. None among those individuals managed to escape. Baizé observed this grim spectacle from the rooftop, coldly watching as the blood shed by these people drew a multitude of zombies to incessantly gnaw at the safe house. However, the outcome was merely the shattering of their teeth. Some zombies even noticed Baizé, incessantly shrieking at him. Others, empowered by their mutations, attempted to ascend to the rooftop. Baizé, standing firm, drew forth his transformative weapon, shaping it into a handgun. He then unleashed a barrage upon the mutated zombies. The silenced gun produced a remarkably soft sound. At that moment, the long-tongued mutated zombie suddenly expelled its tongue, wrapping it around Baizé. He quickly grasped the appendage and yanked with all his might, tearing it clean from the zombie's mouth. The creature collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Baizé then fired 2 shots into its head, ensuring it would no longer move. The horde of zombies continued to swell in number, despite Baizé's relentless efforts. The overwhelming mass rendered his actions inconsequential. Ultimately, after eliminating 130 mutated zombies, he ceased fire. Continuing in this manner would yield little benefit. He needed to devise another strategy. Back in the safe house, the women gathered around him. "Master, let us join you in slaying the zombies. Indeed, we have learned to shoot. Master, let us go." Baizé smiled reassuringly at their enthusiasm. "Rest assured, you shall all have your chance, but not just yet. I must first eliminate the mutated zombies outside before I can allow you to ascend to the rooftop." The women sighed in relief, their excitement palpable as they looked at Baizé. "Now, everyone return to rest. We shall devise a plan tomorrow." After sending the women away, Baizé opened the gene enhancement panel. He had successfully impregnated 5 women over the past few days, gaining 250 gene points, in addition to the 130 points from the recently slain mutated zombies, and the remaining 20 points from before. Now he possessed a total of 400 gene points. Baizé wasted no time and refreshed the panel. After 8 attempts, he finally encountered something useful. Chapter 77. Ascending the rooftop to slay zombies increases the number of adrenal medulla cells, allowing the host to autonomously control adrenaline release. Upon release, the host's pain perception is reduced by 80 and all abilities are enhanced by 30. Cost: 200 gene points. Failure rate increases by 30. Upon reading this description, Baizé promptly chose to enhance himself. The 200 gene points rapidly infused into his body, initiating a transformation. He felt a warm current coursing through every corner of his being, instilling a refreshing vitality within him. Soon, the enhancement succeeded. Baizé could now sense the adrenaline within his body, ready to be released at will. He focused on directing the adrenaline to his head, instantly experiencing heightened clarity of thought and significantly improved reflexes. Next, he channeled the adrenaline into his hands, feeling a noticeable increase in strength. He realized that the potency of his strength was proportionate to the dosage of adrenaline. To unleash his maximum power, he could transfer all available adrenaline to his hands. However, this would limit the duration of its effect. There are advantages and disadvantages to this. After completing his tests, Baizé withdrew the adrenaline, knowing it required time to regenerate. He then checked his attribute panel. Name: Baizé Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Stamina, 21 Charisma, 23 Host Gene Enhancements, 1 Immunity to Zombie Virus, 2 Reinforced Kidney Function, 3 Enhanced Tadpole Activity, 4 Retinal Enhancement, 5 Hallucinogenic Factor, 6 Adrenaline. Outside, the zombies wailed incessantly, creating an irritating cacophony. Unable to sleep, Baizé continued to eliminate zombies from the rooftop. With each gunshot, more mutated zombies fell. By midnight, the majority of the mutated zombies had been eradicated. Baizé's gene points rose from 120 to 289. The remaining ordinary zombies offered no gene points, and thus he saw no reason to continue hunting them. He prepared to return to his room for rest. Upon entering, he discovered someone lying on the bed, with a slender waist and a peach-shaped posterior. It could only be Wang Yushi. However, her attire was rather provocative today, clad in a sheer pink nightgown that left little to the imagination. Her smooth, fair skin and subtly visible curves were fully on display. Hearing the door open, Wang Yushi turned to face Baizé, sitting up immediately. "Master, you have finally returned." She slowly rose and nestled into Baizé's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist like a delicate bird. A sweet, milky fragrance enveloped him. "There's so many zombies outside, and I'm a bit frightened." Baizé chuckled as he patted Wang Yushi. "What is there to fear? They cannot get in." "How annoying." Wang Yushi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Baizé gently lifted Wang Yushi and slowly walked into the bathroom. Wang Yushi was well behaved as he placed her by the edge of the bathtub before turning on the water. At that moment, Wang Yushi stood up and sweetly said to Baizé, "Master, allow me to serve you today." With that, she knelt before him. "Congratulations to the host. Wang Yushi's loyalty has increased to 100. Daily points, 100. After a prolonged period of nurturing their bond, Wang Yushi's loyalty finally reached the pinnacle of 100 points. Baizé carefully covered her with a blanket, as she had already fallen into a deep slumber, emitting soft, adorable noises. He then turned off the lights, and fatigue from the day soon led him into the realm of dreams. The following day, Baizé awoke early. Wang Yushi lay nestled in his arms, her legs draped over his. He gently pushed her aside and dressed before heading downstairs. In the kitchen, Lu Yameng and Su Runyan were preparing breakfast, while the other women gradually stirred from their slumber. Observing their state, it was evident they had not rested well the previous night, each one yawning profusely. "These zombies are driving me insane," Li Milan said with a hint of annoyance. "You should talk. You were restless all night, making it hard for me to sleep," Li Mu remarked, stifling a yawn as she emerged. At that moment, the striking Li Jinmei appeared, her waist adorned with a handgun. "Who among you will join me in exterminating zombies?" The women paused for a moment before eagerly raising their hands. "Me. I want to go too. Those pesky zombies kept me awake all night. Count me in." Li Jinmei chuckled before turning to Baizé. "You see, this is the sentiment of the group. You cannot stop us today." With a playful stick of her tongue at Bai Zhe, she appeared both mischievous and endearing. Bai Zhe smiled faintly. He had previously withheld them from going outside due to the multitude of mutated zombies. Now that the mutated ones had largely been eradicated, he saw no reason to prevent them from joining, and it presented an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. All right, after breakfast, you may accompany me to the rooftop, but let me be clear, your safety is paramount. Should you encounter any mutated zombies, alert me immediately. Upon hearing this, the women erupted into cheers. Soon, the others who had yet to emerge joined them, and excitement surged through the group at the prospect of battling zombies. Bai Zhe pondered why these women were so drawn to zombie hunting. However, the newly joined Wang Yaoyao appeared somewhat apprehensive. As she had no experience with firearms, Bai Zhe decided against bringing her along. After breakfast, Bai Zhe reviewed his points, discovering he only had 720. Currently, he possessed 3 guns and a crossbow, yet the women were insufficient in number for his needs. Consequently, Bai Zhe exchanged for 4 additional crossbows and 300 bolts, leaving him with a mere 20 points. Now, with 8 weapons, only 8 individuals could venture out. Ultimately, Wang Yaoyao and the fatigued Wang Yushi remained behind, while the others ascended to the rooftop. Chapter 78. Advanced Disguise Techniques. This marked the first time the women stood upon the rooftop, gazing down at the throngs of zombies below, their faces etched with fear. Fear not. These zombies cannot ascend, reassured the policewoman Li Jinmei, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Do you remember how I instructed you before? These zombies are your targets. Aim for the head. With that, Li Jinmei pulled the trigger, a bullet striking a zombie squarely in the forehead. Wow, that is amazing. I want to try, exclaimed Lu Yumeng, seizing a handgun and firing at a zombie. Bang! The gunshot startled her, but fortunately, her bullet also found its mark. The others, inspired, began to take their shots as well. It must be said, these women proved quite adept. Following Li Jinmei's training, they were able to accurately hit their targets. Observing this, Bai Zhe felt a sense of relief and focused on identifying any hidden mutated zombies within the horde. Thanks to genetic enhancement, his vision allowed him to see, even in the dark, as clearly as during the day. After a night of hunting, few escaped his notice, as he easily dispatched the remaining mutated zombies. Following this, he joined the others in eliminating the regular zombies. King Longgong. What? Bai Zhe is surrounded by zombies. Zhao Zilong exclaimed, springing from his seat. Indeed, my subordinate personally investigated, Li Xiaoxiao replied, her expression stoic as she tossed her hair. Zhao Zilong hesitated for a few moments before sitting back down. This must be the doing of the Xiaoyao Hall. They have been in close contact with the Brown Bear Gang and the Tiger Gang lately, indicating they are planning something significant. Could this pose a threat to us? Li Xiaojiao inwidet, het brol furuing, is certainly a possibility. Relay the message to ensure our brothers remain vigilant. Should we offer assistance to Bai Zhe? No need. His safe house is exceptionally fortified, and the zombies cannot breach it. Once his backing emerges, we can dispatch aid, perhaps even establish a connection, Zhao Zilong contemplated. Understood, Li Xiaoxiao replied, before turning to leave. Moments later, Zhao Zilong departed the room, leading a group to a food processing factory teeming with zombies. Brothers, if we seize this factory, we will be able to produce our own food. Let's put in the effort and aim to conquer it within 2 days. Zhao Zilong declared before firing at the zombies inside. Instantly, gunfire erupted, and a wave of zombies fell. However, more zombies quickly surged to fill the gaps. After a barrage of gunfire, the group synchronously ceased shooting and drew their melee weapons for an all-out assault, attacking ferociously through the barriers. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days later, the Qinglong gang would face a near-catastrophic disaster. On the rooftop of the safe house, the limited supply of crossbow bolts quickly dwindled. The women began to alternate using handguns, but their inexperienced hands struggled to handle the recoil, causing discomfort after just a few shots. Only Li Jinmei, seasoned through rigorous training, could shoot for extended periods. By midday, they had slain over 1,000 zombies. However, this was a drop in the bucket compared to the vast horde below, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Bai Zhe understood that this approach was unsustainable. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. With this in mind, Baizé announced, "All right, everyone, return to rest." Exhausted, the women made their way back into the safe house. Afterward, Baizé retreated to his room, contemplating other options. The only idea he could muster was genetic enhancement. Opening the genetic enhancement panel, he began refreshing. However, after 9 consecutive attempts, he encountered nothing but useless options. Determined, he decided to make one final attempt. If it yielded no worthwhile results, he would consider seeking assistance from the Qinglong gang. With resolve, Baizé selected the refresh option, and 3 choices appeared. Among them, 2 were trivial, but his gaze fixed on the third option. Reorganize genetic sequence, allowing the host's facial appearance to be altered at will. Cost, 200 genetic points. Failure rate increased by 30. With 202 genetic points remaining, he opted for the enhancement. A warm sensation coursed through his body, indicating the success of the enhancement. He quickly approached the mirror, astonished to discover that his appearance was changing under his control, visibly shifting before his eyes. Upon this, a mischievous thought suddenly sprang to his mind. He wished to observe whether his women would express surprise upon his transformation into another visage. With this in mind, he altered his appearance to that of another man and quietly exited his room. Next door resided Lu Yumeng and Xiaomo. He stealthily pushed open the door and discovered the 2 women clad in lingerie, engaged in conversation upon the bed. "Xiaomontak, do you think the master finds my breasts too small?" Lu Yumeng lamented, pinching her chest despondently. Giggling, "You ought to cease such futile musings. While the master does favor ample bosoms, yours is not lacking," Xiaomo replied with a playful chuckle. Baizé was left speechless. When had he ever claimed to prefer larger breasts? This was undoubtedly slander. Does the master prefer the peach-shaped posterior of Wang Yushi? "I've noticed he often caresses her rear," Lu Yumeng mused, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "Yumeng, how could you think such a thing? The master appreciates each of us dearly, and he has certainly sought you out on numerous occasions," Xiaomo exclaimed, playfully knocking Lu Yumeng down and teasing her chest. The 2 women frolicked, entirely oblivious to Baizé's presence nearby. At that moment, Baizé swiftly approached them and covered their eyes from behind. "Guess who I am?" The 2 women immediately felt a rush of shyness. "Oh dear, master, why engage in such childish games?" They giggled, recognizing his voice. Baisha, eager to witness their reactions upon revealing his current appearance, released his hands. As they turned to face him, both women were momentarily taken aback. Then, in unison, they shrieked. Baizé was startled by their exaggerated response and quickly reverted to his original face. "Stop screaming, it's me." The women gazed at Baizé, and upon recognizing his familiar visage, they ceased their cries. "Master, you nearly scared us to death," Lu Yumeng exclaimed, patting her chest. Xiaomo quickly emerged from beneath the covers. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Baizé. Chapter 79. A new objective master. Did we just see incorrectly? Xiaomo asked, rubbing her eyes with curiosity. Lu Yumeng blinked and rushed over, leaning close to Baizé to inspect him closely, even pinching him. "How odd, there is no mask." Baizé seized Lu Yumeng's delicate hand and transformed his face once more. This time, both women displayed no fear, only expressions of intrigue. "Master, how did you accomplish this?" The 2 women inquired, their excitement palpable. Baizé smiled and returned to his original appearance. "It's merely a form of disguise, nothing extraordinary," he casually explained. Upon hearing this, the women ceased their inquiries. They were all quite fatigued, prompting Baizé to forego any rewards and merely advised them to rest early before returning to his own room. In these times, he could neither venture outside nor continue his pursuit of captivating women. Suddenly, images flashed through his mind. In The Walking Dead, individuals could mask their scent from the zombies by smearing themselves with the creature's blood. Could his disguise technique achieve a similar effect? With excitement, Baizé made his way to the rooftop. The zombies below immediately began to shriek, reaching out with their claws in an attempt to seize him. Baizé took a step back, transforming his visage into that of a zombie. Upon returning to the rooftop's edge, the previously howling zombies began to settle upon seeing his new appearance. This outcome thrilled Baizé, confirming that zombies could indeed be deceived by visual trickery. To further test this, he waved his hands at the zombies below, but they hardly acknowledged him. turning their heads away. It appeared effective. However, the zombies would still detect his scent. He needed to prepare thoroughly. With this thought, Zay reverted to his original appearance and descended the stairs. He approached the security door and opened it just a crack, allowing 2 zombies to rush inside. Zay promptly shut the door behind him. Despite his swift transformation, the 2 zombies continued to pursue him. Zay lifted them by the scruff of their necks, much like a kitten, and brought them to the rooftop. The 2 zombies struggled futilely, unable to break free. Quickly, Zay hurled one of them off the rooftop, shattering it upon impact, leaving only its head to writhe in despair. Subsequently, he summoned furniture from his space to confine the other zombie. Approaching the obliterated zombie, he kicked its head away, then stripped the clothes from its body, smearing the garments with its dark blood. Zay donned the zombie's attire. At that moment, the other zombie ceased its struggles. Clad in the garments, he altered his appearance again and waved before the remaining zombie. It continued to gaze vacantly in the opposite direction as if Zay were non-existent. Observing the zombie's reaction, Zay realized his experiment had succeeded. He discarded the defeated zombie like refuse and returned the furniture to his space. After a moment's thought, he also stored the clothing away. Completing these tasks, Zay returned to his room to cleanse himself. A brief cold shower followed, after which he lay on his bed, contemplating his next course of action. The actions of Wang Shanquan had made vengeance inevitable. However, he required a strategic opportunity. Charging recklessly into the headquarters of Xiaoyao Hall would likely result in dire consequences, for his defenses had yet to reach a level capable of withstanding bullets. With this in mind, Zay activated the intelligence system. He needed to expedite his progress in acquiring women. 3 reports appeared before him. The first 2 were unremarkable, barely meeting the minimum standard of beauty at 85 points. The third, however, boasted a score of 91, revealing a petite loli who worked as a kindergarten teacher. Thus, Zay expended his last 20 points to delve into the details of the lowly teacher. Name: Zhang Xintian. Beauty score: 91. Bust: F-cup. Maintenance frequency: 0. Location: Yiping base. Having perused the data, Zay exclaimed, "What a delightful discovery! A well-endowed lowly." He continued reading. Yiping base. The information was somewhat vague, leaving Zay unaware of its location. It seemed a visit to the Qinglong gang was in order, for they would surely know the whereabouts of the Yiping base. Zay approached the entrance, redonning the clothes stained with zombie blood before altering his appearance. After a thorough inspection for any issues, he finally opened the door. As the zombies outside attempted to rush in, Zay kicked one away, clearing a path at the entrance. Seeing that the other zombies showed no intention of following, he felt reassured and stepped outside. This marked Zay's first close encounter with such a multitude of zombies. Their vacant stares remained unchanged by his presence. Observing this, Zay felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gently pushed aside a nearby zombie, which took a step back. Thus, Zay gradually made his way through the sea of corpses. After half an hour, he finally emerged, quickly distancing himself from the zombies. He stored his clothing away and reverted to his original appearance. He proceeded to the Qinglong gang, but to his dismay, Zhao Zilong was nowhere to be found. He had hoped to enlist their assistance in clearing the zombies, but it seemed he would have to wait for his return. Subsequently, Zay expended 10 gene of grain to acquire the fundamental information about Yiping GD. Yiping GD. The total population ranges between 100 to 130 individuals, predominantly comprising the elderly, children, and women. Due to a lack of young labor force, this base suffers from material scarcity. Threat level: 0. Location: former Xianhua kindergarten. Zay swiftly recalled the Xianhua kindergarten in his mind. Before long, he remembered that this kindergarten was not far from Jinghai University, albeit situated in a relatively secluded area. It was likely for this reason that these individuals chose to remain there. With this thought, Zay set forth towards Yiping GD. Fortunately, the zombies along the route had already been cleared away. Being in the suburbs and the stronghold of the Qinglong gang, it was increasingly rare to encounter any zombies in the vicinity. After navigating through several twists and turns, Zay soon arrived at an alley, with Yiping GD located at the very end. At that moment, he heard a cacophony of noises. suggesting that a fierce battle was taking place ahead. Frowning slightly, Zay quickened his pace. He soon reached the entrance of a kindergarten, where over 20 burly men wielding farming tools were consistently smashing and vandalizing. Inside, the cries of children echoed. Chapter 80. A startling retreat stop. Please stop, implored a middle-aged woman with a somewhat corpulent figure, her face contorted in despair. "The hell with you," shouted a heavily tattooed man, delivering a kick. The middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground, blood beginning to flow from her lower body. Instantly, chaos ensued among the crowd, and the children's cries intensified. Initially believing these men were merely vandalizing property, they were shocked to realize that violence had erupted against a person. In an instant, those who had contemplated intervening hastily retreated indoors, watching the assailants warily from within. "Ouch! Ouch!" The middle-aged woman wailed in pain on the ground, her complexion turning ashen. Meanwhile, the assailant laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha, old hag. You should have known better. Even if it costs a life today, you must hand over the grain you owe. Please spare us. We truly have no surplus grain. That grain is for the children's growth," the middle-aged woman pleaded, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, her voice frail and weak, as if she might faint at any moment. However, the assailants showed no mercy. Upon hearing that there was still grain, their eyes gleamed with greed. "Damn it! Why didn't you hand it over sooner? Do you want to die?" The man spat at the woman, then commanded his companions, "Search the place." With that, they surged into the building. Inside, the occupants, witnessing the oncoming thugs, panicked and hurriedly retreated, fearing they would meet the same fate as the middle-aged woman. The intruders rushed in, wreaking havoc as they smashed everything in sight, leaving the room in disarray in no time. "Boss, we found the grain," shouted one of the younger men, emerging with a bag of rice. As the others saw that there was nothing left, they quickly followed suit. The young man placed the discovered rice at the feet of the tattooed man, who glanced at it dispassionately. "Consider this your interest. Now hurry up and hand over the remaining grain." At that moment, the middle-aged woman on the ground watched helplessly as the last of their grain was seized. Tears welled in her eyes. It was the only sustenance for over 100 of them. The thought of the grain being stolen meant that the children would have nothing to eat. Summoning an unknown strength, she suddenly rose and lunged at the tattooed man, scratching his face furiously. Instantly, blood welled on his cheek. "The hell with you." The tattooed man, enraged, retaliated with another kick. The middle-aged woman was sent sprawling once more, blood flowing even more profusely. The tattooed man touched his face, and upon seeing the blood, his expression turned monstrous. "How dare you scratch my face? I will kill you." With that, he raised his weapon to strike the middle-aged woman. "Stop!" At that moment, a sharp, urgent female voice called out from within the building. A graceful figure rushed forth, throwing herself beside the middle-aged woman to examine her injuries. "Director, are you all right?" the girl cried, tears cascading down her cheeks. The middle-aged woman touched her abdomen, her complexion worsening. She forced a smile, but could no longer speak, merely shaking her head to comfort the girl. "Oh, pretty little girl, didn't you say you had no grain? Then let us use her as collateral." The tattooed man grinned lewdly, licking his lips as he reached for the girl. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman, fueled by an unknown source of energy, lunged once more, only able to grasp the tattooed man's thigh. "Zhang Xian run. You old hag, I see you don't want to live anymore." With that, the tattooed man swung his weapon down, and blood splattered across the ground. The middle-aged woman collapsed, utterly spent, her life hanging in the balance. "Director," Zhang Xian cried out, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Had it not been for the director, she might have met her own demise long ago. The director had provided grain for everyone, which had fostered this he-ping GD. Zhang Xian glanced at the people hiding behind her. They were all individuals who had been helped by the director. She fervently wished they could step forward to assist her, yet not a single person emerged. At that moment, the tattooed man approached Zhang Xian, revealing a lecherous grin. "Little girl, why not play with your brother?" he said, extending his hand towards her, tearing away her outer clothing, exposing her undergarments. The tattooed man gazed at the enticing sight before him, his excitement intensifying. "Ha ha ha, little girl, let us enjoy ourselves today, and you one tea have to hand over any grain this month. His greedy eyes swept over Zhang Xiantian's figure. She covered her chest with her hands, but her form was too voluptuous to conceal fully. The tattooed man seized her arm, and despite her desperate struggles, she lacked the strength to break free. The tattooed man seemed to revel in her resistance, eagerly anticipating tasting her sweetness. Enough! At that moment, a cold voice resonated from behind the crowd. The tattooed man turned, displeased, but upon seeing the newcomer, jealousy washed over him. He envied every handsome man. "Kid, you're looking for death. Do you dare interrupt my good fortune?" The newcomer was none other than Bai Zhe. Ignoring the man's taunts, Bai Zhe strode toward Zhang Xiantian. Seeing his indifference, the tattooed man's expression darkened. "Damn it! Kill him!" Instantly, his subordinates lunged at Bai Zhe, who merely threw a punch. The closest thug was sent flying, his chest caving in, and he lay lifeless on the ground. This sudden display of power left everyone stunned, causing them to hesitate to approach Bai Zhe, retreating in fear. The tattooed man, now paralyzed with fear, wondered if such strength could belong to a mortal. As Bai Zhe approached, he instinctively stepped back. "Who the hell are you?" The tattooed man shouted defiantly. "Get lost!" Bai Zhe barked, his voice sharp and commanding. The tattooed man trembled, his legs turning to jelly. He cursed, giving them a final deadline, warning that if they failed to provide supplies, they would all meet their demise. He quickly circled around, uttering a few harsh words before fleeing. At that moment, Zhang Xintian gazed at Bai Zhe, his handsome visage captivating her and causing her to momentarily lose herself. Chapter 81. A bunch of useless cowards. Zhang Xintian stared blankly at Bai Zhe, oblivious to her dire circumstances. Her complexion blossomed with a rosy hue, making her appear even more charming and enchanting. Bai Zhe picked up Zhang Xintian's clothing and gently draped it over her shoulders. Only then did she regain her senses. But upon witnessing his gesture, her cheeks grew even rosier. Shyly, she lowered her gaze and murmured a soft thank you. Suddenly, Zhang Xintian remembered the dean nearby. Her expression turned pale as she hurried over to him. "Dean, please wake up." She gently touched his body, but he remained motionless. An ominous feeling washed over her. Trembling slightly, she placed her hand beneath his nostrils. Instantly, a wave of fear engulfed her, and she collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as a sheet. At that moment, Bai Zhe approached and gently helped her up. His hand brushed against her waist, a delicate sensation that he found irresistible. Zhang Xintian looked at Bai Zhe, tears welling in her eyes. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, her tears soaking his clothes. Bai Zhe was taken aback by her sudden action. He tenderly caressed her head, attempting to comfort her. After a while, Zhang Xintian seemed to realize her impropriety and quickly stepped back. "I'm sorry for my outburst," she said, wiping her tears, her eyes now red-rimmed. "It's all right, your dean." As he spoke, Zhang Xintian's eyes reddened further, prompting Bai Zhe to refrain from continuing. Moments later, people rushed out of the room. "Zhang Xintian, you've caused a huge mess," an older man exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. "Indeed, Zhang Xintian, you've offended the Brown Bear Gang. You must bear the consequences alone without dragging us down." A middle-aged man pointed at her, spitting in anger. Yes, and that man with you. He must be your accomplice. Don't let your actions implicate us." A gray-haired old woman glared at them with disdain. The crowd erupted in accusations against Zhang Xintian. She stared at these strangers, feeling an overwhelming sense of alienation. "Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? If it weren't for the dean, you and your grandson would have starved long ago. And Uncle Li, they stole your food too. How can you turn a blind eye to this? Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Kai, they took all the food. Will you not starve?" Zhang Xintian pleaded, her voice rising in desperation. Gradually, some in the crowd lowered their heads, yet many continued to berate her. She was about to explain further when Bai Zhe interrupted her. "There is no need to justify yourself to these people." Bai Zhe surveyed the crowd, recognizing them as mere cowards seeking to evade responsibility. "They know you are innocent. They just need a scapegoat to mask their own cowardice. Who do you think you are, brat? Didn't your mother teach you manners? We are your elders. How dare you speak to us like that?" The young men were enraged, threatening Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe glanced at them, recalling how they had hidden away in fear earlier. Now, emboldened by their numbers, they dared to act tough. You pathetic cowards, he scorned. Their expressions darkened as they huddled together, seemingly preparing to exact retribution on this insolent youth. Kneel and apologize to us, and we may forgive you, one called out. Mind your words, or you'll regret it. Another added, feigning injury. However, they failed to realize Bai Zhe's strength. As he stood before them, he coldly smirked, dismissing their petty threats. One man lunged at him, swinging his fist toward Bai Zhe's abdomen. Just as he was about to strike, his body froze, pain etched across his face. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Bai Zhe had countered so swiftly. With a sudden grip, Bai Zhe seized his hand, rendering him powerless. A moment later, a sharp pain surged through the man's hand, followed by a sickening crack. His anguished scream echoed as he fell to the ground, clutching his mangled hand. The onlookers fell silent, their fear palpable. Even the old woman, who had berated Zhang Xintian, scrambled to her feet and retreated indoors. Speak another word, and this will be your fate. Bai Zhe's voice resonated, silencing any further dissent. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, scrambling for safety, terrified of sharing the same fate. The injured man continued to wail in agony. Get lost, Bai Zhe shouted again, causing the man to tremble, a foul liquid staining his trousers as he fled. Zhang Xintian felt a mix of fear and admiration for Bai Zhe. He had been her only ally in her time of need. Bai Zhe approached her, his tones softening. Let us give the dean a proper burial. Zhang Xintian nodded, her cheeks flushing anew as she gazed at the gentle yet commanding Bai Zhe. Together, they worked diligently to bury the dean's body. As night fell, Bai Zhe had nowhere else to go and decided to spend the night there. That night, Zhang Xintian lay in Bai Zhe's embrace, sharing many conversations. She soon agreed to become his partner, falling peacefully asleep in his arms. Before long, Bai Zhe too succumbed to slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Bai Zhe awoke with a start, realizing they were surrounded by a group of people. Instantly alert, he glared at them. What do you want? Chapter 82. Moral coercion? Cleverly unmasked, they grew desperate. Don't be alarmed. We mean no harm, a voice chimed, accompanied by friendly smiles that starkly contrasted with their previous demeanor. Indeed, young man, we have no intention of causing you any harm. We simply wish to ask for your assistance. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xintian gradually stirred awake. At that moment, a group of children rushed toward her, calling out her name. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang. They surrounded her, leaving her bewildered. Children, are you hungry? From within the crowd, a middle-aged woman forced out a few tears. Seeing these children pains my heart. They are so young, and Shu and Ti have to endure such punishment. They are the flowers of our nation, the future of our country. Yes, these children are the hope of humanity. We must protect them at all costs. Another voice echoed. I would stake my life to ensure their safety. Listening to the words of the crowd, Zhang Xintian gradually lowered her head. She gently stroked the heads of the children, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Teacher Zhang, we lack education, and we will trouble you to take care of our children's education. Indeed, Teacher Zhang, you are the guiding light for these children. Thankfully, you are here. Otherwise, what would become of them? I suggest we save some food. Educating children is arduous work for Teacher Zhang, and we should reserve the best provisions for her and these children. Yes, that's right. I agree. I am older, so I can eat less. I also concur. Observing the unprecedented unity among these people, Zhang Xintian felt her eyes moisten. In that moment, she was deeply moved and felt that her previous efforts were worthwhile. Teacher, what happened yesterday was our fault. We should not have let the director take risks alone, causing her to lose her life. Indeed, we will never allow this to happen again. We must unite to confront the external threats together. Zhang Xintian was touched. There's no need for you to blame yourselves. Those people were so fierce. It is only natural to be frightened, and I will not hold it against you. Teacher, it's wonderful that you do not blame us. Thank you for your forgiveness. Let us all express our gratitude to Teacher Zhang. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Children, quickly thank your Teacher Zhang. She will be your mother from now on, so don't hesitate to thank your Mama Zhang. The children hurriedly surrounded Zhang Xintian, their innocent voices chiming. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Thank you, Mama Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xintian's eyes once again welled with tears. The maternal instinct hidden within her began to flourish. Children, we will protect you. Zhang Xintian embraced 2 children, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Baizé observed the scene with a cold gaze. If it weren't for the events of yesterday, he might have believed these people. Yet, could they really undergo such a drastic transformation? Just yesterday, they were blaming and shirking responsibility. And today they were all taking the initiative to admit their mistakes, showering Zhang Xintian with praise, even claiming she would become the children's mother. Wasn't this pure moral coercion? The manipulation was truly extraordinary. Bai sneered. Just then, the hypocritical crowd turned their attention to him. Young brother, yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding. Since you are Teacher Zhang's boyfriend, you are one of us now. Yes, we are all family now. Family should help each other and unite against external invaders. Ha! Teacher Zhang has found a great man, handsome and skilled. If I had a daughter, I would certainly want her to marry you. Listening to their flattery, Zhang Xintian couldn't help but smile sweetly, her eyes filled with pride. Baizé observed their behavior keenly. At this moment, Zhang Xintian had completely bought into their facade. After moments thought, Baizé said with a smile, "Thank you all, but I've already discussed with my girlfriend that we will be leaving." The expressions of the crowd changed instantly. "You are leaving?" An elderly woman said anxiously. "Why are you leaving? Can you take me with you?" A white-haired old man looked worried. "What will we do if you leave?" "Yes, what will we do if you go?" "Don't leave, stay with us." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, and the scene grew chaotic. Zhang Xintian frowned involuntarily. "Ahem," she coughed, and the voices gradually quieted. Soon, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. "Everyone does not mean it that way. There's zombies everywhere outside, and we just don't want you to be in danger." Hearing his words, Zhang Xintian finally relaxed her brow. "Everyone rest assured, we will not leave," she said with a smile, gently patting the head of child beside her. Baizé understood that Zhang Xintian had completely fallen under their influence. He needed to help her see their true intentions. Thus, as they continued, of course, "We will return later. We just have some other matters to attend to and will need to leave for a while." "Yes, my boyfriend and I have agreed to leave for a while," Zhang Xintian said sweetly, gazing at Baizé. Hearing their words, the crowd's expressions shifted once more, their smiles fading. Baizé looked at their faces and sneered. "Are you about to reveal your true nature?" The young man's expression darkened. "Very well. We wish you a prompt return. You cannot leave." A domineering voice rang out from the crowd. "Yes, you cannot leave. You must stay. What will we do if you go?" "Exactly. Zhang Xintian, you ungrateful one. Your boyfriend is so capable. Why not have him stay to protect us?" Today, I want to see who dares to leave." "Oh no, I'm done for. The young are bullying the old." The elderly woman who had attempted to scam them sat down in front of the door and began to throw a tantrum. This scene left Zhang Xintian momentarily stunned. At that moment, she finally understood. These people wanted to use her to coerce Baizé into staying and protecting them. A sense of grievance surged within her. She had trusted these individuals, yet they had been deceiving her all along. In that moment, her resolve to leave solidified, seeing their true colors emerge. Baizé felt a surge of murderous intent. "Get lost," he bellowed. The old woman, who had been throwing a fit on the ground, immediately fell silent, gazing at Baizé in terror. Baizé's fierce shouts silenced everyone in the room instantly. However, the crowd erupted once again, revealing their true selves. "You little brat. At my age, I could be your great-grandmother. Is this how you speak to your elders? What are you so proud of? There are so many of us. I don't believe you can do anything. You worthless piece of trash. You really think of yourself as something precious? If it weren't for your slight usefulness, would we be so fawning over you? You have the audacity to help an outsider you just met instead of us. Exactly. You traitorous scoundrels. None of you will leave today. Yes, wasn't it said yesterday? If we cannot provide food, we will use her to settle the debt. We will capture her and hand her over later. Yes, that's the plan." As they spoke, several young men approached Zhang Xintian, while the older individuals moved closer to Baizé. At this moment, Baizé's expression darkened to the extreme. Did they really think he wouldn't dare to kill them? With that, Baizé drew his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, One person fell to the ground. The crowd's faces turned to expressions of terror. A gun. He has a gun. Ah! Screams instantly filled the hall. The crowd hurriedly retreated. The elderly woman who had been sitting at the door crawled outside faster than the young ones. Within mere seconds, the entire hall was left with only Bai Zhe and Zhang Xintian. Let us go. Bai Zhe grasped Zhang Xintian's hand and headed for the exit. Zhang Xintian felt no attachment to the place at that moment. As they reached the door, those individuals from yesterday reappeared, but this time, they were no longer arrogant in front of Bai Zhe, especially the tattooed man, who immediately bowed and scraped, taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Bai Zhe. At this moment, anyone who could smoke was certainly not an ordinary person. It was known that some individuals suffered greatly from nicotine cravings. Moreover, smoking had a calming effect, making cigarettes a luxury in the apocalypse. Ordinary people couldn't even afford food, let alone trade their scarce rations for such indulgences. Bai Zhe did not accept the offer, and the tattooed man wisely put it away. Yesterday's events may have caused some offense, and I sincerely hope you can overlook my transgressions and grant me leniency. The tattooed man earnestly apologized. Bai Zhe initially harbored some resentment, but upon witnessing the young man's humility, much of his anger dissipated. Very well, let us consider yesterday's matter settled. With that, Bai Zhe prepared to take his leave. Brother, my name is Wang Xiaohu. You may call me Xiaohu. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me at the Meng Hu Gang. Wang Xiaohu hastily interjected as Bai Zhe turned to depart. Bai Zhe paused and cast a knowing glance at him. He had heard of the Meng Hu Gang, currently ranked third in Jinghai City. The presence of the character Hu in his name piqued Bai Zhe's curiosity, but he dismissed it as mere coincidence. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Xiaohu called out again. Brother, those inside. Bai Zhe's annoyance flared as he shot a glare at Wang Xiaohu. However, a thought crossed his mind. He could utilize this opportunity to exact some retribution on those individuals. It is of no concern to me. You may deal with them as you see fit. With that, he departed alongside Zhang Xintian. Wang Xiaohu, filled with excitement, instructed his subordinates, Brothers, let us get to work. Immediately, they rushed into the courtyard. Soon, the sounds of anguished cries echoed from within. Oh no, you're attacking old people. You'll meet a terrible fate. You old hag, I'll teach you to be insolent. Oh, my teeth, my teeth. After a thorough beating, each individual bore some marks of their ordeal. They stood quietly, not daring to utter a word. Damn it, where's the food I had you prepare? An older man inquired, eager to curry favor. We originally intended to deliver the wretched Zhang Xintian to you, but she was taken away by that damned man who came yesterday. Wang Xiaohu's expression darkened as he glared at the man. How dare you speak of my brother? Beat him. Instantly, two of his subordinates lunged at the old man, delivering a flurry of blows. The others, who had hoped to shift the blame onto Bai Zhe, promptly fell silent upon witnessing the scene. The old man, having met resistance, clutched his injuries and refrained from further comments. Once Wang Xiaohu had vented enough frustration and noticed the lack of food, he instructed his men to cease their assault, though they would not be leaving with provisions. Wang Xiaohu felt disheartened. However, since they were already there, they could not return empty-handed. Thus, he set his sights on the children and a few attractive women present. He had heard of perverse individuals who enjoyed keeping young boys and girls. As for their intentions, he remained oblivious. Take these children with you, and those few women as well. His subordinates swiftly approached to drag away the children and women, inciting another round of cries throughout the hall. Even at that moment, the men lacked the courage to resist as they watched helplessly. Those remaining felt a sense of relief. Though they had lost their children, they had also shed their burdens. Had they not, they attributed their current plight entirely to these encumbrances. They would never seek the root of their troubles within themselves, instead choosing to blame others. Their fates had long been sealed. Bai Zhe, having nowhere else to turn, decided to accompany Zhang Xintian to the Qinglong gang. In the warm hospitality of the Qinglong gang subordinates, Zhang Xintian enjoyed a delightful meal, and a couple's room was thoughtfully arranged for them. The room's decor was intoxicating, with dim candlelight, romantic red roses, and a generously sized heart-shaped bed. Most importantly, There was a charming young girl by Zay's side. Zhang Xen Tian shyly sat on the bed, occasionally glancing at Zay before quickly averting her gaze. Zay gently removed her outer garment. Her stunning figure contrasted sharply with her delicate appearance, evoking a curious sense of satisfaction within him. Chapter Zhang Xin Tian. Zhang Xian Tian's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Her cheeks flushed. This was her first time alone with Zay. It's all right. It's just the two of us here. Don't feel shy, Zay reassured her. Zhang Xian Tian merely nodded, her face now a deep crimson. She seemed to drift into a state of intoxication, akin to the haze of alcohol. Her gaze began to cloud. Seeing the opportune moment, Zay tenderly embraced her. Zhang Xian Tian's face reddened once more as she reciprocated the embrace, resting her warm cheeks against his chest. Zay felt no more reservations. Congratulations, host, on gaining Zhang Xian Tian's favor. Favorability exceeding 50, rewards doubled. Gained 1502 points. Adding the previous 300 and last night's 400 fixed points, he now had 700 points. Zhang Xian Tian lay in by Zay's arms, resembling a wronged little girl. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips pursed in silence. Zay held her tighter. After a while, the sweet girl emitted a soft sigh. Zay looked down to find her eyes closed, her lovely lashes fluttering occasionally. She had drifted off to sleep, snuggled like a little kitten in his embrace. Gently, Zay laid her down on the bed and carefully covered her with a blanket before rising. He opened the curtains and extinguished the candlelight on the table. It was still afternoon, and Zay felt no desire for slumber, so he quietly stepped outside. Over the past few days, he had not seen Zhao Zilong. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhao had taken a group to assault a food processing factory. With little else to occupy his time, Zay decided to follow the address provided by one of the subordinates. Not far from the entrance, he encountered several individuals from other factions exchanging supplies with the Qinglong gang. Their conversation piqued Zay's interest. Have you heard? The leader of the Xiao Yaotang is spending lavishly to seek a psychologist. I wish I had studied that field back then, one man lamented. Another lowered his voice and remarked, I have some insider information. The leader has been searching for urologists and recently paid a hefty sum to have one of our base's specialists attend to him. The others immediately perked up. At that moment, one more chimed in, Where did you get that news? Just days ago. He brought Lolita back to our base. What do you think he intends to do with that star? The man grinned mischievously. My goodness. Lolita. She is a national goddess, my idol. If that is the case, what is up with Wang Shan Quan's abilities? The others exchanged skeptical glances. Come on, don't doubt me. What I say is the truth. He genuinely paid a fortune for our base's urologist. I only hope you're right. I truly don't want to see my goddess sullied by that beefy fellow. Alas, Lolita. My goddess. I never thought you would end up with that old man. I'd be satisfied just to kiss her feet. Stop daydreaming. That SD Lina Ja. Even in this apocalypse, there's no way you could ever touch her. They laughed and walked away. At that moment, Zay felt a surge of excitement. He was well aware of Lina Ja, a top-tier celebrity in the country, possessing an angelic visage, a tall figure, and exquisitely fair skin, complemented by an enchanting voice. It is utterly flawless. Additionally, it is said that she has never been involved in any romantic scandals and has never met male friends alone in her life. Since her debut, there has not been a single rumor about her. Unexpectedly, she arrived in Jinghai City before the apocalypse. Prior to the end of the world, he was already quite fond of Dilinaza. Now, upon hearing news of her once more, and so close to him, Zay's heart began to stir with excitement. In the past, he lacked the strength to do anything more than admire Dilinaza. Now that he possesses the power, his desires extend beyond mere admiration. He yearns to possess her, to claim her as his own. However, the thought of Dilinaza currently being at Xiaoyaotang causes Zay's brow to furrow. It is time to reclaim some interest, he declared coldly. Wang Shanquan had already caused him trouble more than once, and now he had attracted a multitude of zombies, plunging his safe house into chaos. Coupled with their previous grievances, the relationship between them had long since reached an irreconcilable point. Although he had not retaliated immediately, It did not imply that he was afraid of Wang Shanquan. Rather, he simply found it tedious to take action. After all, isn't it more rewarding to enjoy a life of abundance within the safety of his refuge? Why engage in violence and killing? Yet some people are simply courting their own demise, and Baizé cannot be blamed for that. Seeking a psychologist, are we? In the next moment, Baizé's expression shifted rapidly, transforming into that of another person entirely. Chapter 85. Infiltrating Xiaoyaotong from previous intelligence. Baizé was already aware of the location of Xiaoyaotong. Thus, he made his way directly to their headquarters. Soon, he arrived at a residential community. The entire area had been seized by Xiaoyaotong, a naturally fortified location, with walls to deter zombies and houses furnished with ready-made items. However, capturing an entire community is no easy feat. Many factions have been forced to set up tents in the wild due to their inability to clear out the zombies within such neighborhoods. Upon reaching the entrance, Baizé noticed two guards standing vigil at the gate, armed with handguns and maintaining a diligent watch. The demeanor of the guards indicated that not all of Xiaoyaotong's management were incompetent like Wang Shanquan. At that moment, the guards turned their attention to Baizé. One of them barked, "Who goes there? Leave at once." Unperturbed, Baizé replied with a smile, "Isn't your leader seeking a psychologist?" "I am here." The guards paused in surprise, their expressions immediately transforming into warmth. "Oh, so you're the psychologist. We apologize for the misunderstanding. Allow me to escort you to see the leader." The first guard turned to his companion, adding, "You keep watch here. I'll make sure to reward you later." "Sure thing." The guard gestured for Baizé to enter. Without delay, Baizé followed the guard inside. Before long, he was led to a space resembling a reception area. "Doctor, please wait here for a moment while I inform the leader," the guard said before hastily departing. Moments later, he returned, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Doctor, our leader requests your presence. Please follow me." Baizé chuckled softly. It seems Wang Shanquan has been quite busy with this matter lately. Continuing to follow the guard, they soon arrived at a villa. The guard halted at the entrance, turning to Baizé with a friendly smile. "Doctor, your future prosperity depends on your skills. Just don't forget the kindness shown by your junior." "Of course," Baizé replied. "I shall not intrude any longer. Please go in." With that, the guard turned and left. Baizé glanced at the door and pushed it open. Inside stood two guards, appearing significantly more imposing than those at the entrance, their muscular builds indicating they were formidable. As they saw Baizé enter, they stepped forward to intercept him. One of them then produced a metal detector and swiftly scanned Baizé. Upon finding nothing amiss, they returned to their posts, standing still once more. Baizé proceeded further. Soon, he traversed a corridor and encountered a young, beautiful woman waiting. However, given Baizé's experience, he discerned that this woman was not yet worthy of the Hahuan Baolu. The woman spoke with a pronounced tone, "Sir, you must be the psychologist." Baizé nodded. "Indeed, please follow me." The woman turned and swayed her curvaceous figure as she walked ahead. Baizé cast a glance and followed her up to the second floor. He faintly heard voices engaged in conversation, one of which he recognized as Wang Shanquan's. The woman led the way, and the voices became increasingly discernible. "Leader Wang, we shall be relying on you from now on." "Haha, indeed, Leader Wang. We will be following you from now on. Rest assured, we will actively participate in tonight's operation." "Haha, as long as today's task is accomplished, you will all be a significant force in Jinghai City." Baizé listened intently when suddenly the woman in front stopped. She slowly opened a door, revealing Wang Shanquan and several others inside. "Leader, the doctor has arrived," the woman announced, bowing slightly. Wang Shanquan immediately turned his gaze to Baizé, his eyes filled with urgency. However, he did not hasten to let Baizé enter, instead looking at the others present. They, understanding the cue, took their leave. "Leader, we have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further." Wang Shanquan accompanied them to the door. Once they were a distance away, Wang Shanquan excitedly said, "Doctor, how should I address you?" Baizé pondered briefly and concocted a name. "You may call me Longer." "Haha, Dr. Long, I sincerely apologize for the earlier oversight. Please come inside." Baizé promptly took a seat nearby. The young woman approached gracefully, producing a new teacup and pouring tea, placing it respectfully beside him. "Dr. Long, You specialize in psychology, correct? Yet you appear quite young. You must have still been in school during the apocalypse. Wang Shanchuan inquired tentatively. Bai Zhe, unhurried, took a sip of tea, having prepared for such inquiries long ago. I hold a master's degree in psychology from Jinghai University and have studied abroad for a year, successfully treating numerous patients with psychological issues. After all, he knew there would be no way to verify his claims, so he felt free to fabricate. Internally, he chuckled as Wang Shanchuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh, so you are a foreign student. I have heard that psychology abroad is quite advanced. I have long wished to take my family to the beautiful country. I've heard the air there is sweet. Tell me, is the environment abroad significantly better than here? Wang Shanchuan expressed a hint of longing. Bai Zhe's expression turned serious as he regarded Wang Shanchuan, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. He was yet another sycophant enamored with foreign lands. However, the murderous intent dissipated quickly, as he had another purpose for being here. However, the world is the same everywhere now. Zombies infest every corner. Perhaps it's even worse outside than here, Bai Zhe remarked casually. That is true. Enough of that, Dr. Loam. Let us get to the matter at hand and address my condition. Wang Shanchuan appeared to dismiss his doubts, speaking with a sense of urgency. Very well, but first, I must understand your condition to provide targeted treatment, Bai Zhe replied, fully aware of Wang Shanchuan's afflictions, yet knowing the pretense must be upheld. At this moment, Wang Shanchuan's face bore a bitter expression, as if grappling with unspoken troubles. You need not feel anxious. I'm a psychologist and will keep your secrets. Bai Zhe assured him. Very well, Wang Shanchuan conceded, proceeding to recount the incident involving the Qinglong gang and the humiliation he faced. Bai Zhe listened intently, barely suppressing his laughter. Although he had long been aware of this matter, hearing it once again from the person directly involved elicited a wry smile. Particularly due to Wang Shanchuan's woeful expression, Bai Zhe suppressed his amusement and feigned contemplation, stating, I have encountered a similar situation myself, one that closely resembles yours. Truly, I find myself at a loss. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanquan instantly became animated. There is indeed a remedy, but it necessitates your cooperation. Ideally, we would require a strikingly beautiful woman to be present. The more exquisite, the better, as this greatly enhances your treatment. Yes. Just wait. I will have someone bring her here, Wang Shanquan exclaimed eagerly, promptly instructing his subordinates. Before long, a familiar figure was ushered in. Bai Zhe's expression brightened at the sight. Chapter 86. Since we are here, we must bring back a token. The newcomer was none other than Dili Naja. She was even more stunning than on television, her haughty demeanor unchanged, standing there like a queen who looked down upon all. Ha! Do you recognize her now? Wang Shanquan boasted with pride. Bai Zhe feigned astonishment and replied, Is this truly Dili Naja? Hearing Bai Zhe's words, Wang Shanquan swelled with further pride. To win her over, I have invested considerable resources. Rest assured, as long as you can cure my affliction, I will ensure that you want for nothing for the rest of your life. Bai Zhe glanced at Dili Naja, who regarded him with evident disdain. He remained unfazed by her hostility, for it would not be long before she understood her role. Very well, I shall proceed with the hypnosis treatment, and no one must disturb us during this process. Wang Shanquan turned to the women and the two guards at the entrance and commanded, All of you, leave immediately. Clear out anyone irrelevant from the villa. Do not disturb Dr. Long while he treats me. Understood, they replied, bowing as they exited the room. As the individuals departed, Bai Zhe smirked, surprised by how easily Wang Shanquan was deceived, yet grateful for the alleviation of his own troubles. Before Wang Shanquan could continue, Bai Zhe promptly released the hallucinogenic agent, causing him to lapse into unconsciousness. Bai Zhe carefully controlled the agent's reach to avoid affecting Dili Naja, observing the two with a detached gaze. Dili Naja suddenly froze, bewildered by how Wang Shanquan, who had just been speaking, had suddenly succumbed to slumber. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you, Bai Zhe assured her. Who are you? Dili Naja's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. In an instant, Bai Zhe transformed back to his original appearance. Upon witnessing this sudden change, Dili Naja's imperious facade finally faltered, her tone softening considerably. "You are not a doctor. Who exactly are you?" "You may call me by Zay, or simply husband," he replied with a confident smile. "You." Dili Naja's brows furrowed, only to quickly relax. "This is the Xian Yao gang. You should consider how to exit from here." "You need not worry about that. I have my own means of escape," Bai Zhe replied, still smiling confidently. At this moment, Dili Naja gazed at Bai Zhe with intrigue, seemingly searching for something unique about him. Yet, no matter how she looked, she could discern nothing extraordinary. After a brief pause, Dili Naja spoke. "Can you take me away?" Bai Zhe had been eagerly awaiting this question, so he replied, "Of course, as long as you agree to become my woman." Dili Naja remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Bai Zhe. He was unperturbed by the possibility of her refusal, knowing he could forcibly take her with him. Then, Dili Naja asked, "What if I say no? Will you kill me?" "Of course not. But are you certain you wish to remain here? You should understand the consequences of staying." Dili Naja beat her lip, her heart torn in conflict. After a moment's hesitation, she relaxed her body and exhaled. Rather than stay here to be sullied by an old man, she would prefer to leave with him. At least this man did not seem as repugnant. "Very well, I agree." Witnessing Dilnaza's swift acquiescence brought immense joy to Bai Zhe. He gently touched her hand, which prompted her to instinctively pull away, revealing her displeasure. It seemed that winning her heart would not be an easy endeavor. Bai Zhe shied in resignation. He retracted the hallucinogenic agent, and Wang Shangquan began to show signs of awakening. Bai Zhe swiftly retrieved a dagger from his space and plunged it into Wang Shanquan's heart. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing Wang Shangquan to awaken abruptly. Upon seeing Bai Zhe's face, a shiver ran through him. He attempted to scream, but no sound emerged from his lips. Dili Naja was taken aback by Bai Zhe's sudden action, her mouth agape in shock, though she managed to remain silent. "Are you mad? If you kill him, how will we escape?" she reproached him. Bai Zhe withdrew the dagger and delivered another swift thrust, ensuring a fatal blow. Once he confirmed Wang Shanquan's demise, he removed the man's coat and turned to face Dili Naja. His appearance began to morph, and when he donned Wang Shanquan's coat, he appeared almost indistinguishable from him. Dili Naja's eyes widened in horror, disbelief etched across her face. "How did you become him?" she gasped, glancing back and forth between Bai Zhe and Wang Shangquan. Soon, a glimmer of hope appeared on her countenance. "Now do you believe me? Let's make haste." Dili Naja nodded, her expression no longer exuding arrogance. "Do not rush, since we are here. We must take something as a keepsake. Do you know where their warehouse is located?" Dili Naja shook her head. "Never mind. We shall ask someone outside. Just follow my lead," Bai Zhe instructed. "Link arms with me," he said, raising his arm. After a moment's hesitation, Dili Naja stepped beside him and gently linked her arm with his. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and Bai Zhe inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. As he savored the softness of Dili Naja's skin, he strode confidently towards the villa's entrance. Upon arrival, the housekeeper and 2 guards were stationed at the door. The housekeeper, noticing Bai Zhe's emergence, hurriedly approached him with enthusiasm. "Master," Bai Zhe lowered his voice, imitating Wang Shanquan's tone, and said, "Take me to the warehouse. I want to see how much inventory we have left." The housekeeper displayed no suspicion, leading the way without hesitation. As they departed, Bai Zhe instructed the guards. "By the way, Dr. Long is resting in his room, and you are not to disturb him. Remain here." The guards bowed respectfully and then stood at attention on either side of the villa's entrance. Seeing no issues, Bai Zhe, with Dili Naja in tow, followed the housekeeper towards the warehouse. Dili Naja was now visibly anxious, her palms slick with sweat. Bai Zhe caressed the back of her hand, offering gentle reassurance. Soon, the trio arrived at the warehouse. "Master, here is the key. Please take a look." Bai Zhe accepted the key, casually stating, "All right, you need not concern yourself any further. Go about your business." The housekeeper turned to leave. Bai Zhe eagerly unlocked the warehouse door, and upon entering, he felt a thrill of excitement. Chapter 87, Dili Naja y Apologos. The warehouse was filled with an astonishing array of items, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. Even if only half of the area was filled with supplies, it still constituted a significant amount. It was unexpected that Xiao Yaotong had gathered such an abundance of resources. However, all of these would now belong to Bai Zhe as his private property. Wait for me here. To safeguard the secret of his spatial abilities, Bai Zhe left Dili Na Jia at the entrance and ventured inside alone. Once inside, he feverishly began to gather the supplies into his space. Food, daily necessities, clothing, bedding, intimate items, and even baby supplies were all present. Virtually everything available on the market could be found here. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Bai Zhe collected everything without exception. However, the storage room was indeed vast, and the quantity of items was staggering. Even at his speed, he spent nearly 10 minutes running about within. Finally, the once brimming storage room was completely emptied. After relocating the items, Bai Zhe hesitated for a moment. Didn't you want someone to kill me? Now you're resorting to such underhanded tactics as blocking the house with zombies. Reflecting on this, Bai Zhe took out a dozen A or BZ lollipops and arranged them on the ground to spell out Bai Zhe was here. He could only imagine the expressions on their faces when they discovered that their hard-earned supplies had been plundered. It must be quite a sight. Content. Bai Zhe then exited the storage room. Dili Na Jia was anxiously waiting at the entrance and rushed over as soon as she saw him. Let us hurry. They'll discover it soon. Bai Zhe then took Dili Na Jia by the hand and made his way toward the exit. Feeling her delicate hand, as soft as if it were made of jade, filled Bai Zhe with delight. After all, this was Dili Na Jia, the current top star. How many celebrities and directors had sought to shake her hand, only to be turned down by her for various reasons. And that was in public, highlighting her refusal to give face to those directors and stars. Yet, these individuals still shamelessly sought collaboration with her, indicating the formidable backing she possessed. However, at this moment, she allowed Bai Zhe to hold her hand freely, suggesting that she too understood the situation. Soon, they successfully exited the headquarters of Xiao Yaotong. Their smooth escape felt somewhat unsettling. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. How could such a large Xiao Yaotong have only a few dozen members? Suddenly, he recalled overhearing a conversation among a few individuals. They mentioned that there would be an operation tonight. What operation? Bai Zhe frowned. Noticing Bai Zhe's troubled expression, Dili Na Jia asked, "What's wrong? Do you know what operation Xiao Yaotong has tonight?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I heard them say that they would be attacking Qinglongbong tonight." Bai Zhe's brow tightened. He wasn't concerned about Qinglongbong. His worry lay with Zhang Xintian, who was within their ranks. Let us go. Bai Zhe swiftly scooped Dili Na Jia into his arms and dashed forward. Dili Na Jia gasped in surprise, her voice particularly enchanting. However, Bai Zhe had no time to dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, the final rays of the setting sun were slipping away. Sweat had already beaded on his forehead. As he approached within 10 kilometers of Qinglongbong, a flurry of gunfire erupted from their base. This is bad. Bai Zhe accelerated again, the delicate form of Dili Na Jia bouncing against him. His hand inadvertently rested on her backside, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, sensing Bai Zhe's anxiety, she made no move to resist, allowing him to carry her onward. Before long, they neared Qinglongbong. The gunfire had intensified, and breaching the area would mean facing a hail of bullets. However, from the sound of the gunfire, it was evident that Qinglongbong was fiercely resisting, and it was unlikely they would fall within a short time. Bai Zhe calmed himself and began to contemplate a solution. There were two potential approaches. The first was to locate the main forces of Zhao Zilong and summon him back to reinforce their numbers. The second was to engage with Dili Na Jia, whose stunning beauty rated at 98 could yield him 1,000 points. Coupled with his current 400 points, he could exchange for 28 attribute points. As Bai Zhe hesitated, another round of gunfire erupted from a different direction. He turned his gaze toward it. The sound was faint, emanating from the direction where Zhao Zilong was assaulting the food processing plant. Bai Zhe's expression darkened. It seemed that Xiao Yaotong was well prepared to annihilate Qinglongbong. He could only rely on himself to rescue Zhang Xintian now. Turning to Dili Na Jia, he said, "I apologize." Dili Na Jia looked at him in confusion, not comprehending his intent. In the next moment, Bai Zhe swept her into his arms and headed toward a nearby building. Dili Na Jia seemed to have realized something and began to struggle fiercely. However, as a delicate girl, she was no match for Bai Zhe. No matter how she fought, she could not break free from his grasp. Stop struggling. There is no escape for you today. I'm doing this to save someone. Today, I owe you one. If you wish to leave in the future, I will not stop you. Bai Zhe spoke resolutely. At that moment, Delina Jia was at a loss for what to do. Although she was willing to submit to Bai Zhe, she was not yet prepared. After so many years of maintaining her boundaries, she was about to surrender to this man before her. She ceased her struggles, realizing that resistance would not change his course. Looking at Bai Zhe, she surprisingly felt no resentment, only a sense of grievance. It was frustrating to not have her consent in this matter. Once inside the room, Bai Zhe gently laid Delina Jia on the bed. It must be said that her figure was truly exquisite, firm and curvaceous. Her skin was as fair as snow, and there was not an ounce of excess flesh on her. Bai Zhe leaned in to kiss her. Delina Jia's pupils contracted slightly before she slowly closed her eyes, her body not resisting Bai Zhe's touch. Sensing the moment was right, he reciprocated openly. Don't be nervous. It will be over soon. Bai Zhe reassured her once more. Delina Jia remained silent, merely closing her eyes and awaiting the events that were about to unfold. 1 hour later, Delina Jia had fully accepted Bai Zhe. Congratulations, host, on gaining Delina Jia's loyalty. Loyalty exceeds 50, doubling the rewards. Reward points, 5,002. This was once the national goddess, the top star Delina Jia. Now she had become his woman. Her voice was melodious, evoking a desire to cherish her. Delina Jia had an impeccable figure and skin, a testament to her daily, meticulous care. She exuded a unique, youthful vitality. When she looked at Bai Zhe again, the previous disdain in her eyes had vanished, replaced with a tender gaze. Bai Zhe had already dressed by this time. Observing his anxious demeanor, Delina Jia felt a pang of sorrow. Having just experienced such an event, a girl as heart craves comfort. Yet Bai Zhe was hastily preparing to leave. At the very least, he should say something heartfelt. Delina Jia felt a sense of discontent. I need to go save someone now. You stay here and wait for me. It's chaotic outside, so don't go out. With that, Bai Zhe locked the door and rushed out. Upon hearing this, Delina Jia suddenly chuckled. So he was in a hurry to save someone, and yet he had time for such matters. How mischievous! Delina Jia recalled the earlier scene and felt a rush of shyness, quickly covering her face with her clothes. Fortunately, no one witnessed her in that state. Otherwise, it would have been quite a shock. The once aloof goddess Delina Jia, uttering such uncharacteristic words, would surely make headlines. As Bai Zhe stepped outside, he converted all his points into 28 points of stamina. Name: Bai Zhe Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Stamina, 49 Charm, 23 Host Gene Enhancement, 1 Immunity to Zombie Virus, 2 Enhanced Kidney Function, 3 Increased Tadpole Activity, 4 Retinal Enhancement, 5 Hallucinogenic Factor, 6 Adrenaline, 7 Disguise and Face Change. Subsequently, Bai Zhe retrieved a bulletproof vest and a bomb-proof helmet from his spatial storage, donning them both to safeguard his vital areas. He then maneuvered around the areas under heavy fire, scaling the wall to infiltrate the headquarters of the Qinglong gang. At this moment, the headquarters was in disarray, filled with wounded individuals writhing on the ground in agony. In the face of catastrophe, rather than uniting against the zombies, they turned their weapons on their fellow humans. Such is the essence of humanity. Bai Zhe swiftly navigated through the injured, sprinting towards the room where they had previously taken refuge. At that moment, Zhang Xintian was cowering beneath the bed, having awakened to find Bai Zhe missing from the room, while the sounds of gunfire echoed outside, plunging her into terror. The sounds of the enemy's charge could be heard outside, causing her to further retreat in fright. Suddenly, her door was violently kicked open, and she trembled in fear, her eyes widening in horror. The intruders quickly discovered her hiding place beneath the bed. Hey, look what we have here. Haha, brothers, luck is on our side today, they exclaimed, dragging her out from her concealment. Let me go. Zhang Xintian protested fiercely. At that moment, Bai Zhe had reached the doorway. Upon hearing her voice, his expression darkened, and a surge of murderous intent enveloped him. He kicked the door open, startling the intruders who were momentarily taken aback. Unfamiliar with Bai Zhe, They soon wore expressions of displeasure, irritated by his intrusion. "Get lost, or you'll regret it," Baisha coldly retorted, delivering a kick that sent the speaker crashing to the ground, lifeless. The sudden turn of events instilled immediate panic in the others, who raised their weapons to shoot at Baizé. He deftly evaded their attacks, but the proximity was too close, and he was struck by a bullet to the abdomen. Feeling a sharp pain, Baizé's expression darkened further. Utilizing his speed, he swiftly incapacitated the assailants, breaking their arms with ease. He quickly assessed his injury. Fortunately, the bullet had penetrated his bulletproof vest, significantly reducing the impact, and was ultimately thwarted by his body. It appeared he would need to enhance his defenses further. Otherwise, he might one day regret not doing so when faced with lethal force. The injured assailants writhed on the ground, howling in pain. Upon seeing Baizé, Zhang Xintian's anxiety dissipated, and she immediately rushed into his embrace, sobbing loudly. Baizé gently stroked her hair, attempting to console her. He then instructed Zhang Xintian to step back as he advanced towards the remaining attackers, his eyes filled with lethal intent. The assailants cautiously inched backward, fear evident in their demeanor. "Brother, let's talk this out. We are from the Menghu gang." One attempted to assert authority through their gang affiliation. But Baizé was not swayed. Without hesitation, he stomped down on the speaker's leg. A shrill scream erupted as the individual fell. "Tell me, which factions are involved in this operation?" The others, witnessing the brutality, dared not breathe a word. Upon hearing Baizé's inquiry, they quickly divulged all they knew. With this information, Baizé gained insight into the battle at hand. The three major factions, Xiaoyao-Tang, Menghu Gang, and Zhongxiong Gang, were collaborating alongside several smaller factions to divide the Qinglong Gang's territory. Given Zhao Zilong's methods, he would not be easily defeated. Baizé had not intended to engage in this conflict, but the ambition of these individuals compelled him to take action. He needed to establish himself as a force to be reckoned with, ensuring his safety and that of his allies. The most formidable faction, Xiaoyao-Tang, had already lost their leader, Wang Shangquan, at Baizé's hands. It would not be long before news of this spread, and he had now become a sworn enemy of Xiaoyao-Tang. His name would soon be known. With these factions forming alliances, it appeared that collaboration with the Qinglong Gang was now his only option. Chapter 89. Withstanding the storm of bullets at that moment. Footsteps echoed outside the door. The individuals inside urgently called for help. "We are here. Hurry, save us." Baizé's expression hardened as he swiftly drew his versatile weapon, firing several shots at them. They collapsed instantly, lifeless. The entire sequence took but a breath. However, the commotion had attracted attention, and reinforcements were rapidly approaching. Baizé resolved to act decisively. He charged out. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by his sudden appearance. But in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Baizé was upon them. They had no time to raise their weapons. At this point, Baizé held nothing back. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, amplifying his speed and strength. Wherever he went, the ground was littered with corpses, and life ceased to exist for all he encountered. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such horror, fled in terror as Baizé charged towards them like a deity of death. Yet, they stumbled and fell before they could escape, succumbing to their fate. After dispatching these foes, Baizé wiped the blood from his body before swiftly returning to the room. He scooped up Zhang Xintian and leaped out the window. At this moment, the Qinglong Gang's base had descended into chaos, filled with cries of distress and shouts of violence. Many were openly assaulting women held captive for sale, including several of considerable beauty. Just then, a group approached, their eyes fixated on Zhang Xintian in Baizé's arms, their faces twisted with lewd expressions. They disregarded Baizé entirely, intent on seizing her. Little did they know that this very action would seal their doom. With a swift chop, Baizé severed the neck of the foremost attacker. The others, taken aback by his sudden strike, scrambled to draw their weapons upon witnessing their companion fall. Armed only with butcher knives, they lunged at Baizé. He raised his arm to block, and the blade struck his arm with great force. Yet he suffered no harm beyond a few tears in his clothing. Terror spread across their faces as they beheld him like a monster. Before they could react, They felt a sharp pain in their necks, collapsing to the ground. After eliminating these assailants, Bai Zhe continued to carry Zhang Xintian away. The throng outside had only grown larger, with a diverse array of individuals converging. They hailed from various factions, yet their goal remained unified, to obliterate the Qinglong gang and seize its riches. Upon seeing Bai Zhe's arrival and the woman in his arms, greed ignited within them. Such a beautiful woman was a rare sight even before the apocalypse, let alone in the current circumstances. As the crowd encroached, Bai Zhe came to a halt, surrounded. "Which faction are you from?" "I am from Xiao Tang. Release the woman in your arms." One shouted defiantly. "I am from the Menghu gang. I command you to let her go." Another declared, "I am from the Zhongxiong gang. Relinquish her if you wish to survive." A third boasted. 3 individuals stepped forward, their arrogance palpable, looking down on Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe responded with a cold snort, glaring defiantly at the crowd. In his embrace, Zhang Xintian's sweet eyes flickered, her eyelids gradually reddening. "Bai Zhe, put me down, you must escape." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zhe's heart stirred. With a gentle yet resonant tone, he reassured her, "Do not worry. These insignificant scoundrels are not worthy of touching you." His voice reverberated in the ears of all present. The leading trio exhibited fierce expressions, their eyes filled with rage. "You little brat, are you courting death? Do not fire. We cannot harm the woman in his arms." A mob raised their weapons and charged towards Bai Zhe. He glanced down at Zhang Xintian, speaking softly, "Rest for a moment. We will soon depart." With that, Bai Zhe swiftly released his hallucinogenic agent. Zhang Xintian was the first to succumb to slumber. Anyone who stepped within a 10-meter radius of Bai Zhe stumbled and fell. In an instant, the assailants lay sprawled on the ground. Bai Zhe, no longer holding back, walked a circle around them. Those beneath his feet suffered visceral rupture, succumbing to internal hemorrhage. Yet, more individuals took notice of Bai Zhe. A throng of armed men rapidly approached, halting 20 meters away. They quickly pulled the triggers. Bai Zhe's pupils constricted sharply. He pivoted swiftly, shielding Zhang Xintian in his embrace and crouching low. All of his adrenaline surged to his back. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, yet Bai Zhe remained unmoved. Countless bullets struck his back. The commotion drew more onlookers. As they witnessed a group firing upon a single individual, astonishment spread among them. "Quick, look over there." Among the crowd, a tattooed man curiously glanced this way, soon following the throng. Upon seeing the couple amidst the hail of bullets, he froze in shock. The gunfire persisted. Many were baffled as to why so many were targeting one person. However, when they observed the bullets littering the ground, they were left astounded. He is unafraid of bullets. As the projectiles struck Bai Zhe, many became lodged in his bulletproof vest. The subsequent bullets, unable to penetrate his body, fell to the ground upon contact with the vest. At this moment, the ground beneath Bai Zhe's back was already carpeted with shell casings. "Is he even human? My heavens!" The crowd began to murmur in disbelief. Soon, the gunfire gradually ceased. The assailants had exhausted their ammunition. When silence fell, the onlookers gasped in awe. "Look, he is completely unscathed. Good heavens, this is a miracle. He survived the barrage. What kind of bulletproof vest is he wearing to withstand so many bullets?" At this juncture, Zhang Xintian in Bai Zhe's arms had awakened, fully aware of the recent events. Her eyes moistened anew. Bai Zhe had braved the gunfire to save her. "Congratulations, host." Zhang Xintian's loyalty has increased to 100 points, with a daily fixed score of 100. After a series of system notifications, Bai Zhe moved. This action sent shivers through countless onlookers, particularly those who had fired the shots. They were now in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. Their gazes towards Bai Zhe were filled with trepidation. Bai Zhe then stretched his neck, and several bullet casings clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound that sent their hearts racing. The crowd gasped once more. "He has stood up. My heavens! He is alive." Bai Zhe rose, slowly turning to face the gunman. In that moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. The fear emanating from their eyes was palpable. Chapter 90. Intimidation. How is this possible? Is he an indestructible monster? Oh, he has turned around. He is coming to kill us. The crowd instinctively recoiled, retreating 2 or 3 steps, their faces a mask of terror, as they regarded Baize. Baize kicked aside the bullets beneath his feet, the metallic clatter ringing out once more. He merely took a step forward, yet the pressure he exuded compelled them to retreat further. The recent scene lingered in their minds, leaving them bewildered as to how he had survived such a hail of gunfire without so much as a scratch. Their thoughts were in disarray. At this moment, more people gathered. Upon seeing the scattered bullet casings and the man carrying a woman, they were rendered speechless in shock. All had forgotten their original purpose for being there, captivated by the sight of this man moving forward. With each step Baize took, the crowd stepped back. The onlookers followed suit, maintaining a distance while never straying too far. Around Baize, it was as if a vacuum had formed. No one dared to encroach. Baize advanced toward those who had shot at him. Most were members of the Xiaoyao Hall, with a portion belonging to the Brown Bear Gang, alongside other minor factions. Baize committed these factions to memory. Initially, he had no intention of becoming embroiled in their conflicts. However, this incident had made it clear that to avoid disturbance, one must first possess the strength to instill fear. Now, all of Jinghai City's factions had converged here. Today, he intended to establish his authority before all. He aimed to demonstrate that Baize was not to be trifled with by any faction. Baize halted, surveying the surroundings. Those who met his gaze were filled with dread. At that moment, Baize spoke slowly, his voice resonating powerfully. Today, all who have fired upon me are my enemies. I, Baize, vow to eradicate all forces that oppose me within 10 days. A profound silence enveloped the area. Baize's words echoed, reaching the ears of each individual present. His commanding presence instilled fear merely through his voice. Who is this person? How could he emerge unscathed from a hail of bullets? At that moment, a singular individual in the crowd, Wang Xiaohu, the tattooed man, grew increasingly agitated. So this is Baize, he thought, watching with excitement. Soon, the crowd began to murmur. Who is Baize? I've never heard of him before. What a terrifying aura. Who could he possibly be? What did he just say? Is he threatening to annihilate everyone? At that moment, several individuals clad in the garb of different factions pushed their way through the throng. Upon their arrival, they presented an air of unassailable arrogance. What a presumptuous little brat. With so many of us here, let's see how you intend to kill. Brothers, let's take him down. Damn it. How dare he act so recklessly on our turf? Let us eliminate him. These individuals were oblivious to the recent events. Seeing Baize's arrogant demeanor, they felt a surge of displeasure. They had already subdued the Qinglong gang. Who else would dare to act out here? However, it appeared that no one was willing to heed their commands. The ones who had previously fired at Baize were now paralyzed by fear, cowering in the back and refusing to act. The newcomers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, their expressions darkening. Damn it, a bunch of useless cowards, unable to take down even one person. Fine, I'll handle it myself. Among the group of leaders, one brandished a machete and approached Baize. Some soldiers from his faction, witnessing their captain's reckless advance, tried to dissuade him. Captain, don't go. Captain, you mustn't tea. Captain, come back. He will kill you. The captain remained unfazed by their pleas. Oof, you bunch of useless fools. He stood proudly before Baize. Young man, I care not for your identity, but this is not a place for your unruly behavior. I shall grant you 3 seconds. Should you not depart, you shall meet your end. Baize interrupted him directly. The man was taken aback, and his expression darkened. After all, he was a captain of a faction, and to be commanded to leave in front of so many was a humiliation he could not endure. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how could he continue to survive in this world? You seek death. With that, he charged forward, brandishing a large blade. Baize, upon witnessing this, let out a cold snort and casually picked up a bullet from the ground. He flicked it towards the man, and in an instant, the bullet shot forth. The sound pierced the air as it penetrated the man's chest and emerged from his back. The captain's body stiffened, and he stared in horror at his wound. Confusion etched across his face. He attempted to call for help, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed. This scene left the onlookers gasping in shock. Just moments ago, he had used his body as a shield against bullets, and now, with a mere flick of his finger, he could unleash them. Such an extraordinary display was beyond comprehension. The remaining few officials stood dumbfounded, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Had they acted just moments earlier, they might have met the same fate. They hurriedly blended into the crowd. Following this incident, those who had been itching for a fight immediately abandoned their thoughts. Bizet did not linger, slowly making his way towards the entrance. The terrified crowd parted to grant him passage, watching as he departed with deliberate calm. Once he exited the Qinglong Bang, a sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, his final display of authority had quelled their aggression, preventing any further attack. Otherwise, once his adrenaline waned, he would have been left vulnerable. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Bizet furrowed his brow and swiftly turned, drawing his pistol to aim at the approaching figure. Wang Xiaohu froze and immediately halted. "Big brother, don't shoot, it's me." Bizet recognized him, but did not lower his weapon. His tone remained icy. "What do you want?" Wang Xiaohu, stopping, said with a fawning expression, "Brother, you were so impressive just now. How did you manage to be impervious to blades and bullets?" Seeing this, Bizet holstered his pistol and chose to ignore him. Turning to leave, "Hey brother, don't rush off. Where will I find you in the future?" Wang Xiaohu hurriedly followed. Bizet continued to disregard him. "Brother, if you need anything, just come find me at the Menghu Bang." Wang Xiaohu shouted as he watched Bizet disappear from view. Chapter 91, Bizet's Visit. Meanwhile, another battlefield was engulfed in intense gunfire. "Boss, there has been no activity at the base. It must have fallen." "Zhao Zilong est resté dead. Li Xiao exclaimed urgentement. "Damn it." Zhao Zilong slammed his fist into the ground before seizing a machine gun and unleashing a barrage towards the enemy. "Boss, we must devise a long-term plan. If we do not retreat soon, our main force will be decimated." Li Xiaoxiao urged once more. Zhao Zilong paused, his gaze darting between the fiery chaos. After a moment's hesitation, he begrudgingly commanded, "Retreat." In no time, Zhao Zilong's main forces withdrew in an orderly fashion, exhibiting no sign of panic despite the urgency. Meanwhile, a celebration banquet was already underway at the Qinglong Bang's base. Leaders from various factions arrived in succession. The principle of big fish eat small fish was in full effect. Those who participated in the eradication of the Qinglong Bang were poised to reap the rewards. Joy illuminated the faces of the assembled as they forgot the horrifying events that had transpired only moments before. They opened the granaries and warehouses, reveling in the sight of abundant supplies. Especially jubilant were the leaders of the Menghu Bang and the Zhongxiong Bang, their smiles wide and uncontainable. As one of the three major factions, their gains were the most substantial, while others were left with only meager portions. However, Lu Shuo, following closely behind the two leaders, wore a furrowed brow. Having waited a long time, he had yet to see Wang Shangquan make an appearance. Not long ago, he had dispatched someone to seek him out. At this moment, at the Xiaoyaotang base, a man was being blocked by the female housekeeper outside Wang Shangquan's villa. "I have urgent matters. Let me in." "The master has already left. He is not in the house." "Did the master say where he was going?" "He went to the warehouse." The man hurried to the warehouse. But upon witnessing the desolation within, he was left dumbfounded. The warehouse, once brimming with supplies, was now empty. Terrified, he rushed back to report. Back at the Qinglong Bang, the celebration banquet was fully prepared. The leaders of the major factions had taken their seats. Menghu Bang's leader, Wang Meng, raised his glass with a rugged grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Our joint operation among the three major factions has yielded tremendous success, though that scoundrel Zhao Zilong managed to escape." Similarly, Sun Zhuang, the leader of the Zhongxiong Bang, raised his glass and laughed, a mere stray dog, hardly surprising. He scanned the table, his gaze lingering on an empty seat. A sly smile crept across his face. "We are all gathered here. Why has Wang Shangquan from the Xiaoyaotang not yet arrived?" Lu Shuo quickly stood, his position as vice leader necessitating a tone of deference. "I have already sent someone to find him. He should be here shortly." The reactions of the assembled varied upon hearing Lu Shuo's words. Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang exchanged glances. "No worries, we can wait a bit longer," Wang Meng chuckled, refraining from drinking from his glass. Sun Zhuang also set his glass down, his smile dimming slightly. The atmosphere grew awkward. Lu Shuo understood well that they were blaming the Xiaoyaotang for their lack of decorum. At this moment, Lu Shuo himself was perplexed. Although Wang Shanquan was often unorthodox, he had never behaved this way during significant matters. Now, he could only strive to stabilize the situation. Lu Shuo rose, raising his glass. My apologies, everyone. My master has been delayed due to pressing matters. I offer my apologies on his behalf. With that, Lu Shuo downed a bottle of baijiu in one gulp. Witnessing Lu Shuo's actions, smiles returned to Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang's faces. Vice Leader Lu, what are you doing? That's not how one drinks. Indeed. Vice Leader Lu, we still have to drink properly later. If you drink alone now, should we drink with you or not? My apologies, I was being hasty. That last drink was an apology on behalf of my master. Please enjoy yourselves. After Lu Shuo's conciliatory remarks, the atmosphere at the table improved significantly. Just then, a subordinate Lu Shuo had sent out rushed back, drenched in sweat. Without taking a moment to report, he hurried to Lu Shuo's side and whispered in his ear. Instantly, Lu Shuo's expression turned grave. Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang observed everything, their minds racing with calculations. At that moment, Lu Shuo regained his composure, rapidly devising a strategy. The entire Xiaoyaotang's supplies had vanished, and a master, Wang Shanquan, was nowhere to be found. Now, the priority was to ascertain Wang Shanquan's whereabouts while keeping these two cunning old foxes from leaving. Moments later, he stood slowly, raising his glass and smiling. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. I need to confer with my subordinates. With that, he downed the contents of his glass and exited the banquet. In a secluded area, Lu Shuo urgently instructed, "You must return immediately and find the master by any means necessary." Vice Leader, we have searched everywhere in the base except for the master's villa, yet we cannot find his whereabouts. Then go search the villa. Lu Shuo shouted angrily. Understood. The subordinate hurriedly dashed out. Upon returning to the Xiaoyaotang headquarters, he led several subordinates into the villa. The moment they pushed open the door, Wang Shanquan's lifeless body lay before them. The group was horrified, and the female housekeeper collapsed in shock, losing control of herself. The individuals hurriedly returned to report this matter to Lu Shuo. Upon hearing the news, Lu Shuo was momentarily taken aback. However, he could not afford to display his astonishment. If Wang Ming and Sun Zhuang were to learn of this incident, it would spell disaster for the Xiaoyao Hall, as they would not only be deprived of the Qinglong Bank's resources, but might also face annihilation. Although they were allies at present, with Wang Shanquan having been killed and all resources vanished, their strength had been halved. Who would share resources with a faction significantly weaker than themselves? Now, his foremost task was to divide the resources and uncover the identity of the individual who murdered Wang Shanquan and who had stealthily relocated their supplies. Once they had regained strength, he would publicly announce Wang Shanquan's demise. Lu Shuo contemplated this. Finally, they completed the division of the Qinglong Bank's resources, and Lu Shuo let out a sigh of relief. Following the trucks back to the base, he could hardly contain himself as he rushed to the warehouse. He could not fathom how such a vast quantity of supplies could have been stolen without anyone noticing. Yet, upon witnessing the empty storeroom, a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a few characters arranged in the center of the warehouse. He hurried over to examine them. Bai Zhe was here. Lu Shuo was startled. A wave of dread coursing through him. Wasn't Bai Zhe trapped at home by the zombies? How could he possibly have emerged to kill Wang Shanquan and abscond with all their supplies? It was inconceivable that even the combined efforts of all Xiaoyao Hall members would require an entire morning to transport such a large amount. How had he managed to do so silently? At this moment, Lu Shuo felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he recalled the events he had overheard at the Qinglong Bang earlier that day. Initially, he had dismissed them as mere nonsense. How could anyone be impervious to blades and bullets? However, following the mysterious disappearance of the supplies, he began to entertain the possibility that such things could indeed occur. Thus, he promptly summoned those who had witnessed the event earlier that day. To his astonishment, several hundred individuals arrived. They all claimed to have seen the man survive amidst a hail of gunfire, unscathed. Lu Shuo's expression grew increasingly grave. Did he not utter something about exterminating all enemies within 10 days? One individual trembled as he spoke. What else did he say? Lu Shua's demeanor soured. It seemed he also introduced himself as Bai Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Shua's pupils constricted. He lunged forward, grasping the man's collar and bellowing. What did he say his name was? The man fearfully reiterated. He said his name is Bai Zhe. Lu Shua's heart sank. He then released his grip, staring blankly into the night. After a prolonged silence, Lu Shua suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Bai Zhe, capable of deflecting bullets and silently transporting vast resources, must possess some secret. Whatever that secret may be, I must obtain it. At that moment, Bai Zhe's name had become widely known throughout the night, although the leaders of various factions had not witnessed him firsthand. The tales of his legendary battle had reached their ears countless times. As for the 10-day ultimatum and the notion of being impervious to weapons, such claims were regarded as mere jest among the upper echelons. After all, who could possibly be unafraid of bullets? However, one faction did not take this matter lightly. Are you serious? Wang Meng inquired of his son, astonished. Dad, you must believe me, Bai Zhe is incredibly strong. I encountered him yesterday, and had it not been for my fortunate survival, you would not see me today. If that is truly the case, we are in trouble. He stated he would eliminate all enemies within 10 days. Do we count as his enemies? Wang Ming anxiously paced the room. Dad, rest assured, the one who fired at him was not one of us. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, still somewhat unconvinced. No, we cannot afford to be careless. You have met him several times. Since he did not harm you, it indicates he does not harbor ill will. If possible, you must engage with him more. If such a powerful individual were to join us, the entirety of Jinghai City would be ours. The more Wang Meng spoke, the more exhilarated he became, ultimately breaking into laughter. Fear not, I will strive to persuade him to join us. Wang Xiaohu felt a surge of excitement as well. After leaving with Zhang Xintian, Bai Zhe arrived at the residence where Di Lina Jia was hiding. Upon entering the room, Bai Zhe's expression contorted in pain. Although his physical resilience had reached a level capable of withstanding bullets, this was only under the influence of adrenaline. Adrenaline merely alleviated his suffering and enhanced the strength of his skin. As the adrenaline waned, the pain returned with full force. After placing Zhang Xintian down, Bai Zhe collapsed onto the bed. Bai Zhe, what is wrong? Zhang Xintian asked, alarmed, gently touching him. However, the moment she did, Bai Zhe's face contorted in agony, further frightening her. At that moment, Di Lina Jia, who had been hiding in the room, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Bai Zhe, her brow furrowed. Zhang Xintian was startled to discover another person present and let out a small gasp. Di Lina Jia quickly rushed over to cover her mouth. Don't make a sound. Zhang Xintian, wide-eyed, nodded vigorously. Di Lina Jia then released her hand, concern etching her features as she turned to Bai Zhe. What is wrong with him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xintian's tears began to flow again. She had initially believed that Bai Zhe would be fine, unaware that he had been enduring immense pain until he could no longer support himself upon entering the room. Subsequently, Zhang Xintian shared a brief account of the events. Di Lina Jia was momentarily taken aback by the bizarre tale. However, she quickly regained her composure. Bai Zhe had already demonstrated an array of astonishing abilities before her, from disguise techniques to hypnosis. Now, he had withstood bullets, projectiles capable of taking lives. Each instance was reminiscent of the fantastical occurrences found in novels. At this moment, Di Lina Jia's curiosity regarding Bai Zhe intensified, eager to discover what other surprises he might unveil. Zhang Xintian continued to sob softly, grasping Bai Zhe's hand with a look of helplessness. Witnessing this, Di Lina Jia felt a pang of disappointment, but she quickly masked her emotions. Help him remove his clothing, she instructed, carefully unfastening the buttons on Bai Zhe's shirt. Zhang Xintian, gaining a sense of purpose, rushed to assist. However, when they removed Bai Zhe's bulletproof vest, terror flashed across their faces. His back was marred, with no unscathed skin remaining. The once stifled sobs of Zhang Xintian erupted anew. Di Lina Jia's brows knitted tightly in distress. Stop crying. I will fetch some medicine. With that, she dashed back into the room, and soon the sound of rummaging could be heard. Zhang Xintian glanced around, uncertain of what to do, merely wiping her tears as she looked at Zay. Moments later, Dilinaja emerged, clutching a medical kit. She quickly retrieved some ointment for treating external wounds and gently applied it to Zay's back. She proceeded with utmost care, fearful of causing him pain. Once she finished, she let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, before long, Zay's body began to tremble. Dilinaja swiftly placed her hand on his forehead, immediately feeling an intense heat radiate from him. Alarmed, she withdrew her hand, her expression turning grave. He has a high fever. What should we do? Let's cover him with a blanket. It is not feasible. The blankets here are somewhat damp and cannot be used to cover him. Dilinaja's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. What shall we do? Zhang Xin felt tears welling up in her eyes once more. At that moment, Dilinaja began to remove her clothing. Before long, she gently lay down on the bed, closely pressed against Zay. Zhang Xin blinked, comprehending Dilinaja's intentions, and hurriedly followed suit. Subsequently, she too cautiously nestled against Zay from the other side.